Chapter 41, a 5 million reward. Bordeaux thought that Siegel would suspect him of lying and curse him after hearing his report. But he didn't expect the other party's reaction to be completely opposite to what he expected. Surprised? He hurriedly said yes. However, the moment Siegel stood up, he saw Julian in the room, with a confused look on his face. As their eyes met, Bordeaux's sweaty round face couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise. Why is this profiteer here? Although he wanted to ask, it was obviously not a good time to talk. Besides, compared to Julian, the group of slimes was more important at the moment. So he quickly shifted his sight, and lowered his head to leave quickly with Siegel. Witnessing the backs of the two leaving, Julian's nerves, which had been tense for a long time, slowly relaxed. Fortunately, Bordeaux suddenly appeared and interrupted Siegel. Otherwise the wanted criminal would probably pour the bottle of nicotine water directly into his mouth. He had no doubt about this. Thinking of this, Julian could not help but feel a little scared. Siegel Piamo is really not easy to deal with. Although he was saved by the appearance of his old customer, Julian couldn't help but frown when he recalled what Bordeaux had just said. A colored slime that stole solar panels appeared in the farm? What kind of messed up reasons are these? At least you have to choose a more reliable one when making up a lie. Such as a fight among subordinates, or something lost. A slime that stole solar panels? It's so stupid. What's even more unbelievable is that Siegel actually believes such an incredible lie. It's really shocking. Just as Julian shook his head and sighed, the people in the caravan were also brought back. They were caught off guard and dragged out by these ferocious interstellar thieves. They almost thought they were going to be guillotined. Fortunately, those people did not embarrass them. They just took them to another dilapidated wooden house and locked them up for a while before letting them out again. However, before the group of people who survived the disaster could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw Julian with a complicated expression in the house. For a moment, the emotions of worry and fear climbed up again. Mr. Who? What happened? Facing the questioning of his subordinates, Julian shook his head silently. He couldn't tell them about Siegel. After all, in this world, the more secrets you know, the faster you die. Especially at the moment when he has not gained Siegel's trust. Not letting them know is also a kind of protection. Sometimes not letting the players know is also a kind of protection. Regarding this point, Xiaoming now has a deep understanding. Who would have thought that he just said it casually? And the players actually tasted the deep meaning from it that he himself didn't know. That's right. He said that the solar panels are a good thing. But he didn't say that all these things should be taken away. He led the way in front. And the little players behind him ran to steal the solar panels without even saying hello. But in the blink of an eye, a large piece of the solar panel next to the tobacco field was missing. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. When he found out, one of the idiots was actually carrying 2 solar panels and smiling at him to take credit for it. Chief, I have taken down all the solar panels on the edge of the field. As long as we move this thing to our village, we can have electricity in our village. Looking at the solar panels piled up like a small mountain in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into silence. Are you stupid? Which thief breaks into someone's house to steal things like a Japanese invader entering a village? Afraid that others won't find out? In broad daylight, the people in the farm are not blind. If so many panels are missing at once, won't they come to check? If it weren't for the need to maintain the mature and stable personality of the chief, Xiaoming would have been unable to hold back and complained. However, reason told him not to do this. The player is just an ignorant kid. They need correct guidance. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoming tried his best to stay calm and said, "Don't take down the panels anymore. There is no way to take away so many. And people will find out." As soon as the voice fell, the pork stewed with vermicelli holding the solar panels on the opposite side suddenly stopped. He stared at Xiaoming's back with his mouth wide open. Although, we seem to have been discovered. Looking at the natives with different identities, but showing the same frightened expressions, pork stewed vermicelli hurriedly said, "Chief, what should we do now?" Xiaoming, what else can we do? Run! With a shout of, "I am your father!" Pork stewed vermicelli suddenly shuddered, picked up the board and turned around to run after her. Seeing this, Bordeaux immediately shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Catch them quickly!" Hearing the sound, the thugs and farmhands around hurriedly carried hose and chased after them. In an instant, the plantation was noisy. Seeing more and more natives began to chase and intercept them. The players who were confident that they could escape before suddenly panicked. "Damn! Why are there more and more people? It's all your fault. Don't you know to take less?" You stole so much at one time. What should I do now? Damn. I was obviously very careful. Ignoring the two little players' quarrels, Xiaoming looked around and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and throw away the solar panels and hide in the fields." Although he was reluctant to give up the spoils, pork-stewed vermicelli finally obeyed the order of the patriarch and threw away the board on his head and plunged into the green tobacco field. Without the solar panel as a target, the small slime was like a fish swimming into the sea, disappearing in this vast field in an instant. Only the people in the farm were left groping blindly beside the field. How to find it? Through the tiny gaps in the grass. Pork-stewed vermicelli looked at the scene in the distance and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It actually works. Xiaoming, don't move. You too. Hide behind me. Hearing this, the two slimes immediately moved behind the patriarch. I am your father, and asked quietly, although, what is the point of hiding behind the patriarch at this time? Pork-stewed with vermicelli whispered, is there any need to ask? The clan leader is obviously going to be our meat shield. If we are discovered, he will be responsible for covering us, and we will run first. This is the game's protection mechanism for players. Hearing this, I am your father looked surprised. So that's it? Xiaoming. I think too much. The reason why they were asked to hide behind him was because his body was now khaki, which was closer to the color of the fields, and could be better hidden in the environment. As for being a meat shield to cover the player's retreat, don't even think about it. The death of a player only meant deducting contribution points and being idle for 2 days. But the death of an NPC was an irreversible tragedy. However, Xiaoming did not intend to correct the player's ideas at this time. One reason was that it was not necessary, and the other was that someone was coming from the opposite side. Looking at the solar panels scattered on the side of the road, Bordeaux asked with a sweat on his forehead, "What's going on? Where are the slimes?" The elderly farmhand, who was questioned, tremblingly pointed to the endless tobacco fields on the opposite side. Where did they escape to? When Bordeaux heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. What did you do? How could they escape? Looking at the former owner of the manor, who was blowing his beard and glaring in front of him, the old farmhand named Lao Lu too had to explain with a trembling voice that the movement speed of those slimes was too fast. We couldn't catch up at all. They even made excuses. As if he was so angry, Bordeaux raised his fat short legs and kicked the old man's knee hard. Caught off guard, old Lu fell to the ground, his face, full of vicissitudes, wrinkled up in pain. Facing Bordeaux's brutality, the farmhands dared not be angry or speak. They also did not dare to show their dissatisfaction. This was not only because the owner of Bordeaux had a bad temper, but also because of the young man following behind him. Although he looked harmless, he was actually the real manager of the interstellar thieves group called Fangs. Even the leader called Wild Boar had to look at his face, not wanting to get into trouble for nothing. They had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Only one young man behaved completely differently from the others. Uncle Lu. In the crowd, Bada was shocked and angry when he saw Bordeaux's brutality. Almost without thinking, he rushed up and helped up the elderly old Lu. Bordeaux was very dissatisfied with the other party's behavior. Do you also want to be beaten like him? However, the other party did not react at all, and was only concerned with checking the old farmhand's injuries. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Bordeaux was even more furious. He felt that his authority was challenged, and the other party was just a poor kid who hadn't even grown all his hair. It was okay to be suppressed by the people of the Interstellar Thieves group, but he would never allow a farmhand to climb over his head. Thinking of this, Bordeaux was about to step forward and kick the other party a few more times. At this moment, he heard a voice from behind. Enough. Hearing Siegel's voice suddenly, Bordeaux stopped immediately. I didn't come here to see these. Turning around, I saw a frosty face on the young man in front of him. What kind of slime stealing solar panels? Bordeaux? Are you kidding me? Instinctively, Bordeaux swallowed his saliva. No. No. He had clearly seen it with his own eyes before, and everyone else present saw it too. Thinking of this, Bordeaux looked at the others as if asking for help. You clearly saw it just now, right? However, at this time, the farmhands all lowered their heads. No one responded to him. These damn paupers. Bordeaux gritted his teeth and looked at his former subordinates, the surviving farm thugs. The young guard Tony couldn't bear it and answered subconsciously, I saw it. There are indeed 3 colorful slimes stealing solar panels. The pile of dismantled solar panels over there is the evidence. Hearing this, Siegel raised his eyelids and looked at the young boy with brown hair and freckles in front of him. Did you really see it? facing the frosty eyes of the person in front of him. The boy's heart couldn't help but beat. Really? I don't know why. He clearly said the truth. But in front of this new owner, he felt guilty unconsciously. This made him doubt himself. Could it be that the memories just now were all false? And all were just the product of his own hallucinations? Looking at the boy who suddenly became like a quail, Siegel said calmly, "It's just dismantling the solar panels. Any normal person with hands and feet can do it. How can you prove that it was done by the slime?" In just a moment, the witnesses present fell silent. Indeed, they really couldn't prove it. Those dismantled solar panels might be a farce directed and performed by someone who stole the goods, Siegel said, looking at Bordeaux coldly. And he had to be good at making up lies. Bordeaux's former owner. Upon hearing this, Bordeaux's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. "I didn't lie. What I said was true." However, the other party didn't pay any attention at all. Siegel raised his hand, and then a cold and black gun barrel was pressed straight against his forehead. In just a moment, Bordeaux's previous arrogance disappeared without a trace. Looking at the calm eyes of the man in front of him, Bordeaux had no doubt that the other party would take his life in the next moment. In an instant, Bordeaux threw all his so-called face and authority behind his head. With a thud, he fell heavily to his knees on the ground. "Master Siegel. No. Don't kill me." Bang! The begging for mercy stopped abruptly. Blood splattered all over the tobacco field. Bordeaux's fat body, like a hill, fell straight to the ground. I hate being deceived the most. In this world, the only one who can deceive him is himself. The rest of the people can only be deceived by him. Putting away the gun in his hand, Siegel looked at the others around him coldly. "Clean up this place." Hearing this, everyone said yes with pale faces. Under the command of several thugs, the farmhands worked together to carry their old boss out of the tobacco field and wash the blood on the ground with water. In the tobacco field, the two little players who witnessed all this were dumbfounded. Damn! Someone is dead. It's still a murder scene without mosaics. Can this game really pass the review? Unlike what the young players thought, Xiaoming was thinking about another important question at this time. Who is the young man who fired the gun? He had never heard of such a person in Bordeaux Farm before. And judging from Bordeaux's appearance just now, he seemed to be very afraid of him. It doesn't seem like he is the leader of those interstellar thieves outside. After all, the other party's temperament is really incompatible with that group of uneducated bandits. If he is not an interstellar thief, then who is he? As if he noticed his doubts, the summoner panel in front of him immediately popped up a description with a picture. Siegel Piamo, a famous interstellar fraudster known as a genius criminal. 2 years ago, he was arrested for defrauding all the assets of the president of the Future Alliance Bank, and was then imprisoned in the western prison of the Wasteland Planet. More than half a month ago, Siegel Piamo escaped from the western prison of the Wasteland Planet. Then, on the way to escape, he met the interstellar thieves Fong and reached a certain cooperation agreement with them. After that, the Fong thieves group went to the eastern region with Siegel and committed many crimes along the way. In addition to occupying Bordeaux Farm and killing the owner Bordeaux, there were also major cases such as the extermination of Pierre Farm, kidnapping 2 external affairs officers of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and looting the Julian caravan. The prison in the western part of the deserted planet is offering a reward of 5 million gold coins for the capture of the fugitive Siegel Piamo. A reward of 5 million gold coins. Seeing this, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, a happy smile appeared on his face. Although the red-spotted Amanita was gone, the god of the universe seemed to have given him another generous gift. Chapter 42 Battle Plan. Probably because Siegel's actions scared everyone in Bordeaux Farm. No one dared to mention the slime afterwards. The farmhands also returned to their respective positions to continue working. Only the 2 little players hiding in the tobacco field were still immersed in the lingering fear of the previous one. That kid was really cruel. Pork stewed with vermicelli couldn't help but say, although it was wrong for the fat old man to kick people. He shot him, and he was too extreme. I am your father nodded. I didn't expect the new plot to be so bloody and violent. I thought even the villain hostile forces would be artistically processed. After all, the characters set for players in the game are all cute slimes. And the previous tasks are all in the pastoral utopian style of building villages, collecting food and hunting. Suddenly so realistic terrorism really made them all unable to deal with it. So, Desolate Star World is taking this route? This is too exciting. In addition to being shocked, the 2 couldn't help but think of an important thing. So what did those people just say? I can't understand it without a translator. Thinking about it, The two hurriedly asked the NPC chief beside them. The young man didn't believe that the slime would steal the solar panels. He thought that the Bordeaux owner was lying. So he shot him. Xiaoming summarized it concisely. Bordeaux owner? So, the fat uncle, just now, is the owner of this Bordeaux farm? Damn! The owner of the farm died so easily. What kind of magical plot is this? For a while, the players' heads were filled with all kinds of doubts. Xiaoming naturally saw their confusion. But it was too troublesome to explain verbally. So he silently posted the information about Siegel PMO on the game panel of the two. After reading the plot information pushed by the game, the two immediately understood one thing. Good guy. It turns out that the farm owner is just a cannon fodder. The real boss is this wanted genius criminal and those interstellar thieves who have occupied the nest. I wondered why the owner's look was so sloppy. It turned out that he was going to die. Pork stewed with vermicelli analyzed thoughtfully. That guy dressed so well because the plot required it. After all, he is a big boss. So he can't be designed too shabby. I am your father's side. It's a pity that he is so handsome, but turned out to be a big villain. Pork stewed with vermicelli continued to analyze. According to the current plot trend, the next event copy should be to defeat the boss and save the long-term worker of Bordeaux farm. As for this fraudster named Siegel, the plot information says that the Western prison is looking for him and has offered a reward of 5 million gold coins. From this point of view, as long as he is captured alive, he may get the highest reward of this event. I am your father. The highest reward? What will it be? Pork stewed with vermicelli shook his head and said it was hard to say. It could be a huge contribution point or something else, such as god-level equipment. After all, it is the first large-scale external group battle event in the closed beta stage of the game. I don't think the official should take out something too bad as a reward. God-level equipment. I am your father. Holding his Q-elastic face thoughtfully. I don't know what kind of god-level equipment it is. The possibilities are endless. Hearing this question, Pork stewed with vermicelli suddenly became more eager to discuss. To put it in a small way, it's like the gun in the hand of the boss just now. To put it in a big way, it may also be some kind of particularly awesome props, such as enhanced god-level equipment. I am your father blinked, the kind that can turn you into a superhero when you put it on? Almost. Although, I am your father hesitated to say, slime doesn't seem to be able to wear clothes. Pork stewed with vermicelli. That's a strengthening potion or something. Pork stewed with vermicelli said, it's like a superhero in Marvel. Because potions or some toxins can gain various abilities. Good man. Do you think slime is Spider-Man? On the side, Xiaoming pretended to be confused and listened to the two young players whispering discussions with a serious face. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, good guy. The event dungeon hasn't even been launched yet. And they have already arranged the gameplay and rewards. How embarrassed is this for him as a planner? Thinking of this, he interrupted the two people's chat. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. We have to leave here quickly. Hearing this, the two people who were chatting happily were stunned. Leave now? So fast? Chief, don't we do something? Pork stewed with vermicelli paused and said, that guy is not a good person at first glance. If you don't care about these farmhands, they are likely to die. Yes, Chief. I am your father and persuaded, being ruled by such a group of bandits. These people are really pitiful. However, their pleading could not move the slime chief in front of them. I saw that the other party glanced at the two of them lightly. How to care? Do you think you can beat so many people now? The two of them were silent. I really can't beat them. Don't be reckless. Xiaoming said in a deep voice, if you want to save people, you have to think about it in the long run. The two looked at each other. So, thinking about it in the long run means, go back to get help. Before they could figure it out, they saw the khaki slime in front of them waved at them, follow me. Without time to think about it, the two of them immediately followed the pace of the tribe leader. On the way back, the two of them were reluctant to give up the reward that was about to come to their mouths. So they took advantage of the fact that the natives in the farm were not paying attention and stole 2 more solar panels. Unfortunately, the dog hole out was too small, and the board that was stolen with great difficulty was stuck in the hole and couldn't get out. Because they were worried about being discovered again, the two had to give up reluctantly. Compared with the regretful expressions on their faces, Xiaoming was much calmer this time, because he knew that Bordeaux Farm would sooner or later be taken down by players and become the new base of Slime Village. By then, they don't need to be sneaky like they are now. They just need to take it openly. But before that, he has to make a perfect battle plan. After all, Siegel and the group of interstellar thieves have guns. And most of the surviving thugs in the farm have already joined Siegel. With these people, the firepower of Bordeaux Farm should not be underestimated. And Xiaoming only has 10 landmines and 2 tracking bombs as lethal thermal weapons. To be honest, Xiaoming was actually unwilling to use bombs unless it was necessary. After all, they were very lethal and could easily hurt innocent people. Moreover, if the farm was really blown up, they would have to spend time and energy to rebuild it, which was not cost-effective. But if bombs were not used, the players' current cold weapons could not defeat these people. So they had to find a way to replenish hot weapons. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that he needed to try his luck in the reward pool again. Returning to the slime village, Xiaoming briefly explained a few words to the 2 young players and went to the secret base. In the account, in addition to the 4,100 points that were not used up in the last draw, the players added 900 points of rewards to him through the task of hunting the wild star wolf in the past few days, added up to a total of 5,000 points. Enough for him to draw 50 times in the advanced reward pool and 500 times in the intermediate reward pool. Without hesitation, he dropped 1,000 points in the advanced reward pool. A familiar white light flashed, and a bunch of things appeared in front of him. 5 tracking bombs, 3 military drones produced by the Space Legion, and 2 boxes of 9mm diameter bullets. Tracking bombs aside, military drones are a good thing that can be used in many places. These 2 boxes of bullets. Xiaoming suddenly fell silent. Just giving bullets but no guns. What the hell? Resisting the desire to complain crazily, Xiaoming threw another 2,000 points into the advanced reward pool. This time he finally got what he wanted. 4 pistols and 4 rifles, in addition to 12 slime evolution balls. The shape of the pistol is very similar to the M9, and the caliber of the bullet is exactly 9mm. As for the 4 rifles, the style is closer to the real-world M4, and the bullets used should be 5.56 by 45mm bullets. Either give bullets but no guns, or give guns but no bullets. The delivery method of this reward pool is really speechless. Complaints aside, the lottery still needs to be drawn. Throw 1,000 points into the pool again. This time, no guns or slime evolution balls were drawn. There were only 8 boxes of bullets and 2 bulletproof vests. Fortunately, 6 of the 8 boxes of bullets were 5.56 by 45mm caliber, which just matched the rifles drawn before. The remaining 2 boxes were still 9mm pistol bullets. For 1,000 points were wasted in the advanced reward pool. No matter how rich he was, Xiaoming still felt a little painful at this time. However, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. In order to win, these efforts are still very necessary. War can only be established when the level gap between the 2 sides is not too big. If the gap is too big, it is called bullying and giving away heads. Besides, the slime village does need to replenish hot weapons such as guns and ammunition. It is really difficult for them to expect players to use their own bows and arrows to fight against those evil villains on the deserted planet. But 8 guns are still too few. He currently has a total of 50 players. Even if we give the guns and ammunition to the current highest level LV2 player, there won't be enough to share, because there are already 16 players who have upgraded to LV2. There are only 8 guns. Only enough for half of them. What should we do? Do we really have to use mines and bombs? Xiaoming was a little worried. Swords and knives have no eyes on the battlefield, and friendly forces may be injured accidentally. What if a player fails to dodge in time and is blown into jelly by a bomb? Although players can be resurrected, it is also a troublesome thing that too many casualties cannot keep up with the resurrection speed. It seems necessary to strengthen the players. Thinking of this, Xiaoming locked his eyes on the slime evolution ball in front of him. Although the effect of this evolutionary item that specifically acts on slimes is random and uncontrollable, it is his only hope at present. At least when he used this thing, it triggered the skill of avoiding crisis, which improved a lot in avoiding crisis and speed. If there are players as lucky as him and also get similar dodge skills, then there is no need to worry. At least when we encounter danger, we can still run away, and we are not afraid of running out of firewood if we keep our lives. Even if he didn't get a dodge skill, it didn't matter. Evolution is good for players anyway. But the number of evolution balls is still a little less, including the 6 balls he drew last time. He now has a total of 18 balls. Even if he uses the last 1,000 points to go to the advanced lottery pool, he may not be able to draw 10 slime evolution balls. Even if he draws them, 28 evolution balls are still not enough. It would be great if the advanced evolution agent produced by the Future Alliance could also work on slimes. In this case, he can use the last 1,000 points to try his luck in the intermediate reward pool, which not only saves points, but also saves worry. Because unlike the slime evolution ball, which has a random evolution effect, the effect of this advanced evolution agent produced by the Future Alliance is very stable. Green strengthens the body, blue develops the brain, and yellow can stimulate the highest potential of the human body, thus giving it superpowers. If players can also use this advanced evolution agent used by humans, then he can completely develop and improve it according to the player's numerical panel. Let the strength department use green, and the wisdom department use blue. As for the highest level yellow, he simply held a lottery event and let the players draw. Whoever draws it will use it. However, there is no if. Compared with this unreliable fantasy, it is better to consider winning over the enslaved farmhands in the farm. After all, from the external conditions, the current hard power of Slime Village is far lower than that of Bordeaux Farm. Although I am not willing to admit it, this is the fact. Although there are 50 players in Slime Village, only about 1/3 of them have upgraded to LV2, and the rest are at LV1. In addition to the number of weapons and the combat strength of personnel, food is also a big problem. After the war, players will definitely have no time to hunt and gather, which requires a stable supply of food. However, the fields in Slime Village have just been reclaimed, and the seeds have only been sown not long ago. Even the improved version of rye cannot grow and mature in just a few days. On the other hand, although the Bordeaux farms mainly produce lady tobacco, it does not mean that they do not grow crops. Although the area of crop cultivation is not large, there are still some. In addition, the former owner Bordeaux is stingy and only takes in but not out. Even if there is no production during this period, the food in the granary can feed them for several months. The strength of the players is also uneven, in addition to the lack of hot weapons and stable food supplies. This means that the Slime Village cannot fight a protracted war. So Blitzkrieg is their only way to win at present. Attack them by surprise. Catch them off guard. In order to achieve this, in addition to the tactical cooperation between players, it is actually a good choice to split the Bordeaux farm. Although the owner of Bordeaux is dead, a landlord has left, and a group of bandits and mountain kings have come. I believe that the days of those long-term workers will definitely not be much better. If they only needed to worry about food and clothing in the past, now they are even more worried about how long they can live. Rabbits can bite people when they are forced into a corner, not to mention a group of living people, as long as the fire of hope is ignited in their hearts. Are you afraid that they will not turn against them? When people are in extreme suffering, they will ask God for help. The God of the universe is their only hope to escape suffering. Through the propaganda of the Me sisters, who came from Bordeaux Farm, the people in the farm knew about the existence of the God's messenger, and drew a blueprint for a better future for them. Let these people believe that the slimes, as God's messengers, are their saviors. In this way, the collapse of Bordeaux Farm is just around the corner. Chapter 43. How is this possible? Just as Xiaoming was planning to have Minamiya go to the village where the farmhands were as a lobbyist, the canteen of the Slime Village was bustling with activity. It was lunchtime, and the players were eating their ordered sets while listening to pork-stewed vermicelli, who had just returned to the village, telling about what he saw and heard during his investigation at Bordeaux Farm today. Let me tell you, Bordeaux Farm is simply amazing. Pork-stewed vermicelli waved the grilled fish in his hand, looking extremely excited. It is worthy of being the next event map. The place is much larger than our village, and there are many NPCs. A player asked curiously, how many is many? A rough estimate is that there are still about 100. Pork-stewed vermicelli thought for a while and said, except for the guards. Most of them are farmhands working. About 100 people? Damn! Is this true? You have to know that since entering the game, the only human NPCs they have seen in the game except Minamiya are the 2 unknown men who disappeared after the plot. Now, I heard that there are hundreds of NPCs in the next map, and many players were curious. Damn! So many people? Can the server of this game support it? There will be no modeling. Right? It can definitely support it. Pork-stewed with vermicelli couldn't help but refute. I saw it with my own eyes. The modeling is totally fine. Not only are the characters' movements and expressions real and delicate, but even the guns in their hands are the same as the real ones. Gun? Hearing this, even Dupang Zhanchi, who doesn't like to join in the fun, couldn't help but pick up his bowl and join their conversation. What kind of gun is it? I don't know much about the model of the gun. At a glance, it's probably a shotgun or a rifle. Most of the guards in the farm are holding this kind. But the big boss inside uses a pistol. The shape is a bit strange. I haven't seen it before. Speaking of this, pork stewed with vermicelli couldn't help but sigh. I have to say that the modeling of this game is awesome. The picture effect when shooting is also like the real thing. And there is no special effect at all. Isn't it normal to have no special effects? Gotham Iron Man, who had been listening for a long time, couldn't help but say, after all, it was a gun, not Sakura's magic wand. So many special effects are not a magical girl transformation. Besides, when playing PUBG, people don't have so many fancy things when shooting. That's right. Pork stewed with vermicelli nodded and didn't continue to struggle with this issue. After drinking a mouthful of wolf meat soup, Duping asked, I heard you said you saw the boss just now. So you went into the farm? Yes. Pork stewed with vermicelli nodded. I want Hong to be curious. How did you get in? Isn't it said that there are strict guards there? We have to thank our patriarch for this. Hearing this question, pork stewed with vermicelli immediately became excited. He took us to the wall on the left side. There was a dog hole there. It was easy for a body like a slime to drill through. Everyone. Good guy. He actually went in through a dog hole. Stir-fried kidneys were amazed. I never thought that the clan leader, who is usually so serious, would actually go through a dog hole. We didn't expect this either. Pork stewed with vermicelli said, but this is not important. The important thing is that we got in. I want to be red and couldn't help but joke, but we have already entered the farm. Why don't you bring some local specialties back from there? I want to. Too. Pork stewed with vermicelli said, but all they grow there are tobacco leaves. And we didn't find anything to eat. But we did find solar panels. The tribe leader said that it is a good thing that can generate electricity by absorbing light energy. The boss and I wanted to steal some back. But unfortunately, we were discovered by the natives inside. And they chased us. I am your father. It was obviously you who took too much that we were discovered. This is not important. Pork stewed with vermicelli coughed lightly and said, the important thing is that we saw the plot while running away. A shooting. Damn. Shooting? Is it so exciting? Speaking of this, the players were no longer sleepy and hurriedly urged pork stewed with vermicelli to tell the story in detail. The plot is roughly that a few days ago, a wanted interstellar criminal escaped from prison and teamed up with a group of bandits to rob the Bordeaux farm and become the king there. The entire farm, including the farm owner, lives under their control. The shooting we saw was probably that the farm owner accidentally angered the boss and was killed. Pork stewed with vermicelli briefly and roughly recounted the plot information seen before. Players were obviously not satisfied with the dry narration of pork stewed with vermicelli. That's it? Isn't that enough? Pork stewed with vermicelli was also very aggrieved. There were no subtitles when passing the plot. This little information was also inferred by the two of us based on what the patriarch said, and the game's toothpaste-like character introduction. I am your father nodded. And vermicelli was right. We didn't react at the time. And the owner of Bordeaux was shot dead by the boss with a headshot. I am a little disappointed. When Minami appeared before, I thought the farm owner was the boss. But I didn't expect him to be killed so quickly. That fat uncle is certainly not the boss. He is at best a cannon fodder. I am your father said. The real boss is a young handsome foreigner. A handsome foreigner? Upon hearing this, some old pervert's eyes lit up immediately. Compared with the guy with an inverted triangle body and 8 abdominal muscles last time. Who is more handsome? What does he look like? Any pictures? No pictures. I am your father sighed and said, you all know that this game does not support screenshots at present. If you are curious, you will see it when the event is officially launched. As for which one is more handsome, it depends on personal aesthetics. These two are not of the same type. This new boss looks like a gentleman. Damn! A gentleman! So XP. For a while, the old perverts became more and more excited. When will this new event be launched? I just can't wait to see the handsome guy. I don't care whether the guy is handsome or not. I just want to see what Bordeaux Farm looks like. I hope the official can hurry up. I'm tired of fighting the wild star wolf. I want to go to the new map now. Don't be too impatient. Dapping Zenki analyzed, after all, it has only been updated for a short time. And the new activities should not come out so soon. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of the players was instantly extinguished. I want to be red said, it's just a matter of waiting a little longer. We can take advantage of this time to level up. It would be troublesome if the new event dungeon also limits the player's level like. War of the Wolf. Did I want to be Red's words are not unreasonable. For a moment, the players stopped being depressed, quickly finished their meals, and went back to work. There are still a few hours before going offline, and it won't hurt to play for a while longer. The online players are busy leveling up, but Lu Guang offline is anxious. The reason is simple. His brother actually confiscated his helmet. He can't log into the game now, in order to prevent him from stealing the helmet back in the middle of the night. His brother even locked the doors and windows. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? He is 22 years old, not a child anymore. In order to prevent him from playing games, he actually came up with such a bad trick. However, no matter how dissatisfied he is in his heart, and how much he complains, he can't change the reality. Lu Guang can only use his mobile phone to check online if there is a way to log into the game without a helmet. Unfortunately, there is no such way, because before, there was a poor guy who posted a message on the forum saying that he lost his helmet and couldn't log into the game, and asked if the official could send her another one, even if he had to pay to buy another one. However, the official did not reply to her. Under this post, in addition to the ridicule of netizens, the poster was crying there, checking the other party's latest post. She has begun to ask for a large sum of money to transfer the helmet. However, disappointingly, no one is willing to sell the helmet. Moreover, according to reliable information provided by the official, a helmet can only be bound to one person's account. Even if you buy one that someone else has transferred, you can't log in. Lu Guang became more desperate after hearing this news. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems, and those that cannot be solved with money are big problems. Unable to log into the game, how should he spend this long night now? Just when Lu Guang was not in the mood to sleep, Lu Yan on the other side stared at the helmet in front of him. He has tried countless times. However, no matter whether he wears it right, wrong, or diagonally, the helmet in front of him has no reaction. Could it be that he is wearing the helmet in the wrong posture? Recalling what his brother said before about going to bed early, Lu Yan lay on the bed doubtfully. However, it was still pitch black in front of him. At this time, Lu Yang had never thought that the reason why he could not log into the game was because the account helmet and the human body did not match. He only persisted in finding the source of the problem. Could it be that it was out of power? In doubt, Lu Yang immediately took off the helmet and began to look for the charging port. Still couldn't find it. Could it be a built-in power supply? However, after a careful search, he couldn't find a place to install a built-in power supply. I don't know what material or process the helmet in front of me is made of. Not only can it not be disassembled, there is not even a seam on it. Could it be fake? However, thinking of the nervous expression of his brother A Guang when he confiscated the helmet, he couldn't help but dispel this guess. It shouldn't be possible. If it was a fake, A Guang's reaction would not be so big. But if it wasn't a fake game helmet, why couldn't he get on it? It seems that this helmet doesn't need to be charged. Wait, has technology developed to the point where devices can be played without charging? This is impossible, right? Whether it is PC games, online mobile games, or some standalone games, electronic devices are needed as carriers. Since it is an electronic device, it must be charged. But the helmet in front of him is obviously beyond his cognition. Who made this game helmet? What is the identity of the ghost game company that can't find any trace? These unknown questions are like snowballs, getting bigger and bigger. For a while, Lu Yang felt that he seemed to have accidentally touched a Pandora's box hiding a huge secret. However, there was no way to open it. However, he was not frustrated. On the contrary, his raging desire for challenge hidden deep in his heart was completely aroused. Yet he was just curious about what was so special about the game that made his younger brother so obsessed. Then now, he wants to dig out the monsters behind Wildstar World. However, just when he was confident that he would be able to find out the truth behind it, a mysterious package a few days later completely shattered his self-confidence. Looking at the express box placed on the desk in front of him, Lu Yang was stunned. He didn't seem to have bought anything recently. Could it be a holiday gift from a customer? Doubtfully, he opened the express. He saw a silver helmet lying inside. The style was exactly the same as the one used by A Guang. In addition, there was a piece of printed paper. It said, VR helmet, put it on to enter the game. The game will start in 48 hours. Wildstar World welcomes you. Recalling the game reservation application form he filled out before, Lu Yang was very sure that he did not fill in the company's address on it. But this package appeared out of thin air in his office. This is too weird. Lu Yang, who was a little scared, immediately asked the secretary who sent the package. However, the secretary said he had no idea. Lu Yang, who didn't believe in evil, went to check the surveillance again. However, a few seconds before the package appeared, the camera was full of snowflakes. The package appeared on his desk out of thin air, as if through a space door in another dimension. However, what was even more bizarre was that the surveillance camera in the corridor facing his office door did not capture anyone entering or leaving. Instantly, Lu Yang, a materialist, felt that his cognition collapsed at this moment. How could this be possible? Chapter 44 Service Suspension Announcement. Just when Lu Yang was doubting his life for the helmet in front of him. On the other hand, Lu Guang, who was staying at home, quietly sent a red envelope to the cleaning aunt and asked her to give him the spare key in his brother's room. Money can make the devil push the mill. And the aunt readily gave the key. After getting the key, Lu Guang hurriedly ran to find the game helmet in his brother's room. Poor thing. He hadn't logged into the game for 2 days. If he hadn't explained it in the group in advance when he lost the helmet, others would probably think he was missing. In fact, he originally planned to secretly take the helmet back while his brother was at work the next day. But he never thought that his brother was very alert and actually locked the room. Lu Guang was unwilling and wanted to climb to his brother's room through the windowsill. But the distance between the 2 bedrooms was too far, and he couldn't climb over at all. So he had to give up temporarily. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly saw the cleaning aunt. So, he had a new idea. However, Lu Guang, who got the key, still couldn't get what he wanted. The reason was simple. His brother actually hid the helmet. Lu Guang searched the whole house, but couldn't find his beloved gaming helmet. Anxiously, he caught a glimpse of the safe in the house that was as tall as a person. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Damn, it's not that bad. Right? Just as Lu Guang was fighting wits and courage with the combination lock of the safe, the official website of WildStar World made another big move. WildStar World 1.06 Service Suspension Update Announcement. 1. The number of closed beta testers increased to 100. 2. A new limited-time confrontation event to rescue Bordeaux Farm is about to be launched. Our neighbor Bordeaux Farm seems to be in trouble. Mia, the treacherous and cruel interstellar wanted criminal Siegel Piamo, came to the eastern part of the wasteland together with those evil interstellar thieves. They robbed the passing caravans, slaughtered everyone on Pierre Farm, and now occupied Bordeaux Farm. Bordeaux Farm is not far from the slime village. If we let these villains continue to bully our doorstep, they will sooner or later reach out to the slime village in the valley. So, tribesmen, we must unite. Not only to rescue those poor farmhands, but also for our slime village. The Slime Clan, Chieftain Golden Slime. The event is open to all players, and players of LV1 and above can participate. Participating in the event will earn you contribution points and other generous rewards. 3. Several new weapons have been added to the warehouse. During the event, players can rent weapons from NPC Mia with contribution points. The quantity is limited. First come first served. The 1.06 version update data is huge. In order to ensure the stability of the server, it is necessary to stop the service for maintenance for 2 days. Please understand the inconvenience caused to all players. Although the players in the world of the Deserted Star have long been accustomed to the official always making a big move without saying hello, but seeing the update announcement in front of them, the players in front of the screen couldn't help but let out a cry hack. It's not just because of the official sudden suspension of service updates, but also because of the upcoming new events. Confrontation dungeons, new maps, new weapons, generous rewards. Each of these words sounded extremely tempting. For a time, the players on the forum were all excited. Dapping Zanki, I heard that the official would launch new activities before, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I am your father, it's confirmed. The official planner has no bottleneck period. Good luck, the last activity was just launched not long ago. And now there is a siege war. The planner dad is awesome. Gotham Iron Man, although it's too long to stop the service for 2 days. My steelmaking furnace is not built yet. Judgmental Bye Guy, oh my god. There is a steelmaking furnace? Is this game so hardcore? I want to be read. The above has little knowledge. Gotham Brother has made smokeless fire/powder some time ago. This steelmaking furnace is not a piece of cake. Judgmental Bye Guy, horrified, the newcomer is trembling. Qin Feng Ming you a judgment of giving away, don't be afraid. It's just a few hardcore people. Not all players. Overtime Design Dog, I agree. There are still many casual farming players in this game. Judgment of giving away, then I feel relieved. Picking mushrooms girl, by the way. Is Judgment of giving away one of the 50 new players this time? Judgment of giving away, yes. Are you too? Picking mushrooms girl, yes. Me too. I want to be read at Picking mushrooms girl. Did you draw an account? Picking mushrooms girl, yes. After so long. I finally drew it this time. Ping Zhan Chi, congratulations. Pork stewed with vermicelli, congratulations. I am your father, congratulations. I am your father at Picking mushrooms girl. I noticed your ID before. And I feel it is very suitable for our mushroom picking association. Do you want to consider joining us after entering the game? I want to be read? Mushroom picking association? What is that? Pork stewed with vermicelli, the guild founded by the boss and me. I want to be read. Guild? When will this game open the guild system? I am your father. Just because there is no guild now does not mean there will be no guild in the future. It will not hurt to recruit people in advance to form a guild in the future. We call this preparing for a rainy day. The little girl who picks mushrooms and I am your father. Thank you for the invitation. But I just got the helmet. And I have no chance to log in because the game is currently closed for updates. Let's talk about this matter after the server is opened. I am your father, okay. No problem. Ultraman of Light, damn! The server is closed for updates? I want to be read, Ultraman. You finally showed up. Ping spreads his wings. Did you find the helmet? Ultraman of Light. Well, it's almost there. I want to be read? Ping spreads his wings? By Wuchang, if you find it. You find it. If you don't find it. You don't find it. What do you mean by almost there? Don't tell me that your helmet is not lost but chewed by your dog. Ultraman of Light. How is it possible? Hey Guang Dongqiang, it is indeed impossible. This helmet is very strong. It won't break even if it falls. Let alone being bitten by a dog. By Wuchang, squinting, have you tried it? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, picking his nose, of course. I have a dog at home. By Wuchang, 6666. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, but compared to being bitten by a dog, I am more inclined to believe that the dog will use the helmet as a toilet, picking his nose. By Wuchang. I want red. Ultraman of Light. Ping Zhan Chi, Lao Hei. You wouldn't. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, covering face, don't ask. It's all tears if you talk too much. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, I can only tell you that this helmet is waterproof and can be used again after washing. By Wuchang. I want to be read. I am your father. This is a story with flavor. By Wuchang at Light Ultraman, so your helmet is really used as a toilet by the dog as Lao Hei said? Light Ultraman, of course not. I don't have a dog at home. By Wuchang, then what happened to your helmet? Light Ultraman. You don't need to know this. He would not tell these guys that his helmet was not lost but locked in the safe by his brother. He would not tell them that when he opened the safe, he entered the wrong password 3 times in a row, which triggered the alarm and almost caused the housekeeper to call the police. After all, he is a high-end player in the game, and he still has face. Ignoring the questions of the idiots in the group, Lu Guang changed the subject. Although he still hasn't been able to get his helmet back, Lu Guang heaved a sigh of relief at this moment, because the game has been suspended for updates. He was originally still anxious about not being able to log into the game without a helmet, but now he was told that the official service was going to be suspended for updates. What a coincidence! He couldn't log into the game, and no one else could either. As long as he got his helmet back before the update was over, he could log into the game as scheduled. And to get the helmet back, he had to get his brother to give in. Just when he was considering whether to threaten his brother with a photo of him wetting the bed when he was a child, his phone suddenly vibrated twice. When he opened it, it turned out to be a message from his brother. Lu Yang, what's the matter with this helmet? Lu Yang, 1.jpg. Looking at the silver helmet in front of him, Lu Guang's eyes widened suddenly. Good guy. It turns out that the helmet is not in the safe. But you took it to the company. Just when Lu Guang wanted to argue with his brother, he saw that the other party sent several sentences like a machine gun. Lu Yang, when I came to the office this morning, there was a package on the table. I opened it and found this helmet inside. Lu Yang, when I filled out the appointment questionnaire, I didn't leave any address or contact information. As a result, this helmet appeared directly on the table in my office. This is too unbelievable. Lu Yang, I checked the company's surveillance. The monitor was full of snowflakes, and nothing was captured. The secretary also said that no one entered or left my office. What's going on? Lu Yang, and it's even stranger. I couldn't see anything when I put on your helmet before. But this time, I could see the words countdown to the server opening. What is the technical principle of this helmet? Could it be bound to a person? It was the first time that Lu Guang saw his brother send so many sentences at once. It can be seen that he was really shocked. But compared to Lu Yang, Lu Guang was also shocked to the extreme at this time. It turned out that this helmet was not his, but his brother's. This means that his brother also reserved a game account for Wild Planet and was selected. But 2 days ago, his brother said that he was addicted to the internet and lost his ambition to play games. But now, hack. His brother is only willing to let the officials set fires, but not the people light lamps. Lu Guang, who felt that he had caught his brother's pigtail, laughed twice and typed a reply, "If you return the helmet to me, I will tell you the truth." The other side was silent for a moment, and then sent a sentence. Lu Yang, no deal. Lu Guang, equals smiley face. Except for the Lu brothers. Most of the players in the real world are excited about the upcoming new activities. Unlike the players' great expectations, Xiaoming, as a planner, is worried at this time. Although the notice of suspension of service updates was posted. In fact, even he himself did not know whether 2 days would be enough to prepare for a counterattack. After the players went offline last night, Xiaoming called Minami over and told them what happened recently in Bordeaux Farm. Hearing this, the expressions of the two sisters were a little complicated. After all, no one expected that the grumpy and stingy farm owner would die like this. And he died at the hands of a wanted criminal. It's really hard to predict. Although evil will be punished. When they really learned about the death of the old vampire, they still felt a little subtle. After all, the one who killed the other party was not a good person. Thinking about it, Mia couldn't help asking, "Master Gold Slime, how are the other people in the farm?" "Not very good." Xiaoming shook his head. Since the Bordeaux farm was occupied by the interstellar thieves, the manor changed hands, and the thugs all joined the bandits. In order to survive, the farmhands can only continue to work under these people. In short, life is not easy. Although she had a premonition in her heart, when she actually heard the news, the taste in her heart became more bitter. Once upon a time, they were also one of these farmhands. If it weren't for old Jerry's matter, they wouldn't have the courage to follow Master Gold Slime here. If nothing had happened, the final fate of those who stayed in Bordeaux Farm would probably not be much better than that of the Bordeaux owner. After all, they had heard about the notoriety of interstellar thieves since they were young. These people are more terrifying and cruel than the farm thugs. They regard human life as grass, and do all kinds of evil things such as burning, killing, looting and robbing. Now that Bordeaux Farm has been occupied by interstellar thieves, the life of the farmhands will only be more difficult than before. Starving and being deducted wages are just small matters. The fear is that if they accidentally anger this group of jackals, they will lose their lives. Many of those farmhands are old acquaintances, who have known them for many years, and even childhood friends who grew up together, thinking that they may die next. Mia couldn't help but speak. "Lord Gold Slime, although this request may seem a bit shameless in your opinion, I still want to ask you here to save those people." Hearing this, Mina also pleaded, "Lord Gold Slime, please save them." Seeing that the two sisters were about to kneel down in kowtow, Xiaoming immediately raised his hand to stop them. "In fact, I also have this plan without you telling me." Hearing this, the two sisters' eyes suddenly lit up. Being stared at like this by the two, Xiaoming was also quite uncomfortable. Then he coughed and said seriously, "After all, they are a group of interstellar thieves. Letting them do whatever they want at our doorstep will sooner or later harm our slime village. Therefore, we must eradicate the pests that have occupied the Bordeaux farm. This is not only to help the poor people who are enslaved, but also for ourselves." After listening to Xiaoming's speech, the sisters' eyes were full of admiration. In fact, their original idea was just to hope that Lord Gold Slime would allow those farmhands to secretly come to Slime Village for refuge, just like them at the beginning. But what people didn't expect was that Lord Gold Slime actually wanted to eradicate those interstellar thieves. What a heroic and righteous person. As expected of Lord Gold Slime, he is so farsighted in doing things. They really didn't follow the wrong person. Looking at the sister's starry eyes, Xiaoming paused and said, "But if we want to win this war, we still need to make some preparations." "What preparations?" Mina asked subconsciously. "These 2 days, my men are secretly training for this war. They have their things to do. And you also have things you need to do." Upon hearing this, Mina hurriedly said, just tell me. As long as we can do it. This is exactly the answer Xiaoming wanted. Hearing this, he said, I need you to go to the village where the farmhands live to publicize our tribe. Oh no. It is to publicize the existence of the gods. Mia was very smart and understood Xiaoming's intention in an instant. Do you want us to publicize the achievements of the gods? Yes. But not entirely. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. What you have to do is to make them believe that the gods can bring them a better future. Let them have the courage to resist oppression. After all, the slime village is currently short of weapons and strong combat power. If there were no farmhands in Bordeaux Farm to cooperate internally, to be honest, it would be difficult for them to capture Bordeaux Farm. Of course, Xiaoming would not tell the sisters such truth, because in their eyes, he is the omnipotent messenger of the God of the universe, the boss who commands other messengers. If such a powerful identity shows that he is powerless, then what awaits him is the collapse of trust and the collapse of the existing order. The trust of the natives comes and goes quickly. Maybe you are worshipped as a god today, and you will be abandoned like a worn-out shoe tomorrow. Xiaoming did not dare to take this risk. Therefore, he could only package and beautify this real purpose. He looked at the two of them with a serious expression. And the value of people lies in self-reliance. We can only save their bodies, but not their souls. If they do not have the consciousness to resist oppression, then even if they are rescued, they are like walking corpses. So you must let them regain their courage and let them participate in this battle. Because only by actively fighting can we get a better future. Just like you at the beginning. Take the initiative to resist and get a new life. Listening to the resounding words of the slime in front of her and looking at the other party's bright eyes, Mia couldn't help but ignite a blazing fire in her heart. Yes, only by choosing to resist can you be reborn. If they had not resisted and had not mustered up the courage to avenge themselves, they would not have lived in this world long ago. Lord Gold Slime is right. Only by fighting can we have a better future. Thinking of this, Mina saluted Xiaoming seriously. Don't worry. We will definitely convince them. Mia also raised her hand and saluted. Seeing the two people's somewhat inappropriate actions, Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into silence. It's all because of those players who play tricks every day, making the NPCs learn bad things from the players. Resisting the urge to complain, Xiaoming nodded seriously. This matter concerns our future destiny. I believe you can do it well. Of course, this is just a polite remark. After all, at the moment, he has no other choice but to give this task to them. Having said that, he is not completely without room for development. The slime in front of him took out a silver briefcase from behind, and then took out 2 tubes of advanced evolution agents of different colors from it. Looking at the 2 glass tubes, one blue and one green, the Mii sisters were a little confused. Mr. Golden Slime, this is the magic medicine given to you by the God of the universe. The khaki slime in front of them said calmly. The road outside the mountain is not peaceful. For safety reasons, and also to thank you for your contribution to the slime clan, the God of the universe has given you these 2 tubes of magic medicine. As long as you drink it, you can get the power given to you by the God of the universe. I believe that with the help of the magic medicine, you can cope with the difficulties encountered on the road and return to the slime village safely. Chapter 45. Is this the power of the magic medicine? Magic medicine? Just drink it, and you can get the power granted by the God of the universe? The sudden good luck was like a tempting pie falling from the sky and hitting their heads directly. For a moment, the faces of the 2 sisters were full of surprises. Thank you, God of the universe. Thank you, Mr. Golden Slime. Xiaoming stopped the sisters from bowing without changing his face and heartbeat, and then handed the blue tube to Mina and the green tube to Mia. After observing for this period of time, he found that Mina was very talented in memorizing written language and calculating and analyzing numbers. So he inferred that Mina's wisdom value was definitely not low. On the contrary, although Mia looked gentle, she was actually very good at doing hard work, even stronger than himself in the human period. So Xiaoming suspected that Mia's strength value was far beyond that of ordinary women. Of course, this was just his guess, because the summoner can only display the player's data panel at present. Xiaoming still cannot check the specific values of the 2 sisters even if they are included in the slime village. But it doesn't matter. Although he can't see their data panels, Xiaoming is still a little confident in his judgment. According to the instructions of the advanced evolutionary agent, the blue potion can develop the brain and make people smarter. The green potion can make people's bodies stronger. It just corresponds to the situation of the sisters. It's just that it's not known whether this advanced evolutionary agent is really as useful as advertised. If this potion can make them improve, it will be a good thing for him. At least, they have a reliable basis when persuading the group of farmhands. Joining the slime god will not only gain freedom and no longer starve, but also allow them to gain the power of the god of the universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? People are all seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Players are like this, and the natives of the barren planet are even more so. As long as a tempting carrot is hung in front of them, they will move in the direction he wants. This is human nature. Mia didn't know what the slime in front of her was thinking. At this moment, they were immersed in the joy of being blessed by the god of the universe. They thought that the golden slime master gave them such an important task as a sign of respect for them. But they never expected that the god of the universe would give them a magic medicine. What a great honor! After holding the magic medicine given to them by the golden slime master and thanking him again and again, the two sisters drank it all up with joy. How does it feel? Xiaoming asked. The two smacked their lips twice, and then their beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Seeing this, Xiaoming asked again, "Is it not delicious?" Upon hearing this, the two sisters suddenly widened their eyes and shook their heads. No, no, no. It tastes very good. It is indeed a magic medicine. The taste is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the slightly exaggerated expressions of the two sisters, Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into silence. Your reaction makes people more suspicious that this thing is unpalatable. In fact, the taste of the advanced evolution agent is really not very good. It even tastes faintly like rusty molten iron. After all, the essence of this thing is medicine. It would be strange if medicine tasted good. Of course, neither Xiaoming, who is now a slime, nor the Mi sisters who grew up in the mountains of the desolate planet knew about this. Because one of them really hadn't tasted it and didn't know it, and the other had tasted it but said it tasted good in order to maintain the face of the god of the universe. But whether the medicine tastes good or not is secondary. The key is its effect. Thinking of this, Xiaoming opened his big eyes and stared at the faces of the two sisters. Do you feel anything different? Do you feel a special force surging in your body? Hearing this, the two sisters looked at each other. Then Mia raised her hand slightly, it seems. A little? On the side. Mina also raised her hand when she saw this. And I seem to have a little. Hearing this, he hurriedly asked, "What is the specific feeling?" Mia thought for a while and said, "It's cool when you drink it. And it's warm after entering the stomach. In short, I feel full of energy now." Mia replied, "I am different from Mia. I don't feel warm in my stomach or strong in my body. I just feel clear-headed." It actually works? Although Xiaoming was a little surprised, he didn't show it on his face. He just pointed to a stone pier with a diameter of 1 meter in the distance and said, "Mia, can you help me push that stone over? I want to sit for a while." "No problem, Mr. Golden Slime." Mia responded happily, and then trotted over. She bent down, and then performed a scene of Lin Dayu pulling up a weeping willow. In just a moment, she lifted up the stone weighing at least 500 or 600 kilograms. That's right. She lifted it up. Not hugging it or carrying it, but lifting it high above her head. You should know that the highest single record for women's weightlifting in the world is only more than 200 kilograms. But Mia in front of him. Not only Xiaoming, but even Mina couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the scene in front of her. "Mia, you?" Mia seemed to be surprised that she suddenly became extremely powerful. She subconsciously shook the stone block in her hand. This stone block, which should have been extremely heavy, seemed to be weightless in her hand and could be easily caught and thrown. She would never have been able to do such a thing before. Is this the power of the magic medicine? Just when Mia was surprised by the power brought by the magic water, Mina stared at her hands in a daze. Subconsciously, she also tried to lift the stone block in front of her like her sister. However, this big stone seemed to be welded to the ground and did not move firmly. What happened? Why couldn't she lift the big stone? Mina didn't understand why she had drunk the magic medicine, and it didn't work at all. Could it be that even the magic medicine couldn't change her mediocre qualifications? Just when Mina was feeling frustrated, Xiaoming casually asked, "Mina, how many heads and legs do the 9 three-headed dogs have?" Mina was taken aback by the question and answered subconsciously, "There are 27 heads and 36 legs." Mia looked at her sister in surprise. "So fast? How did you calculate it?" Mina was stunned when she heard it. Yes. How did she figure it out? Normally, she could get the answer, but not as fast as she is now. Thinking of this, Mina suddenly seemed to understand something. So, what the god of the universe gave her through the magic medicine was not power, But wisdom? Realizing this, Mina changed her previous frustration and smiled again. This must be the effect of the magic medicine. After personally confirming the effectiveness of the advanced evolutionary agent, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you have already integrated the power of the magic medicine very well. Next, go and spread the existence of the God of the universe and the God's messenger to those farmhands. This matter concerns their survival, as well as the fate of this land. Mina and Mia saluted. Yes, Master Golden Slime. Bordeaux was killed by Seagull. This is the news that Julian learned not long ago. Through the chat between the two farm thugs outside, he learned the whole story. That day, Bordeaux took Seagull to the tobacco field. But he did not see the so-called slime that stole the solar panels. This made Seagull very angry. He felt that Bordeaux was deceiving him. So he shot him. Although he felt sorry for the death of his old customer, Julian could understand Seagull's thoughts. After all, no matter who it was, they hated being fooled. Especially since the other party was a crazy interstellar wanted criminal. It was not surprising that he did anything. Although the two thugs swore that the slime stole the solar panels, it was actually true, and they saw it with their own eyes. But Julian still felt that the credibility of this matter was not high. After all, in his cognition, creatures like slimes were as unremarkable as slugs. No IQ. No thoughts. They only eat and sleep throughout their lives. Everything is done by instinct. How could such a low-level creature come to steal something like solar panels? After all, this thing cannot be eaten. What is even more strange is their color. Ordinary slimes are gray or black, and only a few will mutate into light blue. However, according to the thugs, one of the three slimes is light blue, one is khaki, and the other is light pink. When did the variety of slimes become as many as the desserts in the Jinsha City bakery? Julian found it hard to understand. Not only was it hard to understand the existence of this kind of slime, it was even harder to understand these people's fear of slime. What brought disaster? What killed the Bordeaux owner? It was all nonsense. There is no such incredible thing in this world. Julian has been doing business for many years. What storms and waves has he not seen? In his opinion, such strange things are most likely someone behind the scenes. Maybe Seagull was the one who spread the slime rumor. The reason he did this was nothing more than to kill the chicken to scare the monkey in front of everyone to establish his authority in the farm. After all, Seagull is a crazy criminal. And who can figure out the criminal's thoughts? Thinking of this, Julian became more and more anxious. Although Seagull's trick failed last time due to Bordeaux's interruption, no one can tell when the scammer will remember him again. He didn't want to drink the stuff called nicotine. And he didn't want to work for this madman. Whether he wanted to take revenge on the prison, rule the deserted planet, or rule the entire galaxy, it was up to him. He, Julian, would not accompany the other party in this dream. He was just a businessman who just wanted to make more money. This madman was still a little naive to paint him a rosy picture of the illusory future. He had to find a way to escape from here. As for the goods, Julian gritted his teeth. Anyway, most of them had been taken by those bandits. So he might as well lose them. There is always a chance of failure. Anyway, he still had some savings in the bank in Sand City. So it was not impossible for him to make a comeback. It would be great if the interstellar thieves could fight with Seagull, so that he could escape in the chaos. However, the probability of this was almost zero. And he could only think about it, rather than putting hope on their internal strife. It would be more practical to set fire to the farm, just as Julian was hesitating whether to take a gamble and burn down the house. A new storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 46, The Gods Will Help Us. The days of downtime for updates are always very difficult. It's only 2 days. But for those players who are used to logging into the Wild Star world every day, these 48 hours seem particularly long. In order to relieve the boredom and anxiety while waiting for the game update, I Am Your Father opened the video website and planned to find a drama to watch while eating, trying to divert his attention. At this time, Pork Stewed Vermicelli sent a message. Boss, go to the official website. Limited time lottery. Lottery? I Am Your Father. What lottery? Pork Stewed Vermicelli. It seems that it is a welfare given by the official to players before the new version is updated. Every player can participate. It is limited to 2 days. You can go to the official website to see the specific content. I will also go to the lottery. Hearing this, I Am Your Father immediately opened the official website of Wild Star World, and then saw a new official pinned post to thank the support of the majority of players. When the new version is officially launched, Wild Star World will launch a special welfare event. As long as you fill in your ID on the event page of the official website, each player will get a chance to win a prize. Prizes include but are not limited to slime coins, wild vegetable dumplings made by the tribe leader, and special props slime evolution balls. The welfare event is limited to 2 days, so please don't miss it. Wild Star World Planning Team. Slime evolution ball? What is that? Just when she wanted to ask in a reply, she suddenly saw the official description at the bottom. Slime evolution ball. Special props to activate skills. Take a slime evolution ball to activate skills. And the skill effect is random. Special props that can activate skills? That's a good thing. Thinking, I'm your dad and I don't care about anything else. I quickly clicked on the lottery page and filled in the game ID as the official said. Bless you. God bless you. You must win the slime evolution ball. When turning the lottery wheel, I'm your dad kept muttering, hoping that good luck will fall on my head. However, disappointingly, the pointer of the turntable in front of him finally landed on the round slime coin. Congratulations. I am your father. Draw 10 slime coins. You can claim it after logging into the game. I am your father. She knew her luck would not be so good. After all, from childhood to adulthood, the results of her lottery were almost always, thank you for your patronage. Although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do about the result. Think about it from another perspective. 10 slime coins are much better than the wild vegetable dumplings made by the tribe leader. At least you can have 2 most expensive sea meals in the big cafeteria of the slime village. After closing the lottery page, I am your father was about to complain to pork stewed vermicelli about his unsatisfactory lottery luck, but saw that the person on the other side had already sent a screenshot. Congratulations. Pork stewed vermicelli. Draw 1 slime evolution ball. You can claim it after logging into the game. Pork stewed vermicelli. I got it. Pork stewed vermicelli. How are you, boss? I am your father. People do not share the same joys and sorrows. I almost forgot this guy is a European emperor. I don't want to give the other party a chance to show off their luck. So I'm your dad, and I immediately cut off the chat box. MD. I hate people who show off their luck the most. Opening the forum page, I saw a lot of curses below. Good luck. Why did I only draw 5 slime coins? The official is too stingy. By Wuchang, what's 5 slime coins? I only drew 1. I want to be read, be content. It's better than the tribe leader pinching wild vegetable dumplings. By Wuchang, that's hard to say. What if this wild vegetable dumpling can stack buffs when eaten? I want to be read. Damn. It seems possible. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Ha ha ha. I drew a slime evolution ball. Dumping spreads his wings. I also drew an evolution ball. Gotham Iron Man, +1. I want to be read. Oh my god. So many lucky people? Hey Gulong Dongqiang. I just drew it too, grinning. By Wuchang? Even you drew it? By Wuchang, why don't I have it? There must be something fishy going on in this lottery. Hey Gulong Dongqiang. Picking nose, picking nose, picking nose. Gotham Iron Man, come on. If you didn't win, there must be something fishy going on. Admit it. You are just unlucky, picking nose. By Wuchang, ah. Just when the players in the forum were busy crying and showing off. In another world, Mina and Mia also set off as Xiaoming planned, walking along the path to the outside of the valley, passing through layers of woods and bushes. When they saw the road sign made of several broken wooden boards in front of him, the 2 sisters finally stopped. This is the village where they used to live, Hookah Village. A small village composed of long-term workers. Almost all the people living here are long-term workers of Bordeaux Farm, except for a few elderly people who were fired by the farm because they could not do farm work. At this time, most people are still working at Bordeaux Farm. Not long ago, a huge change took place in Bordeaux Farm. A group of interstellar thieves forcibly occupied the farm's assets and killed the farm owner. But even so, they still worked as usual, because if they didn't work, they would have no food to eat. They had neither their own land nor any savings in their pockets. If they didn't work, they would starve to death. So no matter how scared they were of the thieves, they had to bite the bullet and continue to work. At least, they could still get a piece of Qingdong cake every day. This was much more secure than going to the forest to find food. They wouldn't encounter beasts like the wild star wolf, and they could have a stable source of food. Stability was very important for the farmhands. After all, no one knew which would come first, death or tomorrow. Being able to fill their stomachs steadily and not go hungry was already a great happiness for these farmhands, who already had little. Mina and Mia used to think so. But since they had seen the air of freedom, and enjoyed the days of being well fed and warmly clothed, all this could never go back. This is especially true after receiving the divine power of the God of the universe. If you have never seen the sun, you will not desire light. These farmhands just have never had a good life, so they continue to endure such a miserable life. If they have personally experienced the happiness and hope brought by the messenger of God, they will not continue to endure like this. For the sake of Hookah Village, as well as for the sake of Slime Village and the Golden Slime Lord, they must convince these people. Thinking of this, the two sisters returned to the shabby hut where they used to live, quietly waiting for the return of the villagers. Mia? Suddenly hearing a familiar call, Mia stopped, opening the door. Not far away, her childhood sweetheart Batu was looking at them in surprise. Batu never thought that he would see Mia again in his lifetime, because his mother suddenly became bedridden in the morning. He had to go to work later than usual. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he saw a face he had been thinking about day and night. Since old Jerry arrested Mia and her sister on false charges more than a month ago, he has never seen her again. Even after old Jerry died, there was still no news from the sisters. They seemed to have evaporated from the face of the world, and even a corpse was not left. Just when he no longer had hope, Mia and Mina appeared again. Mia smiled as she didn't expect to see her familiar friends as soon as she returned to the village. Batu. Long time no see. However, the person on the other side did not answer her, but ran over in 2 steps. Where have you been during this time? I thought you. Batu suddenly stopped talking, as if he was afraid that the 2 sisters would recall the bad memories of the past. After a long while, he just said sullenly, I'm glad you're back. Where have you been during this time? Why didn't you go back to the village to take a look? Some time ago, the village chief said that you would not come back and wanted to have your house demolished. But I stopped him. Batu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are back. Looking at the slightly red face of the man in front of her, Mina seemed to have noticed something and looked at her sister. However, the person next to her still had a smile on his face, as if he had not noticed the other party's intentions at all. Thank you, Batu. Mia paused and said, but we won't use this room in the future. What do you mean? Batu was puzzled. Aren't you going to come back and live here? Mia nodded slightly. We now have a new place to stay. In the valley opposite. The valley opposite. Batu's eyes widened when he heard this. Why did you go there? It's very dangerous over there in the valley. I heard from the old people that the forest in that valley is full of wild star wolves. How could Mia and the others live in such a place? But Mia shook her head. There was the protection of the God of the universe and the messengers of God, so it was not dangerous. Besides, Mina and I now have the power given to us by the God of the universe. Batu became more and more confused as he listened. He hadn't seen her for more than a month, and he felt that the person he liked had changed a lot. What he said was also strange. The God of the universe was fine. But where did this messenger of God come from? And the power given by the God of the universe? What is that? Why didn't he understand? As if seeing her friend's confusion, Mia smiled slightly and walked under the big tree by the roadside. She opened her arms and hugged the tree trunk. Then, there was a sound. Boom! The half-meter thick tree in front of her was uprooted by her. Batu. I never expected that my beloved, who had been missing for more than a month, would appear like this. For a moment, Batu was so shocked that he was speechless. What on earth was going on? Is this still the Mia he knew? Mia turned her head and grinned at him. Look, Batu. This is the power given by the God of the universe to thank Mina and me for our efforts for the God's messenger clan. Believe me, as long as you are willing to follow the leadership of the God's messengers, you can also be blessed by the God of the universe. Hearing this, Batu blinked. God's messengers? That is a group of colorful slimes living in the opposite valley. Mia's curved smiling eyes exuded a touch of reverence. They are full of admirable wisdom. They can not only build sturdy and durable houses, but also make various tools and weapons. They are also very brave. They dare to use their bodies as bait to catch lake catfish in the water, and even kill the ferocious wild star wolves and peel off their wolf skins to make blankets. They are messengers sent by the God of the universe, and they exist to save us. If it weren't for the God's messenger who saved Mina and me, we would have been dead in this world, Mia said, looking at the person in front of her steadily. God's messenger. No, Mr. Golden Slime said. As long as we defeat those bandits in the farm, we can have a better tomorrow. So, we must unite. The God's messengers will help us. Chapter 47 The Secret of the Helmet. Earth. Wednesday. For ordinary people, this is an ordinary working day. But for the players of Desolate Star World, who have been waiting for 2 days, this is an important day for the server to be reopened after the update. At 5:25 p.m., Zhu Qiwei stared at the screen of his mobile phone, and his mood became excited involuntarily. He will be out of class in 5 minutes. It only takes 5 minutes to walk back to the dormitory from the teaching building. Before that, he only needs to pack a box lunch in the cafeteria to solve the dinner problem. Although he has to queue, it will not take more than 15 minutes. Back to the dormitory. Eat for 15 minutes. Wash for 30 minutes. It's totally in time. As the bell rang for the end of the last class, he immediately closed the PPT. Classmates, get out of class is over. After speaking, regardless of how the students under the podium reacted, Zhu Qiwei picked up the courseware and books and strode out of the classroom, looking at the teacher who was running faster than the students. The students of the computer department were obviously a little confused. Although it is a good thing that the teacher does not delay the class and can finish the get out of class quickly, this teacher Zhu always runs faster than them, for fear that he will not be able to catch up with the food in the cafeteria. Is he the reincarnation of a starving ghost? How could the students know that their teacher Zhu did not finish the class quickly to go to the cafeteria to eat, but to catch up with the game login time? Zhu Qiwei, whose ID in the game is also known as pork stewed vermicelli, is a loyal player of Desolate Star World. Yesterday, he won a limited special item, Slime Evolution Ball, in the official lottery event, including the new players who came in this update. There are only 18 lucky people in the game who have won this special item, and he is one of them. As a special item with a rare number and the first release in the whole server, he must go online to claim it as soon as possible. Moreover, today is the day when the limited time confrontation event, Rescue Bordeaux Farm, is launched. How can people not be excited? Zhu Qiwei thought while queuing up quickly to the teacher's window where no one was yet. A bowl of braised pork rice. Behind the window, the cafeteria lady had just brought out a bucket of braised meat when she saw this regular customer. She couldn't help but smile for a moment. Teacher Zhu is here so early today too? It's not the cafeteria lady's fault that she has a good memory. It's really because Teacher Zhu always rushes to the cafeteria to eat as soon as possible after class. And he always orders the braised pork rice on Wednesdays, which is so distinctive that it's hard not to remember it. Yeah. Zhu Qiwei smiled at the cafeteria lady and asked her to have some hand-shredded cabbage. Okay. The lady packed the lunchbox quickly, and the aroma of the rice and vegetables gradually drifted over. Taking the lunchbox, Zhu Qiwei picked up the meal card and swiped it on the card reader. When he was about to go out, he suddenly heard a sentence. Teacher Zhu, you come to the cafeteria so early again. Across the street, Professor Chen Yuanan from the Department of Mechanical Engineering next door was smiling and greeting him. Zhu Qiwei was not familiar with Chen Yuanan, who was only a few years older than him, but had already been promoted to associate professor. After all, they were not in the same department and had no overlap in work on weekdays. They had met a few times when the school held some large-scale events. Although they added each other on WeChat, they never chatted. But I always see him when I come to the cafeteria recently. After a while, he started to greet him. After all, they are colleagues, so they should be polite. Zhu Qiwei nodded and said, Professor Chen, you are here early too. I thought he could leave after saying hello. But Chen Yuanan in front of him called him again. Teacher Zhu, I have a few questions to ask you. Are you free later? Zhu Qiwei didn't expect that the other party, an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, would come to ask him, an ordinary lecturer in the Department of Computer Science. This is really puzzling. After all, if it is just a professional-related issue, he can find those senior professors in the Department of Computer Science. Although he was puzzled, Zhu Qiwei did not refuse immediately. After all, they are colleagues in the school, and it is not acceptable to say it out of personal favor. But if he agreed, he didn't know how long the other party would chat. Thinking of the game opening at 8 o'clock, Zhu Qiwei was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he asked, how about we eat and talk at the same time? Chen Yuanan nodded immediately after hearing this. Okay. Wait for me. Then, he hurriedly took the meal card to the window to line up. 5 minutes later, the two sat down at the table in the cafeteria. Pulling out chopsticks, Zhu Qiwei asked, you just said you have something to ask. What is it? Chen Yuanan said, it's like this. A friend of mine is studying a holographic game recently. He wanted to ask, If the game device is a helmet, without any external or internal power supply, how can the electronic components inside the helmet operate normally? He stopped talking, as if he felt that his question was too abrupt. So he added, I heard that you also like to play games. So I want to ask you if there is a way to achieve this. Probably not. Zhu Qiwei subconsciously answered, whether it is a mobile game or a PC game, a carrier is needed. To put it simply, a game is a set of preset programs. And if you want the program to run, it must be processed by the computer's processor. And if you want the computer to run, it must be supported by power. You are a mechanical student, and you should know that without energy, the machine cannot rotate. What if they use some kind of remote transmission technology like radio or Bluetooth to transfer all the data to the helmet through a supercomputer? Chen Yuanan continued to ask. It is said that the graphics of that game are very realistic. And the hearing, smell, and touch are no different from real life. Such a sophisticated program design. I am afraid it will take a supercomputer to support its operation? Looking at the burning eyes of Professor Chen in front of him, Zhu Qiwei was stunned. I don't know. After all, if he is so good, he would have done research long ago. Why is he still here as a lecturer? However, a helmet that does not need to be charged. A holographic game. And super real 5 senses. Why does this game sound so much like Wild Planet? Could it be that the game that Chen Yuanan's friend is studying is actually Wild Planet? Thinking of this, Zhu Qiwei's expression gradually became serious. When he played games before, he didn't consider the principles of the equipment, but was only immersed in the sense of reality and excitement brought by the game. After hearing what Chen Yuanan said today, he remembered many details that he had overlooked in the past. The game helmet of Wild Star World is indeed different from ordinary game equipment. It does not need to be charged, whether it is wired or wireless. In addition, it does not even require a login password. Ordinary mobile games will automatically associate accounts with other software, such as WeChat or a certain QQ. Unlike this method, Wild Star World does not have an account association option, except when the game account is just registered and activated. You don't even need to fill in the game ID at other times. You can automatically log into the game by wearing the helmet on your head. Moreover, this helmet seems to have a face recognition function, except for him, the user of the device. No one else can log into the game when wearing the helmet. What's even more strange is that the way to log into the game seems to be achieved through dreams. Connecting the human brain through a helmet and letting people enter the game in their dreams is a technology that ordinary game companies cannot do at all. Because first of all, there are huge difficulties in the technical development of game equipment. Not to mention that it is also mixed with the complex field of human brain science research. Thinking of this, Zhu Qiwei couldn't help but make a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that the R&D team behind Wild Star World is actually the top management of a domestic research institute? Otherwise, how to explain this almost black technology? But if the country is really doing research behind the scenes, it doesn't make sense. After all, it's a bit of a waste of talent to use such awesome technology to make games. At least this kind of technology should be applied to medicine or the military first. But if it's not the country that's supporting it, then who is silently supporting all this behind the scenes? Chen Yuanan didn't know what Zhu Qiwei was thinking. Seeing that the other party couldn't give the answer he wanted, he was a little disappointed but finally thanked him. In fact, not everything Chen Yuanan told Zhu Qiwei was true. His friend was indeed researching this holographic helmet game. But it was not research and development, but research in the literal sense. His high school classmate and best friend Lu Yang got a helmet from somewhere, and called him in a hurry yesterday to ask him to help study the structure. At first, Chen Yuanan didn't take it too seriously. After all, it's just a helmet. No matter how high-tech it is, how complicated can its structure be? However, when he actually saw the helmet, he immediately dispelled his superficial thoughts. The silver helmet in front of him was made of unknown materials, and it was very light. Moreover, whether from the outside or from the inside, there were no detachable parts, and there were no joints or seams. What surprised him even more was yet to come. Lu Yang handed over an industrial CT scan, and saw that the inside of the helmet was densely packed with circuit components. In addition, there were many parts that he didn't know what they were. Chen Yuanan was stunned. He really couldn't imagine that such a light helmet without any seams could contain so many secrets. How was this helmet made? Chen Yuanan asked Lu Yang where he got the helmet. But Lu Yang didn't answer him immediately. Just asked him to put on the helmet and take a look. He did as he was told. But nothing happened. This puzzled Chen Yuanon. Before he could ask, Lu Yang told him everything. After hearing this, Chen Yuanon was even more surprised. He had just wondered what the purpose of a helmet with such a sophisticated internal design was. Now, after listening to Lu Yang's explanation, he realized that it was a helmet for the game. In other words, except for you, no one else can see anything when wearing this helmet. Right? Lu Yang nodded. And Guang also had a helmet. I couldn't see anything when I wore his either. It seemed that this helmet was bound to the game account and only supported one-to-one use. Chen Yuanon frowned when he heard this, and his doubts became more and more. This helmet had neither an external socket, nor an internal power supply, nor a switch. So how did it work? He didn't know this question, and Li Yang didn't know it even more. It was precisely because he didn't know the working principle of the helmet that he found his good friend. However, the helmet in front of him was obviously beyond the other party's knowledge. Chen Yuanon said, "Why don't you leave this helmet, and I'll ask other colleagues to help me?" However, this proposal was rejected by Lu Yang without hesitation. The helmet cannot be left to you. After all, he finally got the opportunity to log into the game. So he naturally wanted to see what this game that made his brother so obsessed with looks like. However, this does not mean that he does not intend to continue to trace the source of the helmet. After thinking about it, Lu Yang gave a new plan if you really want the helmet. Just go to the official website to fill out a reservation form. And it should not take long to get your helmet. Recalling what his friend said to him, Chen Yuanon finally clicked on the official website of the game sent to him by the other party and began to fill out the reservation questionnaire. Some questions still need to be answered in person. Chapter 48 Update and Launch. Players evolve. Although Zhu Qiwei could not help but feel a little curious about the operating mechanism of the game in the world of the deserted star because of Chen Yuanon's words. But compared with the fact that the game was about to be reopened, he was obviously more concerned about the latter at this time. After returning to the dormitory and washing up quickly, Zhu Qiwei put on his helmet and lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone while waiting for the game to be launched. As the clock pointed to the number 8, the game started, and the person lying on the bed fainted on time. With a sound of whoosh, a lake blue slime was ejected from the morphogenetic pool and then fell into a noisy group of slimes. Pork stewed with vermicelli never expected that there were more than one player who rushed to go online at the first time. In just a moment, he was squeezed into a machi by the group of slimes on the shore. The 2-day suspension of the update made these players feel suffocated. At 8 o'clock, a group of people went online collectively. So there was a crowded situation in front of them. Damn! Are there usually so many people? Of course not. Don't forget that the number of players has doubled in this update. Why didn't the official update expand the login site? Such a small place is so crowded. Oh my god! Who stepped on my head just now? Stop squeezing. My body is about to turn into rice cakes. Oh my god! How can I get out like this? Just as the scene was in chaos, a voice came from a distance. Silence! I saw a yellowish-brown slime on the stone platform in the distance, staring at the chaos in front of it. Who else could it be if it wasn't the slime chief? I saw the NPC in front of me move his mouth, and then began to read the opening remarks to the new players. Here it comes again. I'm not a newbie anymore. Can't I skip the opening remarks? I can't skip it unless we can leave the login point now. Unlike the old players, these new players saw this kind of scene for the first time, and they all showed expressions of inexperienced people for a while. Hack! What is that? Holographic projection? So cool! Oh my god! This cave! And this slime's body! This game is too real! Seeing this group of newbies so shocked, the old players immediately gave up the idea of leaving here quickly. Is there anything more interesting than admiring the clear and stupid expressions of the newbies? Although everyone has come from this stage, it is much more interesting to watch others make a fool of themselves than to make a fool of themselves. With the reading of the latest version of the Slime Clan rules, the long opening speech finally ended. Under the guidance of the game voice, the players lined up and left the slime nest in an orderly manner, which ended the previous chaotic situation. Finally able to move freely, Pork stewed with vermicelli rubbed his head that was squeezed and deformed, making it round again. Although it was a service suspension update, the slime village in front of him was not much different from usual. This made him want to complain. Why is the appearance of this game so perfunctory every time it is updated? Of course, not everything remains the same. Just like the small wooden sign hanging at the door of the warehouse. Raffle Prize Redemption Office. Mina, who was usually busy inside the warehouse, stood outside the warehouse this time. contrary to her usual behavior. And Mia, who was supposed to be outside to receive players, was nowhere to be seen. There was a table in front of Mina. There were 2 baskets on the table, one with transparent small balls, and the other with green vegetable dumplings. You can guess what these are without thinking. While the newbies were still amazed by everything in front of them, the old players who were familiar with the place had already rushed to Mina to redeem their prizes. But in a moment, a long line formed in front of the small table in front of them. I didn't expect that so many people would take the lead in the blink of an eye. And pork-stewed vermicelli didn't care about other things and hurried to catch up with the big group. Looking at the group of slimes running past in front of him, Lu Yong blinked blankly. Is this Desolate Star World? It's completely different from what he imagined. At first, he didn't understand what magic a little-known game had that could make his brother so obsessed. After all, Guang had played all the famous games in the world, and no game could make him lose his appetite to this extent. In addition, this game was so mysterious from research and development to promotion, and there was no trace at all. This made him suspect that the developer of Desolate Star World was just a SHL company, doing some shady things behind the scenes under the guise of the game. He felt that Guang must have been deceived, until 1 minute before logging into the game. He still thought so. Even though he had received the game helmet and had his friends check it, he still had doubts about it. However, when he stood in the game and experienced everything in front of him with his own eyes, and even in person, some of his previous doubts were completely dispelled. This game is real. Not only does it really exist, but even the feeling it brings to people is so real. This forest, this village, this lake, and the fragrance of flowers and plants in the breeze, and the group of slimes in front of him, are all so real that it's incredible. Thinking about it, Lu Yong subconsciously glanced at his jelly-like Q-elastic body, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air for a moment. He has really turned into a slime now. After a moment of shock, Lu Yong clenched his fists. He must find the developer of this game. It would be a waste to have such a powerful technology, but only use it to make games. If this technology can be developed to other fields, it will be an inestimable huge wealth. Just as Lu Yong was thinking about how to get in touch with the game planner, the pork stewed with vermicelli on the other side finally lined up to get his reward. During this period, a few players occasionally wanted to fish in troubled waters. They lied that they had drawn the slime evolution ball and wanted to take the reward that did not belong to them. But they never thought that the slime chief suddenly appeared and stopped them. It saw a glance at those people, and then directly stuffed the hand-kneaded vegetable dumplings into their hands. This is your reward. Take it. For a moment, those players couldn't help but blush and grit their teeth in regret. The players watching were immediately amused when they saw this. Good guy. They actually wanted to pretend to receive the prize? Are they stupid? Ha ha ha. That's right. The official doesn't have a list of winners? For the stupid behavior of these people, pork stewed with vermicelli couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Too much for granted. No matter how real the game is, it's just a bunch of programs. It's impossible to fish in troubled waters with the game program. Unintentionally watching the fun, pork stewed with vermicelli held the reward in his hand and found a place where no one was, and began to carefully look at the transparent small ball in front of him. This looks like an ordinary glass ball. Can it really be eaten? Muttering softly, pork stewed with vermicelli put the ball into his mouth doubtfully. Then, a strong mint smell instantly spread in his mouth. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Good guy. This is actually a mint candy? However, before he could carefully savor the icy taste, the ball in his mouth had melted completely. Pork stewed with vermicelli smacked his lips. Even this little bit was not enough to eat. As he said that, he clenched his fist again tentatively. The strength did not change much. He stomped his feet, but the ground did not crack. It felt the same. Pork stewed with vermicelli complained in a low voice. I thought I could become a super scion after eating it. As soon as the voice fell, a cry suddenly came from a distance. Hack! Hammer of Justice! He Guolong Dongqiang happily clenched his fist and smashed the ground in front of him hard. And then the originally flat ground was punched out by him into a 2-meter diameter pit. However, just as he was cheering, the pit in front of him suddenly cracked, and his body instantly fell into the crack. Damn! Don't play like this! Along with the wailing of He Guolong Dongqiang, the merciless ridicule of other players came from above the pit. The non-Africans who were envious and jealous before suddenly felt relieved when they saw the unlucky old man on the other side. Blind your titanium alloy dog eyes? Who gave this name? So tasteless. Seeing the skill name in front of him, Gotham Iron Man couldn't help but complain. However, what made him want to complain more was the skill description in front of him. It read, "When the skill is triggered, the player's body will emit a dazzling light, which can have a strong visual confusion effect on the enemy forces." Gotham Iron Man. So, what is the use of this skill? Is it used as a light bulb for lighting? Compared with Gotham Iron Man's skills, Ping Zhanqi's skills seem much more normal. Skill, Body Split, activated. When the skill is triggered, the player can split up to 5 clones. In the split state, the distance between each clone must not exceed 1 kilometer. If the original body is damaged by more than 80%, the skill will not be usable. After reading Ping Zhanqi's skills, the players exclaimed with envy, "The boss is worthy of being a boss. Even the skills look so awesome. Isn't it?" Although the restrictions are not small, this skill is still very practical in actual combat. Looking at other people's skills, which were either awesome or useless, Pork Stewed Vermicelli looked at the panel in front of him with some confusion. Why is there no response until now? Wait, did he fail to evolve? Recalling the official introduction of the slime evolution ball, Pork Stewed Vermicelli couldn't help but have a bad guess. The evolution effect is random, which also means that the evolution may fail. If that's the case, then why is he so happy? Isn't this prize drawn in vain? At this moment, the panel in front of him suddenly moved, and then 2 lines of words popped up. Skill, Poison Tester, activated. Player activates the Poison Taster attribute. Just take a bite to detect whether the item is toxic. If you taste the poison, you can develop a certain resistance to the poison. Pork Stewed with Vermicelli. While detecting the toxicity, you can also develop resistance to the poison? Damn. What a great skill. In just a moment, the previously frustrated Pork Stewed with Vermicelli was revived with full blood. However, there is much more to be excited about, because at the same time, other players including him received a brand new message. Limited time event mission, Liberate Bordeaux Farm. Chapter 49, Liberate Bordeaux Farm. Here it comes. The first wave of combat activities in the internal test has finally begun. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I caught up with the big wave right after I went online. I'm so lucky. Damn. Why is the level limited to LV1? I just entered the game today. Are you discriminating against newbies? What combat power do newbies have? They'll just be killed if they go there. It's better to stay in the village and level up. Woohoo. Newbies also want to go to Bordeaux Farm to have a look. It's okay to just watch the plot without participating in the battle. However, no matter how the newbies yelled about unfairness, Xiaoming, as the game planner, remained indifferent. What a joke. If players can really do whatever they want, wouldn't it be a mess? Besides, what the old player said is indeed right. The combat power of newbies is really too low. They can't even beat a wild star wolf. They just rashly follow others to Bordeaux Farm to fight against those human guns and ammunition. It's just a rhythm of giving away heads. Instead of wasting manpower like this, it is better to stay and help farm, build and produce. That way their value can be maximized. As for those old players, Xiaoming looked at the crowded warehouse not far away. I want to rent that M4. Give me an M4 too. And bullets. In the warehouse, Mia, who had just put the guns and ammunition given to her by the golden slime on the shelf, turned around and saw a group of colorful slimes jumping around in front of her, and pointed at the guns on the shelf with a thumb-thick little hand. Although she is not yet proficient in the language spoken by the gods, she can still understand their needs at this time. Recalling what the golden slime had told her before, Mia immediately picked up a wooden sign that had been written in advance. Weapon and protective gear rental. M4. 20 slime coins per box. For remaining, M9 pistol. 15 slime coins per box. For remaining, bulletproof vest. 30 slime coins per box. 2 remaining, matching bullets. Only for sale, not for rent. 5 slime coins per box. 5.56 by 45 mm bullets. 6 remaining, 9 by 19 mm bullets. For remaining, limited quantity. Buy now. P.S. Damaged or lost weapons will be compensated at 10 times the rental price. Please take good care of them. After reading all the text on the wooden sign, the players present burst into swear words. Hack. Money grabber. It's just renting, not buying. Why is it so expensive? Yes, renting tools like a wheelbarrow, a shovel, and a hoe only costs 1 slime coin. But the price will increase 20 times if you change it to an M4 and a bulletproof vest. It costs 30 slime coins. This is too shabby. That's right. Why wear a bulletproof vest when you've turned into a slime? Will anyone really buy it at such a high price? Just when everyone was cursing, suddenly, they heard a sentence. I want a bulletproof vest. Hearing this, everyone turned around. I saw Yahong signed his ID in the rental record book very generously. Soon, 30 slime coins were deducted from his account. Seeing this, some people couldn't help whispering, "Shit! Is it so profitable to run a canteen?" Not only that, Renhong is one of the first players to enter the game. Before, he teamed up with Daping and his friends to go to the forest to play the Wild Star Wolf dungeon. He must have made a lot of money. Damn! I will also go to play the Wild Star Wolf dungeon after this limited time event ends. Because of the high rent, many players who are short of money are discouraged. In addition, the number of weapons and protective gear is limited, so they were quickly rented by those big players who are not short of money. Looking at the empty shelves, some players couldn't help but curse. The official is too stingy. It's rare to hold a large-scale event, but only a few weapons are on the shelves. That's right. How can we fight like this? Are we really going to fight with hoes and shovels? Just when the players were worried about the next battle activity, a burst of hawking suddenly came from outside. The front row sells incendiary/bottles and smokeless fire/powder. In addition, there is the latest weapon from the Gotham arsenal, the manual rocket launcher. Come and have a look if you need it. At some point, Gotham Iron Man actually pushed a small cart to the open space opposite the warehouse, holding a big speaker and shouting, "Our store is having a big sale. All weapons are 20% off. Quantity is limited. Hurry up and buy. Big sale for the opening. 20% off." The shouting of Gotham Brother accurately hit the psychology of those small players who love to get a bargain. In just a moment, his stall was crowded with people. "Boss, give me 5. Okay." Gotham Brother's face was immediately full of smiles. A total of 30 slime coins. Damn! So expensive? Upon hearing this, the smile on Gotham Iron Man's face suddenly turned cold. If you think it's expensive, don't buy it. Do you know how much I paid to make this thing? In order to make a burning bottle, he stole the tribe leader's empty cans for experiments, but was discovered by the tribe leader and was punished to carry manure for 2 days, so that he wanted to vomit when he saw the toilet now. With such a big psychological trauma, he sold 6 slime coins for each, which was a good price. If it weren't for the 20% discount for the grand opening, he originally planned to sell 8 for each. And considering that the other party bought a lot, he deliberately wiped off the decimals. He still thinks it's expensive? Just let him eat air. "Boss, how much is the smokeless firework?" Hearing another customer asking about the price, Brother Gotham immediately changed his face and smiled. 2 slime coins per pack. The price is fair. Everyone. Damn. How is it cheaper than a burning bottle? Because there is no packaging cost. Brother Gotham looked proud. Didn't he see that the material for packing gunpowder is leaves? After all, the conditions in the game are limited, and many common tools and materials in the real world are not available here. In this case, he could only use local materials to make an improved castrated version. Without complicated material packaging and high-end craftsmanship, the cost would be reduced. The selling price would naturally not be too high. Moreover, due to the restrictions of packaging materials, was already sold at a relatively high price. So he had to find a way to sell this smokeless gunpowder at a lower price. After all, in the current situation, most people are not that rich. In this case, no one would pay attention to blindly selling at a high price. Only cheap and useful things can be favored by everyone. Although it is a simplified version, it has all the necessary raw materials, and the explosion effect is not bad. The only disadvantage is that it is a bit troublesome to use. But this is none of his business. After all, this thing only sells for 2 slime coins. Such a cheap thing naturally cannot be expected to be very high-end. You can't lose money with $2. And you can't be cheated with $2. This time, the player's enthusiasm for buying is obviously much higher. After a while, all the smokeless gunpowder on the cart was snapped up by the players. Influenced by these people, some wealthy players, who are not short of money, also joined in the fun and bought the latest weapon of the Gotham arsenal, the manual rocket launcher. Whether it is useful or not, at least there is enough ammunition in hand, and you are not panicked. In the distance, Liu Yang, who had just entered the game not long ago, just stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth wide open. Burning bottle, smokeless gunpowder, Rocket launcher. Are these all made by the players? Even though he knew this was a game world, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh at this moment. These people are really cruel. At the entrance of Slime Village, players who prepared weapons and ammunition came here to gather. The lively scene didn't look like going to war at all, but more like a spring outing for elementary school students. The most exaggerated one was "I want to be red." I don't know where this kid got a flatbed truck from, and piled all the rocket launchers he bought earlier on it. In addition, he even put on a bulletproof vest. I don't know how the official bulletproof vest is designed. It doesn't fit the body size of Slime at all. After "I want to be red" put it on, the hem of the vest actually dragged on the ground. What's even funnier is that his head is too big and stuck directly in the collar of the bulletproof vest and can't get out. Seeing this, Hey Gu Long Dong Chong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm telling you. Can you still see this thing when you put it on? "I want to be red" turned the bulletproof vest in a different direction. Then, a face appeared where the arm was originally. Wouldn't it be visible this way? Seeing his increasingly incongruous look, the teammates around him couldn't hold back and turned their backs to laugh quietly. Puff. Da Ping Zhanqi couldn't help but speak, although, can you protect yourself with a bulletproof vest like this? You have to protect yourself even if you can't. After all, the money has been spent. Although I feel a little regretful. I can only bite the bullet and wear this thing to the front line if I want to be famous. Of course, there is someone more exaggerated than me. Brother Gotham. This guy said before that all the weapons were sold out. But now he also pulled a cart. And there were many things on it that players had never seen before. Some people were curious. What are these? Brother Gotham slapped the cart proudly. These are all the weapons I developed recently. And they have not been actually used yet. It's just right to try the effect during this event. Hearing this, the players present were dumbfounded. Bringing untested weapons to the battlefield for experiments? As expected of Gotham Man. What a punishment! Players had no idea that the reason why Gotham Iron Man was like this was because they accidentally set the trees around the village on fire during the previous explosives experiment, and were severely punished by the tribe leader. It was also because of that accident that the Patriarch did not allow them to conduct blasting experiments near the village. In desperation, they had to go to a more remote lakeshore to conduct experiments and blow up the lake catfish. But it was meaningless to blow up fish all the time. It happened that the official launched a limited-time external combat event, and the location was at Bordeaux Farm, far away from Slime Village. Isn't this a God-given experimental site? Gotham Iron Man and his arms research and development team. Naturally, they couldn't miss this great opportunity. Looking at the players holding all kinds of homemade weapons in front of him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He actually forgot, although he didn't take out the bombs and mines hidden in the inventory. This group of very cruel little players had already created a lot of hot weapons with their own hands. Although the weapons they made were simple in style due to the limitations of production conditions, they were not weak in power at all. If these players were not restricted, I'm afraid that when the war is over, the entire Bordeaux farm will be destroyed by them. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice, "Silence." No one dared not listen to the Patriarch's words. Even the newbies, who had just entered the game, did not dare to challenge the prestige of the NPC, who had the power to kick people off the line. In just a moment, the players who were still laughing and joking suddenly became quiet, seeing that the players below were all looking at him with bright eyes. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Clan members, I believe you already know why we are gathered here today. So now I will not elaborate on it. But before we set off officially, I want to remind you one thing. Make good use of the weapons in your hands, and don't hurt innocent people. We should treat the enemy as cold as the severe winter. But we should also lend a helping hand to those poor people. At the same time as saying this, the players received a message on the task panel. Warm reminder from the clan leader. If innocent farmhands and slaves are injured in this battle, the clan leader will sentence the player to 3 days of small dark room punishment. Damn! Accidentally injuring NPCs will be locked up in small dark rooms? I want to be red and exclaimed immediately. Hey Guang Dongqiang was also a little dissatisfied with this. This is too harsh. Isn't it common to accidentally injure friendly forces during a war? Da Peng Zhanqi calmly analyzed. Maybe those NPCs are related to the development of the subsequent plot, so we are not allowed to hurt them. Of course, it may also be an obstacle set by the official to increase the difficulty of the game. In short, everyone should be careful. Seeing the players on the scene suddenly become cautious, Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction, and then waved his arms. Now, let's go! The glory of the Slime Clan is with you. After listening to the brief mobilization speech of the clan leader, the already excited players became more and more excited. Liberate Bordeaux Farm. Down with the bandits. Down with the landlords. Go for it. Ayo. Seeing the old players rushing to the front line with full morale. The new players in the distance were envious. It's great. If we could also experience it on the battlefield. Forget it. Let's grind the daily tasks first. Even if you want to be a combat player, you have to raise your level first. Right? Alas. The newbies sighed, and then took their daily tasks one by one and got busy. Of course, not all newbies are so honest. After all, when there are many people, there will always be one or two restless players who do not follow common sense, although they are not at a high enough level to participate in the limited time confrontation event. This cannot stop these people's curiosity. A lemon yellow slime poked another chocolate brown slime next to it. How about it? Do we go over and take a look? Lu Yang, who was studying how to use the hoe in front of him, was suddenly asked, and was a little confused for a while. Who is this person? Do they know each other? However, the other party did not intend to introduce himself at all, and only continued, while the main force has not gone far. We are still in time to follow quietly now. Hearing this, Lu Yang understood what the other party really meant. It turned out that he wanted to go and watch the fun, but he was embarrassed to go alone. So he dragged someone to accompany him. Lu Yang would naturally not agree to this kind of thing. So, he answered simply and neatly, no. Why? It seemed that he did not expect Lu Yang to refuse. The lemon slime in front of him suddenly raised his voice. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just watching won't do anything. Lu Yang didn't think so. Then go ahead. I didn't stop you. The swords and knives on the battlefield are blind. What if a stray bullet flies over and hits him? How wrong would he be? He was offline not long after he came online. He would never suffer losses for nothing just to watch the fun. Lemon Slime was annoyed when he didn't expect the man in front of him to be so rude. Seeing that the large army was getting farther and farther away, Lemon Yellow stopped persuading him and hurriedly caught up with the large army from a distance. Bordeaux Farm. The door of the owner's study was pushed open by someone. A farm thug rushed in a hurry and looked at Seagull, who was tasting wine at the sofa table. It's not good. Master Seagull. A large group of colorful slimes came outside our farm. Colorful slime? When Seagull PMO heard the word slime again, his face was suddenly overcast. The wild boar on the side saw it and immediately slammed the table and cursed. I warned you before. If anyone talks nonsense again, he will be buried in the tobacco field as fertilizer. It's been a short time. Have you forgotten it again? But this time it's true. Although he still wanted to refute, facing the ferocious scarred man in front of him. The thugs who were trembling with fear did not have the courage to continue speaking. Really? The wild boar grinned. I think you are really stupid. Just when the wild boar was about to kick the other party to teach him a lesson, a gunshot suddenly came from outside. Bang! Hearing this, the faces of the three people in the house changed slightly. Subconsciously, the wild boar walked to the window. In the distance, a blazing fire was burning in front of the main gate of the farm, accompanied by billowing smoke. A group of colorful slimes rushed out of the forest. Some of them were holding guns. Some were carrying explosives. And they were shouting in a lot of incomprehensible but frightening language. They were shouting loudly, just like the bandits hiding in the mountains. Crazy and brutal. The sudden raid scared the guards outside the farm. Subconsciously, they raised their guns and shot at the group of slugs that appeared from nowhere. However, most of these slimes were very flexible, and bullets alone could not hit them. Not only could they not hit them, but these guys even lit explosives and threw them at them angrily. Then they heard a boom. With a bang, the guards at the door were blown to pieces. The boar opened his eyes wide, staring at the scene in front of him, speechless with surprise. Colored slimes actually exist? During this period, he had heard some rumors about colored slimes in the farm. Those poor farmhands called these slimes messengers of God, believing that they were messengers sent by the God of the universe, who could save the world and do everything. At that time, he just listened to it as a joke. After all, if this rumor was true, would these guys still live as miserable as they do now? In the final analysis, they were just deceiving themselves. It is better to pray to yourself than to pray to God. If he had believed in the nonsense that worshipping God could bring happiness and stay away from suffering like these ignorant farmhands, he would not have the status he has today. Born in the slums at the bottom of the desert planet. If you don't want to starve to death, you can only find a way out by yourself. So he chose to become an interstellar thief. Since you can't own it, then go plunder. These people can't even understand such a simple and easy to understand truth. No wonder they are still a farmhand after living for most of their lives. However, when he saw these slimes appear with his own eyes, he couldn't laugh anymore. Since the colorful slimes really exist, then their identity as messengers of God. Thinking of this, drops of cold sweat oozed out of the boar's forehead. Siegel was shocked for a moment, and then gradually calmed down. I didn't expect that the colorful slimes really exist, and they can even use human weapons. This is really unexpected. But Siegel Piamo is not a character who will surrender easily. This group of slimes dared to invade, so he beat them back into slugs. Turning to the thugs, he ordered, gather everyone quickly, pick up weapons, and go to the front door to meet the enemy. Suddenly receiving the order, the thug hurriedly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to go out, he suddenly seemed to think of something and turned his head to ask, "Do you want to gather the farmhands too? Didn't you hear me say everyone just now?" Siegel's face became uglier and uglier. "Why don't you go quickly?" "Yes." The thug stumbled and almost fell down after being yelled at. But he didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly rushed out of the study to gather people everywhere. The urgent alarm sounded throughout the Bordeaux farm, and the barking of dogs was heard everywhere, and the past peace was completely broken. The farmhands who were busy in the tobacco field were suddenly stopped from working, and were urged to pick up hoes and shovels, and go to the main gate to meet the enemy. Unlike the panicked thugs in the farm, the farmhands from Hookah village seemed very calm and composed, because they knew that the opportunity to gain freedom had come. Chapter 50, The Great Melee. Looking at the colorful slimes carrying guns, bombs and screaming in the distance, Bata couldn't help but tighten the hoe in his hand. Mia didn't lie to them. The colorful slimes. No. They were messengers. Messengers really exist. The God of the universe has come to save them. Old Lou on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was shocked when Batu appeared with Mia and Mina before, especially when he heard the other parties say that those colorful slimes were actually messengers sent by the God of the universe to save them. He was even more shocked. The 3 colorful slimes that came to the tobacco plantation to steal the solar panels that day were messengers of the God of the universe? How is this possible? Although many farmhands have begun to believe in the legend of colorful slimes under Batu's propaganda during this period, Old Lou has always been hesitant about this legend. After all, he has never heard that the God of the universe has messengers in his life. But now, when he actually saw those colorful slimes appear in Bordeaux farm, and beat down those thugs and interstellar thieves who had bullied them, the heart of Old Lou, which had been silent for a long time, could not help but regain its vitality. Perhaps Mia and the others were right. The messenger of the God of the universe really exists. Brothers, charge. Take down the city gate. Then He Guolong Dongqiang suddenly lifted a 1-meter thick tree trunk and was about to knock open the big iron gate in front of him. However, before he could show his skills, a loud shout came from behind him. "Old Black, get out of the way!" As soon as the voice fell, a rocket launcher came from behind and rushed straight to the gate in front of him from his side. Damn it! He Guolong Dongqiang was so scared that he quickly dropped the tree trunk and hit his side, only to hear a boom. The iron gate in front of him was blown to pieces. Looking at the gate that collapsed instantly, I want to be red and couldn't help but open my mouth. Damn! Brother Gotham's rocket launcher is really powerful. Sure enough, money will not lie. I want to be red. Damn! I was almost blown away by you just now. He Guolong Dongqiang got out of the bunker next to him and cursed at I want to be red. The instigator. Sorry. I want to be red smiled awkwardly, but didn't I remind you just now? Besides, aren't you fine now? Are you reminding me? You said it after the cannon was fired. He Guolong Dongqiang jumped in anger. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been offline now. The war just started, and he was sent offline by his teammates. How embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing than him giving it away for free. Seeing that the war was about to escalate, Da Peng Zhanqi immediately came out to smooth things over. Okay. We are still fighting now. Go back and argue if you have something to do. Don't affect the unity of the team. But? He Guolong Dongqiang seemed to want to say more, but the khaki slime on the opposite side glanced at him. If you want to leave the battlefield now, keep arguing. Hearing the tribe leader's words, He Guolong Dongqiang reluctantly shut up. The small quarrel between the two could not affect the entire battle situation. The gate of the farm had been completely occupied by the players. The guards outside were dead or injured, and they were unable to fight back. When the wild boar arrived with the temporarily assembled personnel, The slime players had already driven straight into the farm. For the shit king. For the slime village. Charge. Awoo! Down with the bandits. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, the wild boar's eyes were full of shock. How could it be? Those responsible for guarding the farm were all elites of his Fang Thieves group. These brothers followed him through life and death on the deserted planet, and even in the interstellar for many years. And they had never been defeated. However, at this time, they were crying for mercy under the hands of this group of slimes, and had no power to resist. In addition, the three-headed dogs raised by Bordeaux also had their heads and legs broken by the attack of this group of ferocious slimes. And some even ran away with their tails between their legs. For a moment, the face of this interstellar thief leader showed a look of fear for the first time. On the side, the wild boar's deputy, the field mouse, was also shocked. But unlike the boss, the field mouse's first reaction was to raise the gun in his hand and shoot at the group of slimes. Go to H.L. Slugs. The sound of bullets fired ignited the fighting spirit of the others. Influenced by him, the other thieves of the Fang Thieves group also raised their weapons and fired at the opposite side. The players were fighting heartily, but a large wave of bullets suddenly flew out from behind. Caught off guard, many players were shot into sieves. For a while, the assault team had to retreat temporarily to avoid the firepower. Damn! This group of NPCs are not martial ethics. And they actually launched a sneak attack. Stop talking nonsense. Hide first. Although they couldn't understand what these slimes were saying. Seeing them shouting and running away, the fear in the eyes of the thieves suddenly turned into contempt and complacency. What kind of messenger of God? It's just a group of slugs. See if they don't beat these guys into pulp. However, just when they thought they had one, an unimaginable accident suddenly happened. Swoosh! Accompanied by a barely perceptible sound of breaking through the air. A bullet suddenly embedded into the chest of a thief. The man was caught off guard and his face was full of shock. How could it be? However, this is not the end, but the beginning of the next round of war. Almost at the same time, the sound of whizzing bullets came in succession in the air. The bullets flew in a disorderly manner. Not like they were shot from the barrel, but like they were shot out by a child playing with a slingshot. What is going on? The thieves dodged everywhere in a panic. But those bullets were like ghosts that penetrated everywhere. With a careless move, several brothers fell beside him. This is a punishment from heaven. It is a punishment from heaven. It is the messenger of God who has come to punish you. Suddenly, such a sentence came from the crowd behind him. Hearing the voice, the field mouse immediately grabbed the collar of the long-term worker who spoke, put the gun to his chin, and said viciously, "Do you want to die?" But the long-term worker was not afraid at all. His eyes were calm, as if he didn't care about life or death. The gods will punish you. Hearing this, the thieves' faces became uglier. Just as Vol was about to shoot the ignorant farmhand, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his right hand holding the gun. He lowered his head in surprise, only to see a 5mm bullet embedded in the back of his hand. In pain, he wailed and dropped the gun, holding his bloody right hand tightly. Before Shanju could check on his subordinates, 2 bullets flew over his head. Just a few millimeters away, there would be 2 more blood holes on his head. On the opposite tree, a black slime actually transported the bullets out of its body, and then swished the bullets towards their heads. The thieves never thought that the bullets they had fired before were collected by the slimes and retaliated in this way. For a moment, Shanju, the leader of the Fang Thieves group who killed many people, was sweating all over. This group of slimes are monsters. Not only the thieves, but even Xiao Ming did not expect that the players would play a straw boat to borrow arrows. Slimes have a special physique. As long as the wound is small, they will not die immediately even if they are shot. As long as the foreign objects are expelled from the body can immediately return to its original state. But under the intensive firepower, this physique can play a very small role. So when he saw the players being shot one after another, he couldn't help sweating. But what he didn't expect was that these little players, who looked a bit silly on weekdays, were very smart this time. When they encountered a surprise attack, they first hid, then wrapped up the bullets in their bodies, and quickly transported them out of their bodies, and used the bullets that hit them as counterattack weapons. Even those players who didn't have guns could use the slime's soft body to shoot bullets out as a slingshot. Although the shooting method is not accurate. As the saying goes, a random punch kills a master. As long as the thieves are still mortal, they can't resist the attack of bullets. For a while, The thieves were hit by the flying bullets and fled everywhere. In the chaos, Vol subconsciously wanted to pull a farmhand as a shield. But what people didn't expect was, those farmhands had already run away, and most of them actually fled in the direction of the group of slimes. Are they crazy? In a fit of rage, the thieves shot at the backs of the farmhands. However, even if someone was shot, it could not stop them. These farmhands were like a group of wild horses that had broken free from their reins, running towards the distance of freedom without looking back. No matter how angry the people behind them were, they could not change all this. Not long after the war began, the farmhands had already surrendered to the enemy. For a while, the thieves became more and more uneasy. On the contrary, the morale of the players became higher and higher. Kill those bandits. For contribution points. For event rewards. Go! For a while, countless slimes shouted and jumped out of the bunkers in the corner. They either took guns, or held stones and gunpowder, and rushed to the enemy camp like a brave and fearless warrior. Fear? Hesitation? It didn't exist at all. No player could resist the temptation of rewards. Even the sky-high artillery fire in front of them could not stop their desire for victory. Especially now that most of the farmhands in the farm have escaped from the enemy's control. The players no longer have to worry about hurting innocent people as before. Brothers, get on the rocket launcher. I want to be red. With a wave of my hand, the hired players below immediately ignited the manual rocket launcher on the cart. After a few swoosh sounds, the rocket launcher flew straight towards the building in the center of the manor. Boom! But in a moment, the former owner's magnificent house collapsed in half. I'll come too. Gotham Iron Man picked up a wooden can from the cart, then ignited the fuse on it, and smashed it hard towards the bunker where the thieves were on the opposite side. Taste the super bomb that I just developed. Boom! Bang! Bang! Accompanied by the screams of the thieves. The manor in front of them was suddenly in ruins. Looking at the farm that suddenly turned into a Syrian war-torn style, Xiao Ming's heart couldn't help but bleed. All the bombs are money. According to the stingy and enjoyable nature of the former owner Bordeaux, his house must be filled with all kinds of valuable treasures. Although he wanted to remind the players to take it easy, Xiao Ming's reason told him not to do so. After all, players play games for fun. If these huskies are not allowed to have enough fun outside, they may do other things in the future. Bomb it. Bomb it. Whoever blows up the house will rebuild it anyway. When the war is over, the players will understand this truth and will not dare to mess around again. Here, Xiao Ming, the commander-in-chief of the war, is sitting on the Diaoyu Island. On the other hand, Siegel Piemo, the new ruler of Bordeaux Farm, is not so calm. Where did these slimes get so many strange explosives? What's more terrifying is that they dare to block the muzzle of the gun. Aren't they afraid of death? Such a barbaric and desperate fighting style would deter even the most vicious interstellar thieves. Not to mention the interstellar fraudster Siegel Piemo, who has not seen much of the world. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Shocked, Siegel made a decision quickly. Although it was a pity, he had to give up this base right now. He had just escaped from a prison deep in the desert, and he must not die in the hands of these slimes like this. He had to leave here quickly while the interstellar thieves had not surrendered yet. Having made up his mind, Siegel immediately followed the unnoticed path to the room where the merchant Julian was imprisoned. Julian, who was locked up in a secret room alone, heard the movement outside through the poorly soundproofed room, and his heart couldn't help but become nervous. What's going on outside? However, before he could figure it out, he saw the young interstellar wanted criminal push open the door and order him to get up in a very serious tone with a cold face. Although it was not clear what happened outside, Julian seemed to have noticed something when he saw the other party's appearance. Siegel wanted to leave here, and he wanted to take him away with him. Having been in the business world for many years, Julian would not be so self-indulgent as to think that this young man did this because he fell in love with him. The reason why the other party took him with them even when they were running away was purely because Julian was rich. Even though his goods were now lost here, he still had a large sum of money in his account in Sand City. And if he wanted to withdraw this money, he had to do it himself. In other words, as long as Julian can leave here alive, Siegel will have a chance to make a comeback. After figuring this out, Julian changed his previous timidity and caution, and just stared at Siegel steadily. What benefits can I get from following you? For a moment, the situation reversed. Julian jumped from a prisoner to a gambler with chips. Seeing that Julian not only did not intend to get up but also negotiated with him, Siegel's calm mask suddenly cracked. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed the gun at Julian's eyebrows regardless of anything. Get up. Julian was indifferent. He was sure that the other party would not dare to shoot. After all, the money was in his hand. As long as Siegel was a normal person, he would consider whether it was worth killing him now. Sure enough, the young man in front of him finally put down the gun. What do you want? Hearing this, Julian's mustache suddenly rose. But this smile was quickly hidden by him, and he rubbed his eyebrows pretending to be distressed. Don't worry. Let me think about it carefully. As the war approached, Siegel's heart gradually became anxious. Thinking while walking, Siegel's usually calm face finally couldn't hold it anymore. He was worried that the group of idiots would betray him. And he was even more worried that the group of slimes would attack him. He didn't want to die yet. Thinking about it, Siegel Piamo completely lost his patience. He grabbed the businessman's collar and dragged him out desperately. Julian naturally didn't want to do what he wanted, so he resisted hard. For a while, the two of them wrestled together. Just when the two were fighting hard, a deafening roar suddenly came from above their heads. Almost without any warning, the ceiling in front of them collapsed suddenly. Seeing the catastrophe, Siegel pushed Julian away without thinking and fled. However, what people did not expect was that the second artillery blast sounded the moment he rushed out of the door. In just a moment, the house was shattered into pieces. This famous interstellar wanted criminal was buried under the collapsed rubble in such a dramatic situation. And Julian happened to fall under the table because Siegel pushed him. And most of the collapsed bricks and tiles were separated by the table. So he saved his life. Everything happened too suddenly. And Julian, as the person involved, just stared at everything in front of him with his eyes wide open. What happened just now? Just when he was puzzled, he heard a few strange and noisy shouts from a distance. Looking at the sound, he saw a few colorful jelly balls jumping on the collapsed roof opposite. Julian. Slime? Chapter 51 Trading. Yahoo! Explosion is art. Gotham Iron Man, who had just successfully tested a new weapon, jumped on the ruins with a satisfied look on his face. On the side, Fake Kaylee, who was responsible for lighting the fire, turned his head and asked, by the way, did someone run out of that room just now? Did anyone? Gotham Iron Man answered casually and obviously didn't care. Of course there was. Fake Kaylee jumped suddenly. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too. That guy was buried under the rubble. Another player who was responsible for helping on the side took over the conversation. As long as he was not a farmhand, it should be okay. Right? Upon hearing this, Gotham Iron Man paused. So the man just now was a farmhand? There was a sudden silence at the scene after the voice fell. I don't know. I didn't look carefully either. Thakele paused and asked, should we dig up the rubble and see? Gotham Iron Man swallowed nervously. How to dig so many stones? There is no excavator. Or just pretend you don't know. Another little player suggested. No one saw it anyway. Just pretend that the enemy boss is buried. Isn't that enough? Hearing this, the two people on the opposite side suddenly realized. Good idea. Why didn't I think of it? However, just when they were about to pretend that nothing happened, they heard a voice behind them. Quickly dig up those rubbles. 3 people? What's going on? It's exposed so soon? As the initiator, Gotham Iron Man trembled involuntarily. Looking back, I don't know when the clan leader has arrived at the scene. And at this moment, he is seriously directing other players to move the rubble away. Seeing this, Gotham's heart tightened immediately. No way. Did he really hit the farmhand? Recalling the days when he was punished by the clan leader to carry manure, Gotham Iron Man's back couldn't help but chill. The other 2 little players hurriedly distanced themselves from the matter after seeing this. It's none of my business. I'm just a fire starter. It's none of my business. I'm just a cart pusher. Gotham Iron Man. A bunch of disloyal guys. Xiaoming didn't know what the 3 people were thinking. At this moment, he was worried about the safety of Siegel Piamo. May the Buddha, God, and God of the universe bless you. Don't let this wanted criminal be crushed to death. That's 5 million gold coins. Although he was anxious, Xiaoming didn't dare to show too much excitement on his face. The uninformed players just thought that an innocent farmhand was crushed, and the clan leader was just organizing rescue. Finally, with the help of a group of players and even farmhands, Xiaoming finally saw the crushed Siegel Piamo in the ruins. At this moment, he was already dying. Although he was not dead, his body was already a bloody mess. Seeing this scene, Gotham Iron Man's heart couldn't help but twitch. It's over. He was so seriously injured. This time, he must be locked up in a small dark room for 3 days. Unlike most of the players who didn't know Siegel Piamo, the farmhands were horrified when they saw the person being crushed. They never expected that this terrible young man who led the interstellar thieves to occupy the Bordeaux farm would be crushed under this pile of rubble. They thought that a smart man like him had already escaped when the slimes raided the farm. Finally, he dug up the gold, and Xiao Ming was relieved. So he quickly asked people to dig him out of the rubble. This also puzzled the farmhands. Why did the gods dig this guy out? Could it be that they wanted to punish him? Or to treat him? Either way, it was incomprehensible. Xiao Ming did not intend to explain, and only asked the little player who knew how to treat and bandage the wounded to simply treat the wounded and then transported him to an empty room that had not been destroyed. At this time, the entire Bordeaux farm was under the control of the players. The surviving interstellar thieves and thugs had surrendered. After imprisoning these prisoners of war together and letting several players guard them strictly, Xiao Ming walked to Siegel Piamo's ward. Seeing the patriarch come in, the little player in charge of treating the wounds suddenly came forward. This little player with the ID name Yi Feng seemed to be a doctor in real life. So Xiao Ming handed the task of saving people to him. After stopping the other party's exaggerated salute, Xiao Ming asked, "How is the situation?" Seeing that the NPC asked about his own professional matters, Yi Feng immediately answered seriously, "There are multiple fractures all over the body, and the skin is also bruised. But it is not serious." Not serious? Xiao Ming looked at Siegel lying on the bed with some surprise. He had lost so much blood. But it was not serious. Is this the so-called scourge that has been left for thousands of years? As if sensing Xiao Ming's doubts, Yi Feng explained, "In fact, it is not serious. Compared with other patients injured under the same conditions, his situation is indeed not the most serious. It may be that he was kneeling before being pressed, and his limbs were curled up to protect his chest. So some space between the chest cavity and the ground was retained. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the broken sternum would most likely pierce his internal organs." Yi Feng paused and said, "This guy is also lucky. If he was dug out later, I am afraid he would die of lack of oxygen." After speaking, Yi Feng, who realized it later, remembered something. Can the NPC understand what he said? However, unexpectedly, the clan leader in front of him did not express confusion, but just nodded to say, "I know." Yi Feng. It seems that the NPC in this game is smarter than he thought. Xiao Ming did not know what the player in front of him was thinking, and only asked, "So, can he be cured?" Hearing this, Yi Feng could not help but look embarrassed. I can't say for sure. If this were in real life, it would definitely be cured. After all, the hospital has professional medical equipment, and it can be solved by surgery. But given the current difficult conditions of the game, I can only say that he tried his best. Xiao Ming naturally understood the concerns of the little player in front of him, so he did not force it. After all, judging from the current medical situation, it is still difficult to get the other party to cure the patient like in the real world. So Xiao Ming did not put all his hopes on the player. After all, if he really can't be cured, he can still go to the lottery pool and maybe find a special medicine for treatment. If even the lottery pool can't save Siegel's life, then it can only be said that his fate has come. It was a pity to waste his 5 million gold coins. Just when Xiao Ming was worried that his bounty might be lost, a little player suddenly ran over from outside. "Chief, we just caught a sneaky person." "A sneaky person?" Hearing this, Xiao Ming said seriously, "Take me there." "Who is this guy? Could he be a thief from the Wilderness Star?" "He doesn't look like it. Would a thief from the Wilderness Star wear such fancy clothes?" In front of them, a thin middle-aged man with a goatee was trembling at them. Although he was covered in dust and looked a little dirty, it can be seen from the purple velvet suit on his body and the exquisite brooch on his lapel that he is not an ordinary person. I want to shake my head. It's definitely not a thief from the Wilderness Star. Those rough guys don't look like people who would wear such exaggerated clothes. Hey, Gulongdong Chong took over. Maybe he is the management of the farm? He doesn't look like it either. Bai Wuchang couldn't help but say, which rural person would dress himself up like a Ginza cowherd? Not absolutely. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, aren't there still the spirited young man from the countryside and Mr. Tony from the urban rural fringe? How is it possible? Resisting the urge to complain, I want to say, this person is dressed so conspicuously that you can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. He may be an important NPC that can trigger some key plot. Although, I always feel that he looks a little familiar. On the side, the pork-stewed vermicelli, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. I feel like I have seen it somewhere before. Where? The players all looked at him. The pork-stewed vermicelli lowered his head and pondered for a long time. And suddenly slapped his head. I remember. He is the one who was robbed before. Everyone. What? Seeing that they didn't understand, the pork-stewed vermicelli recounted the incident in the woods that he and I and your father accidentally ran into a group of NPCs. I remember that this little mustache was the leader of that team. The boss and I followed them to Bordeaux Farm. And then those deserted star thieves arrested them. He said with emotion. If it weren't for the goatee on his face, I would have almost forgotten this person. Hearing this, the players present all widened their eyes. Damn! Extend the plot. This NPC is definitely a key figure in the plot extension. Seeing the increasingly scorching eyes of the slimes around him, the trapped Julian felt a chill on his back. After finally saving his life, he wanted to take advantage of the slimes' inattention to slip away. But who would have thought that he would be surrounded by this group of strange slimes before he could act? What's worse is that he didn't have any weapons in his hands. He was caught by the other party without any chance to resist. Thinking of the scene where this group of slimes tied up those interstellar thieves and took them away, Julian's flexible brain immediately reacted and began to explain desperately. I'm not a bad person. I was also caught. That group of interstellar thieves robbed me and my caravan. I was just a passing merchant. Merchant. Do you know what a businessman is? Someone who buys and sells things. I am a businessman. Unfortunately, after he kept yelling for a long time, the slimes on the other side didn't seem to understand what he was saying. Hey Gulong Dongkyung, what on earth is this guy talking about? I want to be read. I don't know. Judging from his expression, he was probably begging for mercy. Right? By Wu Chang, this game doesn't even provide a translation. So we can't even watch the plot. Listening to the colorful slimes in front of him speaking a language he couldn't understand at all, Julian looked frustrated. What was he thinking about? How could a human communicate with a slime? He was so scared that he even forgot such simple common sense. Rather than continue to waste words with these slimes, it would be better to find an opportunity to escape from here. Just as Julian was thinking about what to do next, suddenly, the slime surrounding him suddenly dispersed and made way. I saw a khaki slime walking towards him. Unlike other noisy colorful slimes, the slime in front of him looked very calm, with an aura that was hard to ignore. Could it be the leader of this group of slimes? In just a moment, Julian suddenly became nervous. But the yellow slime looked at him, and then said a few words to one of the slimes in a language he couldn't understand. And then the slime left quickly. Julian felt more and more uneasy when he saw this. What exactly do they want to do? Just when Julian was feeling uneasy, the slime that had left earlier brought a young girl. The girl looked only about 16 or 17 years old, with a pretty face and a coarse linen shirt, just like the farmhands. Julian didn't understand why the slime called a female farmhand over. And what was the point of doing this? Just when he was puzzled, the girl in front of him walked towards him, squatted down and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the girl talking to him, Julian was slightly startled. Could it be that the slime called her over to communicate with him? Realizing this, he immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. You can communicate with them, right? Please tell them that I'm not a bad person. I'm just a businessman. The reason why he is here is because he was kidnapped by the bandits. Merchant? Hearing this, Mia immediately looked at the gray face of the person in front of her, and then vaguely found the memory of this face from the depths of her mind. Isn't this the boss Julian who had business dealings with the Bordeaux owner in the past? I didn't expect him to be here. Recalling what the other party had just said, Mia tentatively asked, "Are you here to do business with the owner?" Julian nodded immediately after hearing this, and then a trace of regret appeared on his face. I shouldn't have come if I had known earlier. Not only did I fail to do business, but I also lost the goods. In connection with what Bata told her before, Mia could easily guess what this boss, who had encountered at the Bordeaux farm. The other party was probably kidnapped by the group of thieves from the deserted star who had taken over the nest when he came to do business with the Bordeaux owner. Thinking of this, Mia immediately stood up and reported the situation to Xiaoming. Merchant? Upon learning the other party's identity, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. I didn't expect that there would be a caravan passing through such a remote rural area. This is unexpectedly good news. Coincidentally, he still has a lot of white lantern mushrooms to sell. I just don't know if the other party will accept them. Thinking about it, Xiaoming said to Mia, "Ask him what kind of business he does." Mia relayed Xiaoming's question. Although Julian was a little surprised why a slime wanted to inquire about his business, he had to answer obediently now that he was under someone's control. Do anything. Julian quickly organized his words in his brain. I usually buy light tobacco leaves from Bordeaux Farm, and green reed leaves from Pierre Farm. Light tobacco leaves are very popular in the interstellar trade route. As for green reed leaves, there are many slave owners in the mining area of Zidar Planet who need it to feed slaves. By the way, the crystal products of Zidal Planet are also very popular. I often import some crystal crafts to sell in Jinsha City. Zidal Planet? Suddenly hearing the familiar place name, Xiaoming subconsciously asked, Zidal Planet's refined mineral salt should also be famous. Right? Why don't you sell that? Hearing the translation conveyed by Mia, Julian's expression was a little embarrassed, even if they are all caravans traveling for business. Not everyone is qualified to sell salt, especially the mineral salt of the Zidar Planet, which requires a salt license issued by the Zidar royal family to be bought and sold. His Hulian caravan is just a small caravan with less than 10 people, which is different from those large caravans that can sell salt. Those large caravans have hundreds of people every time they travel. The business they do is also big, which is not comparable to that of a small trader like him. After listening to Hulian's explanation, Xiaoming finally understood a little bit about the rules of the operation of the caravan in this world. Sure enough, from ancient times to the present, salt is not something that ordinary people can sell. Even if it is changed to an alien background, it is still the same. Hulian looked at the slime and the girl in front of him who were silent, and he was confused. What did the other party want to do by asking him these questions? Could it be that he wanted to do business with him? But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he was immediately suppressed. It shouldn't be possible. Right? Why would a slime want to do business with humans? The other party should just ask casually. And he didn't have to think so much. Just when Julian was thinking this, he heard a voice beside him. Boss who? Our golden slime wants to do business with you. Julian. It's true. The development in front of him was beyond Julian's expectations. Doing business with slimes, let alone in the deserted planet, is unheard of even in the entire galaxy. Besides, even if they really want to do business with him, can these slimes come up with the coins for the transaction? This is obviously an impossible deal. Just when he subconsciously wanted to refuse, he heard the girl on the other side slowly speak. There is a large area of white lantern fungi in the territory of the Messenger of God. If Boss Who is interested in doing this business, Golden Slime will be willing to give up 2% of the profit and establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. White lantern fungi. Hearing this, Julian, who was about to refuse, suddenly paused. As far as he knew, white lantern fungi were very rare medicinal materials. Not to mention the desert planet. Even the Future Alliance and the Space Army have a great demand for this medicinal material. As a fungus unique to the desert planet wetlands, white lantern mushrooms generally grow near swamps. Because of the harsh growth environment and the difficulty of picking, there are very few white lantern mushrooms circulating on the market, and the price is relatively high. If he can really reach a long-term cooperative relationship with the other party, plus the 2% profit concession, wouldn't he make a fortune? Although he was very interested in this business, Julian did not agree immediately. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Since the other party is willing to give up so much profit, there must be other plans. Thinking about it, Julian asked seriously, what are your conditions? Chapter 52 Follow-up of the War. Hearing Julian's question, Xiaoming smiled. This businessman is more perceptive than he thought. He offered such generous conditions, but he didn't agree immediately. He was worried about fraud. However, the other party's vigilance was completely overconcerned, because he didn't mean to harm him. He just wanted to take this opportunity to let the other party bring him what he wanted. After all, the slime village is located in the valley. Remote, and there are many things. No matter how smart and capable his little players are, they can't cook without rice. The road to industrialization is destined to be long, and the promotion and development of commercial trade is indispensable. Recalling the age of exploration in history, the opening of new routes brought a new cultural exchange to the new world, including the development of science and technology. What he has to do is to establish a channel for Slime Village to connect with the outside world, and the businessman in front of him is a good choice. Through trade, they can get more things that they didn't have before, thereby accelerating the development of industry and agriculture. At the same time, he can also take this opportunity to let people outside know the existence of the gods. Whether it is the future game to open up the trading gameplay or players to explore the barren planet on their own in the future. This is an extremely important step. Thinking about it, Xiaoming whispered a few words to Mia. And then the girl in front of him looked at the embarrassed businessman opposite. Boss who? Don't worry. We just want to do business with you. That's all. The golden slime said that the slime village will provide you with white lantern fungi and other more valuable goods. And you only need to bring what the slime village needs from other places outside, such as generators or other things. Both parties get what they need, and they will benefit each other. Hearing this, Julian concentrated on thinking. The other party can be said to be very sincere in putting his needs on the table openly. But think about it carefully. No matter how powerful this group of slimes is, they are just slimes. How can a creature with a simple structure like slime compare with those twisted and dark-hearted humans? It is much easier to do business with simple-minded creatures than with those cunning old foxes. Besides, the other party gave up 2% of the profit with full sincerity. So why is he still hesitating? Thinking of this, Julian smiled instantly, and his mustache slightly curled up. Deal. I'll take this business. After speaking, he wiped the dust off his hands and stretched out his hand to Xiaoming. Happy cooperation. Then he saw the yellow slime in front of him, which was as round as ginger candy pudding, stretched out an arm as thick as a thumb, wrapped around his index finger and shook it, and then said something in an obscure language with a strange tone that he couldn't understand. The golden slime said that the cooperation was happy. Mia on the side translated it for Julian in time. After signing the cooperation agreement, the anxious Julian immediately asked, "Where is the white lantern fungus you mentioned? Can I see the goods?" Xiaoming glanced at Mia, and the other party understood and leaned over. After some whispers, Mia said to Julian, "The white lantern mushrooms are near the swamp and have not been picked yet. If Mr. Who wants to see the goods, Mr. Golden Slime will ask the messengers to pick some and send them over later." Mia paused and looked at the disheveled merchant in front of her with hesitation. Compared with these, you seem to need to clean up and wash up now. Hearing this, Julian remembered his current appearance. He always paid attention to his appearance and was embarrassed for a while. He coughed softly and pretended to be nothing. "You are right. I really need to fix it now." Xiaoming said to Mia, "Let's find a clean place for our friend Mr. Hu to rest. He must have been scared by what happened just now." Mia nodded slightly, and then led Julian away. On the side, the players who witnessed all this looked excited. "Did you hear it? The Patriarch wants to do business with that NPC. I bet this mustache must be the important person who started the business game. Damn! Business? Can we finally leave this mountain and see the world? Don't be too happy too soon. The merchant gameplay is obviously a big update. We don't know whether the production team has made a new map yet. That doesn't matter. Anyway, we already know what the pie looks like. So it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer." Behind the scenes, the players were discussing the future development of the game. Xiaoming pretended not to understand and turned around to interrupt their conversation. "Stop chatting. Although the war is over, we still have a lot of things to do. It is probably impossible to expect players to take the initiative. Whether it is cleaning the battlefield, dealing with prisoners, or dividing the spoils, these things have to be handled by him, the Patriarch." Sure enough, the players shut up when they heard it, and just looked at the Patriarch in front of them with wide eyes. Here it comes. The Patriarch is going to assign them special tasks. Is this the benefit of watching the plot? Looking at the players' shining eyes, Xiaoming said calmly, "Now Bordeaux Farm has been incorporated into the territory of our slime village. Naturally, the people of Bordeaux Farm will be protected by Slime Village. This also means that we have a new responsibility on our shoulders. Because this war destroyed a lot of houses and fields, the post-war reconstruction work has become very heavy. In order to prevent these long-term workers from losing their jobs and being displaced, we must build our farm as soon as possible." Xiaoming glanced at the players present, and then raised his hand to Gotham Iron Man and I Want Red, who had thrown the most explosives before. "This matter will be left to you too. Whoever blew up the house will be responsible for the reconstruction. This is fair." Hearing this, I Want Red's face was full of joy. I didn't expect the Patriarch to give him the task. There were so many people on the scene, and he thought he had no chance. It was really God's blessing, and it was worth it for him to brush the Patriarch's favorability from time to time. Unlike the joy of, "I want to become famous," Brother Gotham felt mixed emotions when he received this mission. When he was testing explosives before, he accidentally set the vegetation near the village on fire, and was punished by the chieftain to carry manure to fertilize the wheat field. Now he was testing new weapons on the battlefield, and was left by the chieftain to clean up and rebuild the battlefield. I always feel targeted. The other players didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, they were looking at the two with envy. Great. I also want to take on the chief's task. They actually gave them the land planning of the new base. Damn. I should have brushed up the chief's favorability more if I had known earlier. Hearing the players' complaints, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile in his heart. Don't worry. Although the position of contractor was given to Gotham Iron Man and others, you can't escape. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to work next. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming continued, post-war reconstruction is very important. It is far from enough to rely on just the two of them. To complete this task, all the tribesmen must participate together. I need you to help them complete the reconstruction work together. Hearing this, I want to raise my little hand and salute Xiao Ming. Don't worry, Chief. We will definitely complete the reconstruction work as soon as possible. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Okay. There is no time to lose. Let's act quickly. After receiving the task, the young players, who were chatting before, immediately started to work. While the players were busy cleaning the battlefield, Xiao Ming was not idle either. He used the summoner to count the casualties of this battle. To his surprise, no player died this time. Only 9 of the 50 veteran players who went to the front line were injured. And it was not because of the enemy. The reason why they were injured was purely because they did not dodge in time when throwing explosives, and were injured by themselves or by the army. The most seriously injured young player was blown away by more than half of his body. But it doesn't matter. His smart teammates found the other part of his body that was blown away when cleaning the battlefield. Finally, they were transported back to him on a cart. It was a coincidence that this player just evolved a very useful passive skill, body reshaping through the slime evolution ball, before setting off. With this skill, he doesn't have to wait for the resurrection CD even if he dies. Because even if he was broken into pieces, as long as he could find 80% of the body fragments, he could regenerate a complete slime with the fragments. This skill can be said to be very practical. Although the other 8 players were also injured, it was not a big problem. At most, they would rest for a day, and the broken parts would grow back automatically. As for the thieves and thugs of the deserted planet, they were not so lucky. There were still 12 people alive, 3 seriously injured, and 9 slightly injured. About 30 people died. Some of them were shot and left with intact bodies, while others died in explosions, and their bodies were so broken that people could not bear to look at them. However, seeing that there was nothing unusual when the players cleaned up the battlefield, Xiao Ming inferred that the summoner should have done the corresponding screen processing. Otherwise, with the courage of some players, they would have screamed a long time ago. Compared with the casualties, Xiao Ming was more concerned about the ammunition inventory. He did not expect that after a war, the hundreds of bullets sold to the players were gone. These prodigals did not know how to save money, but he spent a lot of points to get them. He used it. But the key point was that he could only count the number of enemies who died from bullets on his 10 fingers. The rest were either killed by explosions, or crushed to death by flying bricks and rubble, or even shot to death by bows and arrows. For a moment, Xiao Ming was speechless. It seems that we have to find a way to let them make guns and ammunition themselves in the future. He, a poor clan leader, can't afford them to waste resources like this. Although the ammunition in stock was exhausted, Xiao Ming was relieved that the harvest of this war was not small. In addition to more than 40 guns seized from the enemy and some unused bullets, there were still a lot of food and fine wines privately stored by the former owner Bordeaux in the farm's warehouse. Looking at the boxes of wine in front of him, which were worth a lot of money from the packaging, some small players couldn't help but show a greedy expression on their faces. Xiao Ming saw their little tricks in their hearts. So he said, "Bring out all the wine. We can use it to hold a celebration banquet in the evening." Chapter 53, Nighttime Login and Bidding Auction. A celebration party at night? Really? Doesn't this game require people to log off when it gets dark? Who knows? Maybe the official has temporarily relaxed the curfew policy because of this limited time special event. Damn. There is such a good thing? Could it be that the official is finally going to lift the restrictions on nighttime logins this time? I guess so. I think the official wants to take this opportunity to test the game's nighttime system. If the response is good, it may be opened after the event is over. Great. I have long wanted to see what the game looks like at night. And now I finally have the chance. But even if the nighttime system was open before, there would be nothing fun. After all, our village is in such a remote mountain valley. There is no electricity and no entertainment. It's boring to go online at night. Right? It may be like this at other times, But today is a celebration party. And the location is at Bordeaux Farm. The official must have made something up. Don't you believe it? It makes sense. Here, when the players were eagerly discussing tonight's activities, Xiaoming on the side was silently thinking about opening the night system in his mind. Before, he did not open the night online purely because the players' levels were too low. And the mountain was not safe at night. And the village's security protection was not enough. But now they have conquered Bordeaux Farm. And have electricity and more weapons. Maybe they can try to slowly lift this restriction. But the player's login location is also a problem. In the past, players logged in and out through the morphogenetic pool of the slime's nest. New players also log in from there for the first time. However, Bordeaux Farm does not have such a thing as a morphogenetic pool, which is very troublesome. Although theoretically speaking, players do not have to log in and out from the morphogenetic pool. There are certain risks in doing so. After all, once the player is offline, the slime body left in this world is equivalent to lying dead. If the offline location is not safe and the body is damaged, the player will not be able to log in. This is why Xiaoming set the rule of logging off at the slime's nest from the beginning. You can log off without jumping into the morphogen pool, but the place where you lie dead must be in an absolutely safe place. And this safe place is where he, as the manager of the slime nest, is. But now they have a new base. And players will definitely develop towards Bordeaux Farm in the future. And Xiaoming is too busy to take care of both at the same time. So in order to ensure the safety of players going online and offline, there must be someone he trusts to take care of the players' bodies. The two sisters of the Mi family now have their own work arrangements. Players are also accustomed to their role settings. And suddenly changing the role settings to let them be corpse guards doesn't feel right. It seems that we have to find a new NPC for the players. Just when Xiaoming was thinking about who to choose as the new NPC, the system prompt sounded in his ear just right. Territory Expansion Achievement, Stage 1, achieved. Influence LV1 LV2. The manager of the slime nest Golden Slime will be rewarded with 1,000 points. Xiaoming? This is too sudden, isn't it? And the information prompt came out after the war was over for a while. Could it be that the summoner also has a low-level bug-like system delay? Although he was a little confused, the joyful mood still prevailed. After all, it was 1,000 points. He could draw 10 times in the high-level reward pool. Resisting the urge to open the reward pool and draw now, Xiaoming silently crossed out the information prompt. Then he told a few young players to prepare for the celebration banquet in the evening, and then left the wine cellar. Although they had just experienced a war not long ago, the atmosphere of the entire Bordeaux Farm was wonderfully harmonious. Not only those players who were full of curiosity about the new map, but even those natives seemed to easily accept the existence of this group of slimes. I don't know what the Mi sister said to them before. The attitude of these farmhands towards players was particularly respectful, even to the point that some players were very embarrassed. Hey, why did this NPC suddenly kneel down? I don't know. I just took a pancake from the warehouse and gave it to him. And he ended up like this. The players were obviously a little reluctant to see the 70-year-old man kneeling down in front of them. After all, the people here have been taught to respect the elderly and love the young since childhood. Suddenly, they met an old man of their grandfather's generation and knelt down to them because of a mouthful of food. Such a scene would be uncomfortable for anyone to see. So the players helped him to get up. And some even went forward to help him. However, due to the language barrier, the other party did not seem to understand their intentions. Detected a native of the desert planet. Loyalty 95% 100%. Can be accepted as an object. Do you want to include him in the tribe? Yes or no? Looking at the options in front of him, Xiaoming decisively pressed yes. Then, a familiar prompt sound rang in his ear. Confirm acceptance. A new native human has been added to the slime village. Do you want to start simultaneous translation now? Yes or no? After turning on the translator, Xiaoming walked over. Seeing the appearance of the clan leader, the players hurriedly reported to Xiaoming as if they had found a savior. Clan leader. This old man has been kneeling and won't get up. You see? Xiaoming waved his hand to indicate that he knew. And then looked at the old man in front of him. What's your name? The old man was stunned when he heard this question unexpectedly. I don't know when a khaki slime appeared in front of him. A yellow slime that can communicate with people. For a moment, the old man's turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a surprising light. There is no mistake. This must be Mr. Golden Slime, the first messenger under the throne of the god of the universe. Surprised, the old man quickly reacted and replied. In reply to Mr. Golden Slime, my name is Jijuer. Xiaoming, was a little surprised that the old farmhand in front of him actually knew his identity. But thinking about it carefully, with the loyal missionaries of the Mi sisters, it is unlikely that the farmhands will not recognize him. Thinking about it, Xiaoming nodded. Get up. We believe in equality for all here. If you want to express your gratitude, you only need to say something or bow. No need to kneel down. No need to kneel. Hearing this, Jijuer's face flashed with confusion and surprise. From now on, it is not necessary. Xiaoming nodded. Yes. From now on, it is not necessary. This is actually true. I heard before that the great golden slime master is very kind, and does not need believers to kowtow and kneel. But he did not completely believe it at first. After all, he has never met a master who does not need people to kowtow in his life. Thinking of this, Jijuer suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the gods did that before. He was too stupid to understand their intentions. For a moment, the heart of the old farmhand was filled with gratitude and respect. He is worthy of being a god who saves the suffering. How noble and kind. On the side, the players watching were confused. Why did the patriarch stand up when he asked him to? Are we not standing high enough? That is, they all speak Chinese. How come the words of the clan leader are so effective? My Jiao. Is the official discriminating against players? Impossible? I think it should be the plot setting. This NPC is likely to be an important character, and it is very likely to appear in the new version. So it is reasonable for the clan leader, who is also an NPC, to trigger the dialogue. It makes sense to say that, ignoring the random guesses of the players behind him. Xiaoming said to Jijuer, let's go over there and talk. I have something to ask you. Hearing this, the old farmhand nodded in fear, instructing the players to continue working. Xiaoming took Jijuer to a secluded place. During this period, the old farmhand was uneasy but didn't ask a word. Seeing this, Xiaoming smiled and said, don't be nervous. I just want to learn about the situation here. Jijuer, excuse me. What do you want to know? What can you do? Suddenly hearing such a question, Jijuer was stunned and answered subconsciously, I can grow tobacco leaves. Mr. Golden Slime. I know this. Xiaoming said, what I want to ask is what else you can do besides growing tobacco leaves. Hearing this, Jijuer immediately understood the other party's intention and hurriedly said, I can also grow green reed leaves and wasteland potatoes. I can also do carpentry. And I can also build houses. Xiaoming nodded. Silently classified the old native in front of him into the list of NPCs to be launched in the future. Then he asked, is there anyone in this farm who can forge iron? Yes. Jijuer hurriedly said, if you need it, I can call him over now. Xiaoming waved his hand. There is no rush for the time being. Wait 2 days for me to arrange it, and then you can call someone over. Although he didn't understand what the golden slime said about arranging it, Jijuer still nodded obediently. Xiaoming was very satisfied with the attitude of the old farmhand in front of him. He would not ask what he was going to do. And he was also very active. And he looked loyal and reliable. He was a suitable candidate for guarding the corpse. Now we just need to make an empty house that is big enough, hidden and safe enough for the player's body to lie safely. And then the problem of logging in and out of the new base can be solved. However, before considering the next version of the game, we still have to think about the distribution of the loot in front of us. You know, players are looking forward to getting the rewards of this limited time event. Facts have proved that Xiaoming's guess is indeed correct. Now that the celebration banquet has not even started, some anxious little players have begun to guess what the rewards of this event are, and when they will be issued. I think it should be a gun. After all, so many were handed in. That's not necessarily the case. According to the nature of this game, it is not impossible for us to confiscate the loot and buy it with our own money. Damn. That's too bad. Actually, it's not a scam. Right? There are only so many equipments. If everyone is given, there won't be enough to share. But when fighting a team battle, aren't the loot divided according to the performance? Whoever contributes more will get more rewards. But guns are expensive. Don't forget that it takes 15 slime coins to rent an M9 in the game warehouse. Not counting bullets. If it is lost or damaged, you have to pay 10 times. Isn't it normal to spend money to buy props like guns? Oh! Don't guess. We will know when the time comes. Just as the players were discussing, a new message popped up on their panel. To celebrate the victory of the First Foreign War of Slime Village, Bordeaux Farm will hold a celebration banquet tonight. After the celebration banquet, the rewards for this limited time event will be distributed. According to statistics, there are 51 hostile elements in Bordeaux Farm. 39 of whom died and 12 survived. A dead enemy is worth 50 slime coins. And a living captive is worth 100 slime coins. A total of 3,150 slime coins. There are 50 players participating in the war. An average of 63 slime coins per person. In addition, each player will receive 200 contribution points. Weapons and other loot will be obtained through bidding auctions. During the celebration banquet, the game will specially open a night login service. And players do not have to return to the slime nest to log off. Respectfully presented by the game planning team of WildStar World. Chapter 54 Celebration and Auction. Damn! I really have to pay for it myself? Who said that the loot will be confiscated? Knife this profit. Some players can't help but feel worried, but if it is auctioned, the price of the gun will be driven up. And then we won't be able to afford it? No. Look here. I saw that I want to point to the small words at the bottom of the bidding information and said, the trophy auction will be hosted by the tribe leader Golden Slime, and each item will have a maximum and minimum price. The auction price must not be lower than the minimum price or higher than the maximum price. Each bid must be no less than 1 slime coin. Until no one bids or reaches the highest price, the auction is established. This rule was also added by Xiaoming on purpose. It is to prevent players from throwing all their money into buying weapons when bidding. After all, they still have to save money for food. Although he also paid the money, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel sorry for them for spending a lot of money for a few old guns that others assemble by themselves. So in order to prevent these players from being taken advantage of, Xiaoming was very conscientious and adjusted the price of each item according to the appearance and performance of the loot. Of course, it doesn't matter if it fails to be sold. Anyway, these things will eventually be put on the warehouse for rental or sold separately. Seeing this, the little player was relieved. Fortunately, this game is still very user-friendly. Peng Zhanqi looked at the subsequent rules. If the player maliciously bids, he will also be punished. At the least, the contribution points will be deducted. And at the worst, he will be kicked offline by the clan leader. Hearing this, the players present couldn't help but take a breath. Damn! Is it too cruel to kick someone offline? Feelings aside, players will not do such things that harm others and benefit themselves. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, hey, the money that just came into my pocket has not been warmed up yet, and I have to spend it again. Don't worry. The money will come back. Peng Zhanqi clicked on the next page, which also said, the proceeds from tonight's auction will be deducted from 15% tax as a public fund for the slime village. And the remaining 85% will be divided equally among all participating players. This means that even if we spend money on the auction, we can still get some money back in the end. In addition, the Patriarch will award the MVP title of this battle event and give additional rewards to players who perform well in today's battle event. Hearing about the additional rewards, Gotham Iron Man and Ai Yaohong were no longer sleepy. After all, I am the MVP of this battle. Ai Yaohong looked proud. If it weren't for my rocket launcher that blasted the main gate of the farm open, everyone would have to climb over the wall to get in. What are you talking about? The MVP should be me anyway. If it weren't for the rocket launcher invented by me, could you blast the door open? On the side, Gotham Iron Man said unconvinced. Besides, the new weapon Super Bomb invented by me also captured the big boss. This MVP should be awarded to me anyway. Everyone, are your explosives used to capture people? They are clearly used for demolition. The life of the human boss was almost blown away by you. However, despite the complaints, the weapons made by Gotham Iron Man are indeed powerful. Although what this guy did was a bit unreliable, there was nothing wrong with winning the MVP. However, the ending was beyond everyone's expectations. The MVP title was finally awarded to Mi Yaohong. The reason was that he pried open the door of Bordeaux Farm and opened the strongest defense line for the subsequent battle. Upon hearing the news, Gotham Brother immediately jumped up and down. There is a conspiracy. Why not me? Maybe it's because you threw too much explosives? On the side, Fried Big Kidney Flour speculated. So many houses collapsed. If I were the Patriarch, I wouldn't give it to you. Gotham Iron Man, MVP. He was definitely targeted by the Patriarch. On the stage, Xiaoming, who served as the auctioneer, didn't care about these details. He just picked up a modified gun and said, this is a gun seized from the deputy of the Interstellar Thieves Group, Fong. From the appearance, it should have some history. There are still many traces of years on the gun barrel. The gun has a bore of 18.5 millimeters and 3 bullets are left. Has strong firepower and a high first shot hit rate. It is suitable for fighting in complex terrain in jungles or towns, and can also be used for hunting. However, this thing has been modified, so I can't guarantee the specific effect of its use. The starting price is 20 slime coins, and the highest price is 70 slime coins. Interested tribesmen can raise their hands to bid. The moment the voice fell, the audience raised their jelly-like hands one after another. I bid 21, 25, 30, 31, 35, 50. Hack. 50 coins? A modified broken gun is actually priced so high? Are you crazy? You know nothing. That's the gun of the deputy of the Fang Thieves. It's a small boss. Right? Let's talk about whether it's useful or not. Anyway, it has collection value. It's not the leader's gun, so it has no collection value. Besides, there are only 3 bullets. Withdraw? Withdraw? The players who participated in the bidding immediately withdrew from the competition. After all, most players are unwilling to spend a lot of money to buy a gun that does not have bullets. The warehouse currently sells only 2 types of bullet calibers, 5.56 by 45 mm and 9 by 19 mm. So even if you buy a gun, it can only be used as a decoration without bullets. Not everyone has the spare money to buy a gun just for collection. So, this modified old gun with only 3 bullets left was finally sold to a rich player with a collection habit at a high price of 50 slime coins. As for whether the other party deserves to get bullets, it is not Xiaoming's business. Anyway, this is not a formal auction house, and he does not care about after-sales service. The next item is a submachine gun, or an automatic rifle, similar in style to EP44, but with a caliber of 8 mm, and 30 rounds of bullets in the magazine. The color is much newer than the previous one. The quality looks very good. His former owner was the leader of the Fang Thieves. Wild boar. There is also a pig head engraved on the bottom of the gun handle. Although it is a bit sloppy, it can still be seen that it is a wild boar and not Peppa Pig. This gun is very suitable for single-soldier combat. It is easy to carry, and the magazine can hold enough bullets, which can well ensure the continuity of firepower. The disadvantage is the same as the previous gun. The number of bullets is limited. You have to spend it sparingly. The starting price is 40 slime coins, and the highest price is 120. The moment this submachine gun was taken out, the little players below all lit up their eyes. That was the gun used by the leader of the Fangs of the Wild Star Thieves group. It is much more valuable than the gun of the deputy just now. For a while, a dense crowd of little hands were raised in the audience. I bid 41, 50, 51, 120. All players? Damn! Who is the ruthless person who shouted the highest price so quickly? In just a moment, everyone looked at the source of the sound. I saw a red slime jumping in place with its little hand raised high. 120. 120. Seeing that I was going to be red, everyone was silent. Sure enough, the people who got the MVP are different. They are so hacking rich. So, under the envious and jealous gazes of the players, I happily took the submachine gun away. The auction process was much faster than expected, but 2/3 of the guns previously paid were sold in a short time, probably because they learned their lesson. Players would not bid too high when they saw the assembled guns of average quality. Some guns of slightly worse quality were not even bid by many people, and finally sold at the lowest starting price. After that, the auction soon turned to the highlight. Xiaoming took out a metal cylindrical tube the size of a thermos cup. This was the loot seized from the interstellar wanted fraudster Siegel Piemo, who was known as the genius criminal, although I don't know what it is called or what it does. Looking at its material and the smooth lines, I know that this thing should be valuable. Otherwise Siegel Piemo would not carry it with him. The starting price is 100 slime coins, and there is no upper limit. Unlike the previous situation, no one participated in the auction this round. In addition to not knowing what the auction items are and what they are for, the more important reason is that the players have no money. The previous rounds of weapon auctions have emptied the wallets of players. Even the few wealthy players in the game hesitated after hearing the words, "No upper limit." This surprised Xiaoming. He thought that many people would fight for such loot that seemed to be a divine outfit. But it turned out to be a big surprise and failed to be sold. So Xiaoming had to put away this unknown cylinder. At the end of the auction, only ordinary cold weapons such as daggers and knives and the clothes on the captives were left. These things had no auction value, so they were all cleared at a super low price of 1 to 5 slime coins. Facts have proved that no matter in the game or in reality, No one can resist the temptation of a clearance sale. The hypermarket was only open for 5 minutes. And all the things on the stalls were snapped up by the players. The total transaction amount of this auction was 2,560 slime coins, which was a little higher than Xiaoming expected. After deducting the 15% belonging to the slime village, there were still 2,176 slime coins left. There were 50 players participating in the battle, and the average amount per player was 43.52 slime coins. Rounding off, each person can get a subsidy of 44 slime coins, in addition to the 63 slime coins and 200 contribution points issued after the event. The players who participated in the battle can be said to have gained a lot. After all, in addition to slime coins and contribution points, they also got the coveted new weapons. What else can the players be dissatisfied with? After the auction, it was the long-awaited celebration banquet. The brightly lit farm was full of the laughter of players. They drank and ate the food left by the former owner. And the liberated farmhands were also invited by Xiaoming to participate in this celebration. Looking at the slime standing on the table drinking and playing finger-guessing games, the farmhands of Bordeaux Farm were stunned. I thought the gods were only brave on the battlefield, but I didn't expect them to be so outgoing at the wine table. Xiaoming said to the farmhands, "Tonight is also your celebration. From today on, you are free. No more fear. No more hunger and cold. You are the residents who are protected by the slime village, and you share honor and disgrace with us." Hearing this, the farmhands' faces showed hope and joy. They immediately saluted Xiaoming like Minamiya. Yes, Lord Golden Slime. Infected by the atmosphere of the celebration, the farmhands also began to taste the food on the table. They would never dare to think of such a thing in the past. In the past, they could only receive a piece of green naan from the owner of Bordeaux every day. Later, when the bandits came, they even had no green naan. Every day, they could only chop a few pieces of green reed leaves and cook them into soup to fill their stomachs. Compared with the dark life in the past, the soft bread and mellow wine in front of them are simply heaven. Sure enough, Mia and the others did not lie. As long as you follow the messenger of God, you can live a good life. Long live Lord Golden Slime. I don't know who shouted first in the crowd. Then, more and more farmhands followed and shouted, looking at the farmhands' eyes shining brightly under the light. The players holding their wine glasses were stunned. What are they talking about? I don't know. Is it a prayer before the meal? It doesn't seem like it. Who cares? Let's continue drinking. Unlike the farmhands and players, who are enjoying the atmosphere of the celebration, the captives who are locked in the dungeon at this moment are not having a good time. Because of the long-term leakage and the absence of sunlight, the gloomy dungeon has long become a nest of cockroaches and rats. Not only do they have to endure the bites of these things, but they also have to starve and freeze. Of course, what is more unbearable than these is their fate. These thieves are not naive to think that the group of slimes will let them go so easily. After all, they have seen the methods of these guys with their own eyes. They are even crazier and more cruel than them. Now that they have done so many bad things, they don't know what will happen to them in the hands of these slugs, compared to the death that might come at any time. The hunger and coldness in front of him were obviously nothing. The boar slapped away the cockroach that climbed onto his body, and couldn't help but think of Seagull Piamo, who was carried away by the slimes with bloody wounds. For a moment, he was so angry that his teeth itched. This kid was obviously the mastermind. But he was lucky. After being injured, the slimes all thought he was a victim, and they even saved him in the end. Is this the scourge that will last for thousands of years? Just when the wild boar was feeling indignant, suddenly, a tooth-grinding creaking sound came from the cold and damp dungeon. The iron door outside the cell that was originally closed was suddenly opened, and several farmhands in tattered clothes walked in. The wild boar recognized the leader. It was the young man who had confronted Bordeaux for an old farmhand before. He walked to the door of the cell and looked at him steadily. The Golden Slime Master wants to see you. Chapter 55 How to Use the Captives. The wild boar never expected that the fate he was waiting for would come so soon. Seeing the boss being called away, the other members of the Fong thieves stood up one after another. Where are you taking the leader? In the corner, the field mouse propped up his injured right leg, limped to the door of the cell and said hoarsely, I want to go too. But the young man outside the cell shook his head, and the Golden Slime Master only saw him. Hearing this, the wild boar turned his head and looked at the brothers who followed him through life and death, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I will be back soon. Accompanied by the sound of heavy shackles, the iron door in front of him closed heavily. It was only less than a day before he breathed the fresh air outside again. But the wild boar felt as if he was in another world. Obviously, he was one of the rulers of this farm not long ago. But now, he was pulled down from the throne of the ruler by another group of robbers. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions. However, he didn't have much time to feel sad. Soon, he was taken to an empty house. This seemed to be used to mix fertilizers, and there was a faint smell of manure in the house. This made the boar's stomach vomit. Although he couldn't vomit anything because he hadn't taken any water. Holding his breath, the boar tried his best to calm his brain. He didn't understand why he was brought to such a place. This was obviously not a suitable place for a conversation. Could it be that those slimes wanted to imitate Bordeaux and make him into agricultural fertilizer? For a moment, drops of sweat oozed from the boar's forehead. Death was imminent. He bravely asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to see me? Where is that guy called Golden Slime?" "Don't be rude to Lord Golden Slime." Bata frowned and said, "Lord Golden Slime has something important to deal with now, and will come over later." Something important to deal with? The boar didn't understand what important things a slime could have to deal with. Besides, as a messenger of God, there are so many people in this farm who are willing to go through fire and water for them. What else can it need to deal with personally? Not only the wild boar, but even the farmhands present were puzzled. They had expressed their willingness to help the Golden Slime Lord, but the Golden Slime Lord refused them. Although they felt sorry, since the other party said so, they couldn't say anything more. But even so, they couldn't help but be curious. What exactly was the Golden Slime Lord busy with? Xiaoming naturally wouldn't tell these farmhands that he was arranging the offline activities of the messengers. After all, they had just arrived at the Bordeaux farm and didn't know these farmhands very well, although they have all been included in the protection range of the slime village. For the sake of safety, Xiaoming finally decided to avoid others. He only asked the honest old man Jijwer and the two sisters of the Mi family, who he had taken a fancy to during the day, to help him deal with the bodies of the players together. At this time, the celebration of the festival was coming to an end, although the game temporarily opened the nighttime online service. After a day of fighting and subsequent processing activities, the players' fatigue level has reached its peak. Although they wanted to continue to have fun in the game, they finally chose to log off for practical reasons. Under Xiaoming's arrangement, the players were taken to an empty cellar, and then they chose to log off automatically. Looking at the rows of dead slimes in front of them, the Mi sisters and Jijwer looked at each other in bewilderment. What are these messengers of God? Xiaoming, they fell asleep. 3 people? Asleep? So the messengers of God also need to sleep? Looking at the motionless slimes in front of her, Mia couldn't help but sigh. The messengers of God are worthy of being messengers of God, and they don't even need to breathe when sleeping. What they don't know is that these messengers of God are continuing to have fun in another world at this moment. Just after logging off, players in the world of Desolate Star posted in the game forum to discuss the limited time battle activities during the day. Good luck, it's so cool. I shot those bandits in the face with bullets today. Those guys didn't react and were all stunned. I want to be red, ha ha ha. Brother got the MVP. Gotham Iron Man, shut up. If it weren't for the rocket launcher I developed, could you have blasted the door open and got the MVP? I want to be red, hee hee hee. Of course. This is all thanks to the great invention of Brother Gotham. This MVP must be half of your credit. After all, I got the advantage. I want to be red is no longer as stubborn as before, but very tactful to say nice words that don't cost money. And in just a moment, I straightened out the angry Brother Gotham. The heated discussion of the old players naturally attracted many new players. The little girl who picked mushrooms, oh. The newbie also wants to fight. Decisive white at the little girl who picked mushrooms. Don't think about it. We are not at a high enough level now, and can only move bricks. I want to be red. Wait until next time. This limited time event has ended. The little girl who picked mushrooms, huh? So soon? I was thinking of going to the farm tomorrow to see the excitement. Pork stewed with vermicelli, so you have to watch the excitement as early as possible. Otherwise there will be no such store after this village. Funny. Lemon tart, fortunately. I went there secretly yesterday, although the battle was over when I arrived. Depressed. Stir-fried kidney, ha ha. It was a lonely sight. Girl picking mushrooms. Girl picking mushrooms, so I can still go with you? Lemon tart, it doesn't matter if I just watch. Anyway, I can't participate if my level is not high enough. Girl picking mushrooms at lemon tart, so you came back? Lemon tart, what else can I do if I don't come back? The battle is over, So there is nothing exciting to watch. Girl picking mushrooms, that's right. I am your father. Who said there is nothing exciting to watch? There will be a celebration banquet and a trophy auction later. Lemon tart? Lemon tart, WTF. Is this true? I am your father. Of course it is true. All the seized weapons will be auctioned. I want to be read. Speaking of the auction, I grabbed the gun used by the leader of the Fong thieves today. A submachine gun similar to EP44. With 30 bullets left, grin. Gotham Iron Man, damn! I wanted to bid for this one too. Before I even had a chance to bid. You guys raised the price to the highest, side eyes. I want to be read, so you have to act fast. If you hesitate you will lose, grin. Unlike the players who were having a festive atmosphere, the atmosphere on the deserted planet was not as harmonious as on Earth. After settling the bodies of the 50 players who had logged off at Bordeaux Farm, Xiao Ming left the cellar. Before leaving, he specifically asked Guider to guard here, and asked Mina to wait until 10 o'clock the next morning to come and open the door of the cellar. After dealing with these things, he came to a surviving wooden house on the west side of Bordeaux Farm. This is the storage and processing room for all fertilizers in the farm. It has been a while since the wild boar was brought out, and the golden slime master mentioned by the farmhands has never come. This also made him more and more uneasy. He didn't understand what the other party's purpose was. Could it be to torture him deliberately? Just like a cat catching a mouse. It always chooses to tease it for a while before eating it. And then it will be ruthlessly solved when it is tired of playing. The reason why the other party has not appeared until now may be that he is hiding somewhere to admire his ugly appearance, like a cat teasing its prey, and wait until the other party has admired enough before killing him. Recalling the corpses that were disposed of by the farmhands, a trace of panic appeared on the wild boar's face. So he would also be turned into fertilizer and buried in the soil? No. Maybe it would be even more cruel than this. Maybe they would tie a bomb to his body. Or maybe other more terrible tricks. The wild boar had no doubt about this. After all, on the battlefield in the daytime, those slimes treated them so mercilessly. It seemed that his lucky days were over. Squeaky. The old wooden door was pushed open, and the cool night wind blew in, making people's hair stand on end. A yellowish-brown slime jumped into the house. The farmhands raised their hands and saluted it in a strange way the moment they saw each other. Seeing the object that he had been waiting for a long time, the wild boar's breathing stagnated, and his pounding heart instantly rose to his throat. He admitted that he was scared. Even the most brutal robbers would still feel fear when they encounter the scythe of the god of death hanging over their heads. Just when he thought that the other party wanted these farmhands to execute him, the slime in front of him suddenly spoke. Do you want to live? At first, the wild boar could not understand the obscure language in the other party's mouth. But soon, the followers of the messenger of God automatically translated this sentence. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across the face of the wild boar unconsciously. Although he did not understand why these farmhands could understand what the slime said. Under the strong instinct for survival, the wild boar still spoke quickly. I want to. After getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Since you want to live, I will give you a chance. Of course, this opportunity also applies to your brothers. As he said, Xiao Ming suppressed his smile and stared at the scarred man in front of him with a serious expression. From now on, you and your men have to work for me. Hearing the farmhand's translation, a trace of surprise flashed across the face of the wild boar. Before he could ask what he wanted to do, the slime in front of him continued to talk. You have done a lot of evil in the first half of your life. If you want to survive, you must use your hands to atone for your sins. Whether it is planting crops on the farm, burning cement and bricks, or building a house. As long as I need you, you will be sent to these places to work. Killing prisoners of war? That's what barbarians do. As a pacifist, Xiao Ming would naturally not do such a cruel thing. So, he followed the example of the Russian army during World War II and let the prisoners of war go to Siberia to dig potatoes. After all, it would be a big loss if there is ready-made labor force. Anyway, it only takes a few green reed leaves to support a person, which doesn't cost much. The boar didn't understand the little tricks in the slime in front of him. Hearing this, he pursed his lips unconsciously. After a while, he heard him speak slowly with a hoarse voice. I understand. I am willing to obey your arrangements. Sir. Chapter 56 Post-War Reconstruction and Arrangements. The big man in front of him looked very submissive. But Xiao Ming did not completely relax his vigilance. After all, this man was the leader of the Wild Star Thieves. To be a leader-level bandit, One must not only have a strong fist, but also have a brain. Otherwise, how to lead a group of equally vicious bandits? Although the other party has now surrendered, it does not mean that he is sincere. However, Xiaoming did not care much about whether he was sincere or not, because he urgently needed manpower to rebuild Bordeaux Farm, and these thieves could be used. Catch the leader first, and it should not be difficult for his men to deal with the wild boar. Anyway, those people now have no choice. The next day, all 11 surviving thieves, including the wild boar, were dispersed and assigned to various positions. However, whether they were burning cement or bricks or working in farmland or construction sites, they were surrounded by a group of farmhands or players with weapons watching them. This is also to prevent them from communicating with each other and causing trouble. Perhaps because they were scared by the players. These thieves did not stand out as they expected, but did their assigned work honestly. The reconstruction of the farm is proceeding in an orderly manner, and Xiaoming is also planning the next step. He plans to build a road from Bordeaux Farm to Slime Village. As time goes by, the exchanges between Slime Village and Bordeaux Farm will definitely be closer than before. The original road was not easy to walk, so in order to facilitate the exchanges between players and NPCs in the two bases in the future, road construction has become a very necessary thing. And road construction requires a lot of cement and human resources. So Xiaoming decided to build a cement plant near the farm. The cement produced can be used not only to build houses, but also to pave roads. The cement plant in Slime Village is also operating at the same time, extending the road outside the village until the roads built in the two bases are connected. With this road, it will be much more convenient to transport materials and manpower in the future. This is good for the future development of Slime Village. After all, there's a saying that goes to get rich, you must first build roads. When the power of Slime Village and the farm develops to a certain extent in the future, Xiaoming will build roads further out. It will be convenient for future players to open up new bases. It is said that there are many scattered villages extending more than 10 kilometers to the east, and those people are long-term workers hired by other nearby farms. Going through this area and continuing to walk forward for 20 to 30 kilometers will reach Jinsha City. However, Xiaoming does not intend to expand too quickly. After all, the current hard power of Slime Village is not enough. It is okay to deal with a few robbers, but it is still hanging if it really fights with the regular army with real swords and guns. So it is better to keep a low profile and maintain a wretched development under the premise of insufficient strength. It is not too late to expand outward when you have a certain strength. The road is walked out step by step, and the plan is also realized step by step. After determining the general direction, Xiaoming also began to plan the future development of Bordeaux Farm, which is now the Slime Farm. In the past, the main cash crop of the farm was light tobacco. This cheap tobacco was loved by those cash-strapped interstellar travelers, and made the old vampire Bordeaux a lot of money. But the value of this thing is limited. After all, tobacco is something you can smoke when you have spare money, and not smoke when you don't. But food is something you have to eat regardless of whether you have money or not. So Xiaoming decided to gradually replace the main crop of the slime farm with rye. The Slime Village has planted a batch of improved rye seeds given by the summoner. Although it is not time to harvest yet, the current growth trend is still good. If the rye planted is really as good as the summoner information says, then there will definitely be a good market in the future. However, there are still many uncertainties at present. So Xiaoming does not plan to replace all the tobacco leaves in the farm with rye immediately. You can't become a big fat man in one go. And the tobacco business still needs to be retained in the short term. Otherwise the capital chain will easily collapse. In addition, due to the increase of new NPCs, personnel management has also become a problem. In the past, the Bordeaux owner paid the farmhands a piece of green non every day and a few copper coins every month. The issuer of this copper coin is Jinsha City. In addition to copper coins, there are also silver coins and gold coins with higher denominations. Most people on the deserted planet use this kind of currency. So now the problem is that Slime Village has never used the currency of Jinsha City. It has always used electronic currency called Slime Coin. Players are okay. After all, it is electronic currency. As a game planner, you only need to change the numbers in their accounts, and everything will be fine. But the problem is NPCs. How to pay them wages next. Even if you want to promote the electronicization of currency, you must have corresponding electronic equipment. Right? But now, Slime Village has not even developed its industry yet. Where can you get so many high-tech things? After all, the natives don't have things like task panels like players. Moreover, even if there are electronic devices. These natives don't know whether they can accept this virtual payment method. The road is long and difficult. It seems that wages can only be replaced by food and daily necessities for a short period of time. Anyway, the purpose of NPC work is to exchange these things. Compared with this, the management regulations of the farm seem much simpler. Just use plain language to explain what can and cannot be done in the farm. After all, there are only about 100 people in the slime farm at present, and the rules do not need to be too complicated. Wait until the future to increase, reduce, refine and classify according to the actual situation. With management regulations, there is naturally a need for management. Because the slime nest is in the valley, Xiaoming, as the manager of the slime nest, will not move the base camp easily. This also means that someone must stay in the slime farm to manage it for him. First of all, this person must have certain management skills. Secondly, he must be loyal to him and the slime player. Mina is very suitable, but she has been arranged in the slime village to teach players how to farm. 1 carrot 1 pit. NPC arrangement cannot be as random as the real world to transfer personnel. This also means that the manager of the farm can only be found from those newly joined long-term workers. This also increased the difficulty of Xiaoming's work. But fortunately, after 2 days of observation, he really found a suitable candidate, an old farmhand named Lao Lu too. This person was introduced by Jijuer. He was the iron-making man he mentioned. Unlike the honest Jijuer, Lao Lu too seemed much smarter than him. But this kind of smartness was not the kind of sly and slippery smartness, but with a kind of caution and consideration. Such people think a lot, and will surely think twice before doing things. Not seeking merit, but seeking no mistakes. Not suitable to be a pioneer, but suitable to be a manager who stabilizes the rear. In addition to the farm manager, the rest is the captain of the farm guard. This candidate is not difficult to find. Xiaoming had already taken a fancy to Mia's childhood sweetheart, the young man named Batu. This young man is reliable. Although some young people are impulsive, they are not reckless. More importantly, he likes Mia and is pursuing her. If he could be given a position to gain face in front of the girl he likes, he would definitely work very hard for himself. As for the rest of the guard team, they would be selected from other young and strong farmhands in the farm. Anyway, the guard work is not difficult. On weekdays, they only need to patrol outside the farm and maintain the public security nearby. As for dealing with foreign invasions, this kind of thing should not happen in the short term. Even if it happens, there are still players to help deal with it. However, just in case, the guard team will still have to undergo additional training in the future. Of course, the first priority at present is to repair the road and develop the slime village as the base camp. Because only when the base camp is strong can it have enough confidence to deal with all the bad situations. After handing over the various tasks listed to the farmhands and small players below to implement, Xiaoming turned around and walked into a single ward. It is called a ward, but in fact it is a bedroom temporarily converted from a utility room. There is only a bed and a bench in the whole room. At this time, Seagull Piamo, who was wrapped in plaster all over his body like a mummy, was lying sickly on the bed. On the side, the little player named Yi Feng jumped off the bench when he saw the patriarch come in. "Hello, patriarch." Xiaoming nodded slightly and asked casually, "How is his condition?" "His vital signs have gradually stabilized, but he can't move around or touch water during this period. Someone needs to help him eat, drink, defecate, urinate and change the dressing." Xiaoming nodded. "Then you will be responsible for it." "Yi Feng?" "Xiaoming, this is an important person. As long as you take good care of him, it will not harm you." As soon as the voice fell, Yi Feng's task panel popped up, a special task issued by the patriarch. Become Seagull Piamo's caregiver and take care of him until he recovers. The patriarch will give you a reward of 500 slime coins plus 100 contribution points. Yi Feng wanted to refuse, but the clan leader mission that suddenly appeared in front of him made him swallow his words back. As a player, who can go against the mission reward? Not to mention that this mission reward also comes with contribution points. He can get contribution points without fighting or hunting wild star wolves. Of course, he can't refuse such a good thing. Thinking of this, he immediately raised his jelly-like little hand and saluted Xiaoming seriously. "Patriarch, rest assured, I guarantee to complete the task." Xiaoming was very satisfied with the little player's advice. He waved his hand. "You go out first. I need to talk to him alone now." Hearing this, the little player responded readily. Just as he was about to open the door and leave, The patriarch behind him added another sentence. By the way, find Jijwer after you go out, and let him come here to see me. After all, if you want the natives who are not in your sphere of influence to understand what he says, you must have an accompanying translator. However, the Mi sisters have been sent back to the slime village to stabilize the overall situation. So he can only find a suitable translator among these new NPCs. And the honest Jijwer just happens to be able to serve as this tool man. Looking at the two strange slimes in front of him speaking a language he couldn't understand, Seagull, who was lying on the bed and couldn't move, felt that something serious was going to happen. However, at this moment, his brain was completely unable to think deeply, because his head seemed to have been hit before, and it hurt a lot when he thought seriously. Not only that, he felt like he had forgotten something important. For example, his name. For example, his identity. What was his name? What did he do before? And why was he here now? He couldn't remember any of these things. What on earth was going on? Chapter 57. The Amnesiac Swindler. Jidar, who was urged by the god's messenger to come, saw a tightly bandaged wounded patient as soon as he entered the door. He was stunned for a moment. However, before he could ask the golden slime lord beside him, he saw that person rolling his eyes and speaking hoarsely. Who are you? Jidar glanced at the golden slime lord who was silent beside him, and then slowly said, This is the golden slime lord. He is the owner of the slime farm. He is also the head of the god's messenger, who commands the god's messenger of the god of the universe. And I am just an ordinary follower serving the golden slime lord. Golden slime lord? Seagull blinked slowly, somewhat surprised at the name of the slime in front of him. Not only because of the other party's respectful attitude, but also because the color of this slime is khaki no matter how you look at it. How can it be called a golden slime? Also, what is the leader of the god's envoys, who commands the god's envoys of the universe? However, these questions did not make him continue to be confused, because there were other more important questions that bothered him at the moment. Who am I? Do you know me? Why am I here? As soon as these words came out, Jijwer's body suddenly stiffened, and his wrinkled eyes were gradually occupied by an emotion called disbelief, although he did not know the true identity of the young man in front of him. Judging from the attitude of those barren star thieves who obeyed his orders before, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. But such a powerful person now said that he didn't know who he was, which was really surprising. Xiaoming was also a little surprised. You really don't remember? Jijwer translated the questions of the golden slime lord to the other party, and saw the big Zonzi in front of him blink slowly twice, and didn't remember. Hearing this, the man and the slime beside the bed looked at each other in surprise. The development of the current situation is really a bit surprising. Xiaoming originally just wanted to see how his little player treated the famous scammer, and then ask him a few questions, but he didn't expect that the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. Seagull Piamo actually lost his memory. Could it be because he was injured in the brain when he was hit before? As if he didn't notice that the current atmosphere was wrong. Seagull still asked the old man in front of him, Who am I? Can you tell me? Facing the young man's questioning, Guider didn't know how to answer for a while, because he really didn't know. For a while, he couldn't help but look at the golden slime in front of him for help. Xiaoming thought for a moment, then jumped to the old man's shoulder and whispered, I will explain. You tell him. Hearing this, Guider nodded repeatedly. After speaking, the slime in front of him jumped from the old man's shoulder to the small low table next to the bed. It cleared its throat and said, You are a refugee. You met a group of bandits while fleeing. Your injuries were also caused by those bandits. Luckily, you met us, so you survived. Jidar? Looking at the dull face of the old man in front of him, Xiaoming urged, What are you still standing there for? Translate quickly. Hearing this, Jijwer hurriedly told the other party exactly what Xiaoming had just said in the language of the Desert Star. Seagull was a little surprised to hear this. I am a refugee? Although he really didn't remember it. For some reason, he felt that he should not be just a refugee. However, the slime in front of him jumped on the spot. You are of course a refugee. If you don't believe it, just look at your clothes. Old and torn. What else can you be if not a refugee? Hearing this, Seagull moved his neck with difficulty and glanced down. He saw that he was wearing a coarse linen shirt, which looked a bit old and had many patches on it. And he looked very poor. Seeing this, Seagull was stunned, and his chaotic brain went blank. It turned out that he was really a refugee. Although he was a little disappointed, Seagull still thanked the old man and the slime who claimed to be his savior. Xiaoming did not feel guilty about lying at all, and just continued to say, "As for your name, we don't know either, because you don't have anything on you that can prove your identity. Or, you can give yourself a new name?" Jijuer never expected that the Golden Slime Master would lie with his eyes open. However, as a loyal follower of the Golden Slime Master, no matter how outrageous the other party's words were, Jijuer would not correct them at all, because he deeply understood a truth. Don't ask too much about things that the Master didn't tell you actively. Only by doing so can you live long. Even if he met a kind master like the Golden Slime Master, he still implemented this principle. Besides, the reason why the Golden Slime Master said this may have its considerations. As a follower, he should do his job well. Thinking of this, Jijuer silently lowered his head and repeated what Xiaoming said in the Wild Star language. Siegel didn't notice the unnatural expression in the old man in front of him, because his brain was aching dully at the moment, and his head was about to split when he thought seriously, and he had no time to care about anything else. He frowned and muttered, "Name. New name." Seeing him like this, Xiaoming couldn't bear to let him continue to think, and hurriedly said, "Let me help you choose. Since you have lost your memory, just call it K.E. K.E.?" Siegel opened his mouth hesitantly, repeating the strange and obscure pronunciation between his lips and teeth. After a while, he blinked twice. Okay. Xiaoming didn't expect that the wanted criminal who had lost his memory would be so easy to talk to. If he had known earlier, he would have named him KXIN Yen. But in the end, it was just a thought. If he really called him KXIN Yen, wouldn't he be complained to death by the players? However, Siegel's amnesia also had a certain impact on the subsequent planning of the game. After all, Xiaoming originally planned to wait until the fraudster's injury was half healed before exchanging it for the bounty. But now that he has lost his memory, this plan has to be put on hold for the time being. After all, what could be more interesting than a small boss, who is the #1 fraudster in the galaxy, losing his memory and becoming a naive person? The boss who is completely unaware of this is doing farm work in the fields as an amnesiac refugee. Just thinking about this scene is interesting. I guess players will find it interesting. However, the information about Siegel PMO on the official website will have to be revised. In addition to the amnesia setting, the refugee setting fabricated by the tribe leader must be added to prevent players from letting it slip without knowing it. However, even if it really slips out, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these natives can't understand Chinese at present. Lying on the hospital bed, Siegel didn't know that his future fate had been arranged by the cunning slime in front of him. The khaki slime just stretched out its jelly-like little hand to tuck the corner of the quilt for him. "Have a good rest. Wait until your injury is healed, and I will arrange something for you to do." After saying that, it jumped down from the low table and left the ward. Seeing this, Jijuer on the side hurriedly followed. Seeing that they were about to leave, Siegel immediately said, "You haven't told me where this place is." Hearing this question, Jijuer subconsciously looked at Xiaoming. Seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking in person, he stood up and said, "This is the slime farm. It is a territory belonging to the slime village." After saying this, Jijuer paused, seeing the young man in front of him with a confused look on his face. He continued to explain, "Here, slimes are all extremely noble gods, and the one who leads this group of gods is the golden slime beside me." Slimes are all extremely noble gods? Are these people okay? Such remarks sound incredible even to him who has lost his memory. However, no matter what he thought, the old man opposite was no longer willing to explain more, and just closed the door and let him have a good rest. After leaving the ward and walking to a distance where the people in the room could not hear the sound, Xiaoming asked the old man next to him, "Aren't you curious why I said this to him?" But Jijuer shook his head. The adults have their own reasons for doing things. This is not something I should ask about. Xiaoming laughed when he heard this, and then said, "In fact, there is no special reason. I just think it's fun." Jijuer? Just think it's fun? Just because of this reason, Master Golden Slime is really... For a moment, the expression on the old man's face was a little bit tense. Of course, it was not entirely because of fun. Seeing this, Xiaoming quickly put away his smile, and said with a serious face, "This guy had mixed with those thieves before, and did so many bad things. Don't you hate him, or get angry?" Jidair was stunned when he heard this. As farmhands, most of them have been accustomed to endurance. After all, no matter how angry or resentful they are, it will not help, and life still has to go on. Everyone has to pretend that nothing happened and continue to live. But now Master Golden Slime suddenly asked him if he was angry or resentful. And he really couldn't answer for a while. But the other party didn't seem to want him to answer. And just continued to say, it was because of this that the God of the universe punished him. So he lost his memory. Of course, this is not just a punishment. This is actually a chance for him to atone for his sins given by the God of the universe. That's why I gave him a new identity, and gave him a chance to start a new life. After all, he has lost the memory of doing bad things. And now he can be said to be a blank slate, with every chance of returning to the right path. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Jijuer opened his mouth and looked enlightened. So that's it. It turns out that Lord Gold Slime wanted to give him a chance to reform and start a new life. It's all because of his short-sightedness. He didn't even see the Lord's good intentions, and even shallowly guessed Lord Gold Slime's intentions. It's really wrong. Thinking of this, Jijuer hurriedly said, Lord Gold Slime is still thoughtful. I believe he will reform in the future. Xiaoming smiled and didn't respond. He had already started to think about what position to put this new NPC in the future. Is it to burn cement or move bricks? Is it to farm or carry manure? It's really hard to decide at the moment. But it doesn't matter. He can think about these things slowly. After all, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. And Seagull's injury will not heal in a short time. Compared with this, the next game update is the top priority. Chapter 58 1.07 version update. Desolate Star World 1.07 version. Update announcement. 1. Added a new stronghold slime farm, formerly known as Bordeaux Farm. A group of interstellar thieves once killed the farm owner and occupied it, in order to save the poor people who were enslaved. The chieftain Golden Slime led the brave slime tribesmen to liberate Bordeaux Farm. After the war, Bordeaux Farm was renamed Slime Farm. 2. Added stronghold prosperity and reputation attributes. Players can query the relevant values through the game panel. 3. Agricultural experimental field gameplay is open. The land in the slime farm is publicly owned. In addition to 70% of the land used to grow cash crops, the remaining 30% of the land will be used by the chieftain for the research and development and cultivation of new crops. Players can choose to submit an application to the chieftain or the farm manager to obtain agricultural land of no more than 100 square meters for the research and development and cultivation of new crops. Note: agricultural land is limited to crop planting and cannot be used for residential or industrial purposes. The application form must indicate the name of the crop to be planted, the required area, and the budget cost. If the application terms are unreasonable, the clan leader and the farm manager will have the right to reject the application submitted by the player. 4. Optimize the login method. Because the new base is a certain distance away from the slime's nest, in order to avoid the inconvenience of players going online and offline, this update adds new login and offline points. In addition to the original slime's nest, players can also choose to log in and out of the cellar of the new base slime farm. 5. Add several NPCs. Please refer to the official website character setting set for details. 6. NPC modeling optimization. Enrich NPC clothing details and facial expressions, and add NPC personality attributes. For example, the honest and steady Jijuer actually likes sweets, and the serious and shrewd farm manager Lao Lu Tu likes to drink. Batu, the young and passionate captain of the guard, and Minamiya are childhood sweethearts, and he has been secretly in love with Mia for many years. 7. Added new food varieties, wasteland potatoes and green reed leaves, and new crop varieties, ripe tobacco leaves. For specific information, please refer to the official website setting collection. 8. Fixed a small number of bugs. 1.07 version developer log. Hello. I am your dearest planner Xiaoming. I am here again. After more than a week of overtime work, our programmer brother finally developed the much anticipated 1.07 version. Let's applaud and thank them for their dedication. Okay, let's get back to the topic. This time Xiaoming just wants to talk to you about the updated 1.07 version of the Wasteland world. I have to say that this update is significant and has epic-making revolutionary significance for Wasteland world, because we have opened a new base. I believe that many people have already experienced the new base in advance in the limited time battle event of the previous version. Of course, players who haven't experienced it don't need to worry. There will always be a chance to see it in the future. Grin. With the opening of the new base, players' login and offline locations are no longer limited to the slime nest. This also makes it convenient for players who want to stay in the new base in the future. In addition, We have developed a unique gameplay in this update. That's right. That's the game base and regional reputation. Our game development team has been thinking about a question when developing this game: how to make players feel better. The sense of immersion I'm talking about here does not refer to how realistic the modeling is, but a sense of development that allows players to grow with the game. Unlike traditional adventure games, the bases of the deserted world are developed by players themselves. Just like the base camp Slime Village in our game. It was just a wasteland with nothing at the beginning. Now we have not only built a village here, but also built many public facilities. Some players also set up stalls here to do business. This has greatly increased the prosperity of the Slime Village. And the slime farm that was opened this time is the same. Because the bad guys entrenched here were driven away, Bordeaux Farm was included in the protection range of the Slime Village and became a slime farm. This is just as I mentioned before. The bases of the deserted world will expand and gradually grow according to the behavior of the players. This also means that the influence of players is huge. Your actions can not only add new bases to the Slime Village, but also change the lives of many NPCs. From nothing to something. From backward to advanced and prosperous. These are all created by you as players. All friendly behaviors towards the base NPC can improve your reputation in the base. The newly updated base reputation is specially set for this purpose. Of course, on the contrary, if your behavior is not friendly, your reputation in the area will decrease. And in serious cases you will be punished. By the way, you cannot receive tasks from NPCs if your reputation is too low. Because to NPCs, you are just an insignificant one among many slimes. Only when the player's reputation is high enough, the base NPC will pay enough attention to you and regard you as a friend or a higher level idol. At the same time, you will be able to obtain various conveniences provided by NPCs. For example, there are discounts when buying things, and NPCs will take the initiative to help you when you encounter difficulties. Of course, in fact, the benefits of high reputation are not just what I said. When the reputation value reaches a high enough value, you will have the opportunity to take on some special public positions and share the worries of the clan leader and the stronghold manager. If you can max out your reputation value, your name may even be engraved on a stone tablet by the NPCs for them to remember forever. Because at this time, these NPCs may have regarded you as a hero or a great man. However, when the reputation value is lower than a negative number, your relationship with the stronghold will not be so friendly. If the amount is 0, it means a cold stranger relationship. Then -10 means a nasty neighbor. And -100 means a hostile relationship. When the amount is lower than -100, you and the residents of the stronghold are enemies with a deep blood feud. At that time, you will most likely be attacked. Of course, as long as you don't take the initiative to die. This situation is generally unlikely to happen. Seeing this, I believe everyone should have almost understood that the so-called stronghold reputation is actually the favorability of the NPC in the area towards the player. This is very different from the meaning of contribution points. Contribution points are rewards based on the contribution made by players to the slime clan. And reputation points are obtained by the NPCs in the slime territory based on the good things that players have done for them. By the way, both contribution points and reputation points only exist in the player camp. There is no such setting in other camps other than the slime territory. The above is all the content of this update. Please explore the other content yourself in the game. P.S. We are also gradually developing and testing the night system and career system that players have the highest voice. Please wait for a while. Maybe in the next version or the next version. The function you want will be online. I wish all players a happy game. Xiaoming, the game development planning team of Wild Star World. Although after several versions of updates, most players have become accustomed to the official update mode without saying hello. But when they go offline and open the official website to see this pinned information, they are still shocked. For a time, this official update post was immediately flooded with various comments from players. Good luck, damn! The game has been updated again? Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, the official update speed is as fast as running water, squinting smile. Spinach Popeye, I didn't expect that the official update directly put out the regional reputation value. By Wu Chong, that means everyone has to brush up the NPC's favorability from now on. Right? Gotham Iron Man, damn! Isn't that just like me wanting to be famous? Being a licker? And the licker is not just the clan leader. I want to be famous. What licker? That's so ugly. Brother is obviously trying to brush up the favorability. Do you understand the favorability? De Peng Zhanqi, indeed. The NPC's favorability is very important. According to the official explanation, the level of reputation is not only related to whether the player can receive the tasks issued by the NPC in the future, but also to whether he can take up a public position in the base. I am your father, then brush it. It's not shameful to lick the NPC. Anyway, it's not that I haven't brushed the favorability of the clan leader before. Compared with these, I am more interested in the agricultural experimental field. I don't know if I can get a piece of land to grow mushrooms. At pork stewed with vermicelli. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Good idea. The tribe leader asked us to go to the white lantern mushrooms before. But the number of white lantern mushrooms in the forest is limited after all. If we can mass produce those mushrooms, it will definitely be a big business in the future. Stir-fried kidney flour. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. In fact, you don't need land to grow mushrooms. Wouldn't it be easier to build a shed directly in the open space outside? I am your father. That won't work. What if it doesn't grow? Stir-fried kidney flour. If you can't grow it in a shed, you probably won't be able to grow it in the field. I am your father at times. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Let's not talk about how to grow it, and whether it can be grown. Anyway, experimental land must be available, and the application report must be submitted as soon as possible. After all, the number of good land is limited. If other players also want to conduct crop cultivation experiments, we will have to compete with them. First come first served. Submitting early will give you the right to choose. We have to move faster. I am your father. That makes sense. Let's go online tonight and submit the application to the clan leader. Stir-fried kidney. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Vermicelli? Pork stewed with vermicelli. What do you mean by I didn't expect you to be so smart? I'm not stupid. Stir-fried kidney. Squinting, squinting, squinting. Sailing. When will the helmet be released in this game? I have been filling out the form for several days. Pig Gululu. What's the big deal about filling out the form for a few days? 7 versions have passed, and I still haven't received the helmet. Stir-fried kidney at Yangfan Yuanhang. There are so many people who can't get the helmet after filling out the form in this game. Besides, 50 players have been allowed in the last update, so it is normal that new internal test accounts will not be open for a while. Just wait. Yangfan Yuanhang. How long will it take? Stir-fried kidney. It's hard to say. It depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can enter when the next wave of accounts are opened. If you are unlucky, you may have to wait for several versions. The girl who picked mushrooms. I am the one with bad luck. I have been waiting since the internal test, and was not selected until the last update. I have been waiting for more than a month. Sailing? Sailing? More than a month? So long? The girl who picked mushrooms. It is already very good. There are still many people who can't get in. Seeing this, Chen Yuanon in front of the screen was dumbfounded. It is so mysterious. What kind of game is this? Desolate Star World. Chapter 59 Investigation in the Real World. Chen Yuanon never thought that a gaming helmet would be so difficult to obtain. I remember Lu Yang once told me that as long as I filled out the application questionnaire, I would receive the helmet soon. However, the facts were not as he said. Because even if you fill out the application form, you may not get the helmet. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanon couldn't help but sigh. Lu Yang's luck is too good. If it weren't for the fact that even Lu Yang himself was investigating the helmet and the company, he would have suspected that the other party had some PY transaction with the official to get the helmet so quickly. Complaints aside, you still have to wait. If he was originally only interested in this helmet, now he is not only interested in the helmet, but also in this game called Desolate Star World. What kind of game needs to use such a helmet? He is getting more and more curious about this. Chen Yuanon is not the only one who is curious. This mysterious game that came out of nowhere has also attracted the attention of some relevant departments. In the real world, the intelligence agency of a country across the ocean, a group of people were sitting around the conference table, looking at the projection in front of them seriously. This is a Chinese game website, and the content of the page is very simple. It is hard to imagine that such a simple official website was made by a company that developed such a powerful holographic game. It is really a mismatch. About a week ago, their agents accidentally found this game website without an exact domain name on the internet. There is no exact company name, and no information about any game developers can be found. All they can find are a few pictures on the official website and screenshots of the so-called players on the forum. A game that can feel, smell, touch, and taste. What a great black technology. If this technology can be applied to medicine and military, then their country can be a big step ahead of the world and become a crushing existence of other countries. Of course, All this is based on the fact that this game really exists. If it is just a prank by a group of bored people, then everything is empty talk. In order to achieve this ambition, they have been trying their best to crack the source code of this website. However, every time when they think they are getting close to the truth, their computers begin to paralyze themselves inexplicably. This situation is really incredible. You know, their computer security system is the most advanced in the world, and no hacker can successfully crack it. But they have hit a wall countless times on such a mysterious game website, let alone cracking this website. Their system will completely collapse if they continue. Unable to chew this hard bone, the director had to temporarily stop the operation and call all the people in the team to discuss it. There must be a person behind this website. No, it may be a group of top technicians. With them, we can't think of breaking the other party's address. Joe Jack, the network engineer responsible for cracking the website, grabbed the role that he had no time to take care of because of working overtime for several days in a row. Ordinary technicians can't compete with our network information security experts. Abel, the director of the Intelligence Bureau of the United States, pondered for a moment, and his expression gradually became serious. Perhaps the Chinese government is actually behind this website. Upon hearing this, the other agents in the meeting room were stunned. Such a mysterious little website is actually backed by the Chinese government. Is this possible? Otherwise, how to explain what we have experienced these days? Abel frowned. Our security system is the most advanced in the world. Do you think ordinary computer engineers can successfully break through our security protection and paralyze all our computers? Hearing this, everyone in the team fell silent. This is obviously impossible. The director's words make sense. If this is true, then the reason why they have been unable to attack repeatedly has been found. But there is one thing that doesn't make sense. Philip, the patriarch of the action team, slowly spoke. If the Chinese government is behind this website, then what is their purpose in doing this? No normal government will spend financial funds on the development of games. Right? Philip's question instantly stumped everyone present. Indeed, it is a waste to use such technology to make games. At least it will be used in more valuable places. Moreover, if the Chinese government is developing related technologies, it will keep it strictly confidential. At least it will not disclose any information to the outside world before the development is successful. Such a high-profile style is really inconsistent with their usual understanding of it. For a while, their investigation was deadlocked again. After a long time, an agent suddenly said, "Maybe we got it wrong from the beginning. The supporters behind this website are not the Chinese government, but from other forces, such as alien civilization." Everyone. How is this possible? Another agent objected. After all, their country has been trying to contact extraterrestrial civilizations since the last century, but it has not achieved much results from beginning to end. Now extraterrestrial civilizations have gone to Eastern countries, whose economic and technological strength is far inferior to theirs, which is simply a slap in their faces. If not, how do we explain the situations we have encountered? This is not scientific at all. Just when the two were about to quarrel, Director Abel, who had been silent for a long time, said, "We have no evidence, and it is meaningless to discuss whether it is true or not. Besides, it is not certain whether this game really exists. What if it is just a prank? To find out the situation, you must get a game helmet to verify the authenticity of this game yourself." After speaking, Abel looked at everyone and asked them to find someone who knows Chinese. Everyone went to the website to apply for a game account. Since we can't attack from the outside, let's change our strategy. Just when an intelligence agency on the other side of the ocean was filling out the questionnaire for applying for an account, a similar drama was played in the distant east. In the spacious computer room, the fan blades of several computer cases were running all the time. Inside the room, the turbid air mixed with the smell of smoke made it difficult for people to breathe. However, at this time, no one had time to get up and open the window for fresh air. The technicians had been working on the computer for a long time, and the dark circles under their eyes were as big as those of national treasures. For more than half a month, they have been investigating the mysterious website in front of them. There is no domain name, but it can be accessed normally. This website is like a product of another world that appeared out of thin air in this world, making it difficult to start. Although they have tried every means to break through the defense of the website, they have received a strong counterattack. 3/4 of the computers in this computer room have crashed, but they have no clue at all. Not only this non-existent website, but also those game helmets that appeared out of thin air in the hands of players. They have not been able to find out. Even if they contacted some players and investigated the surveillance at the time of the incident. They still could not find out the truth. On the contrary, as the investigation deepened, mysteries emerged one after another, making people more and more confused regarding this game called WildStar World. The earliest information they can trace back comes from a post posted on a game forum nearly 2 months ago. A person with the ID named WildStar Planner posted a promotional post about this game and was later deleted by the forum administrator. After contacting the forum owner, they restored the post through network technology and got the account information of the planner of the Desolate Star. However, to their disappointment, there was nothing on it. Both the account association and personal information were blank. What was even more bizarre was that even the network IP was not shown in the server. Could it be that the planner of the Desolate Star was abroad? For a while, the members of the investigation team fell into a long silence. It would be easy to deal with if the other party was in China. But if he was abroad, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unlike the mysterious planner of the Desolate Star, the identities of the players were very easy to investigate. This was too abnormal. Although there was no evidence to prove that there was any illegal behavior in this game, the superiors still gave them an investigation order. Because if what those players said was true, it also meant that the developers behind this game had a black technology that could shake the world, being able to interfere with the dreams of players. Such technology can be fully applied to the research of brain science, and there may be hope to cure vegetative people in the future. In addition, such technology can also be applied to the military field. In addition to physical training in the real world during the day, soldiers can also receive additional mental training in their dreams at night. Combining the two, their country can build a higher quality and more combat-capable army. If such technology can be used by the country, it will be 100 benefits without any harm. It would be great if we could get our own helmet. A serious square-faced man looked at the computer screen that suddenly went black opposite and said slowly, "If we can get the helmet, we might be able to get in touch with the behind-the-scenes planner of this game. Maybe we can talk to each other calmly. What if the other party is an alien?" On the side, a young technician suddenly said, "If it is an alien, if we don't speak the same language, then we can't communicate, right?" The square-faced man looked at him, opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to refute. But then he thought that what the other party said was not unreasonable. So he closed his mouth again. On the side, the older leader of the investigation team coughed and said, "Why do you think so much? It's not a movie. And aliens." Having said that, the leader himself couldn't help but murmur in his heart, although it's a bit outrageous. It makes sense when you think about it carefully. After all, such technology can't be developed even by a country with the most advanced technology on the other side of the ocean. At present, all scientific achievements on Earth have been developed on the shoulders of countless giants. However, the construction of this website is beyond their cognition. Not only the website, but also the mysterious planner of the deserted planet, and the magical game. Everything doesn't seem to be built on the existing technological foundation. The normal situation should be from A to B, from B to C and so on. But the technology of this game seems to jump directly from A to the NZ. There is a large gap in the middle, and there is no connection between the two ends. They are like two independent singularities, existing but not intersecting. It is even doubtful whether they exist in the same spatial dimension. In this case, we can only say that it comes from extraterrestrial civilization. Thinking about it, the expression of the head of the investigation team became more and more solemn. But if it is really an extraterrestrial civilization, then what is the purpose of their development of this game? Judging from the current situation, their technical level is far higher than theirs. In this case, it is definitely not for stealing. Could it be to study the social habits of Earthlings? They don't know all this yet. However, the other party did not do any other hostile actions except to prevent their technological invasion. I think they should be living in peace. If we can take this opportunity to get along with these aliens, maybe they can point out the difficulties of their technical research and development. In this way, it will be an immeasurable good thing for the country's scientific and technological development. Thinking about it, the head of the investigation team hurriedly said to everyone present, "Everyone, go to the official website to fill in the form. Perhaps when you enter the game, all problems can be solved." Chapter 60 Mushroom Business. Time passed quickly, and it was September. Some cities in the real world have gradually entered autumn, and the weather is getting cooler. Similarly, the temperature in the deserted world has also begun to drop. Early in the morning, when he came out of the login point, pork stewed vermicelli couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold. I didn't expect that even the weather changes in this game are so real. A chocolate-colored slime sighed in a deep voice. Hearing the sound, pork-stewed vermicelli looked up. I saw that the other party's ID was written as Scorching Sun. This name is a bit unfamiliar. Could it be a newcomer? Thinking of this, pork-stewed vermicelli immediately put on the attitude of an experienced person and said to the other party happily, "You'll get used to it. Except for not being able to turn into a human. Everything else in this game is so real." Hearing this, the Scorching Sun nodded. Then the two jumped out of the slime's nest one after the other. The day after the war, pork-stewed vermicelli and I'm Your Dad returned to Slime Village. The reason why they didn't explore the new base was purely because they were busy completing the task of picking white lantern mushrooms assigned to them by the tribe leader. After all, the swamp where mushrooms grow is closer to Slime Village. If they stay in the new base, they will have to walk a long way every day. And there is no means of transportation. Besides, there are big men everywhere in the farm. Not even a beautiful lady. In comparison, he would of course prefer to return to Slime Village. At least, he can see Minamiya and the others. Although it is just past 8 o'clock now. The Slime Village is already a lively scene. Countless newbies are busy at their respective posts. Burning cement, moving bricks to build houses, farming, collecting, hunting, setting up stalls and selling. Everything is available. Seeing this prosperous scene in front of him, pork-stewed vermicelli couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. I remember when I first came here, there was nothing. But now it has developed into a real village. He also contributed to the construction of the Slime Village. Compared to the old player, he was full of emotion. But the newbies didn't have so many emotions to recall. At the moment, they only have one goal: to work harder and level up quickly. You must know that the activity of hunting the wild star wolf must be above LV2 to participate. And exchanging the villager title also requires LV1 and 500 contribution points. This also means that if they want to experience more activities and more privileges, they can only upgrade. However, due to the upgrade and revision of the game, contribution points are not as easy to obtain as at the beginning. So in order to avoid new players not being able to earn contribution points and exchange villager titles, Xiao Ming modified some novice tasks and increased the contribution point rewards for players, so that they can get the title as soon as possible. This is also a benefit for new players. After all, many games will give so-called novice gift packs when players first start playing. Seeing these players, pork-stewed vermicelli couldn't help but sigh. This group of people are really lucky. They didn't have so-called benefits at that time. Moreover, there are no facilities in the game, which can be described as a truly poor situation. However, he thought about it again. He has already upgraded to LV2 and has the title of villager. But this group of players are still doing hard labor on the construction site. It seems that entering the game early is not without benefits. Lu Yang looked around the bustling village in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been in this game for 2 or 3 days, he still hadn't gotten used to it. He really couldn't imagine what kind of technology a game uses to make the player's experience so real. Not only vision and hearing, but also touch, smell and taste. And all the player has to do is wear a helmet and sleep. How is this done? Even if it is really a product developed by extraterrestrial civilization. It's too incredible. While sighing, Lu Yang couldn't help thinking, it would be great if I could get in touch with the game developer. Such black technology will definitely bring huge business opportunities. They can talk about cooperation. I just don't know if aliens will accept currency on Earth. Just as Lu Yang was thinking about it, he heard a sentence from behind him. Brother, are you interested in helping me? Hearing this, Lu Yang subconsciously turned his head to look. He saw a lake blue slime carrying a basket and said, of course. I won't let you work for nothing. I will pay you slime coins. At the end of the conversation, seeing that he was motionless, the lake blue slime said again, I saw that you had been standing here for a long time and didn't go to receive the task. So I asked casually, it's okay if you are not interested. Lu Yang calmed down. With a good memory, he recognized that the slime in front of him was the old player who had just talked to him in the slime's nest. The ID was pork stewed with vermicelli. This name, at first glance, is a foodie. Putting aside useless thoughts, Lu Yang asked, what do you need me to do for you? Picking mushrooms? Lu Yang? Picking mushrooms? This answer was really a bit unexpected for him, recalling what other players told him these days. Most of the mushrooms around here are poisonous and cannot be eaten. If that's the case, why did the other party go to pick mushrooms? Although he was confused, Lu Yang didn't ask immediately. Just said, how much can you pay me? Pork stewed with vermicelli. How about 10 slime coins a day? Too little. Lu Yong refused without thinking. Nowadays, moving bricks at the construction site can earn at least 15 slime coins a day, and some hard-working players can even earn 20. He won't do such a losing business with only 10 slime coins a day. Besides, you can earn contribution points by completing the novice tasks. But working for him can only earn slime coins, which is not cost-effective at all. Pork stewed with vermicelli felt pity when he heard this. I thought all the newbies were easy to talk to. After all, they just entered the game and didn't know anything. I didn't expect that the one he met was so smart. Although it was a pity, it was not easy to force pork stewed with vermicelli. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the newbie named Jia Yongxiwa suddenly called him. What are you doing with those poisonous mushrooms? Could it be poisoning people? Of course, Lu Yong didn't say the second half of the sentence. After all, he might get beaten if he said it out. But if you think about it carefully, his guess is not wrong. After all, no one knows what poisonous mushrooms can do except poisoning. However, the other party's answer surprised him a little. Who said I'm going to pick poisonous mushrooms? Pork stewed with vermicelli paused and said, the mushrooms I want to pick are a kind of medicine that can cure diseases. As he said this, he seemed to feel that he had revealed too much. And he suddenly stopped talking. Anyway, you don't want to help. So what I pick is none of your business. I am willing to help. Changing his previous refusal attitude, the chocolate brown slime in front of him said in a deep voice, 10 slime coins a day. I agree. Pork stewed with vermicelli? Did you change so quickly? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Didn't you complain about the little money just now? Lu Yong said without blushing, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I just haven't seen mushrooms that can cure diseases. So I'm curious and want to learn more. This is of course not the truth. Although he is curious about mushrooms that can cure diseases, he would never do such a thing just to learn more. He is interested in the business opportunities behind mushrooms that can cure diseases. After all, in addition to eating, people also need to see a doctor. Right? Although they are currently slimes, no one can guarantee that slimes will not get sick all the time. Besides, there are many human NPCs in this game. What does this mean? Market. A huge market. Doing business depends on a keen business sense. You can seize the opportunity by taking action before most people have taken action. This is the secret to making money. Pork stewed with vermicelli looked at him strangely. Although he felt that this newbie was strange, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, he couldn't transport so many mushrooms by himself. And he did want to find a newbie to be a porter. Since the other party changed his mind, he didn't have to look for someone everywhere. After a private discussion with I'm Your Dad during the day, they decided to split into 2 groups after going online today. He was responsible for collecting the first batch of white lantern mushrooms to show the goods to the merchant Julian, while I'm Your Dad went to the tribe leader to submit an application for the mushroom experimental field. If it can be approved, then they can try to cultivate white lantern mushrooms next. If it succeeds, it will be an immeasurable wealth. Thinking that there will be a lot of contribution points and slime coins waiting to him in the future, Pork stewed with vermicelli immediately became motivated. On this side, when Pork stewed with vermicelli was busy taking the newbie to collect mushrooms, I'm Your Dad on the other side was not idle either. As soon as she came online, she found Xiao Ming and handed him the application form that she had written in 5 minutes. Chief, the application for the agricultural experimental field has been written. Do you think this is okay? Looking at the application form in front of him, which used leaves as paper and the juice of the grass as a writing tool, Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't expect that a little player would find him so soon. He thought that no one was interested in this agricultural experimental field. Thinking about it, he coughed and explained seriously, written applications require special paper. You can't do this. Hearing this, I am your father, and I can't help but feel a little disappointed. But she soon continued to ask, where can I get the special paper? Warehouse. Xiao Ming explained concisely, you only need 1 slime coin. And Mina will give you a piece of paper. Originally, there was no paper in the slime village. But 2 idle casual players tinkered with it for a while, and actually used the reed leaves and weeds on the shore to make a kind of straw paper that can be used to wipe your butt. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with their inventions. With his verbal encouragement and actual rewards, the 2 men soon made writable paper using leaves from the forest. They even made a dip pen from the stem of a thick-stemmed plant. The paper used to fill out the application form was invented by these 2 little players. After getting Xiao Ming's advice, I'm your dad ran to the warehouse and said to Mina, "Give me a piece of paper. I want to write an application." As soon as the voice fell, two more people came outside the warehouse and shouted together, "I want one too. Give me one too. And me." Unexpectedly, there were more players applying for the experimental field than she expected. I'm your dad couldn't help but be curious. What are you planting? Hybrid rice. Red star fruit. I'm your dad? She could understand cultivating red star fruit, a sweet and sour wild fruit that grows in the wild star wolf-infested area. But what the hell is this hybrid rice? Is this definitely not plagiarizing the achievements of famous agricultural scientists? Chapter 61 Application for Agricultural Projects. Although I really want to complain, it is their freedom to plant what they want on the land. I am your father, and did not ask much. Just picked up the application paper, and started to fill it out carefully. Project name, Vermicelli Dad Mushroom Planting Base. Planting variety, White Lantern Mushroom. Crop use, medicinal materials. Applied land area, 100 square meters. I am your father quickly filled out the application form. And when he stood up to submit it, he accidentally glanced at the form of the man next to him. And then saw the surprising project name Red Star Brewery. I am your father? Isn't this man going to plant red star fruit? Why is he building a brewery now? Another player who was clamoring to study hybrid rice planting also saw the content on the other party's form, and couldn't help exclaiming for a while, "Wow! It turns out that the project name can also be filled in as a brewery? Didn't the clan leader say that the land applied for can only be used for research and planting of crops? I am using it to plant crops." The little player in front of him, named Lao I Liliuli, explained seriously, "The purpose of planting red star fruit is to make wine. Isn't this the same as planting grapes in wineries in country F? Damn! Can you play like this?" The big white rice that clamored to plant hybrid rice couldn't help but exclaimed, "If I had known that I could do this. What kind of grain base would I fill in? Wouldn't it be better to fill in Maltai or Williangye directly? I am your father. Lao I Liliuli. Do you know that this will infringe on copyright?" Resisting the desire to complain, Lao I Liliuli gave the big white rice a look of surprise, and continued, "The winery is nothing. I also saw a paper mill. The land application is just to plant raw materials for making pulp. Damn. This is okay? Will the application really not be rejected? I don't know about this." Lao I Liliuli said, "Anyway, people fill in like this. As for whether it works, it depends on the tribe leader's opinion. I am your father puzzled, although, aren't we the only 3 people here to fill out the application? The other person you just mentioned is Lao Tai Lululu. Those guys are faster than us. They have already taken the application to the clan leader. By the way, the paper we are using now was invented by them. Oh my god! They have already filled out the application and left? I am your father was shocked. I thought my actions were fast enough. But I didn't expect that there were players who were faster than her. For a moment, she didn't want to chat with the 2 of them, and quickly picked up the application and rushed out to find the clan leader for approval. Clan leader? Look at mine first. No! I was here first. Do you understand what first come first served means? I have been waiting in line for 5 minutes. I haven't said anything for 10 minutes. Seeing that the players were about to quarrel again, Xiaoming coughed and said in a serious voice with a straight face, "Silence." Seeing that the clan leader seemed angry, the noisy little players immediately shut up. Line up first. Then come one by one. Under Xiaoming's command, the players lined up in a long line. I am your father, and quickly followed suit and lined up in the line. The first little player in the line handed over the application respectfully and smiled ingratiatingly. "Dear clan leader, I think our slime village lacks greenery. So I want to apply for a piece of land in the slime farm to plant some ornamental plants, such as succulents." As he said that, the little player took out a small clay pot from somewhere. In the middle of the soil was a petal-shaped succulent plant. It is worth mentioning that this variety is sky blue. They have never seen it in real life before. Could it be a unique variety on the deserted planet? Just as the others were staring at the pot of rare succulent plants in amazement, the patriarch in front of them ruthlessly returned the application. Succulents are not crops. They can be planted anywhere. There is no need to waste farmland. Next, patriarch, I want to open a paper mill. In addition to straw paper for wiping buttocks, there are also raw materials for writing paper. It is said that this is an application for an agricultural experimental field. Are the raw materials for paper-making crops? Xiaoming said with a dark face. Next. Patriarch, I want to open a winery. So I want to apply for land to plant red star fruit. In addition to making wine, the fruit can also be eaten. After waiting for a long time, a reliable application finally came. Taking the application form from the little player in front of him, Xiaoming glanced at it and said, "Approved." After saying that, he stamped a radish stamp at the bottom of the paper. Next, after successfully passing the application, Lao Tai Liliulia jumped twice on the spot and ran to the side. Then Bai Methan came over with a smile on his face. "Chief, don't worry. I applied for land because I have something to do. It's not like them, who are doing something unrelated to agriculture." Xiaoming looked at the application submitted by the person in front of him. And then a series of black lines appeared on his face, which was always calm and steady. "Can you explain what this hybrid rice experimental field is?" "It's a hybrid rice experimental field," Bai Methan answered innocently, and then couldn't help muttering, "What's the matter with the program setting of this game? How can the NPC, who looks so smart, not even know hybrid rice?" Xiaoming, of course he knows what hybrid rice is. "I just don't understand why you filled it out like this. Is he just joking, or is he really good at it?" Resisting the urge to complain, Xiaoming asked seriously, "Do you have a sample of the hybrid rice you mentioned?" "No." Big White Rice shook his head. "That's why we need to study it." Xiaoming, "No." Next, it's finally your father's turn. Looking at the players whose applications were rejected by the clan leader, she couldn't help but get nervous. After confirming that there were no typos or ambiguous sentences in the application, she submitted the application tremblingly. Looking at the NPC in front of her who didn't say a word, she couldn't help but think secretly, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the review just to build a mushroom cultivation base. "I'm your father thinking this." A sentence came from the front. "Approved." The clan leader decisively stamped the seal and kept the application. "Please prepare all the tools and materials needed for those who have passed the application, and go to the slime farm with me in the afternoon to distribute the approved land. By the way, the application submission deadline is 12 noon. Please submit the materials as soon as possible if you want to apply." Having said that, players don't actually need any tools or materials. Just planting tools and some plant seedlings or seeds. It's not too late to do these things slowly after the land distribution is over. But these players obviously don't think so. Upon hearing this, several approved players hurried back to rent shovels, hoes and baskets, as if they were about to set off in the next second. After all, owning your own land is the dream of many life players. Especially the land in Slime Village is so expensive. After spending 500 contribution points to upgrade to the title of villager, you have to spend extra contribution points to exchange for land. 1 acre of land costs 100 contribution points. If you exchange for a few more acres of land, the contribution points are not enough. In addition, it is so difficult to accumulate contribution points nowadays, and life players can't earn high contribution points by hunting wild star wolves or winning war MVP like combat players. Let them spend money to exchange land. It's really painful. Now they can get a piece of land without spending a penny. How could they dare to think of such a good thing in the past? Even if this land is applied for lease and does not really belong to them, it is much better than before. Looking at the enthusiastic players in front of him, Xiaoming smiled in his heart. He is indeed an innocent little player. Do you really think that the approved land is free? There is a saying that free things are often the most expensive. There is no such thing as free food. With land to produce raw materials, they can carry out subsequent food and light industrial processing. Whether selling to NPCs or players is a good choice. However, he did not say that there is no need to pay taxes for using the land. Otherwise, all the benefits will be taken by those players, which will easily make other players jealous and affect the harmony of the game. Although this game does not have a substantial currency, all the money is also issued by him. But electronic currency is also currency. In order to avoid inflation, it is indeed necessary to control the profits of players. Of course, he is not a devil. Cutting the leaks too hard will easily cause protests from players. However, it is not excessive to take 10% of the profits from each rented experimental field as a public fund for the Slime Village. As for whether players can make money through the experimental fields, it is none of his business. In one morning, Xiaoming received a total of 19 applications, of which only 5 were approved. The rest were either to join in the fun or to make fun of. The applications that were approved included the experimental planting of Red Star fruit by the Red Star Brewery, the cultivation and planting of White Lantern fungi by the Vermicelli Dad Mushroom Planting Base, a company planting wild oak fruit on the wasteland, and a company that wanted to study hybrid wasteland potatoes. What surprised people was that I wanted to be famous. This kid Xiaoming remembered that he had contracted the big canteen in the slime village. And he also went to the dungeon with those combat players. Now he also ran over to apply for experimental fields. I saw that the column of his project name was filled with only 4 words: vegetable cultivation. And the column of planting varieties directly wrote wild vegetables on the wasteland. When asked about him, this guy smiled awkwardly and said, "The wild vegetables near the slime village are almost picked up by us. If we don't find a way to cultivate some vegetables, the vegetables in the canteen will be cut off." Looking at the sincere expression of the little player in front of him, Xiaoming finally lowered his noble head and gave him a stamp. After all, vegetables are indeed agricultural products, and they will indeed need these things in the future. As for whether they can be cultivated successfully, he doesn't know. Anyway, he applied for the approval of the field himself, and he is responsible for his own profits and losses. Compared with these, the road connecting the slime village and the slime farm must be repaired quickly. Although he runs fast, he has to run back and forth every time there is something, which is also very tiring. Looking at the players who are busy on the construction site in the distance, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. How boring is it to always build houses? Some new construction tasks must be assigned to them. Chapter 62 Red Flame Anaconda. Chief's mission: build a road from Slime Village to Slime Farm. Mission reward: 500 contribution points, 20 slime coins per day. Suddenly, a new mission message was received, and the newbies who were busy moving bricks on the construction site were stunned. 500 contribution points, 20 slime coins per day. Damn! This is more than building a house here. And it is not calculated according to working hours, but settled on a daily basis. For a while, many newbies were dazzled by the mission reward and clicked to receive the mission. Witnessing from afar, these players happily gathered together to discuss the road construction matters. Xiaoming smiled and turned around without saying a word, hiding his merits and fame. Afternoon. After lunch, several young players couldn't wait to carry their tools and wait for the arrival of the chief in the open space outside the slime village. Soon, the object they were waiting for appeared. But what surprised them was that the chieftain did not come empty-handed, but drove a cart pulled by 2 unicorns. Seeing this, the players were stunned. Wow! There is actually a means of transportation. I had never ridden a bullock cart in my life. I rode one at my grandfather's house in the countryside when I was a child. But this is the first time I have seen a bullock with only 1 horn. Let alone you. Everyone has seen it for the first time. After all, this thing does not exist on the earth. It is purely a product designed by the game planner. Just as the players were talking about the unicorn, the chieftain stopped the bullock cart in the distance and waved to them, "Get on the car." He specially asked Mia to bring this bullock cart from the slime farm. It used to be used to transport goods, but now it is no problem to use it to carry people. Although players can walk there, it also consumes physical strength. In the past, there was no means of transportation in the slime village, so they had to walk there by themselves. But now they all have ox carts, and if they don't know how to use them, they are fools. However, the speed of ox carts is still a bit slow. If there is a 4-wheeled truck or car, it will definitely arrive in a short time. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. However, now let alone 4-wheeled cars, even the roads for passing have not been repaired. But there is no rush. After all, Slime Village has just started to develop industry, and many places still need to be explored step by step. After driving on the ox cart for about 2 hours, everyone finally arrived at the destination. Surprisingly, this so-called experimental field is not inside the slime farm, but on the mountain near the farm. According to the old farmhands in the farm, these lands are actually the private property of the former owner, Mrs. Bordeaux. Bordeaux originally wanted to expand the planting of ripe tobacco on those lands, but because there were no circuit facilities on the mountain, it was impossible to install solar panels, and it was impossible to meet the best growth environment for ripe tobacco. So these lands were left vacant. Therefore, strictly speaking, these fields are more like subsidiary lands of the farm. The land that the previous owner could not use fell into Xiaoming's hands, and naturally could not be left to waste. After all, the people of the flower-growing family all have a heart that loves to open up wasteland and love to grow crops. It would be a waste to leave it there unused. Although it can't grow ripe tobacco leaves, it's okay to use it as an ordinary vegetable field. So Xiaoming came up with the idea of the experimental field, allowing players to use their imagination to cultivate and grow crops. Of course, Although the experimental field does not require additional rental fees, not everything can be grown. At first glance, the current slime village is unstoppable. But in fact, there are still many shortcomings. In addition to the hard power of weapons, there is also the problem of food supply caused by the expansion of the population. That's why he asked players to plant crops when applying for the experimental field, instead of other messy things, because he needs a lot of food. Fortunately, not all of his little players are unreliable troublemakers. He brought these 5 players he carefully selected to the mountain where the experimental field is located. Under Xiao Ming's advanced instructions, the land that can be used for planting on this mountain has long been divided by the farmhands according to the distance of 10 n times 10 m. And it looks like a piece of tofu from a distance. In front of each plot of land, there is a small wooden sign with a number on it. When dividing the land, players can mark their ID on the corresponding wooden sign for the plot of land they choose. After announcing the rules, 5 young players quickly jumped off the cart and rushed over, fearing that they would not be able to grab the land they wanted if they came too late. But there was no need, because there were only 5 people in total. And the tofu blocks here, Xiao Ming had at least a dozen people divide them. In addition, the land areas were the same size, and the distances were not far apart, so they had enough time to choose. But even so, there was still a young player who squatted down seriously to check the soil quality of each piece of land. He remembered that this young player was planning to study the planting of hybrid wild potatoes here. Unlike the young player who joked about planting hybrid rice before, the player in front of him with the ID called Farming Master seemed to be a real farming master. In real life, this player is really engaged in agricultural planting. His family has contracted thousands of acres of land to plant agricultural products such as potatoes and wheat. He was seen walking around the unowned lands without any hurry. And then he picked up the sign of the last piece of land. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. He remembered that this piece of land was the poorest among the circled lands. There was a lot of gravel, and it didn't look suitable for growing things. Why did he choose such a piece of land? Although he was curious, he didn't dare to ask. After all, he was much more professional than himself. As a mature and stable NPC, he still had to keep his personality stable. Other players couldn't help but feel strange when they saw it. I want to be read and couldn't help but meddle in other people's business. No. Your land is not fertile at first glance. How can you grow anything? There are so many lands left here. Why don't you take a look? However, this farming boss waved his hand seriously and said that such poor land was needed to grow wild potatoes. Other lands can't grow them. On the wasteland planet, wild potatoes grow in poor sandy soil. On the contrary, the quality of wild potatoes grown in fertile soil is not as good as those grown in poor soil. Not only is it small, but it is also very bitter. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the desert potato has become a common food for the poor in the western part of the desert planet. These are the observations he made in the land where the desert potato was planted in the farm 2 days ago. To put it bluntly, its characteristics are actually the same as soybeans. The soil does not need fertilizer, nor does it need careful care. It is more suitable for lazy people to plant. After listening to his explanation, the player suddenly realized it. There are so many ways to plant crops in different fields, compared with the people in front of them. They came to apply without even knowing a little knowledge. It was really a bit hasty. Looking at the farming boss in front of him, who was very knowledgeable about farming, Xiao Ming had a flash of inspiration, cleared his throat, and said with a serious expression, "Stable food supply is the focus of the future development of Slime Village. Your smart performance makes me, the patriarch, very satisfied. So I want you to solve the current food production problem of Slime Farm." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Ming sent a task message to the person in front of him. Patriarch's hidden task: solve the food crisis. Task status: acceptable. Task type: non-essential task. You can choose to accept or reject it. Hidden task. The eyes of the little player in front of him instantly sparkled, and other players around him couldn't help but cast envious eyes. Damn! It actually triggered a hidden task. Awesome. Caught off guard, the farming boss was also uncontrollably excited. Confirming the acceptance of the task, the farming boss immediately saluted Xiao Ming. Patriarch, rest assured, I promise to complete the task. After the land was divided, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was too late to return to the slime village at this time. The mountain road was not easy to walk after dark, and it was not safe. So Xiao Ming took a few players and stayed directly in the farm. After asking Jijuer to prepare dinner, Xiaoming came to the Patriarch's exclusive lounge to rest. On the other side, the players who had been busy all day squatted by the field and chatted, while waiting for dinner. I am your father, by the way. Where is the NPC who was injured by Gotham Iron Man before? Why haven't I seen him? Which NPC? That handsome boy. The one with delicate skin and tender flesh. You are really good at telling whether a person looks good or not even when he is injured like that. Of course. My eyes are handsome guy scanners. Even if his face is as black as the bottom of a pot, I can still tell whether he is a handsome guy or not. I am your father looked proud. Besides, his face is not injured. Although, he was not injured by the explosion. Right? He was simply buried in the ground by the collapsed house. How he was injured is not important. What is important is the person. I am your father looked around and saw two big men in shackles working in the fields in the distance. One of them seemed to have an injured leg with a bandage on it. These people were the prisoners who survived this war. In order to punish them for their past crimes, the clan leader asked them to sell their labor to atone for their crimes. Other people who were injured came out to work early. Why didn't the handsome boy show up? Could it be that he is actually dead? How is that possible? I want to be red and can't help but complain. He is a small boss after all. How can he die so easily? He is probably still recovering from his injuries. Of course, it is also possible that the plot has not reached the point where he can appear. On the side, the farming boss nodded in agreement. After all, it is still in the closed beta stage, and it is understandable that many things are not yet perfect. Just as the few people were talking, a shrill scream suddenly came from the farmland in the distance. Snake! There are snakes! At the back door of the farm, two shackled men turned their heads and ran towards them in a panic. Behind them, the two guards who were responsible for guarding them also fired a few shots at the green reed field behind them, which was more than 1 person tall. Seeing their panic, the farming boss couldn't help but complain. Isn't it normal to have snakes in the field? Why are they making such a fuss? On the side, I want to nod in agreement. The guards who were originally long-term workers will not be mentioned for the time being. Aren't those two guys the thieves of the deserted star who kill without blinking an eye? Why are they afraid of snakes? This is too broken. As soon as the voice fell, a giant snake with a head as big as a basketball suddenly jumped out of the bushes. Everyone! Damn! Before everyone could scream, the snake in front of them opened its bloody mouth in the next second. There was no time to react, and the head of the unlucky guy who fell at the end of the team fell into the snake's mouth. The commotion in the farmland soon attracted the attention of others. After receiving Jijuer's report, Xiaoming rushed over. He never thought that a big snake would appear in the farm for no reason. Looking at the black snake with 2 red lines on its head, the summoner's database quickly popped up all the information about the creature in front of him. Red flame anaconda, a giant snake species unique to the wild star. It mainly lives in mountain jungles and occasionally goes into the water. It is an amphibious animal, good at climbing, up to 7 meters long, and weighing up to 1/4 of a ton. Although it is non-toxic, it has amazing strength. It can kill the wild star wolf in an instant. It has a varied diet and eats birds and mammals. Of course, humans, who are also mammals, are also its food. The red flame anaconda in front of us is at least 5 or 6 meters long. The scales on its body are shiny black, and if you look closely, the scales are faintly glowing with blood red. It's scary to look at. But how did this thing appear here? Although the red flame anaconda will eat people when it is extremely hungry, it lives far away from human settlements, so it is not easy for the two sides to encounter each other under normal circumstances. What caused it to run to the farm at the foot of the mountain to attack humans? Could it be because the nearby wild star wolves were killed by players, and it had nothing to eat? That's not the case. The survival missions issued by the summoner have not yet been completed. The wild star wolf should still exist in the nearby mountains and forests. Besides, even if there are no wild star wolves, this guy can still eat other animals. Wait, it can't be that its nest is nearby, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoming's face suddenly wrinkled. The big snake in front of him didn't seem to be full. After swallowing a person, it raised its head high and looked down at a group of stunned humans in the distance, as if it was selecting bait from them. Seeing this scene, everyone in the farm was in a panic. Lord Goldslime, what should we do now? Jijuer was afraid and anxious. The red flame python is not like ordinary snakes. It is large in size and has strong attack power, and its scales are thick and smooth, and ordinary bullets can't penetrate it at all. If more powerful explosives are used, they may still be able to fight. But the key to the problem lies here. All the explosives he drew from the reward pool were placed in the slime village. It was a temporary measure. And he didn't have any suitable weapons at hand. Wait. Pesticides may work. This is a farm. And the last thing it lacks is pesticides. In addition to being toxic, pesticides are also flammable. In just a moment, a plan was formed in his mind. However, just when Xiaoming was about to ask Jijue and others to get the pesticides, he heard a strong voice from a distance. Let me do it! I saw Gotham Iron Man suddenly jumped out of the bushes on the side of the road carrying 2 wooden barrels. Before everyone could ask what this guy was going to do, they saw the Gotham guy on the opposite side excitedly raising one of the wooden barrels high and aiming it at the giant snake that was in a ball in the distance. Damn! What are you going to do? Stop asking and run. Gotham guy is going to use his ultimate move. Oh my god! The 5 little players, who were originally watching in the distance, immediately hid far away, fearing that this destroyer would make some terrible noise. They didn't forget that this very cruel little player was a terrible existence, who blew up the house and crushed the boss. This, looking at the gods who were running away in fear in the distance. Jijue was also frightened, and couldn't help asking Xiaoming beside him. Lord Goldslime, do you want to stop that god? However, as soon as the voice fell, there was a whoosh sound, and a flame suddenly jumped out of the Gotham guy's barrel in the distance, and flew straight towards the big snake in the distance. As if hearing the noise, the red flame anaconda that was eating moved. However, before it could see clearly what was flying over, the half-meter-long rocket launcher plunged directly into the grass beside its tail. Then there was a loud bang. A flash of orange fire passed by, and the giant snake in front of it, including the surrounding farmland, was instantly engulfed by billowing smoke. Such a huge explosion would have blown ordinary people to pieces if they stood here. However, the red flame anaconda is not human. As a hunter at the top of the food chain in the jungle of the barren planet, this guy is not only strong, but also has extremely hard scales on his skin. Ordinary beasts can't do anything to it. Although Gotham Brothers stuffed a full kilogram of explosives in that rocket launcher, it did not cause a fatal blow to the behemoth in front of him. At most, it only blew off some of its scales. Although it was not seriously injured, the red flame anaconda in front of him was greatly stimulated and instantly became furious. The giant snake that was originally coiled into a ball suddenly loosened up, savagely swinging its tail to ravage the field in front of it, trying to break out of this sea of smoke and fire. However, at this moment, another rocket whizzed over. This time, Brother Gotham did not miss, and the rocket in front of him flew straight towards the head of the red flame python. Boom! Another powerful explosion sounded. The red flame anaconda, who was originally thinking of seeking revenge on the ignorant slime, was caught off guard and stunned by the explosion. The big snake staggered and almost fell to the ground. He saw the enemy's fatigue. The Gotham man ignited again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few times, 4 or 5 rockets flew out. The red flame anaconda was attacked by a series of artillery fire before he could regain consciousness. Boom! Bang! Bang! Explosions came one after another. Gotham Iron Man seemed to be addicted to bombing. And the SH.LS were fired one after another. Just when he wanted to continue igniting, the rockets in the barrel were all empty. So he hurriedly turned his head and shouted to the 2 assistants hiding in the bushes behind him. Hurry! Hurry up and bring me the Super Bomb 2.0 that I developed this afternoon. I want to show this stupid snake the art of explosion. Hearing this, Faye Kaylay and the others hurried back to get it. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the firelight, a huge black shadow slowly stood up. The red flame anaconda, which seemed to have no power to fight back, suddenly crossed the raging smoke and rushed straight to the Gotham Iron Man not far away. Oh my god! How can this snake still move? The Gotham man, who was still complacent about his victory before, was so scared that he threw away his armor and turned around and ran away. For a while, the scene was very chaotic. Seeing that the crazy red flame anaconda was about to attack other people in the farm indiscriminately, Xiaoming gritted his teeth and finally decided to take a gamble. Activate skills. Chapter 63 Delicious Roasted Snake Meat. Skill, Crisis Avoidance. The tribe leader's deterrence has been activated. Crisis Avoidance. When encountering danger, the skill will be passively triggered. After triggering, the speed will increase by 20%. Tribal leader's deterrence. Tribe members must not disobey the tribe leader's orders. At the same time, when this skill is activated, It can have a certain deterrent effect on external hostile forces. Activation conditions. The tribe leader must have 5 or more tribe members to activate it. Triggering objects, slime tribe. New members included in the tribe by the tribe leader, including but not limited to slimes, and creatures hostile to slimes. Thekal and his companions followed the instructions of Gotham Iron Man and ran back to get the Super Bomb 2.0. As soon as they came back, they saw a mad snake covered with scars rushing out of the sea of fire and chasing after Gotham Brother. For a moment, they couldn't help but shout, "Hold on, Brother Gotham. We will come to save you soon." After saying that, he was about to light the fire and fire at the big snake. Just then, they saw a dark yellow shadow rushing out from beside them. Before they could react, they saw the clan leader standing in front of Brother Gotham. "Stop!" With a shout, the big snake in front of him suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Xiao Ming blinked blankly. It actually works. The red flame python was also a little confused. It was obviously here to tear those hateful slugs apart. Why did it stop inexplicably? Although it was puzzled, the big snake in front of it didn't care too much, but straightened its upper body, ready to attack the 2 slugs in front of it, who didn't know the height of the sky and the earth. However, what it didn't expect was that as soon as it took the attack posture, its body suddenly couldn't move. What happened? The big snake tried its best to get rid of this feeling of being wrong, but it didn't help at all. Its body was frozen like it was in hibernation and couldn't move at all. "Don't move." With a strange tone, a powerful and terrifying aura emanated from the small slime in front of him. In just a moment, the fearless forest overlord finally felt a little fear. What is the origin of this slime? On the side, the crowd hiding in the dark couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Why didn't the big snake move? Need I say that? It must be afraid of our patriarch. Indeed, the snake really did what the patriarch said. "I'm awesome. The patriarch is worthy of being the patriarch." Awesome. Just as the little players were whispering, Xiao Ming, who was standing in front of the giant snake, immediately turned around and looked at Fei Keilei, who was holding the Super Bomb 2.0 in a daze in the distance. "What are you still standing there for? Fire quickly." Reminded by the patriarch, the 2 little players immediately came to their senses and hurriedly refilled the SHLS. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a moment, all the ammunition was thrown at the motionless snake in the distance. Boom. Bang. Bang. Sparks of explosion flashed everywhere. The previously violent snake was now frozen in place, as if it had been frozen by a spell, and could only passively take the beating. Seeing this, the other players who had been hiding in the dark rushed forward and fired at the snake in front of them with the weapons and ammunition they were equipped with. Under the players' barrage of attacks, the battle ended quickly. Looking at the big snake that was blown to pieces, the players participating in the battle couldn't help but marvel. So awesome. This wave of boss group battles is so cool. Oh my! Such a big snake was really knocked down by us. Yes, but not entirely. If the tribe leader hadn't helped us control that thing, would this snake have stayed there and let us beat it? Thinking about it, it's true. It turns out that our tribe leader is so awesome. I thought he was just a background NPC responsible for managing the order of players. Which background NPC can kick players offline? I have long seen that our tribe leader is not ordinary. He is very hidden. I think so too. After all, he is the first NPC in this game, and his significance is extraordinary. I just didn't expect that he would actually go for the control system. I didn't expect it either. I thought he would go for the strong attack route. Do you think that our tribe leader, who looks like a steady old cadre, would go for the violent strong attack route? Not really. The players were chatting there. On the side, Xiao Ming pretended not to hear, and just walked forward to check the spoils in front of him. Although most of the scales on its body were unrecognizable due to the bombardment of the players' weapons, it was still possible to see how fierce and terrifying it was when it was alive from its remaining body. Such a big red flame python must weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds. It's a pity that the snake's skin was blown up. Otherwise it would be worth a lot of money if it was peeled off and made into clothes, bags or other handicrafts and sold to Julian. The players didn't know what Xiao Ming was thinking when they saw their family leader squatting in front of the snake corpse with a serious face. They thought something big had happened. What's wrong with the clan leader? Why is he staring at the snake? Need I say this? He must be thinking about how to deal with the snake. What else can he do? Just tear it apart and eat it. What if it's poisonous? Are you stupid? Even if it's a poisonous snake, the venom gland is only on the head. Snakes are not poisonous. At most, they have some parasites or something. Parasites at most? Parasites are scary too, compared to whether snake meat can be eaten. I feel that the clan leader is regretting the skin of this snake. On the side, I want to be red and said slowly, after all, if the skin of this snake is not destroyed, it is probably worth a lot of money. Hearing this, the players were all stunned, looking at the red flame python that was about to burn into charcoal in front of them. They suddenly realized, damn, what you said seems to make sense. After a long time of regret, Xiaoming stood up and turned to look at other players not far away. Deal with the snake. Find a cart to load it and carry it to the kitchen. And eat snake meat tonight. When the players heard that they were going to eat this big guy, they immediately became interested. They saluted and answered hurriedly. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. For a while, the players who were watching on the side came forward to deal with the snake corpse. Of course, when dealing with the corpse, the body of the unlucky thief, who was swallowed by the red flame python, was also buried. Watching the remains of their brothers buried, the surviving captives felt lingering fear and regret. However, the dead cannot be resurrected, and the survivors must continue. Unlike the captives who had just experienced a life-and-death catastrophe, the players were very excited about this sudden attack, not only because of the excitement of defeating the monster and eating snake meat at night, but also because they smelled the taste of new plots and new dungeons. This big snake is obviously the newly unlocked dungeon boss after the wild star wolf, and it was the patriarch who proved this, because in addition to asking people to help move the big snake to the kitchen, he also sent several players and NPCs to check the situation at the back door of the farm. This obviously means that there will be a follow-up plot. What does a follow-up plot mean? New rewards. What a big surprise. Thinking of this, I want to be red, as the #1 dog of Wild Star World, decided that I must do everything I can to let the patriarch take him to explore the new map and investigate the follow-up events. Xiaoming didn't know what I wanted to be in my heart. This time, the appearance of the red flame python was too sudden. After all, I had never heard of red flame pythons near Bordeaux Farm before, which made Xiaoming a little alert. Could it be that this red flame python migrated here recently? If the nest is built on the mountain near the farm, then he has to be careful. What if there are other snakes of the same kind? After all, a snake will not appear alone, especially at this time. It is the peak period for snakes to lay eggs and hatch. After thinking about it, Xiaoming finally ordered that people in the farm should not approach the back door. At least, they should not approach before finding out the source of the danger. In addition, some insect and snake repellents were sprinkled, although it is not certain that it will be effective. It is safer than nothing. The several-meter-long snake was moved onto the cart with the help of several small players with high strength. In the distance, the farmhands hiding in the corner looked at the big snake in front of them that was defeated by the gods, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It was so easy to defeat the red flame anaconda. The gods are worthy of being gods. Where are the gods going with the red flame anaconda? I heard that they are moving it to the kitchen. Lord Golden Slime said that he wants to eat snake meat tonight. Snake meat? Even the red flame anaconda eats it. The envoy of God is really powerful. Just as the farmhands were talking about it, in front of the house in the distance, a middle-aged man with a mustache stared blankly at everything in front of him, and couldn't say a word for a long time. When the group of slimes pushed the cart past him, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground, and the shrewdness on his face disappeared instantly. Seeing the silly-looking Julian, Xiaoming waved at him. We will have a roasted snake feast tonight. You can join us. Hearing the slightly strange tone of the slime chief, Julian was stunned. It was Jidair, who was accompanying Xiaoming, who reacted first and explained to the other party. The golden slime invited you to attend the roasted snake feast tonight. Roasted snake feast? Hearing this, Julian subconsciously glanced at the scarred behemoth in the distance, and then took a breath of cold air. Red flame anaconda. That is one of the most terrifying monsters in the eastern jungle of the barren planet. This guy is big and has a big appetite. He not only eats animals in the mountains, but also attacks people in the forest area. He moves very fast. Basically, the prey he locks on has no chance to escape, unless you have something he hates the most. A kind of snake called poisonous grass. This poisonous grass is not only effective against giant snakes like the red flame anaconda, but also against ordinary snakes. However, this poisonous grass usually grows on cliffs, and ordinary people will not go to such dangerous places to pick it, because if you are not careful, you will lose your life. So the unlucky people who encounter the red flame anaconda will most likely die. Even the wild star wolf has to take a detour when it encounters it. But this group of slimes in front of them not only killed this thing, but also wanted to eat its meat. How brave is this? Thinking of this, Julian shook his head repeatedly. I don't need it. Xiaoming nodded, but did not force the other party. After all, not everyone can eat everything like the flower-growing family. On the other hand, after moving the red flame anaconda to the kitchen, a group of little players started to get busy. Unlike the roasted lake catfish, the red flame anaconda is huge in size and has thick meat, so it is not easy to taste. Therefore, the meat must be chopped into small pieces and marinated before being grilled. Although it sounds a bit troublesome, it is not difficult to handle because there are many people who can help in the farm. Only the old chef in charge of cooking in the farm couldn't help but sigh in a low voice after seeing the snake meat in front of him. My God of the universe. Red flame anaconda. I have never tried to cook this thing in my life. Although I am afraid, I still have to do the work assigned by the superiors. Remove the head and skin of the red flame anaconda, and then remove the burnt and inedible parts. After that, it is to wash and cut into pieces. After a lot of processing, the remaining edible meat is piled up in several large basins. Sprinkle the processed meat pieces with salt, sugar and soy sauce, and then add the local deodorizing plants of the wasteland planet to marinate for a while. And then string the marinated meat pieces on the skewers. And the preparation of the ingredients is completed. In the open space in the farm, the farmhands have already built a large stove with stones and firewood under Xiaoming's instructions. A layer of charcoal was stacked at the bottom of the stove. After the fire was lit, a simple and primitive grill was formed. Pick up the skewers with snake meat and put them on the charcoal fire to grill. Under the charcoal fire, the snake meat on the skewers made crackling sounds, and the aroma of fat mixed with seasoning spread in the air, making people drool. Oh my! It smells so good. Looking at the roasted snake meat in front of him, Brother Gotham couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I Want Red nodded in agreement. It tastes like roasted chicken for some reason. I am your father. Snake meat tastes a bit like chicken when it is cooked. But this thing looks much better than ordinary roasted chicken. After all, roasted chicken can be seen everywhere in the real world. But it is the first time to eat such a big roasted snake. On the side, the farming boss couldn't help sniffing. But he didn't know when this piece of meat would be roasted. Is it roasted? Hearing the familiar voice, the players turned their heads together. At some point, the clan leader was already standing behind them. For a moment, the little players holding the skewers hurriedly answered. It's almost done. Clan leader, please wait a moment. The barbecue will be ready soon. Looking at the little players' flustered appearance, Xiaoming smiled and said, don't worry. Take your time. Then, he asked Chijuer to invite other people around to try the barbecue. The farmhands were a little embarrassed and didn't dare to move casually. But after hearing the words of the Golden Slime Lord, they followed the gods and grilled meat skewers together. After all, who can resist such a fragrant barbecue? As the first liquor in the whole server, I want to be the first to deliver the roasted snake meat to Xiaoming. Dear clan leader, the barbecue is ready. Please taste it. Seeing this, other players around him widened their eyes. Damn! How can you be so fast? Because he is busy brushing the clan leader's favorability. This liquor. When it comes to who is the best at kneeling and licking NPCs in the game, I want to be the first, and no one dares to be second. Although most players will intentionally brush the favorability of NPCs, it is rare to do it to the extent of I want to be read. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, I want to be read immediately refuted. How can this be called kneeling and licking? How presumptuous. This is clearly my respect for the clan leader. After saying this, he turned his head and looked at Xiaoming with a flattering face. Clan leader, please enjoy your meal. Xiaoming suppressed the smile on his face and took the skewers in a serious manner. Perhaps because it was just grilled, there was still steam on it. I blew it to avoid being burned, and took a careful bite. A rich meaty aroma spread in my mouth. Although there was no rich dipping sauce like the barbecue in the world, and there was no chili or cumin. But this did not affect the taste of the grilled snake meat in front of me. Under the slightly crispy surface of the meat was a fresh and delicate taste similar to chicken. The taste was salty and sweet, and paired with the rich aroma of the plant marinade, it was simply unforgettable. I even wanted to eat another skewer after eating one. Xiaoming was a little tired of eating grilled lake catfish and stewed wolf meat for so long. Now this string of roasted snake meat can be regarded as saving his tired taste buds. Seeing that the tribe leader finished the skewers in front of him in no time, Yao Hong hurriedly handed over another string of roasted meat that had just been roasted. Xiaoming naturally accepted everything. But in a short moment, he finished 4 or 5 skewers of meat, patting his stomach that was about 70% full. Xiaoming waited, and finally didn't order another string. After all, there are so many people in the farm. Although this red flame python is not small, it is still a bit difficult to make everyone full. So even if he wanted to eat a few more skewers, Xiaoming finally restrained himself. Ignoring Yao Hong, who was expecting me, Xiaoming stood up calmly. Thank you for the roasted meat. I'm full. Looking at the empty roast skewers in his hand, Yao Hong was stunned. Is it over? For a moment, he couldn't help asking, tribe leader, is there anything you need me to do? But the golden slime in front of him shook his head and said no. I want to be red and not give up. Is there really no task? Xiaoming looked confused. What task? Did he say he would give him a task? I want to be red? So there is no task? Before, he saw pork stewed with vermicelli, and I and your father exploring the new map with the tribe leader. And he thought that they also got the exclusive task by brushing the NPC favorability like him. But it turned out not to be? Ignoring the little player in front of him, who was messy in the wind, Xiaoming just left the scene calmly. Although he didn't know what I wanted to be red had misunderstood. He was just an innocent NPC, and didn't know anything. Chapter 64 Business Cooperation with Julian. Just when I was feeling sorry that the chieftain didn't give me an exclusive task. On the other side, Julian, the businessman who had declined Xiaoming's invitation, was also feeling sorry. God knows what these slimes did. Why is the meat of the red flame python so fragrant? Even if he didn't leave the house, he could smell the tempting aroma. It's really itchy. But he had said it. And now, he was a little embarrassed to regret it, and say he wanted to go. But if he really insisted on not going, he couldn't help feeling sorry. This roasted snake meat smells so fragrant. It must taste even better. Ah! I really want to taste what it tastes like. If he had known that the meat of the red flame python would be so fragrant when roasted, he would not have refused when the golden slime invited him. As a result, now I can only drool at the smell. Maybe because he didn't get to eat what he wanted. Julian was thinking about it all night. So he didn't sleep well, and his eyes were dark. So the next day when Xiaoming brought Jijuer to him to discuss business, he was shocked. But he quickly adjusted himself, and asked in a gentle voice, Boss who? Did you not rest well? Julian was naturally embarrassed to say that he couldn't sleep because he missed the roasted snake meat. So he just nodded calmly. I'm a bit accustomed to the bed. The bed board here is a bit hard. After listening to Jijuer's translation, Xiaoming looked at him in surprise. Accustomed to the bed? The professional caravan leader, who travels back and forth between the interstellar planets, actually has the habit of accustomed to the bed? How does he usually overcome it? Besides, he didn't say that he didn't rest well in the past 2 days. Although he was puzzled, Xiaoming was still very smart not to expose the other party's lie, and only said, The white lantern mushrooms I asked my men to collect are ready. Boss who? Do you want to go check out the goods now? Hearing this, Julian was no longer sleepy. Yes. Of course. Take me to see it. Looking at the interstellar merchant in front of him, who seemed to be full of blood, Xiaoming smiled, and then took him to the warehouse where the goods were stored. The warehouse in front of him was built by Xiaoming temporarily, so it was relatively simple. The new warehouse is still under construction. It is mainly used to store some hunting or gathering items. After all, the new base is open, and there must be one in the slime farm for the facilities in the slime village. Otherwise, how inconvenient it would be for players exploring the new base to settle accounts. Under Xiaoming's instructions, pork stewed vermicelli took people to store the collected white lantern mushrooms here early in the morning. Looking at the several large baskets full of white lantern mushrooms in front of him, Julian was stunned. This is the first time he has seen so many white lantern mushrooms. In the past, in the trading markets of various interstellar stars, he had seen at most a basket of white lantern mushrooms. After all, this thing usually grows near swamps, which is very dangerous and not easy to pick. Often, the herbal medicine dealers who pick white lantern mushrooms risk their lives to do this business. Of course, because of this, the price will not be too low even in the first-level wholesale market. Not only that, those vendors also limit purchases. Each customer can only sell 15 pieces at most. That's right. It's roots, not kilograms. Because if too many are sold, the unit price of white lantern mushrooms will be suppressed by others. So in order to avoid this situation, those herbal medicine dealers have discussed with each other and will not sell too many herbs to the same customer. This is also their customary rule. Unified pricing. Limited sales. As long as anyone is still selling herbal medicines such as white lantern mushrooms, they must abide by this rule. So when he saw so many white lantern mushrooms, Julian couldn't help but be dazzled. With concern about this phenomenon, he asked Xiaoming, "Do you have a purchase restriction policy here?" On the side, Jijur, who was responsible for translation, told Xiaoming the original words of the other party, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Purchase restriction policy? Seeing that the slime tribe leader in front of him did not understand, Julian explained to him the hidden rules of buying white lantern mushrooms in the market. After hearing Jijur's retelling, Xiaoming waved his hand and said, "We don't have such a thing as a purchase restriction here. If boss who wants, he can take them all." Upon hearing this, Julian, who was originally a little listless due to lack of sleep, suddenly brightened up. "Really?" He excitedly held up the soft, gummy-like hand of the khaki slime in front of him and asked anxiously. This move scared Jidare, who was standing beside him. This is the chief of the envoys of the noble god of the universe. They admired this existence very much. This boss who actually made such a bold move. For a moment, Jidare didn't know whether to stop him or not. After all, this is the guest of the golden slime. What if he acted rashly and caused trouble for the golden slime? Looking at Jidare, who was at a loss and worried, Xiaoming gave him a soothing look, and then continued to say to Julian, "If boss who needs it, he can load all these goods and take them away." Seeing this, Jidare, who was about to say something, had to continue translating obediently. Unexpectedly, the slime chieftain in front of him was so generous. Julian's face immediately showed an expression of joy. He shook the slime's cute elastic little hand in front of him, and answered very generously, "I want all these goods." Hearing the answer he wanted, Xiaoming's face immediately raised a satisfied smile. "Thank you for your patronage, boss who." Having negotiated a big deal, Julian was obviously in a good mood. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "The purchase price will be based on the market price of white lantern mushrooms. 10 silver coins per piece. And I will pay you later." Boss who was polite. The slime in front of him squinted his eyes and smiled, in order to commemorate the first cooperation between boss who and our slime village. "I will not charge you for the goods this time." As soon as the voice fell, Jidwa, the translator, was stunned. "No money? Is the golden slime serious?" Although he wanted to stop it, Jidwa did not dare to ask too much about the decision made by the golden slime. I had to translate it honestly. Hearing this, Julian paused and looked at the slime chieftain in front of him with surprise. After doing business for so many years, this was the first time he met someone who didn't charge for selling goods. Can this still be called selling goods? Isn't this just giving it away for free? Merchants are not willing to work without profit, and almost no one will do a business that loses money. What does this slime want to do? Just when Julian was puzzled, the slime in front of him spoke a series of strange tones in a language he couldn't understand. Subconsciously, he looked at Jijur on the side. He saw the other party's mouth wide open, and his old face with ravines was full of surprise and realization. "Julian? What did your golden slime master say?" After a long time, Jijur slowly spoke. Golden slime master said that although the white lantern fungus can be free of charge, in contrast, boss who needs to provide all the materials currently needed for the slime village. For example, weapons and ammunition or mechanical processing beds, transportation vehicles and other items. Hearing this, Julian, who had previously found it incomprehensible, understood it instantly. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in this world. Free things are often the most expensive. What the other party wants is machines and industrialization, not just a stack of coins. The slime in front of him, who possessed amazing wisdom, obviously wanted more than just to be a popular local rich man in the countryside. It might have something bigger in mind. After thinking for a moment, Julian said, "I can provide machines and transport vehicles, but the roads here are not easy to travel. And even if there are cars, they can't drive in. This is why their caravans choose to use ox carts to pull goods when they come here to do business. Because in the deep mountains and old forests, four-wheeled cars are sometimes not as useful as four-legged cows. You don't have to worry about this." Then Xiaoming said in a calm voice, "I have already started to arrange for road construction. Boss who just needs to prepare." Through the old man next to him, Julian learned about the slime's plan and was surprised for a while. If it weren't for its appearance, he would have suspected that the other party was a human in disguise. After all, he was still considering how to transport here. But the other party had even made a plan to build a road. He could no longer regard the other party as just an ordinary slime. After being surprised for a moment, Julian continued, I can provide you with weapons and ammunition. But the weapon model may not be very new. After all, the most advanced weapons in the entire Interstellar are either in the hands of the military of the Space Legion or in the research room of the Future Alliance. Neither of the weapons of these two parties can be touched by a small interstellar trader like him. In this regard, Xiaoming said, it doesn't matter. The weapon model does not need to be very new, as long as it is easy to use. After all, their slime village is still in the initial development stage, and it is not realistic to get those two high-end ones. The most important thing now is to expand the popularity of weapons in the village and the farm, and ensure the sufficiency of ammunition, so that all players can have their own weapons. At the same time, the farm guards also need enough weapons to arm and protect here. At this stage, quantity is not important, as long as there is. Besides, he has high-end weapons. It's not that he doesn't have them. He just needs to try his luck in the high-level reward pool. Seeing Xiaoming say this, Hu Lian didn't say anything more. Just nodded and said, okay. Let's do as you say. The deal with Julian was quickly concluded. The whole process went smoothly beyond Xiaoming's expectations. After all, although the conditions he proposed were generous, the price the other party had to pay was not small. Whether it was weapons, production machines, or transportation tools, these things added together might not be less than the money spent on purchasing white lantern mushrooms. Although it was a bit unexpected, Xiaoming did not intend to delve into it. After all, these mushrooms are of no use to them at present, and picking them does not require any labor costs for him. At most, he would pay the players some virtual game coins. When their wealth accumulates to a certain amount, he will organize a few ways of game draws or auctions to let them spend the money, and there is no need to worry about inflation at all. The problem lies with those indigenous NPCs. The situation of bartering can still work for the current situation of Slime Village, but it will definitely not work for a long time. After all, the development of slime is always expanding outward step by step. The situation of distressed merchants like Julian is still a minority after all. As long as they participate in foreign trade, they will sooner or later encounter currency and foreign exchange problems. Although the wasteland planet does have its own currency in circulation, he can indeed directly embezzle their currency system. But the problem is that he does not have so many gold, silver, and copper coins. In addition, the number of players will definitely show a positive growth trend in the future, and Bordeaux's deposits alone are not enough to pay the players. It would be great if they could create their own currency. However, creating currency is not an easy task. At least the current industrial production conditions cannot meet it. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. The road is long and arduous. It seems that their slime village still has a long way to go in the future. Chapter 65: Planting and Cultivation of Experimental Fields. There are joys and sorrows. Although the road to currency manufacturing and industrialization is long, the agricultural development of Slime Village is surprisingly smooth. The first batch of improved ripe planted in Slime Village has begun to year, and it is believed that it will be harvested in a few days. In addition, the experimental field activities outside the slime farm are also in full swing. After successfully allocating the land, several small players with full mobility immediately started their planting business. Among them, the heaviest task is the farming boss, who is engaged in the planting of improved wasteland potatoes. Since receiving the exclusive task assigned to him by the patriarch, he began to figure out how to increase the yield of this thing. Fortunately, there are many experienced old workers in the farm. Through gestures and guesswork, he magically reached a harmonious communication and dialogue with those NPCs on the issue of farming. Of course, the patriarch is also indispensable for conveying this. If you want to increase the yield of wild potatoes, the method is very similar to that of increasing the yield of potatoes. The first step is to change the conventional varieties into high-quality virus-free varieties, because ordinary crops will degenerate to varying degrees after several generations of planting. In order to improve the quality of crops, strict screening and cultivation must be carried out. The so-called virus removal refers to plant virus removal technology, which is to use high-temperature treatment and stem-tip tissue culture and other methods to remove the virus infected in plants. Under sterile conditions, plant seedlings without pathogens are cultivated for subsequent planting and production. Of course, when planting, you can't just plant the seedlings in the field casually. To increase the yield, You also need to change the cultivation method, such as multi-layer film cultivation. And the distance and density between crops are also particular, although the steps are a bit cumbersome. Fortunately, the cultivation process is still smooth. Unlike the orderly farming boss, the cultivation of white lantern mushrooms in I Am Your Father and Pork Stewed with Vermicelli is not so easy. The original growth conditions of white lantern mushrooms are damp and dark swamps, and the experimental fields allocated to them by the slime farm obviously do not meet the conditions. So in order to simulate the suitable growth environment of white lantern mushrooms, the two of them poured water into the fields and built a frame above the fields and covered them with black cloth to simulate the dark and humid environment of the swamp. However, it is regrettable that after a few days, the mushroom spores that were spread did not show any signs of emerging. Could it be because the land is not moist enough? Looking at the two people squatting beside the fields in the distance with distressed faces, the farming boss, who had just completed the planting of the first batch of virus-free wasteland potatoes, could not help but come over to check. He saw him lift up a corner of the black cloth of the greenhouse and take a look, and then took 2 steps back. Oh my gosh! The temperature is too high. It's impossible to grow it. Upon hearing this, the two who were still distressed before immediately grabbed the farming boss, as if they had found a life-saving straw. Boss! Quick! Save our mushrooms. We really have no other choice. Please, boss. We know you are the best. In the calls of the two men, the farming boss gradually lost himself. He coughed and said seriously, Okay. Since you are so sincere, I will help you this time. Hearing this, the two of them smiled happily. Great. Thank you. The farming boss. The boss is the best. Loki. Although the farming boss was flattered, he still waved his hand reservedly and let me go in to see your mushrooms first. Hearing this, the two of them stopped their flattering jokes and entered a serious working state. Lifting the door curtain covered by black cloth, the 3 little players entered the mushroom shed one by one. As soon as they entered, a wave of heat hit them. Because of the greenhouse effect, the temperature in the mushroom shed was surprisingly high. Sure enough, the temperature inside was too high. The farming boss paused and said, although mushrooms don't like sunlight, they don't like too high temperatures. This is the same for all mushrooms. The most suitable temperature is generally 23-25 degrees Celsius. It must not exceed 32 degrees Celsius. Otherwise the mycelium will fail and affect its growth. As he said that, the farming boss couldn't help but fan the air. Now the body temperature here is over 37 degrees. How can the mycelium grow if it is burned to death? The mistake was found out by professionals, and the two hurriedly asked, Is it enough to just cool down the greenhouse? It's not that simple. The farming boss picked up a handful of soil on the ground and looked at it and sniffed it. And then his expression gradually became solemn. Seeing this, I Am Your Father on the side couldn't help asking, Boss, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with this soil? Of course there is a problem. The farming boss turned his head and looked at the two of them. When you grow mushrooms, you won't use the original soil of this field directly to grow them. Right? I Am Your Father blinked. No? Of course not. The farming boss explained with a serious face. Different crops need to be planted with different soils. Some like humus soil, and some like sandy soil. And mushrooms like things like fertile, breathable and water-retaining soil the most. But the soil is quite fertile. Pork Stewed with Vermicelli is puzzled. And we have also simulated the growth environment of its original production area. Yes, in order to make it grow better. We also poured a lot of water into the field to make it more like a swamp. I Am Your Father, farming boss. Why do you have to do this? Can't you just transport the soil from the swamp and use it directly? I Am Your Father and Pork Stewed with Vermicelli. That's right. Why didn't they think of it? The farming boss was speechless. You directly poured water into the field soil, making the soil too wet. And the greenhouse is so dense that it is not breathable at all. It's simply putting the cart before the horse. Even if you want to simulate a light-proof environment, there is no need to cover the greenhouse so tightly. You have to leave a hole for the fungi inside to breathe. In addition, you must be careful of pests and diseases when growing fungal crops. At the end of the words, the farming boss paused. You still have to learn. After listening to the analysis of the professionals in front of them, the two of them immediately showed an expression of enlightenment and admiration on their faces. The boss is indeed a boss. Awesome. It seems that we will have to ask the boss for advice when we encounter planting problems in the future. The two of them kept calling the boss, making the farming boss very happy. although he did take advantage of others and let them call him the boss when he chose this ID. However, the two people in front of him called him the boss not only because of the ID name, but because of his professional guidance. Then the meaning is different. In the past, he would not be called the boss by others when playing other games with this ID. But in Desolate Star World, he became the boss in the mouth of other players with his own skills. Don't mention how great this feeling is. The farming boss, who was satisfied with his spiritual value, was in a good mood. So he waved his hand and patted his chest to promise. If you encounter agricultural planting problems in the future, just come to me. I will definitely solve them for you. After getting this guarantee, the two smiled and quickly pulled the farming boss to ask him to help transform the mushroom greenhouse in front of him. Just when the three players were busy tinkering with the breeding shed of white lantern mushrooms, Julian, an interstellar trader who had been resting in the farm for a few days, was finally ready to set off. Unlike the embarrassed look that everyone saw at first, Julian's dress has returned to his usual ostentatious and noble appearance, carrying several large baskets of white lantern mushrooms and light tobacco leaves. With the remaining goods and a few surviving men, Julian's caravan is ready to set off from the slime farm to the next trading point. Before leaving, Julian asked the golden slime in front of him hesitantly, "If you don't take my money, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the goods and never come back?" Hearing this, Jidare was stunned. Julian's question was exactly what he was worried about. Thinking about it, he immediately conveyed the words of the merchant to Xiaoming again. Xiaoming smiled when he heard it. Of course he was not afraid, because Boss, who was a smart man, compared with temporary interests and long-term interests, I believe that smart people will definitely choose the latter. Listening to the answer relayed by the old farmhand, Julian stared at the khaki slime in front of him. For some reason, he saw the shadow of a wise human being in the other party. After a long while, he adjusted his somewhat exaggerated hat and nodded slightly to Xiaoming. "Thank you for your care these days. I will definitely bring what you want." Watching the caravan leave, Xiaoming turned around and returned to the farm. Only some of the little players who were watching the fun were left there to discuss. Alas, the merchants are gone. It seems that it is impossible to update the business gameplay in this version. Take it slow. The game updates are also done step by step. I don't know when the map outside the farm will be opened. I heard that if you go east from the forest of this mountain, you can reach Jinsha City. It is said that it is the largest city in the eastern part of the wasteland. And there is gold everywhere. Damn. Is it true? Then won't we get rich? Of course it's true. I saw the information on the official website. I heard that Jinsha City is very rich. The sand in the city is gold. And there are many novel and fun things. Anyway, it's much more interesting than our mountain valley. Damn. You even want to go there when you say that. The players were yearning for the Golden Sand City. But the administrators of the Golden Sand City were having a headache. The reason was that Siegel PMO, who had escaped from the Western prison, had already arrived in the Golden Sand City. It is said that after escaping from prison, this guy teamed up with a group of interstellar thieves to burn, kill and rob along the way, causing unrest in many towns. Such a disaster star has now run to the area under their jurisdiction in the east, which is obviously not peaceful. The fact is just as they imagined. The Pierre farm in the east has been attacked, and no one survived in the entire farm. What's more hateful is that these locusts have destroyed a large area of green reed fields in Pierre farm. That's all food. This group of damn guys. Recently, the West has sent people to capture Siegel PMO. They have no objection to this. After all, such a dangerous person has appeared on their land, and they are eager for the group of evil stars in the West to catch him and take him away quickly. But the problem is that the people who came this time are not only the guards who caught the prisoners, but also those guys in the management of the Western prison. You can guess the purpose of the other party coming here with just your toes. Thinking of this, Andrew, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City, sighed. The annual tax season is here again. I don't know if those guys in the Ministry of Internal Affairs have gathered all the things. Even though the city lord doesn't like those black coats, he still has to do the superficial work. If he can't satisfy those prison guards, there will be another round of trouble. But this is none of his business. He is just a small diplomat anyway. The tax issue will be handled by the old fox Peruis. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes when receiving foreign guests, everything will be fine. Chapter 66, Warden Number 3. In the boundless desert, a long line of more than a dozen black military trucks was heading east against the vast wind and sand. They had already left the hinterland of the western desert. according to the satellite map. It would take about half a day to reach Jinsha City. Looking at the green dots gradually appearing in the desert, the young prison guard Schiller couldn't help but sigh. So this is what the east looks like. Hearing his words, the slightly older young prison guard on the side couldn't help but laugh. This is not the real eastern region, but just the middle area between the east and west regions. The real east is more prosperous than you think, especially Jinsha City, which is located in the core of the east. It is said that there is gold everywhere in the city. It is much more magnificent than the largest storm city in the west. Hearing this, Schiller's face suddenly bloomed with expectation. He was born in a town in the west, and has never left the west since he was a child. This is the first time he has followed his superior to the eastern region. What does the Golden Sand City, which is covered with gold, look like? I'm really curious. Compared to the young guards, who came to the east for the first time, the chiefs of the western prison seemed much calmer and more serious. After all, they all had a mission to go to Golden Sand City this time. In addition to catching the fugitive Seagull Piemo, they also needed to bring the tribute from the east back to the desert. After all, there was not much time left before the sandstorm came. Only by bringing back enough supplies can the prison far away in the desert survive this disaster. Seagull Piemo must be caught before the sandstorm comes. Otherwise, when the sandstorm passes, the kid will have flown to who knows where. Looking at the warden who was silent in the back seat, everyone prayed in their hearts. God of the universe is above. I hope everything goes well on this trip. At the observation tower 5 kilometers outside the gate of Golden Sand City, the guards guarding the city found that a convoy in the far west was slowly moving towards the direction of the city gate with flying sand. Through the huge cage and gun logo on the body of the vehicle, the guard immediately recognized the visitor. He hurriedly informed his superiors, and then hurriedly ordered his subordinates to quickly open the gate. After all, the prison guards in the western prison are not easy to mess with. They don't have the courage to let the other party wait for a long time, so as not to make them unhappy. The leading military truck soon arrived at the gate of the city. This is a behemoth about 5 or 6 meters long and 3 meters high. Although it is a truck, its appearance is more like a black giant beetle. In order to better adapt to the terrain of the western quicksand, the wheels of the truck have been modified and turned into 6 wide tracks. In addition, in order to make it more stable during driving, the high chassis of the truck has been lowered to a certain extent. This also makes the behemoth in front of us look more like a giant beast crawling in the desert. Coupled with the prison guards with murderous expressions on the truck, the scene has become particularly serious and terrifying. Although it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Every time the guards saw people from the western prison driving this behemoth at the gate of their city, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. After turning off the engine and opening the door, 2 men in black uniforms jumped out of the truck. They carried 2 standard-issue guns unique to the prison and wore a pair of shiny leather boots, because they stepped on the soft sand under their feet. The surface of the boots was inevitably stained with some dust. Seeing the 2 prison guards coming over, the chief guard of the city took a deep breath and saluted the 2 with a serious look. The slightly taller man on the opposite side handed over a pass. Even if he didn't need a pass, he knew the other party's identity. But the procedures for the 2 districts to go back and forth still had to be followed. The chief guard took the document and scanned it. After confirming that it was correct, he returned it and then released the convoy. Watching the dozen or so behemoths that were several meters long leave, everyone's tense hearts gradually relaxed. Finally, they sent away the evil spirits. Now they hope that those guys can leave here with the tax tribute as soon as possible. Of course, it would be even better if the fugitive could be caught together, pass through the outermost protective gate, and continue to go 5 kilometers to reach the real Jinsha City. At this time, the officials in Jinsha City suddenly became serious after receiving the news of the visitor's arrival. In such an atmosphere, Andrew, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City, who was originally a little relaxed, couldn't help but become nervous. Subconsciously, he looked at Perxus on the side. Unexpectedly, the old fox in front of him did not show any worry. Could it be that he has collected enough taxes and tributes? It shouldn't be. He clearly heard that 2 of the officials sent by the other party have not returned yet. The landlords who need to collect taxes and tributes are registered on the list of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for each household, and it is impossible to miss anyone. Moreover, the collection of taxes and tributes for each household has a set share. If the collection of taxes and tributes from each household on the list is not full, the amount of taxes and tributes will not match. In this way, Perxus, the Minister of Internal Affairs, will not be able to report to the city lord and the prison guards in the west. But looking at Perks's current performance, it doesn't seem like he hasn't collected all the taxes. What's going on? Could it be that his information is wrong? Just when Andrew was puzzled, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open by the waiter, accompanied by the sound of tapping footsteps. More than a dozen men in black prison guard uniforms appeared in the banquet hall. They carried the unique aura of warlords who ruled a certain area, which was out of place compared with the officials in the banquet hall who had been immersed in a life of luxury for a long time. In just a moment, the huge banquet hall was clearly divided. Seeing this, the officials present sat up straight. Among the group of people in the western prison, the leading men seemed to be at the level of the warden. There were 3 bars on the shoulders of his uniform. He was nearly 40 years old and had a broad square face. His serious face looked at everyone present without a smile. Although he didn't say a word after entering the venue, he had already revealed his nature of not being easy to mess with. After a long while, the man took a step forward and pulled out an empty seat at the end of the long table and sat down. I am the warden of West Prison number 3, and my name is Zhang Binhua. After the words fell, there was silence. After a while, the officials of Jinsha City, who seemed to be shocked, began to whisper to each other. Why did they change people? Wasn't it the warden of Greenham who came to collect taxes before? And it was prison number 3. Just as there are countless landlords in the eastern part of the deserted planet, there are countless prisons in the west. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the prison, the smaller the number, and the higher the level and power of the warden who manages the prison. Just like there are many big and small landlords in the east. But the biggest one is still the mayor of Jinsha City. The warden of prison number 3 named Zhang Binhua in front of him is equivalent to the status of a senior official in the inner city of Jinsha City. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andrew immediately stood up and walked forward respectfully, stretched out his hand to the warden in front of him. Welcome to come from afar. I am Andrew, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City. Tonight, Jinsha City specially prepared a welcoming banquet for you and everyone. Now that you are seated, the dinner can begin. Although he pretended to be extremely calm, only Andrew himself knew that his legs were about to tremble. After all, it was the first time for him to meet with a warden of such a high level as prison number 3. In the past, the wardens who came here to collect taxes and tributes were all from prisons with a double-digit or even triple-digit status. But now the warden who came here is a single-digit prisoner, and it is the number 3. This makes people have to think more. Could it be because of the pursuit of the fugitive Siegel PMO? With such speculation in my heart, I heard a sentence suddenly coming from my ear. Say less polite words. Zhang Binhua's words made the atmosphere in the banquet hall fall into a deadlock again. Then I heard the warden Zhang say in a deep voice, I am different from those guys. This time, I came not just for the tax tribute. I guess you have heard the news that Siegel PMO escaped from prison. Zhang Binhua paused, and his sharp eagle eyes looked around at the noble officials of Jinsha City present. According to reliable information, the wanted criminal is now under the jurisdiction of your Jinsha City. In order to avoid the situation from getting out of hand, I need you to help me rearrest him. Hearing this, the officials present nodded one after another. Yes. Yes. Just let me know if you need anything. We will do our best to help. Not to do our best, but to be sure. The tone of the warden in front of him was as cold as iron, and the atmosphere that had finally eased was frozen into frost again. Then Zhang Binhua said coldly, if the guy is not found within 10 days, the entire Jinsha City will be charged with harboring a wanted criminal and be questioned. What? The Jinsha City officials, who could barely show a calm smile before suddenly changed their faces. Catch Siegel PMO within 10 days. Otherwise they will become accomplices and take the blame? How can this be justified in the world? This is obviously an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. What a big mouth. Some people at the scene could not sit still and immediately expressed their opposition. How is this possible? This is too unreasonable. Zhang Binhua glanced coldly at the furious official opposite, then slowly took out a gun from his arms and fired a few shots at the crystal chandelier on the top of the banquet hall. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a loud bang. Crash! The luxurious crystal chandelier fell directly on the long table of the banquet. In an instant, shrill screams and the sound of broken cups and plates exploded in the banquet hall. Those well-dressed noble officials shouted and hid under the table, seeing the chaotic scene in front of him. The stern warden named Zhang Binhua finally raised the corner of his mouth and showed a mocking smile. Whether you like it or not, You have to do what I say. Because here, I am the truth. Chapter 67 Cooperation and Negotiation. Hearing the overbearing and unreasonable words of the people in front of him, no matter how scared they were before, these officials couldn't help but get angry at this time. This is Jinsha City, not the Western prison. What's the warden of prison number 3? Can he be more powerful than our Jinsha City lord? Seeing these officials cursing, the other prison guards accompanying them took out their guns, accompanied by a burst of bullets loading. In just a moment, the faces of the officials in the banquet hall turned pale. The officials who originally wanted to hold onto their face and fight hard suddenly became silent like a dud cannonball. After all, the other party came aggressively and had guns on them. They were unarmed, and it was really not suitable for a hard fight. Thinking of this, many people gnashed their teeth in their hearts. Who would have thought that the warden who came this time would be such a difficult person? If they had known it would be like this, they should have set a rule that weapons were not allowed to enter the city. However, it was useless to regret it at this point. What they have to do now is to find a way to break this tense situation. As for the city lord's face, that will be discussed later. Thinking of this, Andrew immediately raised a flattering smile on his face. Don't worry. Everyone, don't be impatient. Everyone comes here to solve the problem. And holding a gun like this will hurt the harmony, Andrew said and looked at Jean Benoit. With a gentle and humble tone, we have understood your thoughts. In the matter of catching fugitives, Jinsha City will definitely stand on the same front with you. Please rest assured. But, is the 10-day deadline a little short? Hearing this, Jean Benoit looked at the Jinsha City official who had taken the initiative to talk to him not long ago. You think it's too short? Hearing the other party's slightly rising tone, Andrew knew that the prison guard was probably dissatisfied. But even so, he continued calmly, under normal circumstances, the 10-day period is of course enough. But all this is based on the fact that we know the whereabouts of the other party. Although our eastern region is not as vast as the western region, the terrain is more complex, and there are many deep mountains and dense forests. If Siegel hides in the sparsely populated mountains, we may not be able to find him even if we search the entire eastern region for a month. After saying this, Andrew seemed to have seen the unhappy look in the eyes of the person in front of him, and hurriedly said, of course, we can understand your difficulties. We just hope that we can give us a little more time to catch the criminal. Jean Benoit frowned, and when he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard a sentence. After all, Siegel Piamo is a cunning criminal. Since this guy can escape from the heavily guarded western prison, it is not difficult for him to hide in the east for several months. The expression of the diplomat in front of him was still as gentle and flattering as ever. But Jean Benoit felt a sense of ulterior motives from the other party's humble attitude. He was indirectly accusing them of not keeping a close eye on the prisoners, which led to their escape. Although this was true, it was pointed out by a small official in Jinsha City, and the entire western prison was embarrassed. However, what was even more frustrating was that he couldn't shoot the other party to vent his anger. After all, they were in the wrong in this matter. Although the boss's intention before coming was to throw dirty water on the east at that time, so that they could take the opportunity to completely annex Jinsha City. But in fact this approach was not easy. These guys were not fools. Besides, if they really did this, the mayor of Jinsha City would not sit idly by. Thinking about it, Jean Benoit said, then I will give you another day of grace. If Siegel Piamo is not arrested after 11 days, you will also be convicted. 11 days? Only one more day. What's the difference between this and no grace period? In just a moment, the Jinsha City officials present almost threw away their usual elegance and cursed. Although Andrew was not very satisfied with this result, he also knew that this was the biggest concession he could get at present. After all, the number 3 warden in front of him was not like those who could be bought with money and beauties before. Realizing this, Andrew finally didn't say anything more and just responded in a deep voice. This move immediately caused dissatisfaction among the noble officials of Jinsha City. However, because the other side was still holding a gun, they didn't have the courage to curse directly. After finally waiting until the end of the welcoming banquet, when all the evil spirits left, a group of people immediately surrounded Andrew and started cursing. Are you crazy? Why did you agree to them? The time is so short. What if we can't catch anyone? You will kill us. I want to see how you explain to the city lord. Dare you not agree to that scene? Facing the accusations of other colleagues, Andrew couldn't help but get angry. Now blame me. Why didn't you dare to fart when the gun was pointed at your head just now? Hearing this, The other officials who had previously accused Andrew of doing something wrong suddenly blushed and were instantly blocked and speechless. Andrew naturally didn't give these plastic colleagues the opportunity to continue to scold him, and said in a calm voice, "Instead of continuing to complain here, you might as well think of a way to solve the problem. It's obviously you who caused the trouble. Why do we have to find a way to solve it?" On the side, the Minister of Finance of Sand City immediately jumped out to express his opposition. Andrew glanced at him. "If you don't want to help solve it, if we really can't catch the person in 11 days, we will all be finished together. Anyway, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. It's fair." Andrew's words instantly made the officials, who could only talk, speechless. They couldn't do anything to him. And after a while, a group of people angrily left. After finally dealing with this group of troublesome guys, Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Minister of the Interior Peruis was still sitting in the same place with a calm face, tasting champagne. This surprised Andrew. He thought that this old fox would also accuse him of being too hasty like others, and made a decision without asking the city lord in advance. However, the other party did not do so. As if sensing his gaze, Peruis put down the wine glass and said lightly, "I may know the whereabouts of Siegel PMO. How about it? Do you want to cooperate?" Hearing this, Andrew was stunned. He actually knew the whereabouts of Siegel PMO? Is this true? Andrew did not immediately believe what the man in front of him said, but only said, "Words are not enough. Do you have any evidence?" But Bo Shiosi smiled, folded his hands and looked at him calmly. "This matter concerns the entire Jinsha city. You also said that we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. In this case, do you still think I need to frame you with such words?" Hearing this, Andrew was stunned. It seems that there is indeed no need for this. But, since you know the whereabouts of Siegel PMO, why don't you say it directly? You also know that this matter is of great importance. If we can't find the person, we are all involved. Andrew asked vigilantly. Bo Shiosi shrugged and said, "You are indeed right. But if I can get my information without paying any price like this, then I am too much of a loss." "Right?" Looking at the old fox's half-smile in front of him, Andrew pursed his lips and said, "What do you want?" Hearing the question he wanted to hear, Persis smiled mysteriously. "The day for paying taxes and tributes is coming soon. I still need 500 kilograms of green reed leaves and 300 kilograms of wild potatoes. Andrew, good guy. I'm waiting for him here. How about it? Do you want to cooperate?" Persis said slowly, "I will provide you with the whereabouts of that guy, and you will provide me with the taxes and tributes I need. We will benefit each other. How can I believe you?" Andrew frowned. "What if the news you gave me is false? Just like I said before, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope, and there is no benefit in lying to you." Persis looked confident. "Don't worry. The news I gave you is 100% true, because this is the news sent back by my men. Xiaoming and the little players, who are deep in the mountains and forests, know nothing about the chaos in Jinsha City. They go online every day to move bricks and farm, and run their own businesses in the game world with positive and optimistic attitude, as if they are a group of Smurfs living in a utopian world." Looking at the blood-boiling slimes in the distance, Dea, who had been busy in the tobacco field for a whole morning, couldn't help but sigh. After many twists and turns, they finally fell into the hands of this group of slimes. If they had known this, why did they go through so much trouble? They suffered so much in vain these days. Since being caught by Siegel PMO, the interstellar wanted criminal, he and Chief Fairytai became one of the coolies of Bordeaux Farm. In fact, the wanted criminal originally wanted to use them as the spies of Sand City. But who would have thought that his boss, who loved money and feared death, would be so honest and upright at the critical moment and unwilling to collude with criminals? It was precisely because team leader Fairytai refused to obey that they were sent to the tobacco field of the farm to do hard labor. All the treatment of food, clothing, and housing was the same as that of the lowest slaves of the farm. That is, those long-term workers who signed a death contract. Dea thought their lives were over. But God had a vision, and a group of slimes raided Bordeaux Farm. Not only the deserted planet thieves under Siegel, but even Siegel himself suffered a heavy blow. In just one day, the Bordeaux Farm changed hands. Although they were liberated, a new problem soon followed. How to restore their original identities and leave here. Previously, they left the slime village without saying goodbye and sneaked out in the middle of the night. If they show up now, not to mention the slimes, even he himself would find it suspicious. It was precisely because of this that Dea didn't dare to jump out and recognize the slimes when the battle broke out. When the battle was over, the celebration of the victory was over, and the farm was cleaned up and rebuilt. Dea, who had lost the best opportunity to appear, could only return to his original place and continue to be an unknown farmhand. But hiding like this is not a solution. He still has to go back to see his fiancée. Just when Dea was struggling whether to sneak out of the farm in the dark when no one was paying attention, Fairytime on the side suddenly spoke up. There is no need to be so troublesome. Minister Peruis already knows our whereabouts. Chapter 68 Undercurrents. Minister Peruis already knows our whereabouts? Dea was confused by the words of the man in front of him. How did he know? But he saw Fairytime waved at him mysteriously, and then lifted the sleeve of his left hand. Of course, he used this. Seeing the palm terminal tied to his wrist, Dea was stunned. This? How did you get it? When they were caught by those guys. Not to mention the palm terminals issued by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Even their clothes, shoes and socks were taken away by these robbers. In this case, where did the team leader get this thing? Faraday stretched out his index finger and shushed. Then fumbled in his shabby coat for a long time. Took out an identical gadget and stuffed it into Dea's hand. Lowering his voice and saying, I took it back secretly when no one was paying attention. A few days ago, when the slimes were looting the farm, he took advantage of the chaos to steal the 2 handheld terminals. This is a very important thing, and it must not fall into their hands. As soon as he got the handheld terminal, he contacted Minister Peruis and reported his situation, including the fact that they had mistakenly entered the swamp on their way to Bordeaux Farm and encountered a group of slimes. After being rescued by them, they ran away because they were too scared. As a result, they met a group of deserted star thieves who occupied Bordeaux Farm and the interstellar wanted criminal Siegel Piamo. After telling all the unfortunate experiences during this period, Faraday thought that Minister Peruis would find a way to rescue them after hearing this. What was even more surprising was that Minister Peruis seemed to not care about the slimes at all, but was particularly interested in Siegel Piamo, and he actually left him in order to stay where he was. At first, he couldn't understand Minister Peruis's actions, until the other party told him what happened in Jinsha City recently not long ago, and he understood the other party's intentions. Because you two failed to collect enough taxes and tributes back to the city in time, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is now trying to fill this hole. The guys from the west have already arrived. This time, they are a group of more rude guys. They are not only here to collect taxes and tributes, but also to arrest Siegel Piamo in the east. The other party asked us in Jinsha City to assist in arresting people within 11 days. If we fail to catch people after 11 days, the entire Jinsha City will be held accountable. Although this request is unreasonable, everyone had to agree to it under the circumstances at that time. So now the matter of catching Siegel Piamo has become the top priority. If this latter matter can be done, then the tax and tribute matter will be easy to handle. Hearing this, Faraday immediately understood that Minister Peruis was going to give them a chance to make up for their mistakes and let them stay here as undercovers to guide the main force. If the two of them retreated so quickly, how could they catch Siegel, the interstellar wanted criminal? In order to put the overall situation first, Faraday finally decided to stay where he was as Minister Peruis said. It was precisely because of this order that Faraday did not return Dea's handheld terminal. After all, ignorance is also a kind of protection. Besides, Dea can't do anything before the next order from the top arrives. Until just now, Minister Peruis finally issued an instruction, claiming that a large force composed of Western Prison will arrive at Bordeaux Farm to capture the fugitive Siegel Piamo on the 3rd at the earliest and the 5th at the latest. Before that, they only need to continue to do a good job of intelligence transmission in a low profile. After listening to Faraday's explanation, Dea opened his mouth in surprise. You mean the people from the Western Prison are coming? Seeing Faraday nod, Dea immediately said, then, do they know the situation here? As he said that, he subconsciously glanced at the group of screaming slimes in the distance. Faraday, I don't know about this. Although he mentioned these slimes with human-like intelligence to Minister Peruis more than once, the other party obviously didn't take his words to heart. There was no response at all to what he said. This also made him think more. Did Minister Peruis really believe what he said? Did the other party really convey his intelligence information to those people? Or perhaps, in the eyes of Minister Peruis, he was just a poor guy who was tortured into mental illness by the wild star thieves and the interstellar wanted criminals. And everything he said was nonsense. It has to be said that Faraday's guess was very accurate. After hearing his report, Peruis's first reaction was indeed to suspect that he was talking nonsense. But rather than being angry, Peruis felt more pity. Poor thing. I didn't expect that in less than half a month. Fairytale was tortured silly by those wild star thieves. Slime that can use weapons? These days, even telling fairy tales to children will not choose slimes, which are low-level creatures with no sense of existence. Not to mention the stories that Fairytale said sounded like fairy tales. God knows how much his two officers suffered at the hands of that evil interstellar wanted criminal, causing them to have problems with their brains now. However, as a reasonable and kind boss, he would never expose him directly, so as not to hurt the other party's self-esteem and ruin the next plan. All he had to do was pretend that nothing happened and let the arrest plan go smoothly. After Siegel PMO was arrested, he would arrange a reliable psychiatrist to treat their psychological problems. Thinking of this, Perseus couldn't help but sigh. There might not be a more humane boss than him in this sand city. Right? Behind a seemingly calm deserted planet, there are undercurrents. But this does not affect the players, who are enjoying the fun of the game, because they just experienced a siege not long ago. The Slime Village and Slime Farm are in the reconstruction stage of everything waiting to be rebuilt. Farming, building brick kilns, building cement plants, repairing houses, and repairing roads. The players are busy. Of course, in addition to infrastructure, some engineering masters with strong hands-on ability among the players have also begun to think about steelmaking in the game. Xiaoming is very happy to see such a small player who can give full play to his personal initiative. After all, everyone has his own expertise, and it is more efficient to have relatively professional people to develop it than to have an amateur like him tinkering around. As the game planner, he only needs to control the general direction of the future development of the game. Although players are allowed to conduct independent research, steelmaking is not a simple matter after all. First of all, the biggest problem is raw materials. There is no iron or near the slime farm, or even the slime village. All they can use is the small piece of iron on tools such as hoes, axes, and shovels. And because of the limited conditions, they can't use modern mature steelmaking methods. They can only burn wood into charcoal like the traditional steelmaking method in the period, and remove the excessive carbon in the collected ironware to make it steel. This method sounds easy at first glance, but there are still many problems to overcome in actual operation. For example, the temperature is not high enough, the sealing problem of the steelmaking furnace, and the problem of removing impurities from steel, all of which require players to find ways to solve. Of course, in addition to material and technical problems, the most scarce thing in Slime Village now is equipment and talents. The latter is easy to say, as long as a group of big guys and related majors are selected through questionnaires on the internet. It can be solved. But the problem is the former. How can this professional equipment be obtained? Although Xiaoming asked Julian to bring them some professional processing equipment on his return trip, this interstellar trader had just set out and would not be back for a while. Thinking of this, Xiaoming could not help but sigh. If I had Aladdin's lamp at this time, I would definitely wish to get a set of professional production equipment. Just when Xiaoming was still worried about the road to industrial development of Slime Village, about 100 kilometers away from the slime farm, a group of uninvited guests were heading east at a rapid speed. Zhang Binhua did not expect that this group of fat noble officials in the east would find the whereabouts of Siegel PMO so quickly. He originally thought that these guys might have to drag it out for a few more days before they could find any clues. Sure enough, fear is the most effective way to achieve the goal as quickly as possible. There was only one thing that made him a little dissatisfied. The east is full of mountains and forests, and the roads are rugged. They're black beetle. Military loaders can gallop in the desert, but they are useless here. So they had to settle for the next best thing and drive in the small armored vehicles. The guys in the east originally wanted them to ride in a unicorn cart, but Zhang Binhua refused. What a joke. They were going to catch a fugitive. What would it look like to ride in an ox cart? Besides, the ox cart was so slow, and by the time they got there, Siegel would have already run away. According to the satellite signal released by the handheld terminal, we will probably reach our destination in 2 days. Hearing the report from his men, Zhang Binhua frowned. Why is it so slow? Warden, this is already the fastest speed. Speeding up may be dangerous. Looking at the steep cliff outside the car window, Zhang Binhua looked at the increasingly narrow path ahead, and his thick eyebrows gradually squeezed together. What a broken place. It's better to drive happily in the desert. After cursing in a low voice, Zhang Binhua stopped urging. He just tapped the handheld terminal on his wrist and retrieved the topographic map of the area from the database. However, before I could take a closer look, the car I was sitting in suddenly started to shake violently, with a sharp sound of tire friction. The armored vehicle that was driving normally suddenly braked. Zhang Binhua held the back of the chair to stop his shaking body, and asked unhappily, "What's the matter?" "It seems that the tire has punctured something, and it is deflated. Change it quickly." "Yes." The accompanying prison guards got off the car to help change the spare tire. Looking at the busy figures of his men, Zhang Binhua's expression became more and more solemn. Who would have thought that the good tire would be broken? It's really a bad start. As if feeling bored, he immediately rolled down the window and looked out the window. At this time, the sky outside gradually darkened, and it would not take long before it was completely dark. The woods in the dark are as dangerous as the desert in the dark. For some reason, he always had a premonition. If he continued to drive, he might encounter a situation worse than a flat tire. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Binhua loudly ordered, "Stay in the open space ahead. Set off again tomorrow morning." Chapter 69 Night Raid. Compared with the tranquility of the desert night, the night in the eastern forest is particularly noisy. I don't know what nocturnal animals are in the woods, but I could always hear rustling sounds. This makes the prison guards, who are stationed in this environment for the first time, feel a little uncomfortable. Be careful, and don't lose your mind. Looking at the dark forest in the distance, Zhang Binhua frowned. This is not a desert. Although there are no sandstorms and hurricanes, there are countless dangers. In the woods less than 200 meters away from the camp, a group of people are staring at the camp in the distance. Do you see the fire in front? The man who spoke had a tiger head tattoo on his chest. At this time, he was staring at the black uniforms in the distance. Those guys should have come from the west. They are prison guards. Prison guards? Why did the prison guards from the west appear here? A younger brother below was a little puzzled. Probably because of Siegel Piamo. Another skinny man said, "Didn't they say that this guy has escaped from prison and came to the east?" Silence. The man with tiger head tattoo said in a deep voice, "What they are doing here has nothing to do with us. What we have to do now is to blow them up with explosives while they are not paying attention. Then we will hit their heads hard with hammers and sticks, steal their guns, ammunition and cars, and take away all their supplies." Hearing this, the younger brothers around swallowed their saliva one after another. "Boss, do you really want to do this?" They are prison guards. Looking at the hesitant eyes of these guys, a trace of hostility suddenly appeared on the man's face. "Are you afraid?" Hearing this, a group of people shook their heads. "It's good that they are not," the tiger head man said in a deep voice. "As long as you capture them, you can sleep in a warm tent, eat meat and drink wine. This is your first test to join the Tiger Thieves group. Now, pick up your weapons and rush forward. Light the explosives and throw them at their camp to let them see the abyss of H.L. Victory belongs to us. The voice of the person in front of me is like the H.L. of the devil." Looking at the twinkling fire in the distance, the confused and turbid eyes are instantly ignited by desire. The evil is born. And these wanderers, who have been wandering in the wilderness for a long time, suddenly transform from timid ditch rats into bloodthirsty jackals. They are ready to fight, holding homemade weapons in their hands, and carefully shuttle through the dark jungle, aiming directly at the camp in the distance. 100 meters, 50 meters. Watching the backs of these people getting closer and closer to the camp, the tiger-headed man couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. The disaster is about to come. But the prison guards still don't react at all. It seems that they have been comfortable in the West for a long time and don't know the dangers of the outside world. However, at this moment, a gunshot suddenly came from the opposite side. Bang! The tranquility of the night was instantly broken. There is an enemy attack. Open fire quickly. The guards on guard immediately shouted loudly after discovering the abnormality. Before these novice thieves could react, countless bullets flew through the dark forest and toward their heads. Bang! 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 Along with a flash of fire, countless wailing and screaming echoed through the forest. Most of these novice thieves fell before they could rush out of the forest. The courage they had finally mustered up was instantly wiped out in the dense gunfire. Under the strong instinct of survival, they gave up charging and turned around to run back. In the back, the tiger-headed man who witnessed all this was unwilling and afraid. He didn't understand. They were so hidden, and they didn't make any particularly loud noises from beginning to end. Why could these guys find out? Thinking of this, the tiger-headed man couldn't help but ooze out beads of sweat on his forehead. Although he wanted his men to stop and turn around to fight the other side, his reason told him that this was undoubtedly a futile move. After thinking for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth. Retreat! Hearing the shouts getting farther and farther away from the woods in the distance. A young prison guard asked Jean Benoit, "Warden, do you still want to chase?" "No need," Jean Benoit said in a deep voice. "We are not familiar with the terrain here. If we follow them rashly, we will be easily ambushed. Besides, it is still dark now, and the forest is not safe." Hearing this, his men nodded. "However, who are those guys? They actually dare to attack us. They are just a group of inferior thieves. In the West, no thieves have ever dared to provoke them. But now they are in the territory of the East, and the thieves here will not be as tactful as them. But it doesn't matter. If you meet someone who doesn't know how to behave, just teach him a lesson." Compared with these, Sigal Piamo, who successfully escaped from the most stringent prison in the West, is the real dangerous person. Thinking of this, Jean Benoit said, "Let's clean it up. Those guys should not dare to come in the second half of the night." After saying this, he walked into the tent. Looking at the prison warden's leading figure, the young prison guard Schiller couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. The prison warden is worthy of being the prison warden. He can even predict the possibility of an enemy attack at night. Of course. The slightly older guard on the side looked smug. "Our warden used to be in the Space Corps." "Space Corps?" Schiller couldn't help but widen his brown eyes, looking unbelievable. "Is it true?" "Of course it's true." Seeing his doubts, the older guard immediately said, "Are you underestimating my intelligence network?" Schiller shook his head repeatedly. Then he heard the man in front of him continue, "I heard that the warden used to be a centurion in the Space Corps and participated in many interstellar battles. Dealing with the sneak attacks of these little thieves is not a piece of cake?" Hearing this, Schiller looked enlightened. "I didn't expect that the warden was once a centurion in the Space Corps. You know, the Space Corps is a huge force that can compete with the future alliance. Why did a powerful person who could serve as a centurion in the Space Corps become the warden of the number 3 prison on the deserted planet?" As a native of the deserted planet, Schiller was somewhat confused. The older guard waved his hand to signal him to come closer, and then lowered his voice and said, "I heard that he was sent here because he offended his superiors." Schiller then asked, "The superiors? Who? How would I know?" The older guard rolled his eyes. "Anyway, that's what happened. Don't spread it outside, lest the warden hears and gets upset." Schiller said with a serious face, "Don't worry. I will never tell anyone." The older guard nodded and continued to stand guard. Only Schiller thought secretly in his heart, "I didn't expect the warden to be such a powerful person. No wonder the prison headquarters sent their warden to the east to arrest Sigal Piamo this time. I believe that with their warden's presence, this operation will be successfully completed." Schiller didn't know at this time that a Waterloo would soon befall him and his most respected warden. Moreover, the opponent was someone he could never dream of. In contrast to the barren planet in the long night, the Earth in the real world is full of sunshine. As usual, the first thing players do after logging off is not to get up and wash, but to pick up their mobile phones to log in to the official website or forum to check the latest and most interesting game information every day. I am your father. I have good news for everyone. The white lantern fungus that I and Fantiao raised finally has mycelium. Lautai liliuliu, liliuliu. My red star fruit tree has just been planted, and your mycelium has even sprouted here. The speed is fast enough. I want to be red. Damn! Did you really let me raise it? Pork stewed vermicelli, of course. We have the guidance of professionals. At Shontian Big Brother. You said so. Right? Big Brother? Shontian Big Brother, ahem. Loki. Hey Gulong Doncheong, you are fine. You have fields to grow. Unlike me, I have been bored to death these 2 days. I am your father, not bored. Right? Didn't I kill a snake 2 days ago? Hey Gulong Doncheong, it was only one. And it was basically killed by Gotham Brother with explosives alone. I didn't have much chance to shoot. Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Hey Gulong Doncheong, today, Duping and I went to the slime village to brush the wild star wolf dungeon. But we didn't see a wolf in there for a whole day. I want to be red, really? Not really. The event dungeon should not be over yet. Pork stewed vermicelli, maybe it's bad luck. Stir-fried kidney flour. It's also possible that all the monsters in this map have been cleared. I feel that Desolate Planet World is different from ordinary RPG games. NPCs and monsters will not respawn after death. And the same goes for resources. The setting of this game is closer to reality. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. Oh, so boring. It would be nice if the game could organize another big battle event. Fried kidney flour. I'm afraid it won't be that soon. The battle to liberate Bordeaux Farm just ended not long ago. And a new monster, the Red Flame Anaconda, was unlocked 2 days ago. At least the next wave of battle activities will have to wait for a while. De Peng Zhanqi predict. Maybe a new map will be opened in the next update. Spinach Popeye, it is indeed possible. After all, so far, the game map has only opened 2 bases. And the Sand City and the Western Prison set in the official website have not yet appeared. I want to be read. I don't think it will happen. The map is too big, and the production team should not have done this step yet. Gotham Iron Man, that's not necessarily true, squinting smile. The planners of this game always like to do big things quietly. It is not impossible that a big surprise will suddenly appear one day. Looking at the young players, who were discussing enthusiastically in the forum, Xiaoming behind the screen fell into deep thought. Recently, he has been busy with farming, infrastructure construction and industrial development, and has ignored the ideas of these combat players. Not long ago, he received a message prompt that the task of eliminating the Wild Star Wolf Pack was completed, which also means that the combat player's monster dungeon has ended. Although he can indeed organize a wave of life activities to let these combat players participate, the other party may not be happy. After all, those who like combat gameplay are not Buddhist in nature. It may be acceptable to let them farm in the short term, but these guys will definitely complain in the long run. It seems that we have to find a way to open up a new spawning point. Recalling the news that the White Day guards found a suspected giant snake nest deep in the back mountain of the farm, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes, then opened the official website backend, and began to type new words on the keyboard. WildStar World 1.08 version. Update announcement. Chapter 70 version 1.08 is online. WildStar World. Version 1.08 update announcement. 1. The activity copy, Giant Serpent's Lair, is open, and the activity copy, War of the Wolf, is closed in advance. 2. The night mode is officially online. 3. Add seasonal attributes and climate change. 4. Fix a small number of bugs. Unexpectedly, another wave of updates is online, and the players are immediately excited. Gotham Iron Man, ha ha ha. What did I say before? The official is really holding back. De Peng Zhanqi, I thought a new map would be opened, but it turned out to be a new copy. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, the new copy is not bad. At least I finally have something to do. I want to be read. Giant Serpent's Lair is a name that knows that the monster in the new copy is a snake. Wait, wasn't the farm attacked by a big snake 2 days ago? Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, damn. The plot is linked. Gotham Iron Man. Gotham Iron Man, good guy. So that was the official preview? Pork stewed with vermicelli. I am more interested in the night system than the new dungeon. I am your father, +1. By Wu Chang. I came late and just saw the news. Has the game been updated again? De Peng Zhanqi by Wu Chang. Yes. The new dungeon has been updated. Plus the night system. By Wu Chang, night system? Can I finally log in 24/7 this time? De Peng Zhanqi, I think so. The update announcement is not too detailed. For details, I guess the official planner will explain later. The little girl picking mushrooms. Check the official website. That planner Xiaoming is posted again. Hearing that, netizens clicked into the official website and saw that there was an additional pinned post in the latest post column. Developer log about the 1.08 version update. Hello everyone. I am the planner Xiaoming. Long time no see. I am here again. After several days of overtime work by our planning team, programming team and art team, we have ushered in the much anticipated 1.08 version. There are 2 main points in this update. One is the new event dungeon, Giant Snake's Lair. I believe that some young players have already felt the power of the Red Flame Anaconda in advance 2 days ago. That's right. In this updated Giant Snake's Lair event dungeon, you will need to sneak into the Red Flame Anaconda's lair to explore and adventure. Doesn't it sound exciting? As a game planner, Xiaoming is also excited, because the update data of the new dungeon is huge. In order to avoid causing game lag, the War of the Wolf event dungeon will be closed in advance. Some students who didn't have time to explore the dungeon don't have to feel regretful. The dungeon of War of the Wolf may be restarted in the future public beta period. Let's talk about the new event dungeon here. Next, let's talk about the second point of this update, night mode. I have always heard some friends complain that the login time of the game is too short and it is not enough to play. For this, Xiaoming, on behalf of the planning team, sincerely apologizes to the majority of friends. In fact, we have considered opening night login before, but because the server maintenance cost is too high, and there are still some bugs in the design of the night system that have not been completely fixed, we have not taken this step. Fortunately, these problems are being gradually resolved. After serious discussions among the entire team, we decided to open the night mode in version 1.08. This also means that you can log into the game as usual even during the day in the future. Are you happy? Are you surprised? However, Xiaoming still has to remind you of an important thing here. Although the game server is now open 24/7, it does not mean that you can always stay energetic in the game. Although, Wild Star World does not clearly set the physical value, the character played by the player does have a fatigue value setting. Slimes not only need to eat and go to the toilet, but also need to sleep and rest. If you don't rest enough, it will cause fatigue. It's as uncomfortable as staying up all night in real life. In serious cases, it is likely to cause automatic disconnection. Although I understand that my friends want to adventure in the game all the time. For your gaming experience, please ensure that the character has at least 8 hours of sleep time a day. Although the game is fun, please don't get too addicted. In addition, the night system will be open at 8 AM today, and the time on the wasteland is exactly 10 PM. Friends who want to experience the night mode can adjust their schedules by themselves. Friendly reminder, according to the background setting of the wasteland world, the mountains and forests at night are not safe. It may be dangerous to rashly enter the forest or explore the activity dungeon. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, the scope of activities online at night will be limited to the 2 currently open bases, the Slime Village in the valley, and the Slime Farm outside the valley. Please pay attention. By the way, both bases have their own login points. Please refer to the official website settings set for specific locations, and players can log in and out of the login point to save. Once again, moderate games are beneficial to the brain, and excessive games are harmful to the body. Although the game rewards are attractive, please arrange your time reasonably and enjoy a healthy life. The planning team of Wasteland World participates. As soon as the developer log of version 1.08 was issued, there was another strong fluctuation in the game circle of Wasteland World. Brick Moving Boy, I go. This game can't be played all night? I was thinking of playing quietly while everyone else is asleep. Dapping Zanky, I guessed it a long time ago. After all, the setting of this game is so realistic. Since you can eat and go to the toilet, you must need to rest. Haigilong Donkyang, that means you can only be active in the base when you log in at night. Right? Pork stewed with vermicelli, according to the official description. It should be like this. By Wuchang, that's too boring. I was thinking of going to the woods when it's dark. Haigilong Donkyang at Bai Wuchang brother. Don't do stupid things. I am your father. Lifestyle players are fearless. Overtime design dog, +1. We can do some small business when we log in at night. Jiao Yangsahuo, we can set up a night market. Overtime design dog, yes. 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 We can even set up a snack street. I want to be read. Snack street? Then can I come here to sell grilled fish? Ultraman of Light? Ultraman of Light, oh my. What on earth have I missed? Have you updated to version 1.08? Dapping Zanky at Light Ultraman, I haven't seen you in the game for a long time. What's going on with you? Light Ultraman, don't mention it. My helmet was taken away by my brother, and he hasn't got it back yet. Dapping Zanky, what did he do with your helmet? Light Ultraman, maybe he thinks it's not good for me to play games every day. Bai Wuchang, picking nose, picking nose, picking nose. Bai Wuchang, you are so old, but you are still controlled by your brother. Ultraman, you are not still a primary school student. Are you? Light Ultraman? Light Ultraman, you are a primary school student. I have graduated from university. Okay. Bai Wuchang, funny. Bai Wuchang, you are the best. Light Ultraman, degree. Yangfan Yuanheng, this update didn't open new accounts? Oh my god. How long do I have to wait before I can enter the game? Picking mushrooms at Yangfan Yuanheng, it's hard to say. Maybe the next version? Or maybe the next version, covering face. Yangfan Yuanheng, it's numb. I just want to play a game. Why is it so difficult? Picking mushrooms, many people are like this. Take your time. I want to be famous. I just checked the official website. And now the number of people who have pre-ordered the game has exceeded 800. Gotham Iron Man, what's the big deal? Wait until the next time new accounts are opened. The number of reservations is estimated to exceed 1,000. I want to be read at Yanfan Yuanhang according to the 50 places released in the 1.06 version update. The number of accounts for the next official closed beta test will be between 50 to 100. That means your chance of being selected is between 5% and 10%, squinting smile. Yanfan Yuanhang? Yanfan Yuanhang. Can it get better? I want to be read, don't be too pessimistic. What if you are lucky, funny? Yanfan Yuanhang. The atmosphere on the forum was cheerful. Only Lu Guang, who still hasn't got his helmet back, was very depressed. He hadn't touched the helmet for almost half a month. This made him unable to sleep or eat. And he had a withdrawal reaction. Even if he wanted to talk to his brother and ask him to give him a break and return the helmet to him, he had no chance. Because during this period, he didn't go home at all. Even if he went to the company to find him. The secretary's answer was, "Boss Lu is busy, and it's not convenient to see guests now." Thinking of this, Lu Guang, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, couldn't help but bite a bite of bread angrily. He kept using this excuse to prevaricate him. Do you really think he is a fool? Just when Lu Guang was feeling depressed, a familiar whistle sounded outside the window. A black Bentley slowly drove into the garage, looking at his brother's car. When the child appeared, Lu Guang suddenly lost his appetite for breakfast. He stood up suddenly and rushed out of the restaurant to find his elder brother to argue. However, just when he was about to vent all the resentment he had buried in his heart to Lu Yang, he saw that the man in front of him was holding 2 silver gaming helmets. That's right. 2. Not 1. Seeing this, Lu Guang was stunned. What's going on? Why are there 2 helmets? His elder brother took only 1 from him. So where did he get the extra one? In doubt, Lu Guang, who was angry before, stopped immediately. He had to figure out what his brother was up to. However, before he could speak, his brother handed him the helmet in his right hand and said, "Give it back to you." This move shocked Lu Guang. Is there going to be an earthquake? Or is it going to rain red? Why did his brother suddenly give him the helmet back? As if seeing the disbelief on his face, the mature young man in front of him coughed awkwardly. "I have already played that game." Already played it. Hearing this, Lu Guang's eyes widened suddenly. Subconsciously, he looked at the helmet in Lu Yang's left hand. In other words, this helmet is actually his brother's? His brother is also in the game? Before he could finish being surprised, he heard Lu Yang continue, after personal experience, "I have to admit that Desolate Star World is indeed a very remarkable game. I am very interested in the technology behind this game. If this technology can be applied to other fields, it will surely bring huge commercial profits." Looking at the young man's bright eyes, Lu Guang couldn't help but fall into silence. "I understand the truth. But this is a game developed by aliens. How are you going to cooperate with them, brother?" Chapter 71 The King of Kings. Lu Yang didn't know what Lu Guang was thinking. He thought his brother would support him after hearing what he said. But he didn't say a word, which inevitably led to misunderstandings. Could it be that Guang was still angry because he confiscated the helmet? In fact, if you think about it carefully, he did go too far. Let's just say sorry. Just when he was about to apologize to his brother, he heard a sentence from the other side. "Give up, brother. You can't cooperate with him." Lu Yang? Lu Yang was also a little confused when he heard this sentence suddenly. Why? Lu Guang. Lu Guang. Because the developer of this game is not from Earth. Lu Yang paused when he heard this, recalling the surveillance video he saw in the company before. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although he also felt strange at the time, it was still not easy for him to admit that this game was related to aliens just because of this. So, he subconsciously answered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing his elder brother looking at him with a strange expression, Lu Guang felt that he had to show him the exact evidence, even though this evidence seemed so incredible. "What I said was true." Then Lu Guang said with a serious face, "Seeing is believing. Hearing is false. When you finish reading the evidence, you will understand what I mean." Looking at his brother's serious expression, even Lu Yang, who has always been calm, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. However, what shocked him completely was the surveillance video that Lu Guang showed him next. Just like what he saw in the company's surveillance at the beginning. In the picture, after a familiar mosaic, the package containing the helmet appeared out of thin air at their doorstep. Everything happened suddenly and unexpectedly. If he had previously suspected that the company's surveillance had been tampered with, then this speculation would not stand after seeing this video. It is impossible that even their surveillance has problems. Right? That's too coincidental. Coincidences become inevitable. Could it be true, as Guang said, that the mastermind behind this game is another life form from outside the Earth? Seeing his elder brother's increasingly serious expression, Lu Guang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, do you believe what I said now? I'm not trying to discourage you. It's just that we simply can't discuss cooperation with aliens. Lu Yang listened to Lu Guang's chattering without saying a word. His thoughts had already flown elsewhere. The result he least wanted to admit finally came. After all, such an incredible event, apart from the explanation of supernatural phenomena, can only be done by an extraterrestrial civilization higher than the Earth. In this way, many things that were previously incomprehensible have a reasonable explanation. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the answer has already appeared a long time ago. But he has always been unwilling to face it. Although he was shocked, Lu Yang's psychological endurance was not so fragile. Aliens are aliens. He doesn't care who developed this game. The technology behind the game is the focus of his attention. As long as he can establish a cooperative relationship with the other party, he can ignore everything else. As long as he can obtain such technology, he can promote industrial innovation and stand in the first echelon of the world's scientific and technological revolution, thereby gaining huge wealth. This is also what he wants to do most as a businessman. After figuring this out, Lu Yang gradually felt relieved. No matter whether it is a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. Whether it is an alien or an earthling, as long as it can bring him commercial value, it is an excellent partner. Thinking of this, Lu Yang interrupted his brother's lobbying with a serious face and said calmly, I know what you said, but I have made a decision. No matter what the other party's identity is, I will cooperate with them. Looking at the firm eyes of the person opposite, Lu Guang, who had been brewing a lot of words in his stomach before, suddenly got stuck. I almost forgot that his brother is a very stubborn personality. Once the goal is determined, 9 bulls can't pull it back. I just didn't expect his brother's psychological quality to be so good. As long as it can bring profits, he will not back down even if it is an alien. But how do you communicate with them? Hearing this question, Lu Yang paused, and then answered calmly, You don't have to worry about this. I will find a way myself. Hearing this, Lu Guang couldn't help but say, I am one of the first players to enter the game, but I haven't contacted the game planner yet. Brother, can you do it? As a professional game reviewer, Lu Guang's job is similar to that of a grass-growing girl in the 3 pits, because he usually writes some game guides and analysis posts. So in the past, some newly launched games often look for professional players like him to do paid reviews to promote the game. However, so far, the official planner of WildStar World has never contacted him. Even if he left a message under the official post, or even sent a private message to the planner named Xiaoming, it was still like a stone sinking into the sea, and he didn't receive any reply. He is a well-known big man in the game circle. People like him have not attracted the attention of the official, let alone a game rookie like his brother. Although he was not optimistic, Lu Guang was tactful enough not to continue pouring cold water on him. After all, he could understand his brother's idea. If it were him, he would also be attracted by such technology. Since persuasion is useless, it is better not to persuade. Anyway, he has already got his helmet back. Even more fortunately, the official also officially launched the night mode today, and announced that the online time of the game will be changed to 24 hours from now on. This also means that from now on, he can go online whenever he wants. After so many days of suffering, he finally waited for good news. Sure enough, once a person starts to get lucky, everything will go smoothly. As soon as the mood improved, Lu Guang's face was full of smiles. Holding the hard-earned helmet tightly, Lu Guang looked at Lu Yang. By the way, brother, you said you were also playing this game just now. What is your ID? Let's add a friend in the game, so that it will be more convenient when we team up to do tasks. Having said that, Lu Yang was just being polite, and did not really intend to take him to the team. After all, his brother has never been good at playing games since he was a child. If he really takes him to play in a group, won't he be killed? Probably because all his talent points were added to study and sports. Lu Yang's attainments in games are simply negative. The only 2 games he can play are Snake and Candy Crush. Even though he tried to teach his brother how to play League of Legends in high school, the other party still made a stupid move of actively giving away heads. The past is unbearable to look back on. Just when Lu Guang thought that Lu Yang would refuse his proposal because he felt embarrassed, he didn't expect that the person in front of him actually nodded generously. Okay. It just so happens that I don't know how to play games, so it's a good thing to have an acquaintance to guide me. Lu Guang. Too clever is too clever. It's a mistake. 8 a.m. in the real world is exactly 10 p.m. in the deserted world. By modifying the login time limit of the summoner, Xiaoming lifted the login restrictions on players. Some players were probably waiting on time. At the moment of opening login, 35 players logged into the game on time. This surprised Xiaoming. It was not a holiday. He thought everyone was at work or school at this time. He didn't expect so many people to log into the game. Of course, it is also possible that they just secretly logged in to take a look at the night mode out of curiosity. However, Xiaoming didn't care what these players were thinking. Since they are online, let's arrange something for them to do. It will save some players who like to make trouble from running out to die. Through the summoner, Xiaoming sent a message to these players: the forest is not safe at night. In order to prevent our base from being attacked suddenly, the tribe leader needs 16 warriors to guard the safety of the base. Night mission, guard patrol mission location, slime village or slime farm. Players can choose one based on the principle of proximity. Mission description: the duty time is 8 hours in total, and rotation is carried out every 4 hours. If you are attacked and die on duty during patrol, you will receive at least 1 and up to 10 slime coins as compensation depending on the actual situation. Level requirement: LV1 and above. Task reward: 5 slime coins plus 5 contribution points per hour. At the moment the task was issued, countless red dots lit up on the summoner. In just a moment, the jobs of 16 night patrol guards were snapped up. Some players who didn't get the task couldn't help but curse in anger. Hack! How can these people move so fast? I haven't even clicked to confirm yet. And they told me that it's full? Ha ha ha. Are you dumbfounded? This is the hand speed of being single for 20 years. After all, this is a big fat job, and no one wants to miss it. Compared with the physically demanding work of burning cement, moving bricks, building houses and repairing roads, night patrols are much easier. Not only that, the task rewards are also generous. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day, the duty time is a total of 8 hours. Based on the reward of 5 slime coins plus 3 contribution points per hour, you can earn a total of 40 slime coins and 24 contribution points in 8 hours. This is much more than making money from road construction. You should know that road construction can only earn 20 slime coins per day. Although 500 contribution points can be obtained after the road is repaired, that will be a long time in the future. Although the contribution points earned by Night Watch are not high, it is easy. Of course, the premise of all this is that there will be no enemy attacks at night. But this is not important. Even if there is an enemy attack, as long as you win, it will be fine. Thinking of this, the players who successfully received the task picked up their weapons and went to the duty location in the envious eyes of other players. 16 players, according to the principle of proximity to the login point. 9 were assigned to the slime village, and 7 were assigned to the slime farm. As for the remaining players, Xiaoming naturally arranged other tasks. People are here. Why not waste time if you don't do some work? But even if Xiaoming doesn't take the initiative to arrange, these liver emperors will find things to do by themselves. You know, players are the king of the king of the king. After finally opening up all-weather login, will they just come up and stroll around and be done with it? Of course not. The liver reward upgrade is what they really desire. Chapter 72 Night Patrol. After passing through the shadows of trees, the exhausted tiger thieves finally slowed down their pace because of exhaustion. Honghu never expected that his carefully organized night attack would be easily discovered by the prison guards. He not only lost more than half of his men, but also lost a lot of weapons. Fortunately, those guys were new to the area and didn't catch up. Otherwise, he would have been shot to pieces. Thinking of this, Honghu pounded the tree trunk more and more angrily. Before he set out, he vowed to the boss that he would do a big job. But the end was so miserable. How could he face the boss? Even if he went back with a thick face, the boss would definitely not forgive him. After all, he could not tolerate failure the most. Remember that the last guy who worked for the Black Tiger boss had his arm chopped off because of his poor performance. Thinking of this, Honghu dared not look back. So they had to bite the bullet and continue to move deeper into the valley with a few surviving subordinates. Just when they were about to be exhausted, a younger brother beside them suddenly shouted, "Brother Honghu, look! I saw a few bright lights flickering in the valley in the distance." which was particularly conspicuous in this dark forest. Seeing this, Hongwu suddenly paused. What's going on? When did someone live there? They have been active in this mountainous area for so long, and they didn't know that there were people living here. After all, there are so many wild star wolves nearby, and it is impossible for anyone to be stupid enough to settle here. Even they usually don't come here for a stroll. After all, it is dangerous, and there is no money to be made. If it weren't for the failed sneak attack this time, and the wrong way when they were escaping, they would never come here. Looking at the lights in the distance, a thief couldn't help swallowing his saliva. How could there be a village in that place? Could it be a ghost? Ghost you head? Honghu's deputy, a one-eyed man, said viciously, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you to the wolves. After being severely reprimanded, the man timidly closed his mouth and dared not say more. Just go and see what it is and you'll know. Staring at the lights, Honghu narrowed his triangular eyes. Maybe this is a chance to redeem himself. After successfully conquering Bordeaux Farm, the current slime village has also been successfully electrified, making the entire village no longer as dark as before. However, the players are not aware of this. Looking at the brightly lit village in front of them, and the brilliant galaxy above their heads, they are still sighing that the official art level is really awesome. And the night mode is so beautiful. Oh my! This is too beautiful. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen stars of this color. +1. I didn't expect that there are pink stars. That's right. Even anime doesn't dare to draw like this. Although I know that the special effects of this game are awesome, I still can't help but say one sentence hack. This is really awesome. If only the starry sky in real life was this beautiful. Go to the North Pole. The northern lights are about the same. How can they be the same? The northern lights are green, but the stars here are pink and purple like a girl. Ah, it would be nice if I could live here. Are you serious? If you live here forever, you will have to be a slime forever. Forget it. The players who were on night patrol chatted casually, while the players who did not receive the night watch mission started night production under Xiaoming's arrangement. Cement factory, brick kiln. These facilities have resumed operation. Now the road is being built in Slime Village and Slime Farm, and a lot of cement is needed for road construction. In addition, the reconstruction of Slime Farm also requires a lot of bricks. Now that the night operation is open, Xiaoming naturally hopes that these production facilities can operate uninterruptedly to produce the building materials he needs and pave the way for the infrastructure of the Slime Clan. The first time to work the night shift, the players are naturally excited. One is because they have never experienced working the night shift in the game, and the other is because the night shift can earn more slime coins than the daytime. Who can go against money these days? Besides, can you call it work to work in the game? That's called working for a reward. When these players thought that others were still working or going to school, and they could take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and leave them behind, they became more motivated. On the gatehouse outside the slime village, Dapeng Zhanqi, who had grabbed the night patrol mission, and two newbies were responsible for the security of the eastern main gate. The back door on the west was taken care of by Spinach Popeye, by Wuchang, and Sheep Village Fiangyang. There were mountains and forests in the north and lakes in the south. Because it was relatively safe, the number of people stationed was a little less, 2 people on each side. Having said that, there was nothing to do for night patrol in such a mountain valley. The wild star wolf pack in the forest had been cleared out by them, and there were no other wild star creatures with more aggressive power nearby. Unless this time, the game was updated to set up other threats specifically for Nightwatch players to deal with. Is this really possible? Looking at the dark forest in the distance, the fried kidney can't help but fall into deep thought. On the side, the new brick-moving boy who had just entered the game for about half a month was excited, since the official has set up the task of night watch. It means that the base will be attacked suddenly at night. Thinking of this, the brick-moving boy can't help but get excited. He entered the game late, and his level was not high enough. Whether it was the previous liberation of Bordeaux Farm or the Battle of the Wolf, he was not qualified to participate. So in order to upgrade as soon as possible, he has been moving bricks and burning cement every day during this period. Not to mention how boring it is. Now the official has opened the night mode and created the task of night watch. What does this mean? There must be a big wave behind this. If he can withstand the enemy attack and drive away the boss forces, he will definitely get a lot of extra rewards. Thinking of this, the brick-moving boy opened his eyes wider and stared at the dark and dense forest not far away. However, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally. More than 3 hours passed, and nothing happened. Not only the forest opposite, but the entire slime village was extremely quiet. This disappointed the brick-carrying boy who had been looking forward to it, and excited all night. The night watch mission is too boring. There is no enemy attack. And there is no mobile phone to relieve boredom. So I can only stand here and look at the stars. The stir-fried kidney flour next to him agreed. Indeed, it would be better if this game could be more user-friendly, and add a few small games to our task panel. We don't ask for King of Glory, Chicken Dinner and Genshin Impact. Just give us the whole Landlord or Happy Candy Crush. Brick-carrying boy, that's it. It's outrageous that even people have to wait for the idle mission. Stir-fried kidney flour. This game always makes it so real in unnecessary places. Brick-carrying boy. Speaking of reality, do you think we will encounter enemy attacks tonight? After all, if there is no danger, this night watch process seems unnecessary. Hush. Stir-fried kidney flour suddenly interrupted the person in front of him and stretched out his hand to make a silent gesture. The sudden behavior of the person in front of him made the brick-carrying boy a little alert. What's wrong? There seems to be movement in the woods. Hearing this, the brick-carrying boy suddenly covered his mouth and subconsciously turned his head to look at the dark forest opposite. In the night wind, the dense leaves fluttered in the wind and made a rustling sound. At first glance, it was no different from before. Really? I didn't see anything. The brick-carrying boy lowered his voice and asked, Boss, did you see it wrong? But he saw that fried kidney flour glanced at him. I didn't see it, but I felt it. Although his strength value is not high, his perception point is more prominent. Perception can be said to be the sixth sense, or crisis sensing. When hunting the wild star wolf before, he could often feel the coming of danger before those beasts appeared. Although he didn't feel the obvious killing intent like the previous hunting of the wild star wolf, he could clearly sense that something was approaching in the forest. Is it a person? Or a new species of monster? Subconsciously, fried kidney flour quickly loaded the gun and stared at the dense forest in front of him. But he couldn't see anything. Stir-fried kidney flour taps his temple to bring up the task panel. Turn on the skill infrared thermal imaging. He has acquired this skill since he swallowed the slime evolution ball last time. When the skill is turned on, his eyes become infrared thermal imaging devices. Everything in front of him turns into a blue-green or red-yellow thermal image. When he activated this skill at that time, he still disliked it as useless, thinking that it was not as useful as the offensive skill of Lao Hei, who could crack the ground with one punch. But now, in the environment of patrolling and reconnaissance at night, nothing can be more practical than this skill. On the side, the brick-moving boy looked at the old player next to him with envy as he activated the skill, and couldn't help asking excitedly, "How is it? Did you see anything?" However, the person in front of him did not answer him. After all, he didn't use this skill normally, and it was a bit uncomfortable to start using it suddenly. After a long while, the stir-fried kidney flour that had adapted to the skill operation suddenly paused. There are people in the woods, near the mountain wall, about 500 meters away from us. No, 495 meters. Getting closer and closer. Hearing this, the brick-carrying boy immediately became alert. Who are these people? Fried kidney flour was speechless. How can I tell this? With the infrared thermal imaging turned on, my eyes can only see a red and yellow human figure. And at such a distance, I can only see a rough outline. After speaking, his expression gradually became serious. But it can be seen that these people are moving fast, and they seem to be running all the way. The brick-moving boy was a little puzzled. Why are they running in the woods at night? Could it be that they met the wild star wolf? It shouldn't be possible. Fried kidney flour shook his head, because I didn't see anything else except these people. Hearing this, the brick-moving boy frowned, and then widened his eyes. I understand. These guys are definitely the boss triggered by the night watch mission, and 9 out of 10 want to sneak attack our village. Fried kidney flour nodded. There is a great possibility. Then what are we waiting for? Let's notify others quickly. As he said, the brick-moving boy hurriedly sent a message to several other players, who also received the night watch mission through the mission panel, and then picked up his weapon and quietly approached the edge of the woods. Chapter 73. The dog planner is really good at making things happen. In the depths of the forest, where the starlight cannot reach, several pairs of eyes are staring at the village in the distance in disbelief. Through the twinkling lights in the village, they clearly saw a group of slimes. A group of colorful slimes jumping around, holding various weapons. That's right. Not people but slimes. and they are a group of slimes with human-like intelligence. There are also huge kilns made of earth in the village. These slimes skillfully put the finished bricks into the kiln for calcination, and then take out the burned bricks one by one. And behind those kilns, there is another group of slimes who seem to be stirring something in front of a large vat. The scene in front of them is too weird. If you have to make an analogy, it could almost be compared to the future head of the Alliance, wearing a grass skirt and belly dancing. The thieves who suffered a huge shock looked at the scene in front of them, and opened their mouths for a long time without saying a word. Unlike the ignorant homeless people around him, Honghu was shocked but soon calmed down. Although it was surprising that the residents of the village in front of him were slimes, he was more excited and ecstatic than that. They couldn't beat the prison guards in the western prison. So were they afraid that they couldn't beat a group of slimes? So what if they were colorful? So what if they could burn bricks? Even if they held guns, they couldn't change the fact that they were slimes. And slimes are just a common low-end creature on the deserted planet. Thinking of this, Honghu's face immediately showed a smile of determination. Finally, there is a way to go back and report. Didn't they say there was an enemy attack? Where are the people? Seeing the message sent by the brick-moving boy, the little players patrolling in other places came to the northern forest in an instant to meet. Hearing the loud voice of his friend, the brick-moving boy immediately stretched out his index finger and shushed. You speak softly. What if those guys hear it? On the opposite side, the assembly line quality inspector, who entered the game at the same time as the brick-carrying boy, disapproved. What are you afraid of? They don't understand. That's right. Don't interrupt. So where is the enemy attack? On the side, another newbie, Jean Gooden, looked around and asked, why can't I see anything? On the side, Fried Kidney said, it's in the woods in front. In the northwest corner. About 100 meters away from us. A total of 5 people. Seeing the 2 newbies in front of him looking at him in surprise, Fried Kidney explained concisely, I have a high perception point, and my skill is infrared thermal imaging. These are all what I saw with my skills. After speaking, he paused and said, this group of people seems to be secretly observing our village, because they have been parked at that location for several minutes. Hearing this, Jean Gooden frowned. So should we fight or not? Sheep Village Fiangyang, what's the hurry? Even if we want to fight, we have to wait for someone to rush out. Hush. I saw Fried Kidney suddenly raised his hand and made a silent gesture, then opened his eyes wide and stared at the dark forest in front of him. Seeing that Kidney was so focused, the player shut up for a while. After a while, he slowly said, that group of people left. Hearing this, the newbies who were excited to do something big before suddenly became like deflated balls. Oh my god. They slipped away faster than rabbits. I thought there was a war to fight, but it turned out to be a waste of joy. Da Ping Zhan, she said thoughtfully, it seems that these people came here specifically to get information this time. Fried Kidney Flower nodded. I thought so too. These people should be just scouts. There must be others behind them. Upon hearing this, the brick-moving boy suddenly became excited. Others? Will it be related to the next plot? 9 out of 10. Jean Gooden asked, do we have to report this to the clan leader? Of course. Fried Kidney Flower said, if I am not mistaken, we can only trigger the subsequent plot after reporting this. Realizing this, the players immediately reported the situation they found during the patrol to Xiaoming. After that, everyone looked expectantly at the clan leader opposite. Who are those guys? Are they hostile forces? Being stared at by the players, Xiaoming couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even if they look at me like this, I don't know. After all, this is not a real game world, and he himself doesn't know many things. Just like he didn't expect that there were other people nearby. You know, he has been in this mountain valley for several months and has never seen a living person. Now, these little players told him that there were 5 people in the woods spying on their village, which really scared him, although he didn't know where these people came from. But thinking about it carefully, they were sneaking around in the woods in the middle of the night, and they didn't look like good people. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said, everyone should be careful in the next few days. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party is likely to come again. Hearing the clan leader's ambiguous answer, the players were stunned, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, it's really a hostile force. Is there going to be a siege next? Oh my! Is it true? Exciting! When they heard about this possibility, the 3 new players showed excitement. They were not afraid at all, but seemed extremely excited. After so many days in the game, I finally encountered a big one. Don't be too happy. It's not certain yet. The clan leader told us to be careful. That's right. Last time, we attacked the boss and defended the Bordeaux farm. But this time we became the defenders of the slime village. The brick-carrying boy waved his hand indifferently. No matter whether he attacked or defended the city, as long as there was a battle, he was almost turned into a brick by burning bricks at the construction site every day. When they liberated Bordeaux farm, they had just entered the game, and because of their low level, they could only watch the old players go to the outside of the valley to join the battle. At that time, he was so envious. Now, he finally doesn't have to envy others. Thinking of this, the brick-carrying boy's heart was surging. I didn't expect that just taking a night patrol mission could trigger such an important plot. The game's bad planner is really good at making things happen. Just as the players were gearing up to deal with the enemy attack that might come at any time, the other side of the valley was also filled with a tense atmosphere. You mean, a village suddenly appeared in the valley across the way? And the people living in the village are not humans, but a group of slimes? In the dim cave, orange flames flickered. On the wolfskin throne at the top, the bald man with a body as strong as a mountain listened to the report of the people below expressionlessly. The bright and dark light reflected on his face full of flesh looked even more strange and dark. The man's name is Black Tiger, the leader of the Tiger Thieves group. Any robber who joins the Tiger Thieves group will have a tiger tattoo on his body. As the leader of the Tiger Thieves group, Black Tiger is the same. He has a huge black tiger tattoo on his chest. The tiger head is baring its teeth and claws, as if it will rush out to tear the people in front of it in the next second, which makes people shudder at the sight of it. Kneeling at the bottom of the steps, Red Tiger lowered his head tremblingly and said, "It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it yourself." Black Tiger didn't respond, just stroking his chin, and said slowly, "I remember you told me before you set out that a group of big fat sheep came up the mountain road in the east. And you promised me that you would bring back the spoils the next day." Listening to the faint words of the person in the upper position, beads of sweat involuntarily oozed from the corners of Red Tiger's forehead. Having followed the leader for several years, he knew too well what the expression of the man in front of him meant. The other party was obviously angry. Realizing this, Red Tiger's heartbeat became faster and faster. Black Tiger was not a merciful leader. The brothers who had followed him through life and death in the past, he killed them at will, just because the things he told them to do did not meet the other party's expectations. White Tiger had his hands and feet broken and thrown into the mountains to feed the wolves. Gray Tiger had his head chopped off, and the dried head was still hanging on the big tree outside the cave to warn everyone. Thinking of this, Red Tiger couldn't help but shrink, and hurriedly explained, "I was careless. Those guys are from the prison in the west. They have plenty of weapons and ammunition, and they have a lot of people. I brought too few people, so I was at a disadvantage." Hearing the word prison, the previously expressionless Black Tiger moved his eyelids, as if afraid that the leader would get angry. Red Tiger continued, "But fortunately, on the way back, we accidentally found a village in the valley. There are not only warehouses and fields there, but also electricity, and the so-called villagers are just a group of slimes." Red Tiger pressed his head tightly against the cold ground and tried his best to lobby, "As long as we occupy their territory, we can have a new base." Black Tiger did not speak, but only thought seriously about what the man in front of him said. If what Red Tiger said is true, then there is indeed value worth snatching there. After all, a village with fields and houses is indeed much better than this dark cave without sunlight. He has been here for 3 years, and is somewhat tired of living here. Besides, they are just a group of slimes. What is there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Black Tiger smiled disapprovingly. Even if there were people living in that village, he would still flatten it. "Very good. I'll leave this matter to you." Hearing this, Red Tiger, who had been trembling with fear for a long time, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He cowed out heavily on the ground. "Yes." At the end of the words, Honghu hesitated again. "It is this man. Just take as many people as you need." Hearing this, Honghu cowed ecstatically and said, "Thank you, leader." Black Tiger was impatient to listen to these nonsense, just waved his hand irritably, and left if there was nothing else. The man responded in a muffled voice, then got up from the ground and left the cave, breathing the fresh air outside the cave. Honghu, who had successfully walked through the gates of H.L., couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Finally, this level was passed. All that was left was to take over the village, and then his previous failed leader would not pursue it too much. Thinking of this, Honghu's face once again showed a flamboyant smile. It was just a group of slimes. There was no need to bring too many people. It was estimated that in less than half a day, these slugs would turn into a pool of sticky ditch water. And their Tiger Thieves gang will become the new masters there. Chapter 74 Defeat the Invaders. As the daylight rose, the players' night watch mission was over. After receiving the settlement rewards, the players who were online in the night mode received fatigue reminders for being online for 8 hours. Although they were reluctant, a group of people finally went offline. Although there is a fatigue value setting in the game, these players did not feel tired at all in real life. After going offline, they could not wait to log into the forum and posted their first experience of the night mode on the forum. Brick Moving Boy, the night mode of this game is simply awesome. John Gooden, it is indeed awesome. The starry sky is also very beautiful. It's a pity that the game does not have a screenshot function. Otherwise it will definitely be popular again if it is posted online. Stir-fried kidney flour. The night view is secondary. The point is that we found a few sneaky people when we completed the night watch mission. According to my guess, these people must be related to the next main plot. Assembly line quality inspector. That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, there is a high probability that there will be another siege in the slime village next. Brick carrying boy. Oh. Right. I was so busy talking about the scene that I almost forgot such an important point. I want to be read. Damn. Another siege? Gotham Iron Man, selling rocket launchers and homemade grenades in the front row. There are many other new weapons being tested. If you need them, you can come to me to make an appointment in advance to buy them. I am your father. You are really good at doing business. I want to be read. Give me 10 rocket launchers. At Gotham Iron Man. Gotham Iron Man, thank you. Boss Red. For your patronage. Funny? The little girl picking mushrooms. Woohoo. After hearing what you said, I also want to play games. It's a pity that the office animal is at work during the day and can't experience the night mode. Overtime design dog. Ah! Me too. Stir-fried kidney flour. You can play after get off work. Funny. Overtime design dog, but you can't experience the night mode at night. Stir-fried kidneys. Let's wait for the weekend. Covering face. At 8 o'clock in the evening, players who were busy with study and work during the day and had no time to log into the game also went online as usual. It was 10 o'clock in the morning in the world of the Desolate Star. It was less than 2 hours since the last batch of players went offline. The construction site that had just stopped working began to operate again, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, while everyone was busy with today's liverworking tasks. A group of men dressed in rough and wild clothes, holding sticks and self-modified guns, were carefully crossing the dense forest towards the village facing the lake in the depths of the valley. Because they were worried about encountering the Desolate Star Wolf, they made sufficient preparations before coming. However, the journey was smooth, and they didn't even see a wolf hair. This made Honghu breathe a sigh of relief. Today is indeed a good day. And they didn't even encounter a Desolate Star Wolf. It seems that even God is on their side. Perhaps it won't take half a day for that village to become the territory of their Tiger Thieves group. Red Tiger's men naturally thought so. After all, in their perception, slimes were weak and low-intelligence creatures. Killing a slime was as easy as killing an ant. Even though the battle has not started yet, they have already regarded this village as something that can be easily taken. With their self-confidence extremely inflated, the bandit style of action is no longer as cautious as before, but has become more and more unrestrained. Along the way, the grass and trees were knocked down by them, as if to show the owner of the forest on the other side that they are coming. The high-profile behavior of the thieves naturally played a significant role. Several little players, who were picking firewood in the woods to prepare lunch, soon noticed the unusual movement in the woods. So they quickly dropped the firewood and hid in the tree. These guys are not good people at first glance. Looking at the group of people dressed like mountain kings in the distance, the overtime design dog said softly, I didn't expect that what they said about stir-fried kidneys was actually true. I'm afraid there will be a siege in our village. The little girl picking mushrooms hurriedly said, there is no time to lose. Let's go back and tell others. The two little players quickly climbed down from the tree and quietly took a small path back to the village. It was lunchtime, and many players were preparing to eat lunch. The rich players lined up in the cafeteria, while the poor players rented a pot in the warehouse and cooked something. In the leisurely atmosphere, the overtime designer, who hurried back to the village, shouted out of breath, there is an enemy attack. Hearing this, the players who were eating lunch were all confused. What? Enemy attack? Some of the quick-reacting little players quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Where's the tribe leader? I don't know. He was here just now. Why are the NPCs in this game running around? At the critical moment, I can't even see a shadow. It's too late to find the tribe leader now. I think we should just grab some weapons and do it directly. As soon as the voice fell, a yellowish-brown slime came out of the back door of the warehouse, holding an empty bowl. Looking at the restless players in front of him, he said, I'm here. What happened? Hearing this, the two young players, who had just rushed to the village to report the news, quickly answered. We were just picking firewood in the woods, and we saw a group of people coming towards our village. There were about 15 or 16 of them, and they looked fierce. They were holding weapons in their hands, and you could tell at a glance that they were not good people. After hearing the whole story, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect this group of people to come so quickly. They saw that there was no one in this village, and they picked the weak ones. The other players around were excited when they heard this. When I was browsing the forum before going online, I heard that the slime village would encounter a siege battle next, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. It's better to come early than to come. The speed of the plot of this game is like riding a rocket. It's so cool. Compared with the joy of the players, Xiaoming had a headache. Although he guessed that the other party was likely to be the Wild Star Thieves, he didn't know the strength of this group of people. Moreover, due to the opening of new bases and new dungeons, many old players in the game have now gone to the slime farm. And most of the people in the slime village are new players, who have only been in the game for half a month, and their levels are not very high. Although he did not think that these young players would definitely lose, he was somewhat uneasy in his heart. Not daring to delay any further, Xiaoming immediately gave the order. Everyone take up your weapons, and follow me to meet the enemy. Hearing the order from the clan leader, the long-awaited players suddenly became excited. At this moment, a loud bang was heard from a distance. The sound of the gun startled the birds in the forest, and also blew the horn of battle. Before Xiaoming had time to give the order, the little players around him had already consciously picked up their weapons and rushed in the direction of the gunshot. Startled by the sound outside, Mia and Mina hurriedly poked their heads out of the warehouse. Seeing the scene in front of them, Mia asked in confusion, what happened? The thieves are coming. Xiaoming looked at the sister seriously. From now on, you two hide in the warehouse. Close the doors and windows, and don't make any noise. Hearing this, the sisters' faces changed slightly, and then they all covered their mouths and nodded repeatedly. After going through many obstacles, they finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the thieves' beautiful and thriving farmland, and the neat and beautiful village in the distance, ugly desires suddenly appeared on their faces. Very good. This place will soon become their territory. Thinking of this, the group of tyrants immediately raised their guns and mercilessly fired at the slimes in the distance. Caught off guard by a bullet, a live player who was weeding in the field was stunned. TMD? Who attacked me? As soon as he started to curse, he saw more than a dozen natives of the deserted planet dressed in strange shapes carrying shotguns and firing in his direction. For a moment, the weak little players hid. Seeing this, the invaders were immediately happy. Sure enough, slimes are slimes. No matter how smart they appear, aren't they a group of weak and cowardly slugs? The thieves who bully the weak and fear the strong immediately became excited. In an instant, the dense sound of firing resounded through the farmland. Although few of the countless bullets fired were accurate, they were very deterrent. In the past, when they robbed other villages, they would be so scared that they would kneel down and beg for mercy. Not to mention this group of cowardly slimes. Ha ha ha. Look! These slugs are so scared that they hide. Honghu carried a modified shotgun and fired while laughing loudly. The frustration he had felt when he was suppressed and beaten by the prison guards disappeared instantly. By firing wildly, he found a long-lost outlet in these slimes. After a round of shooting, the land in front of him was in a mess. The slimes had long disappeared. Honghu showed a ferocious smile on his face. Sure enough, this is the pleasure of crushing and plundering. Just as he was feeling proud, a whoosh sound suddenly came from the air. An orange flame flew over their heads, drawing a beautiful parabola. Then, there was a boom. Explosion sounded, and the raging fire instantly engulfed the back half of the team. The unexpected attack scared the fearless thieves. They never expected that these slimes would have weapons like bombs. Several unlucky people who were set on fire by the flames wailed and rolled on the ground. However, this was just the beginning. With a few whooshing sounds, a few more sparks flew in the distance. Those things fell around them accurately, and they had no time to react. The explosion and fire engulfed them. There was a loud shout, and countless slimes rushed from a distance with their weapons raised high. Charge! Defeat the invaders! At the same time, dense gunfire sounded on time. Duh. The slime's counterattack was as powerful as a rainbow, with a sharp momentum that no one could stop. Even Honghu, who felt that he had won before, was shaken by this series of blows. Subconsciously, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat!" Chapter 75 Black Tiger's Suspicion. In panic, the remaining few surviving thieves followed Red Tiger's footsteps. If they continue to stay here, they will be blown into charcoal sooner or later. However, look! Those guys ran away. A sharp-eyed player immediately pointed to the distance and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Chase them! Don't you want MVP?" As soon as they heard the word MVP, the players who had not reacted before immediately chased after them like chicken blood. Hesitation? Fear? Such emotions do not exist at all, under the temptation of battle rewards. This group of harmless fourth disasters in real life instantly turned into powerful warriors and charged towards the enemy, looking at a group of slimes screaming and chasing them in the distance. This group of unseen bandits was stunned instantly. At this time, their minds were blank. They didn't understand why a group of slimes had such a strong fighting power. However, under the fierce attack and pursuit of this group of slimes, they had no time to think about this problem, and could only run away in panic. Little did they know that this move stimulated the fighting factors in the players and strengthened their desire for victory. When the enemy is tired, I fight. And when the enemy retreats, I advance. At this moment, even the players, who usually live a Buddhist life, can't help but be ignited. They picked up hoes and other farm tools and followed the large army to chase the invaders. Hack him. Just now, this group of wicked things actually shot my ass with a gun. And now I must shoot his head. Quick! 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 They are going to get into the woods. Open fire quickly. Don't let them escape. I saw a newbie with the ID named Lousy's Italian cannon. Gestured to his companions beside him, "Who's he? Take a few people to go around the woods on the right. I and the rest of the people will go to the left. And they will definitely not be able to escape if we attack them from both sides." "Okay." The little player with the ID name, "Don't want to shave," hurriedly responded. Without Xiaoming's command, this group of little players fully exerted their subjective initiative, organized and mobilized the team to launch the most fierce attack on the group of thieves who were fleeing everywhere. Looking at the group of players in front of him, who were as powerful as a dragon crossing the river, even Xiaoming was surprised, because the new base was opened. Most of the players who are now stationed in the slime village are new players. There are a total of 37 players participating in this battle, excluding some old players. The level of these new players has just risen to LV1, and some have not even reached LV1. However, so far, the combat quality they have shown is not inferior to those old players, because they did not participate in the last battle of Bordeaux Farm. They did not have guns and ammunition. The weapons in their hands, in addition to those tools for work, are the explosives they made themselves. However, relying on a series of attacks, the group of ignorant invaders were beaten to a pulp by them. Bang! Bang! Boom! In the distance, there were flames everywhere, and in the thick smoke came the miserable wails and screams of the thieves. Damn! I haven't even finished blowing him up yet. Why is he dead? This boss is too fragile. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seems that in addition to Brother Gotham, there are many players who are as bad as him in this game. Red Tiger, who was seriously injured by the explosives, looked at the cheering and jumping jelly balls not far away with a face full of horror, and his body couldn't stop shaking. What kind of monsters are these slimes? He has never encountered such a relentless and terrifying opponent in the years of looting on the deserted planet. Even the prison guards he met before would not chase as closely as this group of slimes. They are like a group of ferocious lake catfish. Once they bite their flesh, they will never let go, and they will definitely devour all their flesh and blood. Listening to the deafening explosions around him and looking at his bloody subordinates in the distance, for a moment, the bandit, who was used to being domineering, was defeated in his psychological defense. No, he must not die here. Even if his hands and feet were chopped off by the leader when he returned, he could not stay here any longer. If he continues like this, he will be blown to death, enduring the severe pain in his body. Honghu gritted his teeth and quietly moved his body, trying to hide behind the stone while the slimes were not paying attention. However, just after moving less than 2 meters, a slime suddenly turned his head and looked over. Subconsciously, he quickly stopped his movements, closed his eyes, and lay on the ground pretending to be a corpse that had just been blown to death. Do you think this guy is a little bit wrong? A player looked at the corpse in front of him for a long time. Isn't this the leader of this group of invaders? He was just blown to death. What's wrong? But I remember that when he fell down, he was lying in front of the stone. How come most of his body is behind the stone now? Hearing these slimes suddenly chattering a lot of words that he couldn't understand at all, Honghu's heart suddenly tightened. What's going on? Is it exposed? Before he could figure it out, the slimes surrounded him. Then, he felt a cold touch, and then his body was turned over. Seeing this, Honghu held his breath and pretended to be dead. Should I be able to hide it? However, the next second, he felt a slight chill on his neck. There is still a pulse. He is still alive. I was wondering why it felt weird. It turns out that this guy wanted to fake his death and run away. Damn! Are all the villains in this game so smart? He can even do this. It's interesting if the villains are smart. Otherwise it would be so boring. How about we pretend we didn't see it? I saw a little player named Zhuge Junshi had an evil smile on his face. Since he wanted to escape secretly, why don't we help him? Maybe we can use him to lure out the big boss behind the scenes. We can follow the clues and take down their nest. Hearing this proposal, the players present opened their mouths into an O shape. Oh my! It's okay. But some people have reservations about this. What if he is the biggest boss? If we let him go, won't we get no rewards? Let's take a gamble. Shuga military advisor said, I heard from the old players who participated in the Bordeaux farm battle that they encountered dozens of deserted star thieves at that time. But the raid we encountered this time only had about 10 people. According to the setting of the game difficulty gradually increasing. This is a bit unreasonable. Isn't it? When you think about it, it is true. It doesn't make sense that the boss gets weaker the more you fight it. Shuga military advisor nodded. So I suspect that there must be a big boss behind this group of people. And the ones we are fighting now are at best small bosses. Makes sense. So we start pretending not to see it now. SRDS, we have been talking in front of him for so long. And those who should have heard it have already heard it. Right? Are you stupid? These NPCs can't understand what we say at all. That's right. Hearing the chattering conversations of the slimes above his head, Honghu's heart became more and more uneasy. It's over. Could it be that he was exposed? But if he was really exposed, shouldn't they kill him? Why did they waste so much time? Just when he was puzzled, the noisy voice beside his ears gradually faded away. Did they just let him go? After being nervous for a long time, Honghu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After making sure that the slimes were far away, he slowly opened his eyes, supported himself with his hands, and moved his injured right leg hard, moving towards the bushes little by little. In the distance, the players who were secretly observing all this smiled with pride. Everything is under control. Next, you just need to quietly follow this guy to find his lair. But at this moment, hack! How did that guy run away? In the distance, a sharp-eyed little player suddenly widened his eyes. Subconsciously, he threw in his hand at the limping figure. Bang! There was a violent explosion. And in the thick smoke, the unlucky guy who had not moved far was instantly ignited by the bomb dropped from the air. Ah! The burning pain climbed up his body unexpectedly, and Honghu screamed immediately. In the distance, Shuga Junshi and others who witnessed all this immediately started cursing. Damn! Which wicked guy threw the explosives? I wanted to let the tiger go back to the mountain and take the opportunity to find the tiger's den. But I didn't expect that Chung Yaojin would come out halfway and kill the tiger directly. It was so depressing. Seeing this group of people so excited. The player who threw the explosives was a little confused. Can't throw it? This is an invader. Shuga Junshi explained, if he leaves alive. Can't we find their lair and wipe it out? Now you have blown him to death. How can we follow the clues? Upon hearing this, the little player suddenly realized and felt a little regretful. It's all my fault. I threw it too early. What should I do now? Looking at the thief who had turned into a fireman in the distance. The little player who felt that he had done something wrong was hesitant to speak. People have become like that. I guess they can't be saved. Forget it. Shuga Junshi sighed and said, let it blow up. If the big boss really exists, he will come to seek revenge sooner or later. Come to seek revenge? You know, in combat games, a berserk boss is a very terrifying existence. Thinking of this, the player couldn't help but get a little nervous. Wouldn't that boss be very strong? I don't know. Shuga military advisor shook his head. But according to the setting that the game becomes more difficult as you upgrade. That boss shouldn't be weak. That's why we wanted to let him go and find out the details. Hearing this, the little player who threw the explosives felt more and more embarrassed. But he didn't know what to do now. At this time, the battle was over and all the players were cleaning up the battlefield. Only a few people were still standing there motionless. Noticing what was going on between the players, Xiaoming coughed lightly and walked forward to interrupt their conversation with a serious face. The battle is over. It's time to clean up our home. Hearing this, the players knew that a new task had come and stopped talking about this topic, and then followed others to clean up and tidy up. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. Under the leadership of Xiaoming, the players quickly put out the fire around the village. By the way, the bodies of the dead thieves were burned. After doing all this, it was time to settle the rewards for the Zional War. This time, Xiaoming did not hold an auction like before. After all, a team of more than a dozen people could capture very few spoils. So, Xiaoming simply calculated the rewards according to the number of heads killed by the players. From high to low, the person who kills the most enemies can first choose 3 of the spoils he wants most. The second person can choose 2. And the third person can choose 1. The remaining spoils and weapons will be put into the lottery pool, and players can spend slime coins to participate in the lottery. As for protective gear, clothing, and decorations, they will be sold at a clearance sale of 1 to 5 slime coins. For a while, the atmosphere in the village was relaxed and active. For the players, this war is a game and a ceremony to divide the rewards. But it is not for Xiaoming. Because of this sudden attack, Xiaoming became awakened. Unexpectedly, there are still dangerous forces in this valley that he doesn't even know about. He has been here for so long, but he didn't notice it at all. This shows 2 possibilities. The other party has either just come here not long ago, or has always ignored this place. Compared with the former, Xiaoming feels that the latter is more likely. After all, before the players came here, this valley was definitely not safe. Knowing that there are wild star wolves around, those guys would not come here casually unless they are stupid. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the situation of being in the dark under the lamp has been caused. Moreover, they scouted the area the night before and brought a group of people to attack their village the next day, which clearly shows that they are very familiar with the terrain in this area. In this way, everything can be explained. It is precisely because they are familiar with the terrain here that they can stay in this area safely and hidden for so long. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. This time, the other party only sent a team of more than 10 people because they underestimated the enemy. But it may not be the case next time. After all, people cannot fall in the same place twice. It seems that the players must strengthen the village's vigilance in the future. As night fell, in the hidden cave at the other end of the valley, the black tiger lying on the bed looked at the man below and asked indifferently, "Why hasn't the red tiger come back yet? Maybe he is counting the spoils?" The man lowered his head slightly and heard him say that there were many fields in the village. Hearing this, Heihu frowned. Even if that's the case, it's too long, isn't it? Besides, how many fields can a small village have? No matter how many fields there are, they can't be compared to those landlords. So they won't come back until dark. Instinctively, Heihu felt something was wrong. So he immediately ordered the man below him, "Send someone to check the situation. See what they are doing." Hearing this, a trace of difficulty flashed across the man's face. "But leader, I don't know where that village is." "You don't know?" The man was confused. "And Hong who didn't tell me the specific location of the village." After speaking, he secretly glanced at the person in front of him. "Big? Maybe he was afraid that I would steal the credit." Hearing this, Heihu's face suddenly sank. A village formed by a group of slimes. Moreover, this group of slimes can use guns and ammunition. Think about it carefully. How could this be true? Could it be that Red Tiger wanted to avoid the punishment for mission failure? So he deliberately made up a lie to deceive him, so that he could take this opportunity to leave with his subordinates and set up his own business? When he thought of this possibility, Black Tiger was immediately furious. Damn guy. How dare he deceive him? He must catch this liar and chop him into pieces. Chapter 76 Visitors from the West. As soon as I went offline, the game forum was bustling again. The players who had just gone offline couldn't help but run to the forum to post and brag. "Where's my Italian cannon? This time it was so cool." As soon as I went online, I encountered hostile forces besieging the village. More than a dozen thieves were annihilated by us. Brick-carrying boy? Brick-carrying boy, what? It's already over? I haven't even gone online yet. Assembly line quality inspector, damn. Did they attack the city so quickly? Don't want to shave. Yes. Those guys suddenly appeared when we were having lunch. Then the tribe leader took us to meet the enemy. After a few bombs, those guys were blown to pieces and had no power to fight back. Stir-fried kidneys. They actually attacked the city when we were offline. This is too unethical. I found those guys. Brick-carrying boy. Ah. I want to fight too. Assembly line quality inspector. Hey. I thought I could catch up this time. But I didn't expect it to be like this. Our luck is too bad. On the forum, the players who caught up were bragging, while the players who didn't catch up were regretting and scolding the planner. However, Xiaoming, as a game planner, turned a blind eye. Because right now, he encountered a new trouble. The people from the western prison are here. When Xiaoming received this message, he was about to go to the slime farm to check the construction progress there. And by the way, check the growth of the white lantern mushroom cultivation experimental field in I Am Your Father. And pork stewed with vermicelli. After all, this thing is related to his future business cooperation with Julian. So he naturally has to pay more attention to it. But just halfway there, several young players hurriedly ran to him to report that they saw a group of strangers wearing black uniforms and driving armored vehicles appeared on the mountain road west of the slime farm. At first, Xiaoming didn't know what the identity of the group of people the players were talking about was. It was not until the other party took him to the camp where these people were stationed that Xiaoming learned the identity of this group of people through the identification system of the summoner prison guards from the western prison. They finally came. The moment he learned the truth, Xiaoming seemed very calm. After all, Seagull Piamo was in his farm. If the prison wanted to catch this guy, they would eventually find some clues. Xiaoming believed it. But what surprised him was that these guys found Seagull so quickly. He thought it would take them a long time to get here. After all, the East is so big, and without a reliable source of intelligence, they probably don't know where the wanted criminal will hide, unless they install the tracker on Seagull. But this is obviously impossible. After all, if this situation really existed, Seagull would probably have been caught long ago, and he wouldn't have been on the run for so long. Then, there is only one possibility left. Someone provided them with accurate information to prove that Seagull Piamo was in this farm. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but recall the two Internal Affairs Department officials who had escaped from the slime village in the middle of the night. He remembered that they had said they were going to Bordeaux Farm. It is not difficult to guess what happened next. The two who secretly left the slime village in the middle of the night went to Bordeaux Farm with great difficulty and found that it had been occupied by a group of thieves from the deserted planet. If these two guys are lucky enough to survive, then the news that Seagull Piamo is in the slime village is most likely released by them. He remembered that these guys were carrying a strange handheld terminal similar to a watch. Although he didn't know the specific function, it should have the function of positioning or communication. But if the two were still alive, why didn't he see them in the dungeon where the prisoners were held? Even if he missed it, the players who had seen the two should be able to recognize them. Right? Could it be that he guessed wrong? Maybe no one tipped off the prison guards at all, and the reason why they were able to find the door accurately was actually through other means. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's face wrinkled. Patriarch? Who are those people? The voice of, "I want red," interrupted his thoughts. Xiaoming calmed down and answered, "They are prison guards. Coming from the west of the wasteland." Prison guards? The west of the wasteland? Hearing these key words, the eyes of the little player in front of him lit up instantly. Good guy. After waiting for so long, the new force finally appeared. Thinking back to the wanted criminal captured in the farm before, I couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on my face. Is it possible that the main storyline will follow next? Restraining my inner excitement, I asked, "What are they doing here? Are they here to arrest people?" Looking at the slime shining eyes in front of him, Xiaoming glanced at him. "You seem very excited?" "Of course. No." I was about to say yes, but tried my best to hold it back. Just smiled and said, "I'm just curious. As the chief's #1 licker, I insist on the principle of not making NPCs angry. Even if I am excited, I have to deny it at this time. After all, this is related to the chief's favorability towards him. He couldn't do something stupid that would only end up hurting himself." Seeing that the chief didn't show any displeasure, I dared to ask, "Are they here to take the wanted criminal away?" "Probably." Hearing this, I suddenly thought of something and said, if we catch him, can we get the reward? Xiao Ming didn't answer, because even he didn't know the answer to this question. He is not a human now, but a slime. Those bandits think that slimes are weak and can be bullied, so they just come to attack the village casually. If it were the Western prison, which is more powerful than those bandits, I'm afraid they would think so. Although he could let those farmhands come forward to deal with it on his behalf, it would be unlikely for the prison guards of the Western prison to willingly pay such a large reward to the farmhands on such a clearly hierarchical planet. Although Xiao Ming did think of exchanging Seagull PMO for a high reward before, he became alert after experiencing this attack. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. This wasn't a real game, and not everything would go as he expected. On such a poor and backward planet where human life is worthless, strength is the only truth. Only by making them fear him and these slime players, they are qualified to stand on an equal negotiating table and make everything that was originally impossible become natural. Looking at the clan leader, who suddenly became silent beside me, I am puzzled. So can this bounty be obtained or not? This question should not take so long to think about. Right? At this moment, Xiao Ming turned around. Go back. I am a little puzzled. Where to? Of course, back to the farm. Xiao Ming looked at him, with an ambiguous expression on his face. The guests are about to arrive. How can we not prepare as soon as possible? Hearing this, I am stunned, and then my eyes widened suddenly, revealing an expression of, I see. I saw him nodding hurriedly. You are right. Let's go back and prepare now. I am excited and said, I can't stop ecstasy in my heart. This rhythm is definitely going to enter the main plot. No. He has to go back and tell the others the news. Looking at the happy little player in front of him, Xiao Ming sighed silently in his heart and said in a deep voice, Don't be happy too early. We don't know whether this group of people are enemies or friends yet. Hearing this, I want to be stunned. Even the NPC can't be sure whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Is it so exciting? Chief, what does this mean? Could it be that they will attack us again? It's hard to say. Then I heard Xiao Ming said in a calm voice, It all depends on what the other party thinks. They can regard us as the heroes who caught Seagull PMO. And of course, they can also regard us as accomplices who sheltered the wanted criminal. In addition, there is another possibility. Xiao Ming paused and said, They regard us as a potential threat. I want to be stunned. Damn. It makes sense. Their current identity is not human, but they can catch such a powerful wanted criminal. These prison guards will definitely be wary of him. Why didn't he think of it? Seeing the little player's expression of sudden enlightenment, Xiao Ming knew that the other party should understand what he meant. So he said, So? Do you still think this is a good thing? Seeing the other party shaking his head like a rattle with a serious face, Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing. There is no need to be too nervous. When the enemy comes, the general will block it. If there is a conflict, we will not stand there and passively take the beating. I want to nod. You are right. 5 kilometers west of the slime farm, 5 small black armored vehicles stopped in the woods. Not yet? It will be ready soon. Warden. Looking at the small armored vehicle stuck in the mud in front of him, Zhang Binhua frowned. Along the way, he encountered more troubles than he thought. In addition to the night attack encountered 2 days ago, the tire of one of the armored vehicles was punctured by a sharp stone this morning. There was no way. The team had to stop to change the tire. After finally getting back on the road, the car got stuck in the mud again. The destination was right in front of him, but he ran into all kinds of troubles. If this continues, can he bring the person back on time? Thinking of this, Zhang Binhua became more and more irritated. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head and said to his deputy behind him, You stay here and watch. I will take the others over first. The deputy nodded slightly. Yes. Crossing the off-road armor stuck in the mud, Zhang Binhua looked up at the lively farm in the mountains and forests in the distance. His thick black eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Is that the Bordeaux farm? From the location point of view? Yes. Zhang Binhua glanced at the map, raised his right hand and waved. The 5th team rested on the spot, and the rest of the people followed me. He didn't want to waste time here anymore. The longer it drags on, the easier it is to get into trouble. This is the conclusion he has drawn along the way. Besides, it won't be long before the sandstorm, and he has to bring Seagull PMO back as soon as possible to end it all. Chapter 77 First Confrontation. The main gate of the slime farm. The observation tower. Through the telescope, The guards on patrol noticed 4 light off-road armored vehicles coming on the mountain road in the distance. For a moment, they all showed puzzled and surprised expressions on their faces. They have been here for so long. Apart from thieves and occasional caravans, they have never met anyone else who came here, let alone such a magnificent iron car. Who are these people? Although surprised, Batu, the captain of the escort team, quickly reacted and turned back to say to others, "Quick! Notify the golden slime." As soon as the voice fell, a sentence came from behind. "No need. I already know." Turning around, I saw a khaki slime jumping up to the observation tower, followed by the old farmhand Jijuer. Taking the telescope, Xiaoming took a look at the distance. For fully armed black light armored off-road vehicles, with huge cage and gun logos painted on the body. On the armored vehicles, a group of men in uniform and holding black standard rifles looked forward expressionlessly at this moment, and a sense of oppression could be felt from afar, compared with those wild star thieves who had no organization and discipline and could only fight violently. The group of people in front of them were obviously much more well-trained, which made people feel daunted. Could this be the prison guard? Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Just to escort a wanted criminal, they drove an armored vehicle in. And there was more than one. It seemed that the other party was not friendly. Looking at the strong armor in front of him, Xiaoming had no doubt that if a war really broke out, the only weapons he could deal with would be the bombs developed by the Space Legion that he had drawn from the advanced reward pool. After all, most of the weapons that players had seized from those thieves before were modified homemade guns. How could they be compared with the weapons of these elites? Not to mention that they also had armored vehicles. It is better to rely on the bomb developed by Gotham rather than to rely on those scraps of copper and iron. At least that thing has a lot of lethality. Jidair, take the others to find a place to hide first. Jidair was stunned when he heard this sentence suddenly. Lord Golden Slime, what are you going to do? Those guys outside are not ordinary people. If they conflict with us, you may not be able to deal with them. For safety reasons, it is safer for you to move the others to a safe place and wait. Jidair hesitated, but... No buts. This is an order. The slime in front of him said seriously, go and notify others now. Jidair gritted his teeth and finally did not continue to insist, and hurriedly trotted down the watchtower. Seeing the old man leave, Batu immediately asked, Lord Golden Slime, what about me? Xiaoming, just stay with me. After all, he also needs a native in his sphere of influence to communicate with those outsiders. Hearing this, Batu immediately stood up and saluted the slime in front of him. Yes, Master Golden Slime. Just as the farmhands were moving to take shelter according to Xiaoming's order. On the other side, the players who received the notice also put down their work, excitedly picked up their weapons, and went to the main gate of the farm. There are more and more activities in the game recently, and there are big ones every now and then. Not long ago, when they heard about the thieves' sneak attack in the slime village, they were envious. After all, they have been developing in the slime farm recently, and failed to catch up with this battle. But when they saw the 4 light armored vehicles coming from a distance, all the envy and regret disappeared at this moment. Damn. Armored vehicles. There are such things in this game? After all, it is a game with an interstellar background. What's so strange about the appearance of armored vehicles? If you have the ability, come with a whole spaceship. Even in this place where no one lives, the spaceship will not come. Right? By the way, who are these NPCs? Why did they suddenly appear? It's probably the same as the setting of general business games. When the town develops to a certain extent, it will attract NPCs. Oh, this is the so-called prosperity. Right? What prosperity or no prosperity? This is obviously going through the main storyline. Main storyline? Suddenly, the players heard the voice of I want to be Red. And they stopped discussing immediately. Just looking at him strangely, Boss Red. How did you know? I want to be Red said proudly. I have asked the clan leader. These people are prison guards. They came from the west. The wanted criminal we caught before escaped from the prison in the west. Hearing this, the players who didn't know the situation before suddenly understood. Good guy. This is still a continuous plot. Of course, there are also some players who are not interested in the plot of the game. Their focus is on, oh my, their armored vehicles are so cool. It would be great if I could buy one with Krypton Gold. Don't think about it. This game has no Krypton Gold option. You can only grind. That's not certain. What if the game opens a Krypton Gold channel in the future? After all, the game company is not doing charity. And you have to make money by developing games. Right? Even if that day really comes, it will have to wait until after the public beta. Besides, you also said that the game company wants to make money, according to the quality of the game. WildStar World. The price of this thing is definitely not cheap. At least it will cost thousands of Krypton gold. Right? Thousands of dollars is not a small amount. It may be tens of thousands. Damn. Unlike these players who are just watching the excitement. The farmhands who hid in the dark according to Xiao Ming's instructions were a little uneasy. They didn't understand what those people outside wanted to do here. This is just an ordinary farm. There is nothing shameful except the crops in the fields. But looking at their posture, they don't seem to think so. They have just lived a good life for a few days. Are they going to be displaced again? Feeling the panic of the crowd, Jijur spoke first. Don't panic. Lord Golden Slime and the gods will definitely protect us. Besides, it is not certain what those people will do to the farm. Maybe they are just passing by. Having said that, Jijur himself knows that this possibility is extremely low. After all, a group of strangers armed with guns came to them aggressively, which did not look like a simple passing by. However, although he knew it clearly, he did not know how to deal with such a situation at the moment. I don't know what the Golden Slime will do next. Should I sneak over to take a look? Just as Jidare was thinking this, a dull sound suddenly came from a distance, and the door of the farm, that was originally closed, was slowly opened. I saw the Golden Slime leading a group of gods out of the farm, looking at the armored vehicles parked not far from the farm. The players were excited again. Wow, this is too cool. Have you seen their guns? They look much better than our broken guns. I don't know how much one costs. Unlike those military fans who focus on weapons, some old perverts focus on, damn, uniforms. I can't take it anymore. My nose is bleeding. Do you see the guys in the middle? So handsome. I see it. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. MB. Why am I a slime? On the opposite side, the prison guards holding guns couldn't help whispering to each other when they saw the noisy slimes in front of them. What's going on? Why are there so many slimes here? Red, green, purple. Are there so many colors of slimes? Compared to these, have you seen the guns in the hands of these slimes? Yes. Where did they get them from? I don't know. But I'm more curious about whether they can use this thing. Quiet. Hearing the gossip behind him, Wang Qi, the adjutant, glared at the young people. Zhang Benhua ignored the movement behind him and just walked forward and said, "Who is in charge here?" As soon as the voice fell, a young man and a slime walked out from the opposite side. Zhang Benhua looked at the young man in front of him with scrutiny. Frowning, "Are you the owner of the farm?" But the other party shook his head and said, "No. I'm just an ordinary guard. The Golden Slime beside me is the owner here." Golden Slime. "Sir?" Hearing such a strange address from the opposite side, all the prison guards, including Zhang Benhua, subconsciously lowered their heads and looked at the khaki jelly gel at the feet of the young man. Although the color was a bit strange, the mass of things in front of them was indeed a slime. A human actually called a slime, "Sir?" Even if the other party was just a guard of a farm. This practice was really incredible. Could it be that the other party was playing tricks? The purpose was to make them afraid? For a while, the faces of these prison guards couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. Facing the scrutiny of these people, Bata seemed very calm, and didn't seem to care about their thoughts. Once upon a time, he was just like these people, and couldn't understand why Miyamina and the others were so respectful to a slime. Until later, he witnessed what the Golden Slime Master did with his own eyes, and he surrendered to him from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoming said, "Are you here to take Seagull Piamo away?" Hearing this, Batu immediately conveyed Xiaoming's question. Hearing this, Zhang Benhua raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You actually know?" Bata lowered his head slightly. "I don't know. But Master Golden Slime knows everything." Hearing the flattery of the young man next to him, beads of sweat oozed out of Xiaoming's forehead. It's too much. He's not really a god. Although he wanted to complain, in order to maintain his dignity in front of these outsiders, Xiaoming had to accept Bata's flattery with a thick face. Zhang Benhua disagreed. In his opinion, if the young man in front of him didn't have a problem with his brain, he was pretending to be crazy and stupid to make him afraid. It didn't matter to him which truth it was. He just needed to take the person back. Thinking about it, Zhang Benhua said, "We are from the West Prison number 3. This time we came here to take away the wanted criminal Seagull Piamo who escaped from prison." Since you already know our intention, I won't talk nonsense. Just hand him over quickly. Hearing the other party's impolite tone, Bata couldn't help but frown. Although he was born and raised in the East, he had heard of the prison. It is said that there are many notorious interstellar criminals imprisoned there. In the deserted planet, the power of the prison is very large. Sometimes even the nobles in the East have to be afraid of these people. But even if he knew this, when he actually felt the other party's arrogant attitude, he was still a little dissatisfied. What about prison? How could these people be so rude to the Golden Slime Master? Are they asking us for people? Suddenly hearing Xiaoming's question, Bata came back to his senses and nodded. Yes. Xiaoming, then give it to them. Anyway, it's useless to keep him. And it's a waste of our food. Yes. Bata responded sullenly, and then looked at the people opposite. Everyone, please wait. Looking at the figure of the young man leaving obediently, Zhang Binhua's tense face gradually relaxed. Sure enough, compared with those noble officials in Jinsha City, the civilians who have never seen the world are much easier to talk to. Thinking of this, he glanced at the khaki slime opposite with some disdain, and sneered in his heart, what is the Golden Slime Master? Isn't it just a slug? And the slimes with weapons in the back look bluffing. But in fact, they probably don't even know how to open the safety bolt of the gun. I don't know how the young man trained this group of slimes. And he can make such low-level creatures without wisdom do this. If he could be recruited, he could be sent to the west to train desert giant lizards. That thing is much stronger than this group of slimes in combat. If he could be used for his own purposes, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to the prison. At this time, Zhang Binhua did not know how wrong his perception was. Bata was not being modest when he said he was just an ordinary guard. The fourth calamity is not a soft persimmon. Once they feel threatened or profitable, they can turn into the most professional fighting maniacs in a minute and fight the enemy to the death. Even the prison guards are ordinary flesh and blood. How can they not be afraid of death? But for these fourth calamities who face everything with a gaming mentality, death is not terrible. It's just hanging up for 2 days. Looking at the prison guards opposite, who were looking up with their noses in the sky and had disdain written on their faces, the players who felt that it had nothing to do with them suddenly lost the desire to watch the fun. Are those guys looking for trouble? I think so too. Looking at their expressions, they all deserve a beating. Why don't we just do it? If we can win, we can get these armored vehicles. Don't mess around. The clan leader hasn't spoken yet. Why didn't the clan leader speak? Didn't he tell us to bring our weapons? Damn. That's it. The clan leader wants us to fight these guys. Chapter 78, is that the end? Really enterprise level understanding. Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard the chattering of the players behind him. Sure enough, the fourth calamity is the fourth calamity, and it wants to make trouble when you are not careful. Although he also dislikes these guys and wants to teach them a lesson. But you have to consider the occasion. The armored vehicles on the opposite side are about to ride on your face, and you rush up to do it directly. Isn't that courting death? Holding back a series of complaints in his stomach, Xiaoming turned and looked at everyone, quiet. Seeing the tribe leader turn around, the players who were gossiping just now shut up obediently. They looked at the slime tribe leader in front of them with wide eyes and some excitement. Is it finally time to give orders? Even though the players didn't speak, Xiaoming still understood the intentions of these people from their sparkling eyes. However, Xiaoming did not satisfy these people's wishes. He only said solemnly, please keep quiet when the clan leader is talking to the guests. This is about the etiquette of our slime village. Hearing this, the players, who were still rustling before, were stunned. What's the situation? Could it be that they misunderstood? These guys on the opposite side are not hostile forces, but so-called friendly forces? If this is the case, then the attitude of these friendly forces is too annoying. Does the game production team really not consider reshaping their faces? Such annoying expressions are so misleading. Although there are still some doubts in their hearts. Since the clan leader has spoken, they can't help but obey. After all, no one wants to anger the clan leader and be kicked offline because of a trivial matter. Seeing that this group of troublesome players finally quieted down, Xiaoming's heartstrings, which had been tense for a long time, slowly relaxed. Finally, this group of troublesome guys were dealt with. Otherwise, if they rushed forward with weapons on impulse, how would he end up? The current slime village and slime farm are not strong enough to compete with the entire prison. He didn't want to ruin the future development of the village and the farm because of a small misunderstanding. On the opposite side, the prison guards looked at the group of slimes with interest. Seeing them whispering, the young prison guard Schiller couldn't help but be curious. What are they talking about? His colleague, David, the guard who entered the number 3 prison at the same time as him, looked at him with strange eyes, as if he couldn't understand why Schiller would pay attention to a group of slimes. You are really weird. David turned around and said calmly, no matter what they say, it has nothing to do with this mission. We just need to take the fugitive back to prison on time. Hearing David's answer, Schiller, who was originally very excited, suddenly felt like someone poured a basin of cold water on him. In the end, he shut up angrily and didn't continue the topic. On the other side, Bata brought Siegel Piamo over as Xiaoming ordered, because his injury had not yet fully healed and he was still in a cast. Unable to move on his own, Bata had to find 2 guards to help carry him out on a stretcher. Faced with the sudden change, Siegel was inevitably a little at a loss. He didn't understand where this group of people were taking him. When he asked the captain of the guards next to him, the other party only replied coldly, someone wants to see you. He refused to reveal a single word other than that. This made Siegel feel more and more uneasy. During this period, he had been staying in the room to recuperate. Apart from the dark blue slime that treated his wounds and changed his dressings, he could only contact a yellowish-brown slime named Golden Slime, an old man named Jidare who brought him food, and the captain of the guard who occasionally appeared in front of him. He knew nothing about what was happening outside. Although he tried to get words from these guys, they either didn't answer or couldn't communicate. This made him more and more suspicious of his identity. Even though the Golden Slime told him that he was a refugee, he always felt that the truth was not what it said. Now, he was carried out of the room without explanation. This made him more and more suspicious of his true identity. Who is he? Who wants to see him? These 2 questions soon had answers. Looking at a group of well-trained prison guards outside the farm, wearing black uniforms and holding weapons, Siegel paused. He clearly didn't remember this group of people, but for some reason, he instinctively felt nervous and annoyed. Nervousness is understandable. But where does this annoyance come from? Seeing a famous interstellar fraudster in front of him, who was covered in plaster and carried out of the manor in a miserable state. The people in the prison were stunned. Jean Benoit frowned. What happened to him? Batu answered in a deep voice. The house collapsed and he broke his bones. Such an answer made people more confused. Why did the house collapse? Seeing that the other party didn't understand, Batu explained again. This guy and a group of thieves occupied the land of our farm before. Thanks to the help of the Golden Slime and the gods, we were rescued from misfortune, and he was seriously injured by the collapsed house in this battle. Jean Benoit. Although he said a lot, the explanation was almost the same as no explanation. He didn't understand how a group of slimes rescued these farmhands, and he didn't understand why the house collapsed during the battle. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that he has found the person he wants to find. Thinking about it, Jean Benoit said calmly, got it. Hand the person over to us. Baden nodded slightly, and then carried the stretcher forward with other farmhands. I won't go with him. Seeing that this group of people were going to hand him over to the group of black-clad men opposite, Siegel raised his voice quickly. What do you want to do? I don't know them at all. Hearing Siegel shouting, Jean Benoit frowned and said, don't struggle. Siegel Piamo. Even if you want to play crazy, it's useless. Your name has long been on the wanted list of the deserted planet and even the interstellar. You should have thought of this the moment you escaped from prison. As the voice fell, the man on the stretcher gradually quieted down. Jean Benoit didn't care about this. In his opinion, this was just the expression of despair of the swindler who could not escape the punishment of the law. Seeing that the means of playing crazy didn't work, he broke the jar. Thinking about it, regardless of what the mummy in front of him thought, he signaled his men to take over the stretcher. However, at this moment, a sentence suddenly came from his ear. Siegel Piamo. Is that my name? Hearing this, Jean Benoit frowned. Are you playing dumb again? I haven't seen you for a while, and your acting skills have improved a lot. Even I was almost fooled. The other party blinked. I am a liar. Jean Benoit was stunned when he met the doubtful and clear eyes of the man on the stretcher. I always felt that the expression of the man in front of him was not fake. Could it be that he was not playing dumb, but really didn't remember it? It shouldn't be possible. That's Siegel Piamo. As a famous genius swindler, acting is like drinking water. At the beginning, he relied on his superb acting skills and an eloquent mouth to cheat the future president of the Union Bank of all his money. Can you believe the words of a criminal with a lot of criminal records like this? Thinking of this, Jean Benoit immediately denied this guess. No matter how the other party asked, He just kept his face gloomy and continued to order people to carry him to the car. At this time, Xiao Ming slowly spoke. Now that the person has been handed over to you, let's talk about the bounty issue now. Shall we? I remember that the prison had offered a bounty before, and whoever can catch Siegel PMO will get 5 million gold. I wonder if this matter still counts. Bata translated Xiao Ming's words into the language of the Desert Star and conveyed them to the other party. The square-faced warden in front of him frowned and was a little impatient. The bounty is not my business. You should find the number 4 prison that issued the bounty. Siegel PMO escaped from the number 4 prison, so the wanted bounty should naturally be paid by them. I was just ordered to come and catch people in a critical moment. Now that the person has been caught, I should go back and report. At the end of the words, Zhang Binhua looked at Batu again. You don't have to continue acting. I know your ability. Although I don't know how you drive this group of slimes, I have to say that I am a little interested in your tricks. If you want to change your fate and leave this poor and remote place, I can give you a chance. Come with me. I will provide you with a job that is more suitable for you. This is much more promising than being a farm guard in such a rural place. As he said this, he glanced at the colorful slimes opposite with a meaningful look. Batu was stunned when he received the olive branch from the man opposite. He always felt that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something. How could he drive this group of gods? But compared to explaining these to the other party, the bounty is more important at the moment. Thinking of this, Bata hurriedly translated what the other party had just said to Xiao Ming. Hearing this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Although he thought that the other party might refuse to pay the bounty, he did not expect that he would refuse in such a way of passing the buck. It would be fine if they did not leave money. But now they even want to poach his people. It's really too much. Seeing Xiao Ming's expression gradually becoming unpredictable, Batu immediately expressed his loyalty. Don't worry. I will never go with them. Xiao Ming glanced at him calmly and didn't respond. Zhang Binhua on the other side was a little unhappy when he heard this. He didn't understand why the young man refused. Compared with this poor mountain farm and the powerful prison, anyone with a little bit of brains would choose the latter. Although he was dissatisfied with the young man's refusal, Zhang Binhua couldn't force him. He snorted coldly and got into the car with a gloomy face. Seeing that the group was about to leave, the players who had been watching the plot for a long time were suddenly confused. Is this the end? There is no reward for catching the wanted criminal. Also, since they don't fight, why do they still have weapons? Is this game just for them? Just when the players were dissatisfied, there was a commotion in the direction of the back mountain of the farm in the distance. I saw several young players who were farming carrying hoes and running out like crazy. While running, they shouted in fear. Run! Snakes are eating people. Chapter 79. What a miserable snake. Looking at the panicked appearance of several slimes in the distance, the prison people who had not yet evacuated felt a little puzzled. What's going on? Just as they were puzzled, the shadows of trees on the back hill of the farm in the distance rustled, accompanied by a shrill scream. A giant snake several meters long suddenly jumped out of the woods. Prison guards. Red flame anaconda. Such a thing actually appeared here. For a moment, everyone's faces flashed with fear and astonishment. Zhang Binhua was the first to react, and commanded in an orderly manner. Line up. Attack formation. After the order fell, the prison guards, who were still in horror, hurriedly lined up. Just as they raised the barrels of their guns and prepared to fire at the behemoth in the distance, they suddenly heard a voice from behind. Ah, roar! For some reason, the group of slimes on the side raised their weapons and screamed excitedly. This made the prison guards, who were still in a serious state of preparation for war, a little overwhelmed. Are these slimes sick? They are just standing there laughing foolishly when the disaster is coming? The players didn't know what these NPCs were thinking, and they just said excitedly, finally they are here to live. I was wondering why the chief asked us to bring weapons. It turns out it's to kill snakes. So that's it. No wonder these NPCs are so arrogant. It turns out that they arranged this to make us slap our faces and show off. The copywriting planning of this game is good, and they are well versed in the essence of online writing routines. Damn it! Damn it! Stop it! Hurry up! If you keep hesitating, the boss will be robbed of the head by the NPC. Upon hearing this, the players immediately lost interest in chatting, and quickly picked up the tools in their hands and ran towards the giant snake in the distance. Charge! There were only dozens of slimes, but they shouted out the momentum of thousands of troops. Seeing the slimes charging forward with strange weapons, the prison guards were frightened. They didn't know whether to shoot or not. What are they doing? These slimes. Are they trying to deal with the red flame anaconda? Are they so overconfident? Just when everyone was puzzled by the slime's desperate actions, an unexpected reversal occurred. Just then, a boom. There was a sound. A flash of fire flashed in the air, and something like a bomb flew from a distance and rushed straight towards the giant snake in the distance. Seeing the fire, the slimes scattered as if they had agreed in advance. The bomb fell from the sky, and the behemoth in front of them could not avoid it. After the deafening roar, smoke billowed in the distance, and the red flame anaconda, which was hit by the explosives, twisted wildly on the ground in pain. The giant snake, angered by the bomb, immediately swung its thick and powerful tail and mercilessly swept towards the group of ignorant slimes around it. However, these flexible slimes were already prepared. Before the snake's tail attacked, they had already hidden in a relatively safe place and arranged the next round of attacks. Because of the successful experience of beating the snake last time, this time Gotham Brother was very proud to use his enhanced rocket launcher Hell Cannon 2.0. Learning from the previous failed experience of trajectory deviation, the firing rate of the SH/LS was much more accurate after improvement. A few whooshing sounds were heard, and the missiles in front of them landed accurately on the body of the red flame anaconda. Boom! Bang! 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 Firelight appeared one after another with the explosions, and the giant snake surrounded by flames twitched and twisted. The smell of sulfur and smoke mixed with burnt flesh gradually filled the air, causing physiological discomfort. Witnessing this scene, the prison guards, who were previously in a mocking and disdainful attitude, suddenly dropped their jaws. Where did this group of slimes get the explosives? The destructive power is too strong, right? However, all this is not over, because the big snake in front of them has not died yet. These slimes continue to surround it and drop explosives and weapons. There is no need for them to take action. After a few rounds, the behemoth in front of them fell to the ground. Jean Benoit, who had never looked at them before, was speechless for a moment when he saw the group of jelly gels cheering around the giant snake's corpse. Subconsciously, he looked at the country boy. The young man opposite was staring at the battle in the distance at this moment, and admiration and respect appeared in his eyes when he looked at the group of slimes. Seeing this, Jean Benoit blinked a little in a daze. So, this young man did not manipulate these slimes, and everything was the spontaneous behavior of the slimes? Realizing this, Jean Benoit's face was no longer calm and composed. Instead, he was shocked and horrified. How could this be possible? Who are these slimes? Just when these high-minded prison guards were shocked by the actions of the players, the farmhands who were unaware of this were panicking. Since they heard the violent explosion outside, they felt more and more uneasy. What happened? Did the envoys of God fight with that group of people? Hearing the discussions of the people around him, after thinking for a while, Jidger, who felt uneasy, quietly left his hiding place. Just when he wanted to go out to find out, he saw a group of colorful slimes dragging a huge red flame anaconda at the gate of the farm. For a moment, the expression of this old farmhand was as wonderful as an overturned pallet. Didn't the Golden Slime Master lead the envoys of God to resist the invasion of foreign enemies? What's the matter with this red flame anaconda? Because the bombing outside stopped, and with Jidger taking the lead, the other farmhands, who were hiding in the dark, came out one after another. When they saw the charred giant snake in the distance, their faces showed the same expression as Jidger. However, compared with those prison guards, the farmhands, who had seen the combat power of the players, seemed much calmer. They were just surprised by what happened just now. Seeing Xiaoming, Jidger immediately came forward and asked in a low voice, "Master Golden Slime, was the sound of gunfire outside just now caused by this red flame python?" "Yes." Seeing Xiaoming nod, the old man's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, slowly returned to his stomach. It's good that there is no conflict with those people. As if seeing the old man's relieved expression, Xiaoming smiled and said nothing. In the distance, some impatient little players, who loved to eat, had already started to deal with the body of the red flame python. Ever since they had eaten the meat of the red flame python before, they have been obsessed with this roasted snake meat. Now that they finally caught another one, they must process it into skewers quickly. Watching this group of slimes skin and decapitate the body of the red flame python, chop the snake meat into pieces and string it on skewers, and put it on the grill to roast. The prison guards, who had been petrified for a long time outside, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This group of slimes actually eat the meat of the red flame python. What a barbaric and incredible thing. The players who had just participated in a passionate battle and were exhausted were in a hungry state at this time. So they didn't care about the reactions of the surrounding NPCs. Only Xiaoming noticed the expressions of these natives. Completely different from before. These people no longer showed contempt and disdain on their faces, but fear and vigilance instead. Zhang Binhua paused when he met the small eyes of the khaki slime not far away. For some reason, he always felt that this jelly gel called golden slime seemed to have seen through all his thoughts. He had to leave here quickly. Instinctively, this thought came to Zhang Binhua's mind. His brain quickly received this order. Retreat. As soon as the order came down, none of the prison guards present hesitated, and they put away their guns and got on the car quickly. But in a moment, this group of uninvited guests disappeared without a trace. Some small players noticed this scene and couldn't help asking, how did they run so fast? Who knows? Another player said disapprovingly, maybe they have finished the plot. Hearing this, a small player shook his head with some regret. What a pity. I thought they would stay for dinner. As she said this, she couldn't help but sigh. This game is too stingy. So many handsome men in uniforms were modeled, but they appeared so briefly. On the side, another old pervert agreed, yes. I wanted to experience the joy of the queen for free. Wake up. You are slimes now. There are no tools for committing crimes. Who said that tools are necessary? I just look at it and touch it at most. You too should restrain yourself. If you continue to talk like this, be careful that the NPC will judge you as a troublemaker and put you in a small dark room for warning. On the side, I am your father. He took a bite of barbecue and asked, although, who were those people in uniform just now? Just now. She and the pork stewed with vermicelli ran down the mountain and were busy escaping. And they didn't have time to ask who these NPCs were. I want Hong to answer. Those are prison guards, who are here to take away the wanted criminal we caught before. After speaking, he couldn't help asking the two, aren't you two growing mushrooms over in the experimental field? How did I encounter the red flame anaconda? Hearing this question, I am your father, and I was furious. She angrily glanced at the Gotham Iron Man who was happily roasting snake meat in the distance. Isn't this his fault? Hearing this, everyone was a little confused. What did the Gotham Man do again? Pork stewed with vermicelli sighed and explained, Gotham Iron Man was doing a blasting experiment near the back mountain, and he ran into two snakes courting each other. Alarmed by his bomb, the female snake on the opposite side ran away. The male snake found that it was Gotham who made the noise and started to make trouble for him. Everyone. Good guy. It turned out that he had provoked the unsatisfied snake. Then he ran towards the experimental field, and then implicated us. I am your father. And his face became darker and darker. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise we don't know what would happen. Although, snakes should not eat slime. Right? Even if they don't eat slime, it's still scary. Okay. I am your father looked depressed. I am just a life player. I don't want to fight monsters at all. There is a question I don't quite understand. Isn't the red flame anaconda a monster in the event copy? Giant snake's lair. Gotham didn't enter the giant snake's lair. So how did he trigger the boss? Pork stewed with vermicelli thought about it. Maybe there is some hidden triggering condition? After all, some settings in this game are very real. For example, if you piss off the boss, you will be chased and beaten. Besides, Gotham threw explosives when the boss was doing that. How unethical. Players, it is indeed unethical. What if the boss is impotent? But there is no point in worrying about it now. After all, the boss has been eaten by them. Looking at the barbecue in front of them, the players sighed in unison. What a pitiful snake. Chapter 80, there are still not enough people. Looking at the farm farther and farther away from the mountain, prison guard Rove kept muttering to himself, oh, my God of the universe. Everything just now must be a dream. Stop struggling. David on the side said calmly, you are dreaming alone. Are all the people here daydreaming with you? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. If they were still thinking about deceiving themselves before, then David's words completely shattered their delusions. Everything that happened just now was true. They really saw with their own eyes a group of slimes carrying guns and fighting against the red flame anaconda. And they successfully knocked it down and roasted it for sharing. Slimes actually eat meat? And they eat the meat of the red flame anaconda? All this is too incredible. If you want to make an analogy, it is even more incredible than the youngest son of a future leader of the Alliance coming out on the day of his father's election. In their memory, creatures like slimes are vegetarians. They are like snails on the ground. No. More like lower-end paramecium. Without wisdom. Weak and short-lived. But it is such a low-level creature with no sense of existence that can do such a jaw-dropping thing. If it weren't for his rationality, even David himself would have suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. What is the origin of this group of slimes? Why have they never heard of such a group of forces in the East before? Zhang Binhua was also confused. Even though his face was still expressionless, his heart was in turmoil. When the officials in the East told him about Siegel's whereabouts, they did not tell him that there was such a strange group of slimes here. This made him wonder if the other party did it on purpose. Recalling Siegel PMO's miserable situation now, Zhang Binhua's brows gradually frowned. What about being accidentally crushed by the house? It's just an excuse. The truth may be more terrible and cruel than what he saw. Thinking of this, Zhang Binhua couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even a cunning genius criminal like Siegel was tossed like this. Those slimes are definitely not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he gave the order to evacuate in time. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen next. Thinking of this, Zhang Binhua's face suddenly darkened. This group of cunning Easterners actually deliberately calculated him. Although he had known that the East and the West had been at odds for a long time, he didn't expect that the other party would use such a despicable means. Want to use this group of slimes to give the West a head start? Or want to use the power of this group of slimes to get rid of them so as to evade taxes? Zhang Binhua gradually clenched his fists. Too naive. Even if their number 3 prison is not the strongest in the West, it will not be easily eliminated by a group of slimes. He will definitely make these guys who despise them pay a heavy price. Most people in the East know nothing about what happened in the slime farm. The only one who knows the situation is the Minister of Internal Affairs, Bo Xiuxi, who has 2 informants. But the other party obviously didn't take the 2 people's reports to heart. A group of slimes that could defeat the Red Flame Anaconda? How is that possible? Even his granddaughter, who was still in kindergarten, couldn't make up such a fantastic story. It seems that Fairytai's illness has become more serious, and even infected Daya's brain. Thinking of this, Peruis couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, the 2 people he sent to Bordeaux Farm encountered thieves and injured their brains. If this matter spreads out, his re-election as Minister of the Interior will be in jeopardy. It seems that they have to be quickly pulled out of that rural place and sent for treatment. Having made up his mind, Peruis immediately sent a message to his secretary. After doing all this, a peaceful smile appeared on his white and fat face. Even the hospital and medicine expenses for his subordinates to see a doctor were arranged. Sure enough, there is no boss in the entire Jinsha city government office who is more conscientious than him. At this time, Peruis still couldn't think that everything his subordinates, who thought they were sick in the brain, said was true. Slimes with human intelligence and strong combat power really exist. Even because of his failure to report it, it almost caused a disaster. All this, including Falati and Daya, who reported to Peruis, were unaware of it. They still held out hope that Minister Peruis would report the matter to his superiors and take them back to Sand City as soon as possible. However, not everything can be achieved as one wishes. There are undercurrents of forces on the deserted planet, but this does not affect the players of Desolate Planet World from playing games. Ever since they knew the reason why the Red Flame Anaconda took the initiative to attack the players last time. Later, some smart, lack of wisdom, morality, little players learned from Gotham to set off cannons near the snake's nest. In this way, they can fish out the snake even if they don't have to enter the Red Flame Anaconda's nest. And they can fish one accurately. For a while, there was a crackling sound on the back hill of the slime farm, and the farmhands gradually changed from being frightened at the beginning to being accustomed to it later. Even if the players dragged the charred snake corpse into the farm, they could do it without blinking an eye. But soon, the players felt that it was a waste of bombs to kill the snake in this way. And every time they used fire, the snake's skin and meat would be burnt, which was too wasteful. So they came up with a new way. Build a mechanism above the snake nest, and let the players with high strength value hang a big stone. The rest of the players directly set fire at the entrance of the snake nest. When the smoke spreads to the inside of the nest, the Red Flame Anaconda that can't stand the smoke will naturally come out. After seeing the giant snake come out of the cave, the players guarding above the nest will loosen the rope and let the stone fall. If you are lucky, the big stone will hit the Red Flame Anaconda. As long as the cooperation is good, this method can not only cause a fatal blow to the Red Flame Anaconda, but also keep the complete snake skin. Selling the peeled snake skin to life players can make extra money. Overtime Design Dog. I have been coveting the skin of the red flame anaconda for a long time. But those players were too violent when killing the snake before, and failed to leave a complete snake skin. Now those combat players have improved the way of catching snakes, which also gave her the opportunity to buy snake skins. However, things are valuable because they are rare. After all, the red flame anaconda is the boss of the event dungeon, so its skin is not cheap at all. 100 slime coins. The price can't be reduced any further. Hey Gulong Dongqiang pointed at the 4 or 5 meter long snake skin in front of him and said, "Look, this snake is so big and so long, and the skin is still so intact. 100 slime coins are already very cheap." However, the overtime design dog was unmoved. She pointed to a small flaw on the side of the snake skin and said, "The scales here are all scratched, and the appearance is not good. We have to give it another 20% discount." "Another 20% discount? Are you robbing money?" Upon hearing this, Hey Gulong Dongqiang immediately took the snake skin back and waved his hands and said, "I won't sell it anymore. If I sell it at such a low price, I will lose too much. There is no use for you to keep this skin." The overtime design dog continued to lobby. Although the skin of the red flame python looks strong, it is actually not tough enough or strong enough, and it is not suitable for use as protective gear. In addition, the snake skin is very thin, and it can't keep warm like the fur of the wild star wolf, so it can't be made into bedding. In this case, this thing can only be used to make some flashy decorations or clothing. But so far, no one in this game, except me, is doing business in handicrafts. If you don't sell it to me, you probably can't even sell 80 slime coins for this snake skin. After speaking, she paused and said, "I hope you will think carefully about the specific choice." Hearing this, Hey Gulong Dongqiang immediately fell into deep thought. I have to say that what the person in front of him said is quite right, because handicrafts don't make much money. Most players prefer to fight boss in event dungeons, or choose a more relaxed and leisurely farming gameplay. After all, both have relatively stable sources of income. Fighting monsters can earn contribution points and slime coins, and the meat of boss can also be used as food, and the fur can also be made into warm bedding. The prey that cannot be consumed by oneself can be sold to other players or directly recycled to the warehouse. The same is true for the food obtained from farming and handicrafts. 9 out of 10 cannot be sold. Let's not talk about the farmhands. They don't have much money anyway. Not to mention the players. If they really have money, they will spend it on weapons and equipment. At least in the current version of Desolate Star World, no one is willing to spend too much money to buy some flashy and useless things. Since no one buys, this business will certainly not develop, because the overtime design dog doesn't want to be a combat player or go to the fields to farm. She chose to make handicrafts, which is her best and relatively labor-free gameplay. She never thought that she would become the only person who did this in the current version of the game. After all, slimes don't need to wear clothes or shoes, so naturally no one is engaged in these light industries such as shoemaking and clothing. Thinking of this, Hey Gulong Dongqiang touched his head a little depressed. It seems that I can only sell it to her. Forget it. 80 is 80. Hearing the seller's relenting, the overtime design dog immediately paid 80 slime coins with a smile, and then took the snake's skin in front of him away. Seeing the overtime designer dog looking like he had found a treasure, Hey Gulong Dong couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do with this skin?" The other party smiled mysteriously. Of course it's a good thing. Then he left happily, watching the other party's back as he left. Hey Gulong Dongqiang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's the same as saying nothing. The players were busy trading on their own, and Xiao Ming was not idle on the other side. He came to the construction site early in the morning to inspect. A few days ago, the number 2 brick kiln cement factory located in the slime farm had been built, and various building materials for road construction had begun to be put into production and construction. On the other hand, with the fierce liver of those new players, the slime village had completed 1/3 of the route he had planned in advance. In addition, the construction of the slime farm has started, and I believe that this road will be connected soon. After the route between the slime village and the farm is opened, he can start to build a road from the farm to the town outside the mountain. Thinking of the big project in the future, Xiao Ming couldn't help wondering if he had to let another group of people into the game. After all, there are still not enough people. You can't always expect old players to be liver emperors to do construction. The endurance of newbies is also limited. When they upgrade from novices to veterans, they will definitely not continue to do such a low-cost job as moving bricks. And if they want to develop further, they can only find some newbies to continue to work hard. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming immediately logged into the official website and began to edit the content of the next round of game updates. Chapter 81 version 1.09. Another batch of new accounts opened. Earth, China. A weekday morning. The members of the investigation team, who had been working all night for several days, suddenly pointed at the computer screen in front of them with excitement and said, "Look at the official website. It's updated." When he heard this, Fong Qian, the leader of the investigation team, who was taking a nap, suddenly got up from the recliner and walked to the computer in 2 steps. He saw a pinned post on the official website of the game. Wild Star World. In front of him. Wild Star World. Version 1.09 update announcement. 1. The number of closed beta testers increased to 150. 2. A small number of bugs were fixed. Compared with the previous major updates, the content of this game update announcement was relatively small, and it only opened a new batch of closed beta test accounts. But this is not important, because they came for the closed beta test accounts. Under his mobilization, everyone in their group filled out the questionnaire on the official website and applied for a game account. Looking at the number of reservations that exceeded 1,000 in the upper right corner of the official website, Fong Qian kept muttering in his heart, I can win the lottery? There are other people who are also worried about this. Qin Yuanan never thought that this game without any publicity and screenshots would be so popular. I remember that when he filled out the reservation application, the number of reservations was just over 500. But now the number of reservations for the game has exceeded 1,000. And it is still rising at an extremely terrifying speed. The stocks he bought have not risen so fast. 1,000:50. No. If it continues like this, it will probably be 1,500:50. Then the probability will directly increase from 20:1 to 30:1. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanan subconsciously bowed to Guan Iri on his desk, praying that I must win this time. Across the way, his colleague couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing, Professor Chen?" Chen Yuanan coughed lightly and pretended to be nothing and continued to work. Nothing. His colleagues found him silent, but they didn't ask him any more questions, so they just kept working. Seeing this, Chen Yuanan was relieved. He wouldn't say that he was worshipping Guan Iri just to win a game account. That would be too embarrassing. He was an associate professor after all, so he had to pay attention to his image in school. Having said that, he still took advantage of his colleagues not paying attention to worship Guan Iri. Although Guan Iri might not care about such trivial matters. But what if he was in a good mood today? I don't know if Chen Yuanan's inner desire touched Guan Iri. After class in the afternoon, Chen Yuanan found a square package on his desk. There was no information on the package except his name and address. As if he noticed something, he hurriedly opened the paper box. There was a silver game helmet inside. The style was exactly the same as the one Li Yang had brought before. In addition to the game helmet, there was also a note in the box. VR helmet. Put it on to enter the game. The game closed beta will be launched in 48 hours. Wild Star World welcomes you. Seeing these 2 lines of words, Chen Yuanan suddenly became excited. He actually won the lottery. A colleague happened to come back from get out of class and saw Chen Yuanan's face as if he had won the lottery. He was curious. What good thing happened? Hearing this, Chen Yuanan closed the express box without changing his expression, shook his head and smiled. Seeing that he had no intention of answering this question, the colleague did not ask more questions, but silently complained in his heart, I always feel that Professor Chen is weird today. Some people are lucky and some are unlucky. After seeing the official website announce that the latest 50 helmets have all been delivered to the closed beta players, the intelligence agency specialists of a certain country who had been squatting in front of the computer for several weeks could not help but curse angrily. Damn! During this period, they have done everything they can, whether it is filling out questionnaires or learning Chinese, in order to increase the probability of being drawn. They even mobilized the entire intelligence agency to participate in the reservation of game accounts. However, everything seems to be in vain. There are hundreds of people, but not one of them was drawn. If he hadn't been sure that the developer of this website had nothing to do with the government, Director Abel would have suspected that the Chinese government was behind it. Thinking of this, he pinched his eyebrows in annoyance. Is there no other way? A specialist from the Intelligence Bureau raised his hand silently. How about we buy a helmet directly from those players? It won't work. Philip, the patriarch of the action team, shook his head and said, those people said on the forum before that a helmet can only be bound to one account identity. And if someone else wears the helmet, nothing can be seen. Besides, China is so big, and there are only so many players. We don't have their resident intelligence network. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find these people among more than 1 billion people. So what should we do now? Are we just waiting and doing nothing? Just when there was silence at the scene, Philip suddenly spoke slowly. I think we have been ignoring a problem. Hearing this, everyone present looked at him in unison. What's the problem? Philip paused and said, since we can all notice this website, there is no reason why the Chinese government didn't notice it. Maybe some of them have already obtained the qualification for the closed beta test. In this case, why don't we shift our attention to them, rather than racking our brains to get the qualification to enter the game? It is better to just pick up the ready-made ones. If the Chinese government finds out something in the game, we can get the information through them. Don't forget that in addition to lurking, what we are best at is eavesdropping. Philip's analysis is not unreasonable, and the people present suddenly realized it after hearing it. Indeed, it is more convenient to use roundabout means to obtain ready-made information from the opponent than to squeeze into the game with a language barrier. Thinking of this, they changed their previous helplessness and smiled confidently. Abel patted Philip's shoulder and said, Your idea is good. Just do as you say. As the M-Country Intelligence Agency expected, after a series of difficulties, the Chinese government's actions also made new progress. Xiao Zhang, the youngest investigator in the investigation team, successfully obtained the closed beta test qualification of Desolate Star World, and became the only lucky person in the team to get the game ticket. This is undoubtedly great news for the investigators, who work overtime in front of the computer every day. Although only one quota was drawn, it is already a great progress. At least, they don't have to make vague assumptions based on the words of other players on the forum network. They have contacted some players before, and tried to ask them to borrow helmets for investigation. But most people treasure the helmets very much. They can look at them, but it is impossible to lend them. Some people even said that the login time is coming soon, and they have to go online to complete the task quickly. Otherwise they will not get the reward. Seeing that the players are so nervous, they can't force them to stay. In this way, there are fewer opportunities for research. But now that the people in their investigation team have obtained the qualification for the closed beta test of the game, everything is different. They no longer have to beg those players to lend them helmets for research, because they have them themselves. It's just, is this the medium for logging into the game? It doesn't feel special. Surrounding the silver helmet in front of them, and looking at it carefully, a group of people couldn't figure it out for a long time. Didn't those players say that they could see different things after putting on the helmet? Xiao Zhang, try it on. Under the urging of his colleagues, Xiao Zhang hurriedly put on the helmet. Then he heard a beep. 2 lines of golden glowing words appeared in front of him. Welcome to Desolate Star World. 47 hours, 53 minutes, and 25 seconds left for the closed beta test. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhang seemed to have discovered a new world, and shouted excitedly, I see it. I see it. It's the countdown to the closed beta test. Is it true or not? Hearing this, the others hurriedly said, Take it off, and let me try it too. He took off the helmet, and handed it to his colleague. After putting it on, the other party said in confusion, Why is there nothing? It seems that what is said on the internet is true. The helmet is bound to the player himself, and other people can't see anything when they wear it. This also means that those players did not lie, and there is no collusion with the game officials. Fang Qian said, picking up the helmet and taking a look. There is no charging port or SIM on it, and it seems that there is no built-in power supply. In addition, it is very light. It feels like metal, but it is as light as plastic. This is beyond his cognition. Even the materials used for aerospace cannot reach this level. After thinking for a while, Fang Qian said, Send the helmet to the relevant laboratory for inspection to see what material it is made of. On the side, the owner of the helmet, Xiao Zhang, could not help but hesitate to say, But the game. But Fang Qian waved the note in his hand. What's the hurry? There are still 2 days before the launch. Hearing this, Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, but finally had to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth reluctantly, as if he noticed his inner uneasiness. The old director patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. It's just a check. There will be no problem. Even if it is really broken, it will be a contribution to the progress of the country. Xiao Zhang. Yeah. He understood the truth, but he couldn't help feeling anxious. To be honest, he was really worried that the research institute would dismantle his helmet. What if it was broken and couldn't be put back together? He hadn't logged into the game yet. Although he wasn't a heavy gamer, after this period of investigation, he became more and more interested in the game. WildStar World. Now that the helmet was in hand, it would be a shame if he didn't go online to take a look. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen in the end. 2 days later, his helmet came back intact. In addition, the Research Institute also gave a shocking conclusion. The components of this helmet are a new substance that does not exist on Earth. In addition, they also obtained the internal structure diagram of the helmet through relevant instrument scanning. It is full of very sophisticated electronic components, and many designs are what they have never seen before. Some of the composition technologies even surpass the world's most advanced technology today. After listening to what the experts said, the entire investigation team couldn't help but fall into a long silence. It seems that the conjecture that this game is related to aliens may really become a reality. Chapter 82 Xiaoming's Worries. The players are completely unaware of the investigation of the game by the relevant departments. For these players, the rewards of the game are obviously more attractive. Since the night mode was opened, many free players also choose to log into the game during the day to do tasks. Outside the slime village, players who are performing night watch tasks are shivering in the cool night wind while looking at the stars. It's so damn cold. It's sunny and hot in the daytime. Why is it so cold at night like winter? Wear a fur coat in the morning. Wear a gauze in the afternoon. And eat watermelon around the stove. I bet a dime that the inspiration for setting this kind of weather for the game planner must come from Exine province. What? It must be Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai that enter winter in a second like this? Who said that? Our Sichuan and Chongqing regions are also good. Don't argue. Many provinces in the country have experienced winter in a second. It's just not as exaggerated as here. It's really exaggerated. In the real world, some areas have a buffer period when the temperature drops. But here, it's even more outrageous than the real world. In short, it's just one sentence: the dog planner is dead. Agree. After a few curses, the players couldn't help but get together and wanted to stick to each other to keep warm. But why is the slime's body cold? Because heat is transferable. When everyone is cold, it doesn't matter who you stick to for warmth. Besides, everyone is cold jelly gel. How can it not be cold? Most of the human body is also liquid. Why can people generate heat automatically? How do I know this? Ask Baidu. Don't talk about the human body generating heat automatically. Go to the outdoors in the northeast alone in -10 degrees? Stop talking nonsense. Help to make a fire together. Do you really want to stand here and freeze? At the urging of a little player, a group of people hurriedly surrounded them. A few minutes later, the red fire lit up in the dimness, bringing the long-lost warmth. The coldness in the body was dispelled, and a group of people chatted there with nothing to do. I don't know if there will be an enemy attack during the patrol tonight. Recalling the battle that took place in the slime village a few days ago, the brick-carrying boy couldn't help but feel a surge of blood boiling. Although he didn't get the MVP in that battle, he gained a lot of benefits. If there is another battle like this, maybe he can buy a submachine gun he likes. It shouldn't be possible. Zhang Guden said, we just fought once. It shouldn't be so fast. This is not necessarily the case. The quality inspector of the assembly line paused and said, didn't Zhuge military advisor say before that there is a big boss behind those guys? If we kill his people, the other party may come to seek revenge at any time. But what if this boss does not exist? Zhang Guden said, so many days have passed. If he wants revenge, he would have come a long time ago. Even if the boss has a long reaction time, it is impossible that there is no reaction at all. Right? Hearing this, the players fell silent. Indeed, they have already killed all those people. If the boss really exists, there is no way it will not move. Could it be that they really made a mistake? Xiaoming was also puzzled by this. Since the attack, he has strengthened the vigilance around the slime village. This is to prevent the large group of thieves from suddenly appearing to launch a sneak attack. However, the players have been on high alert for many days, and have not even seen the shadow of a thief. So, are those people afraid? Or does the force he imagined not exist? Although he couldn't figure it out, Xiaoming didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Anyway, he would fight back against the enemy. And he would not be afraid even if those guys really came. They are just thieves, not prison guards. No matter how weak his new players are, they are much better than these scattered soldiers. Moreover, when it comes to the ability to cause destruction, his players are definitely not worse than those thieves. These are all Sled 3 idiots. And they can destroy people if they are not careful. compared with the players who will suffer. He now thinks that the thieves will be unlucky. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Although the bandits hiding in the dark did not show up, Xiao Ming was not resting on his laurels. What worried him more at the moment was the road repair problem. If the weather continued to be so cold, the progress of the road repair might be delayed. You should know that the most suitable time period for road repair is in summer. According to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the volume of asphalt will expand when the temperature is high, while the low temperature in winter will shrink the asphalt, making the gaps in the road surface larger. In this way, the road repaired will cost more materials, and the quality will not be up to standard. Although they do not have high-end materials such as asphalt now, they can only use cement. But even so, the result is not optimistic, because cement is not frost-resistant. The solidification speed of cement will slow down at low temperatures. If the temperature is too low, cement will be scrapped. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. He originally wanted to complete the road between the two strongholds within 3 months. If the weather continues to get colder, this plan may have to be delayed further. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming looked at the cement factory working overtime in the distance, and kept praying in his heart, I hope the winter of the deserted planet can come slower. Zhang Benhua and his group, who were on their way back to Jinsha City, also hoped that time would pass slower. The prison only gave them 1 month to go to Jinsha City this time, including the round trip. In this short month, they need to find Siegel Piamo and bring him back to prison. In addition, they have to bring back the taxes paid in the east before the sandstorm comes. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. To be honest, he was always worried about whether he could catch up before coming. Fortunately, most things went smoothly along the way, except for the group of slimes. The combat effectiveness of these creatures really exceeded his cognition, and they were not like the weak single-celled organisms in his impression. The origin of this group of slimes is definitely not simple. Where did they come from? How were they born? All these things seemed to be a huge mystery that surrounded him. Although he could not draw a conclusion immediately, he felt that all this was probably related to the group of people in the East. Could it be that these slimes were their newly trained biological weapons? After all, creatures like slimes can be found everywhere. If their habits can be changed by some means, and their combat effectiveness can be improved, then for the East, this will be a group of the most cost-effective warriors. Perhaps these guys in the East want to take the opportunity of repatriating Siegel Piamo to let them see the power of these new weapons in the West. If this is true, then the purpose of the East is obvious. They want to go to war. The West has suppressed the East for a long time, and those people must have thought about changing this situation a long time ago. But can those drunkards in the East really do such a thing? After all, having an idea is one thing, and whether it can be realized is another. It's not that he underestimated them. It's just that the first impression was too deep. Even if they couldn't help but crawl under the table when they heard the gunshot, they probably didn't have the ability to do such a great thing. But if it's not what he thought, how to explain the existence of this group of strange slimes? Don't tell him that these things all appeared out of thin air? This is absolutely impossible. After a long time of not being able to figure out the reason, Zhang Binhua pinched his eyebrows in annoyance. At this time, the armored vehicle that was driving suddenly stopped. What's the matter? Warden, we've arrived. Zhang Binhua came back to his senses after hearing the report from his adjutant Wang Qi. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the post house in Jinsha City. Seeing this, he blinked suddenly. Recently, he had been thinking about the group of slimes, and for a while, he ignored the situation around him. Being distracted by insignificant things is definitely not a good thing. Besides, it won't be long before the sandstorm comes, and he can't waste time in such a place. Looking at the dark sky, Zhang Binhua said, find a few people to lift the guy out of the car and keep him under strict supervision. Let's set off early tomorrow morning. Early tomorrow morning? Wang Qi was a little surprised when he heard this. Would it be too rushed? After all, they haven't even received the tax tribute yet. There is no time to delay here any longer. Zhang Binhua said in a deep voice, tell them that the tax tribute must be delivered tonight. If it is not delivered, we will go to get it ourselves. Hearing the boss's firm order, Wang Qi nodded immediately, yes. In the back seat of the car, because of the inconvenience of movement, Siegel Piamo was carried down like this. I don't know whether he accepted his fate or knew that resistance was useless. He didn't struggle at all, compared with the time when he was just taken into the car. He was so quiet at this time that he seemed to be a different person. This made Zhang Binhua feel a little awkward. Is Siegel Piamo such an obedient person? In his impression, this guy likes to pretend to obey but disobey in secret. He is good at grasping the weaknesses of human nature and using it to overcome people's defenses. Coupled with a powerful and clever mouth, he always makes people believe his words inexplicably. This is also the fundamental reason why this guy can always succeed in fraud. So even if Siegel showed an innocent and pitiful look during this period, he did not completely believe the other party. He is too good at acting. It's hard to tell which one is true and which one is false. Moreover, he still doesn't believe that Siegel PMO, the famous #1 interstellar fraudster and the so-called genius criminal, would lose his memory. Looking at the wanted criminal who was unable to walk, Jean Benoit spoke slowly. Find a doctor to help him check his injuries. The prison guards were slightly startled when they heard the warden's order. When they were about to respond, they heard the other party add, "You need to know how to check his brain." Yes. Watching the warden's back as he left, the prison guards couldn't help but mutter. This is the first time the warden actually took the initiative to find a doctor to check the prisoner's injuries. Luo Fu disagreed. He must see a doctor. This guy was so seriously injured. What if he died on the way? Hearing this, everyone nodded to show that it made sense. But why do we need to check his brain? Schiller was puzzled. Even if he lost his memory, he would not die on the way. Seeing that these young prison guards were still whispering and chatting endlessly, the adjutant Wang Qi frowned and walked forward. What are you doing here? Why don't you go quickly? Didn't you hear what the warden said just now? Yes. In a moment, these young prison guards shut up and hurried out. Retracting his gaze, Wang Qi looked at Siegel, who was still silent on the stretcher, and frowned slightly. Do you really remember nothing? The answer to him was endless silence. Seeing that the man in front of him was not going to speak, Wang Qi frowned, turned around and ordered, "Send him in." Yes. No one noticed that on the stretcher, the corner of the man's mouth had a barely perceptible arc. Soon, this smile disappeared without a trace, like a circle of ripples hidden in the pool water. Instead, there was still a dull face without any thoughts or ideas. Chapter 83. Another batch of young players are online. The open space of the slime nest is filled with jelly mochi of various colors. Compared with the first group of players who entered the game, these new players have obviously done their homework online in advance and know how to set the initial appearance of their bodies. The colors are much more fancy than those of the old players. Fluorescent colors are just a small matter of sprinkling water, and even gradient colors have been played with various tricks by them. Standing on the high platform, Xiaoming saw a particularly eye-catching guy among the group of new players at a glance. The reason is simple. This guy's body is rainbow-colored. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. It is difficult for him to ignore this dazzling degree. Just as Xiaoming was sighing at the amazing creativity of this group of young players, the new players below opened their eyes wide and looked at the world in front of them with surprise. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly as if they felt unbelievable. And some even lay directly on the ground and touched the ground of the cave, shouting excitedly, "Hack! This touch is too real." Some even fought with their companions and stretched their gummy bodies long in just a moment. Oh my god! It's amazing! Is this the body of a slime? Oh my god! I really became a slime! Wait, can this game be screenshotted? This is too awesome! In an instant, the slime's nest turned into a lively vegetable market and became a place for these newbies to explore their new bodies. In the distance, the old players looked at the newbies in front of them with emotion, looking silly and unworldly. Not long ago, they had the same reaction. The moment they set foot on this virtual land, everything they saw, touched, smelled, and tasted was so real. This impact cannot be described in a few simple words. When the newbies calmed down their excitement, Xiaoming's pre-recorded opening remarks came on stage. After briefly explaining the worldview of the game, the players followed Xiaoming's instructions and walked out of the cave. Seeing the vast lake and forest in front of them, and the bustling and prosperous villages around them, the newbies were amazed again. However, Xiaoming did not give them too much time to sigh, but quickly assigned the newbie tasks to the newcomers and asked them to step up their production work. Of course, in order to help the newcomers adapt to the place as soon as possible, Xiaoming also assigned the old players an optional task called Passing On from Generation to Generation. That is the legendary newbie guide. As a lazy person, Xiaoming does not intend to do everything himself. If he has to explain the background settings and gameplay of the game to each group of players, wouldn't he be exhausted? So as smart as he is, He naturally thought of a more convenient way to let the old players take on the work of newbie guidance. As a game planner, he only needs to pay virtual slime coins to free his hands. So why not? So, under the temptation of task rewards, many enthusiastic old players came forward to take the initiative to find these confused newbies to explain the newbie tasks. However, not all young players will listen to the explanations of their predecessors. There are always a few curious kids who always ask ridiculous questions from time to time. Where is the shit yellow NPC named Chief? Why didn't he show up? How do you play this game? And what can contribution points and slime coins do? By the way, why don't you give a novice sword when there are novice tasks? Hearing the strange questions of the newbies, the old players were a little speechless. It's Golden Slime. The Chief is his identity, not his name. Taking a deep breath, the assembly line quality inspector slowly explained, the Chief is busy, and even we may not see him often. Contribution points can be exchanged for titles, and only with titles can you have more power. As for slime coins, you can understand it as money. It is the trading currency in the game. With it, you can buy food and various daily necessities. As for the novice sword, we don't have such a thing here. After answering these questions with stomachache, the assembly line quality inspector continued to explain, after completing the novice tasks, you can get some slime coins and contribution points. 500 contribution points can be exchanged for the title of villager. After becoming a villager, you have the right to cultivate land in Slime Village. But it costs 100 contribution points to cultivate 1 acre of land. If you want to become a farming player, you can save more contribution points in advance. Of course, if you don't want to spend so many contribution points, you can also go to the slime farm to help. There are many fields there, and they also need manpower. It's just that the land belongs to the slime clan, not like the land in Slime Village that belongs to you. After speaking, he paused and asked, you should have received the novice task. Right? Seeing the newbies nod, he continued, now, the clan leader is going to build a road connecting the 2 strongholds of Slime Village and Slime Farm. Because the project is huge, manpower is urgently needed. Your task is to complete the construction of this road. Without further ado, let's get started. So fast? Some newbies were a little surprised. Don't you take us around to visit or something? Assembly line quality inspector. It's not a visit. It's not a tourist attraction. Resisting the urge to complain, the assembly line quality inspector said seriously, time is money. The more you work, the more you earn. There are many places in this game where you need to spend money. It's also for your own good to start early. Hearing this, the newbies stopped talking and followed the pace of the novice instructor to the construction site. At this time, they still didn't know what they would encounter next. But it doesn't matter. Everyone has come this way. I believe that after working on the construction site for a while, they will have a clearer understanding of this game. 50 newbies have fully filled the labor positions lacking on the 2 stronghold construction sites. As for those old players who are high enough and familiar with the gameplay, they will take on other more important responsibilities. During this period, after some young players dedicated research, the steel smelting technology in Slime Village has developed to a certain extent. Although the output is not high due to the lack of raw materials, it is a great improvement for the entire slime tribe. This means they are about to enter the next stage, industrialization. In order to promote this process, Xiaoming also specially issued a hidden task to these small players. Blow the horn of industrialization optional. Task description, in order to increase the steel production capacity of the slime clan. The clan leader is willing to pay a budget of 3,000 slime coins to support the development of the steel industry. Players can use this budget to open a steel plant. After the steel plant is successfully established, there will be a chance to trigger a series of exclusive tasks. Task rewards include, but are not limited to slime coins, contribution points, and equipment. After accepting the budget, the Slime Village will automatically obtain 75% of the shares of the steel plant, and the remaining 25% of the shares will belong to the player who founded the steel plant. If you choose to give up, the task will be automatically closed. The next trigger time is uncertain. Friendly reminder, 100 slime coins are required as registration capital to establish a steel plant. After successful registration, you can open a special enterprise account to receive the budget subsidy issued by the clan leader. After obtaining the budget, players can use this money to purchase materials and hire employees. The funds in the enterprise account can only be used for steel production and research and development purposes, and cannot be used for other purposes. If any misappropriation of public funds is found, the clan leader will have the right to recover the entire budget and punish the players who misappropriated public funds. The penalties include but are not limited to forced offline, permanent sleep, etc. When the account funds of the steel plant are greater than 3,000 slime coins, the founder can apply for profit dividends. More than 1,500 slime coins need to pay 3% tax. More than 3,000 need to pay 6% tax. 5,00010,000 need to pay 9% tax. And so on. The tax rate increases in a step-by-step manner. Xiaoming knows that there is a shortage of raw materials for steel smelting. Xiaoming also knows that the road to industrialization is not easy. But even if it encounters difficulties, will the slime village not develop? Obviously impossible. Iron Man Wang Jinsi once said, "If there are conditions, we must go ahead. And if there are no conditions, we must create conditions and go ahead." The solutions are all thought up by people. He still doesn't believe it. With so many experiences of predecessors, can't they still handle industrial development? While Xiaoming was optimistically imagining a bright future, his little players accidentally discovered an important piece of information during an exploration. To explain what happened, we have to go back to the beginning of the timeline. After following He Guang Dongqiang to kill snakes in the giant snake's nest near the slime farm for several days, Peng Zhanqi felt a little bored. So he began to focus on exploring the surrounding maps. After all, if there are any useful new discoveries, it will be more profitable than killing snakes. With weapons and dry food, he set off with 2 other players who also wanted to explore the map. From the back mountain of the slime farm, they bypassed a mountain and crossed a large forest. Soon, they came to a new area. There are many peaks and forests here, and there are many caves, which have a karst landform feeling. Such a unique and beautiful scenery naturally aroused the player's desire to explore. Follow the stream towards the depths of the cave. Suddenly, the stir-fried kidney with the highest perception point in the team stopped. There seemed to be someone in front. Hearing this, everyone stopped. Stretch your ears and listen carefully. In the dim cave in the distance, there is a faint sound of footsteps, mixed with the voice of a man talking. The 3 looked at each other, then retreated cautiously, and then hid under the rocks in the cave. Fried Kidneys poked his head out vigilantly, scanned the surroundings in the dim light of the cave, and turned on the skill infrared thermal imaging after finding nothing unusual. Soon, he locked several warm-colored human figures in the blue. After pointing the direction with his teammates, Fried Kidneys wrote a line of words on the panel. Is it hiding and secretly observing or taking the initiative to attack? Peng Zhanqi thought for a moment and replied below. Let's see first. Got it. Making an okay gesture, the 3 little players kept silent and just stared at the direction where the sound came from. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The footsteps were getting closer. In the dark cave, several natives of the desert planet appeared. The leading man was carrying a modified rifle and wearing a gray fur coat, which seemed to be made of desert wolf skin. There was a deep scar on his face, which seemed to be scratched by some beast. With his eyes, he looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Although the remaining guys were not as distinctive as the one in front of him, it was clear that they were not good people, because in them, the players felt a temperament similar to that of the thieves who attacked the village before. Seeing this, Fried Kidney Flour immediately understood. It turned out that they had accidentally broken into the lair of the thieves. So now the question is, should they go back to report, or keep moving forward? Chapter 84. There are orcs in this game. Seeing that Fried Kidney had typed a question on the chat panel, Peng Zhanqi thought for a moment and then replied below. This place is not close to the 2 bases, and it is too late to run back to inform. It is better to directly send a location in the chat channel to tell others that we have found the thieves' lair, which is much more convenient. In addition, we can continue to stay here to investigate the situation before others come. Peng Zhanqi's words make sense, and the 2 quickly accepted this plan. Opening the public chat channel, Fried Kidney immediately sent a location and howled below. We just found a cave. There are many fierce people with guns in it. Judging from their attire, it is very likely that it is the lair of the thieves who attacked the slime village last time. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and the news brought by Fried Kidney instantly blows out some lurking players. I want to be read. Damn! Thieves' lair? How did you find it? Fried Kidney Flour. I found it by accident. I want to be read. This is such great luck. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. Damn. If I had known, I would not have killed the snake and went with you guys. Fried Kidney Flour. It's not too late to come now. Squinting smile. Bai Wucheng. How many people are there? Depeng Zhanqi, it's not clear yet. We just saw 5 people walking out of it with guns on their backs. It is estimated that there will be a lot of people. Fried kidney flour, come on. Come on. The group is starting. The thieves' lair is carpooling. Hurry up if you want to come. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, me. Bai Wu Chong, and me. I want to be red. I'm going too. Many combat players raised their hands. And the chat channel suddenly became lively. Of course, there are not only combat players who want to carpool, but also some live players who want to watch and join in the fun. I'm your dad. Can I go with you if I don't fight? I can cheer for you from the side. Gotham Iron Man, count me in too. Fried kidney flour. Fried kidney flour, if you don't fight. Are you here to watch a show? I am your father, of course not. Gotham Iron Man, of course not. I just want to sell some weapons there. What if you don't have enough ammunition? How can you take down the boss's lair? Fried kidney flour. Let's not talk about the fact that I am your father. Gotham's business acumen is really unparalleled. He is aiming to make money from war. But one thing is another. Although Gotham's actions are sometimes unreliable, it must be said that the thermal weapons he made are really powerful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people spending money to buy them. Thinking about it, Fried kidney flour said, go if you want to. He can't stop him anyway. After getting the nod, Gotham Iron Man hurried back to his workshop and urged the 2 little players, who were helping in the workshop, to quickly move the latest developed explosives onto the cart. Seeing him so anxious, Kale couldn't help asking, what happened? Then he saw that Brother Gotham was grinning from ear to ear. Da Ping and Yaohua had found the thieves' lair, and were gathering others to take them down. Our chance to make a fortune has come again. As he said that, he put away his smile and said seriously, you 2 don't stand there. Hurry up. The guys outside have already started to move. We have to catch up with the main force. The 3 of them hurriedly loaded the weapons to be sold into the car and left the workshop. Just as they were about to leave, they ran into Xiao Ming, who was patrolling the fields. Where are you going? Being locked in the eyes of the patriarch, Brother Gotham instinctively stepped weakly. I really don't know what kind of shit luck he has. Every time he wants to do something, he always runs into the patriarch. Is he being targeted by this NPC? On the side, Kale seemed very calm, and only said happily, stir-fried kidneys and Doping spread their wings. They found a secret base suspected to be thieves. We are just about to go there. The lair of those thieves was actually discovered by the players? Xiao Ming was indeed a little surprised. Previously, he had been on high alert for several days around the slime village, but failed to wait for the leader of the group of thieves to come for revenge. He thought he was too suspicious, and there was no bigger boss behind those thieves. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, his little player actually brought him such a big news. Is this what is called? No effort is needed to find something after searching everywhere. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming glanced at the various strange and bizarre dangerous goods on the cart, and then nodded, I know. You go. Kale happily agreed, okay. Gotham Iron Man was a little surprised that the patriarch let him go so straightforwardly. He thought the other party would warn him not to wander around the base with these dangerous goods. After all, he had been warned like this several times before. But what he didn't expect was that this time the patriarch said nothing. Could it be that because the plot of the group battle boss was triggered, his illegal operation was ignored? Randomly guessing, Brother Gotham felt more and more that this was the correct answer. For a moment, the smile on his face became deeper. Today is really a good day. Not only did he encounter a boss team battle, but even the clan leader did not come to pick a fight with him. However, before he had time to be happy for a while, he heard a sentence in his ear. Wait, I will go with you. Gotham Iron Man? Unlike the surprise of the Gotham brother, the 2 little players on the side seemed very excited. The clan leader actually wants to go with them. What does this mean? There must be a big plot behind this. Besides, there are NPCs to escort them, which means that they will not encounter any danger along the way. Why not? Realizing this, the smiles on their faces became brighter. Clan leader. Please. Clan leader. It's too tiring to walk. Why don't you get in the car? Looking at the attentive look of the little players beside him, Xiao Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and said, no. Let's go directly. Just as the main force followed the positioning instructions to the cave, the 3 people of Daping Zanki on the other side also successfully sneaked into the thieves' lair. Although it was a lair, the players did not find the figure of the suspected thieves' leader here. On the contrary, They saw something more shocking here. This seems to be a prison made of a natural cave. I don't know how long it has been since this place was cleaned. As soon as they entered, the players were almost unable to open their eyes due to the foul smell. After a long while, the three of them had the energy to continue moving forward. The dim stone walls were covered with disgusting stains, and there were many unknown insects on the ground, crawling and gnawing around a rotten corpse. And in the depths of the prison, a group of men and women in shackles were huddled together, looking at the group of slimes that suddenly appeared outside the cage with horror. I saw that these men and women all had some animal characteristics. Some had animal ears. Some had animal claws and tails. But none of them looked like pure humans. The three of them were stunned. Oh my god! There are orcs in this game? Even the fried kidney flower, who was well informed in the two-dimensional world, was shocked by the scene in front of him. After a long time, he slowly said, "Isn't it an interstellar background? Why are there orcs? There is no rule that orcs must not appear in the interstellar background." Dapping Zanki paused and said, "Compared to these, I am more curious about where these orcs come from. After all, neither the official character setting set nor the native NPCs mention the existence of orcs. I think the official is probably taking this opportunity to show us the world view of Wild Star World. After all, according to the official setting, in addition to the Wild Star, there are other forces in the interstellar. Maybe these orcs are from other planets. As for why they were caught by these thieves, I think this is likely related to the important plot later." Dapping Zanki's speculation is not unreasonable. Having played the game for so long, they have some understanding of the official of this game. Unlike the general practice of promoting trailers first and then updating, Wild Star World always likes to make surprise attacks. There is no official blog, no public account, and even no marketing account. The update of the game is always very sudden. Often, the announcement is posted on the official website, and the next time the player logs into the game, there are new activities and new plots. Sometimes the official even directly spoils the game. And when the players log off, they see the game update news released by the official website. According to the official planning, maybe this time it is another early spoiler of the game update. If this is true, then the game is likely to open up new maps next. As for the location of the new map, it is obviously in the wider interstellar, not limited to the current barren planet. Thinking of this, the players can't help but get excited. Other planets in the interstellar. They must be very high-tech and cyberpunk. Maybe they can take a spaceship to outer space? Even though the official has not released the exact news, the players are still having fun imagining it. Looking at these strange jelly gels in front of them, the orcs in the cages opposite became more and more vigilant. They don't know what kind of creatures these are. At least they have never seen them before leaving the orc planet. They don't know how they got in. The cage is very hidden, and the guys outside are not blind. Except for bugs and mice. It is impossible for other creatures to break in at will. But they appeared, and they looked fearless. Then, there may be only one possible answer. These strange creatures are likely to be deliberately put in by the guys who caught them. Looking at the corpses of their companions that had been eaten by bugs not far away, the orcs couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. Could these jelly gels be here to kill them? I remember that when they were just caught, they heard an old orc say that these guys caught them to sell them to other places to make money. But if they are unlucky and can't find a suitable buyer, they are likely to be killed. After all, the goods are worthless if they can't be sold. If they stay and have to spend food to feed them, it's even more uneconomical. And the way those guys deal with orcs is not always to shoot or kill with a knife. They can always come up with all kinds of cruel and horrifying methods. The old orc who told them these things was said to be thrown out to feed the wolves by these crazy guys. These strange creatures in front of them might be the new tricks that those people came up with. Thinking of this, the orcs became more and more terrified. Just when they thought they were not far from death, they never thought that the jelly gel on the opposite side made a move that surprised all the orcs. Chapter 85 Teamwork. There was a heavy metal collision sound, and one of the jelly gels actually picked up the stone at his feet and knocked directly against the iron lock of the cage in front of him. This action immediately scared the orcs in the cage. What exactly do they want to do? However, the strange creatures in front of them did not intend to explain to them, but just kept knocking the lock with stones. In the corner, a young male orc was stunned when he saw this scene. Are they trying to crack the lock open? Damn. Why is this lock so difficult to open? You speak softly. Don't attract those people outside, Lu Guang said while looking at the exit nervously. What are you afraid of? People have gone far away. Stir-fried kidneys don't care, even if they really attract people. It doesn't matter. We can't beat them. Hearing this, Lu Guang was stunned. That's right. Don't be stunned. Help quickly. At the urging of Fried Kidney, the two hurriedly picked up stones and followed suit. However, after the three of them had been banging for a long time, the iron lock in front of them still did not move. No more. I'm so tired. I need to rest for a while. Throwing away the stone in his hand, Fried Kidney sat down on the ground. It can't be broken by brute force. After all, we are not Lao He. Peng Zhanqi analyzed calmly. Let's think of other ways. Other ways? Fried Kidney was stunned. What way? We are neither locksmiths nor pickpockets. So we can't pick locks? Peng Zhanqi, who said we have to pick locks? Can't we just bring the key to open it? Fried Kidney. Yes. Although, where can we get the key? Lu Guang couldn't help but say, we don't know where the key is. Hearing this, the joy on Fried Kidney Flower's face suddenly faded. Indeed, this game doesn't have a translator. We can't understand what these NPCs are saying. Otherwise, we can ask them directly. It's not necessary to ask the NPC. Peng Zhanqi calmly analyzed. Remember the group of people who just came out? I have carefully observed that there is no other passage in this cave. Which means that they came out from here before. The two were stunned when they heard it. You mean? Peng Zhanqi nodded slightly. The key is likely to be on them. Fried Kidney Flower. Lu Guang. Damn. If we had known this earlier, wouldn't we have killed a group of people directly? Why would we have to go through such a big circle? Fried Kidney Flower exclaimed that it was a pity. The main reason was that we didn't know the situation here at that time. Peng Zhanqi paused and said, I thought it was the boss's lair. But now it looks more like a hidden prison. So what should we do now? Go back and catch those guys back? No need. Peng Zhanqi posted a task bounty in the chat interface. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We don't need to go far away. Instead of going back to find those guys, it is better to ask other players who have rushed here to deal with them. And they just need to wait for good news here. Outside the cave, some fast players have already arrived near the designated location with weapons. Just as they were about to take action, they heard the voices of several men talking in the woods not far away. Just as they were about to go forward to find out what was going on, a new message suddenly popped up on the task panel. Bounty task: if you see a man wearing a gray wolfskin coat, please catch him and his companions, and find the key from them, and bring it to the location indicated. Appearance features: 3 white eyes, scars on the face left by wild beasts. Task reward: 30 slime coins. Seeing this, several people couldn't help but smile at each other. What is this called? It's better to come early than to come late. Isn't the person they are looking for in that forest? Seeing this, Bai Wuchang gestured to his teammates beside him, because it was not the first time to form a team. After a look, the others understood his intention. For a while, a group of people split into 2 teams and quietly went around from both sides of the forest to their backs. At this time, the thieves in the forest were still completely unaware and were still drinking and eating meat in the same place. Bai Wuchang locked onto the man in the gray wolfskin coat at a glance. While the man in front of him was not paying attention, he immediately raised his crossbow and aimed at him and shot an arrow fiercely. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow hit his shoulder. Caught off guard, the man howled in pain and fell to the ground. Who? There was no time to check his injuries, and the other thieves around him raised their guns and looked around vigilantly. Bang! 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 After several bullets were fired, the woods were quiet. Was he dead or did he miss? Just as the thieves were wondering, several arrows flew in the air. They didn't see clearly where the sneak attacker was shot in the thigh and arm by the hidden arrows. But in a moment, several people were knocked down. Seeing that his companions were also ambushed, the man in the gray leather coat did not give up. He reluctantly picked up the gun at hand and fired randomly at the surrounding woods. But it was useless. The magazine was empty, and no screams were heard. Not hearing screams made him more uneasy. As if he didn't believe in evil, he took the hunting rifle of his companion and fired wildly at the forest again. However, all the bullets were used up, and the surroundings were still as quiet as a chicken. These bullets seemed to fall into a bottomless pit, and no sound was heard. At this time, it was not only him. Even the other thieves around could not help but feel scared. As the saying goes, a master can be killed by a random punch. Not to mention whether he and his shooting skills were accurate or not. So many bullets were fired. It was unreasonable that no shot hit. Could it be that the ghost attacked them? Just as they were guessing like this, Suddenly several shadows fell from above their heads. Before they could react, they were blinded by a weight. Feeling the cold touch on their heads, the thieves were stagnant. What on earth is it? They raised their eyes and saw a group of colorful slimes holding various weapons. Before they could scream in fear, the slimes in front of them unceremoniously pressed their heads with their weapons. If you move again, you will lose your life. Although they could not understand what the slimes were saying, they could tell from the situation that it was definitely not a good thing. For a moment, the thieves did not dare to act rashly. Hurry up and find the key. We still have to go to Dapeng and report to him. Hearing Bai Wuchang's urging, the teammates immediately fumbled around the thieves under their feet. Encountering such a strange thing is already frightening. And suddenly being manipulated by this group of slimes, the thieves became more and more afraid. What do these slimes want to do? At this time, Inhu couldn't help but think of what the Black Tiger boss once said. Among their buyers, some people have special fetishes. They will raise some strange creatures and let them do some unspeakable things to humans and even orcs, and enjoy watching such things. Over time, those creatures will take the initiative to do this kind of thing to people even without receiving orders from their owners. Thinking of this, Inhu couldn't help but stand on end. Could this group of strange slimes in front of him be brought by a buyer? Just when Inhu was worried about his moral integrity, the cold little hand that was groping on him suddenly stopped. Then, he saw a brass key leaving his body. Found it. Inhu. Good guy. He was worried for a long time. It turned out that these slimes came to steal the key. However, before he could curse, a piece of rag was stuffed into his mouth. Then, hemp ropes were tied up, and he and others were tied up tightly. Looking at the terrified thief in front of him, Bai Wuchang poked his chest with a crossbow. If you dare to run away, I will cut off your legs. Don't say harsh words. The NPC doesn't understand. The teammates on the side mercilessly sabotaged. Bai Wuchang shrugged. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, as long as the purpose of the threat is achieved, it's fine. In fact, it doesn't matter whether these people run or not. Anyway, we have got the key. Just in case. Bai Wuchang said, what if these guys leave their boss here? Okay. Let's take the things and go find Dapeng and the others. After throwing these prisoners with varying degrees of disability in the woods, the players went straight to the direction indicated by the location. The thieves looked terrified as they watched the backs of the slimes jumping away. They are going to the cell. Considering the fact that they just stole the key, it is not difficult to guess what they will do next. They are going to let the goods go. Although I don't know how these slimes know about the existence of the prison. It is not the time to worry about such things. The most urgent thing is to go back and report to the boss. Thinking of this, Inhu squirmed his body. Just when he struggled to get up from the ground and wanted to sneak back to the base camp, he heard a whoosh. A feather arrow passed through his neck and pierced directly into the tree trunk in front of him. In just a moment, the man's body froze in place as if a bucket of ice had been poured on him. After slowing down his heartbeat, he turned around in a daze. He saw the white slime that had threatened him before now looking at him intently. For some reason, he saw a hint of mocking smile on the face of the jelly gel, as if it was mocking him for not knowing his own limitations. Bai Wuchang shook his head and said, I warned you long ago. If you sneak away, I'll break your legs. Fortunately, you stayed. Otherwise, what if you really ran back to tip off the police? Listening to the strange language chattering in his ears, Inu's heart was pounding. At this moment, two words flashed through his mind. It's over. Until the tightly closed cell door opened. The orcs were still in extreme shock. They just came out like this? Those people didn't even notice? It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. Get out quickly. Do you still want to stay here? In the corner, a young male orc broke the silence. But is it really okay for us to leave like this? Behind him, a female orc spoke timidly. What if we were discovered? If we continue to procrastinate like this, we will definitely be discovered. The young male orc named Mickey Graham said, since these creatures can get the key to rescue us, then they must have a way to deal with those people. Chapter 86 Threat. I have to say that the young orc's prediction was very correct. Because when they walked out of the cave, they saw a large group of jelly gels that were exactly the same except for the different colors. Some of them were holding guns, and some were carrying guns. It was obvious that they were well prepared. Seeing this, Mickey Graham was relieved. Although he had said it so confidently just now, to be honest, he was not sure that they would be able to escape successfully until they walked out of the cave. But now, when he saw this group of creatures with weapons, For some reason, he felt relieved. Obviously, he knew nothing about these creatures, but he inexplicably held such unrealistic hopes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. Mickey Graham. Mickey Graham. You are too easy to believe others. Isn't this lesson heavy enough? On this strange planet, you can only trust yourself. Instead of expecting these creatures to win, it is better to leave here as soon as possible before they clash with those people. On the side, the other orcs saw this and began to whisper to each other. Are they going to fight those people? How can they win? There is such a big difference in size. That is to say, those are thieves who do all kinds of evil. Although I know they have good intentions, it is obvious that we can't defeat them. In my opinion, we should quickly find a place to hide first. Just as the orcs were talking, the players on the opposite side couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn. Orcs? Oh my god. I actually saw a living orc. Wow. A game with a StarCraft background actually has orc settings. There are already slimes, so it's not surprising that orcs appear. Besides, judging from the current game experience, it is more like a Western fantasy background than StarCraft. Of course, except for the lack of magic. What setting issues are you still discussing at this time? That's a beaster girl. A beaster girl. That's right. Isn't it nice to be a beaster girl? She actually has the mind to think about other things. Don't take me with you. The old gentleman always likes pretty girls. Squinting smile. By the way, will these orcs become permanent NPCs in the game next? It's hard to say. There is such a possibility, but the specific situation still depends on the official operation. Look! The chief is coming. I don't know who shouted first in the slime group, and the next second all the players turned their heads. Not far away, the chief golden slime appeared in everyone's sight sitting on the cart pushed by the Gotham brothers. I'm Zhao. Gotham Iron Man said that he would not lick NPCs on weekdays. Good guy. It's all a lie. I want to be red and couldn't help showing envy and jealousy. I should be the one pushing the chief. On the side, I am your father patted him and said, don't be sad. Anyway, you are still the #1 licker in this game. I want to be red, although I know it's comforting. Why does it sound so awkward? The movement of the slime group naturally attracted the attention of the orcs. They looked in the direction the other party was looking. They saw another group of jelly gels, also colorful and holding weapons. Obviously the companions of the guys in front of them. The one at the head was khaki in color and much bigger than the others. This khaki jelly gel might be their leader, because once it appeared, the other guys suddenly became more serious and respectful, no longer as noisy as before, influenced by the atmosphere in front of them. The orcs also became quiet, and for a moment they even forgot to escape from here. Xiao Ming looked around, and when he saw the group of orcs in handcuffs and shackles in front of him, a hint of subtle surprise flashed in his eyes. Orcs? How could there be such creatures here? Although he was a game planner, Xiao Ming entered the deserted planet a month earlier than other players. Therefore, even he still had many things he didn't know about this world. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming calmed down and asked, what's going on? Seeing the tribe leader asking, some informed little players hurriedly told the whole story. From discovering this cave during the exploration to discovering the thieves and the group of imprisoned orcs, and then rescuing them. After hearing this, everyone finally understood what was going on. Good guy. I thought we were on the revenge line of confiscation of property, but now it has become the line of punishing evil. 6 Let me guess. The next plot will not be to defeat the boss, settle the orcs or send them home? Damn. If they are really sent home, will the game open the business mode? It's really possible. My god. After listening to your analysis, I feel that this plot is really one after another. The planner is awesome. The planner of this game is really awesome. Always give us a surprise out of the blue. On the side, a planner who heard the players praising. I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know anything. Seeing that the players were talking more and more nonsense, Xiao Ming coughed and said, where are the thieves who were caught? Hearing the sudden words of the patriarch, the players stopped chatting and looked at Bai Wuchang and his group. They are in the woods. The leader wanted to escape before, but I gave him a good lesson. Now, I guess, he is still unconscious. Bai Wuchang's voice became softer and softer, just like a child who did something wrong and would occasionally sneak a peek at the NPC in front of him. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, would the clan leader blame him for knocking the little boss unconscious? Just when he was feeling uneasy, he heard the NPC in front of him say, bring them here. Hearing this, Bai Wuchang was relieved immediately. Then he hurriedly pulled a few teammates beside him to bring the captives out together. Soon, Xiaoming saw these unlucky guys. I don't know what they had experienced before. When they were brought out by the players, these people were covered with mud and leaves. And everyone was bleeding, looking more miserable than the other. Looking at these thieves with their eyes closed, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Are they not dead? Of course not. As if afraid that Xiaoming would not believe it, Bai Wuchang hurriedly said, Look, they are still breathing. Looking at the faint rise and fall of the thief's chest, Xiaoming was silent and woke him up. Okay, Bai Wuchang responded readily, then jumped on the old man and started to attack him in the face. With a snapping sound, the face of the thief in front of him suddenly swelled up like a pig's head. In the burning pain, Yin Hu, who had been unconscious for a long time, finally opened his eyes again. However, before he could figure out where he was and why his face hurt so much, dozens of colorful slimes in front of him suddenly scared his confused brain awake. Please, please, let me go! In his crying, the other thieves gradually woke up from their coma. When they saw the large group of slimes surrounding them, they all made the same movements as Yin Hu, looking at this group of wild star thieves who were seriously injured and begging for mercy with a terrified face. Xiaoming was stunned. Subconsciously, he glanced at Bai Wuchang, who was calm and composed. What did you do to them? When the clan leader suddenly asked him, Bai Wuchang's eyes were erratic. I didn't do anything. Xiaoming, forget it. It doesn't matter. It would be more convenient to act when you are scared like this. Thinking of this, Xiaoming glanced at the thieves who were already scared, and then slowly uttered a slightly stumbling sentence in the language of the wild star. I can let you go, but take us to see your leader. The players watching on the side were surprised. The tribe leader can speak the native language. Then why did he bring a translator before? To show off. It looks so impressive to have someone around. Maybe it's just a bug? Why bother so much? It's a program setting anyway. As long as the plot is over, it's over. Hearing the discussions of the players, Xiaoming remained calm. In fact, he had thought about learning the language of the wild star a long time ago. After all, sometimes there will be embarrassing situations where there is no translator around. And in this case, you can't rely on indigenous people like Minamiya and Jijuer. Besides, people have to learn to be independent. So Xiaoming began to let Jijuer and Mina teach him the language of the wild star. Although the vocabulary learned so far is not much, it can barely communicate in daily life. The thieves cannot easily regard abnormal things as program settings or game bugs like players. When they heard the slime in front of them suddenly speak human language, their shock was no less than seeing the appearance of their ancestors. Slime actually speaks human language. Looking at these thieves whose jaws were about to drop to the ground, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel funny. But even so, he still held a serious posture and continued, You can choose whether you want to live or say goodbye to tomorrow's sun. Hearing the threatening words of the slime in front of him, the thieves who were previously immersed in the incredible fact that slimes could speak human language suddenly tensed up. Although these slimes do not look threatening, the thieves who have seen their terribleness dare not ignore what they say. These slimes really do what they say. Hearing this, Yin Hu hurriedly replied, I'll take you there. Perhaps it was because of his strong desire to survive that he was so excited that his wounds were affected. He was grimacing in pain. Xiaoming glanced at his bleeding wounds and told the little player beside him, Bandage him up. Chief, this guy is not a good person. Why do you want to bandage him up? Hearing the player's protests, Xiaoming said calmly, 2 reasons. One is that we are afraid that he will die from excessive blood loss. Then how can we find the enemy's lair? The second reason. Xiaoming glanced at the blood that had accumulated into a small puddle on the ground. Aren't you afraid that his blood will attract wild beasts? Players. So that's it. After understanding the NPC's intention, the players did not dare to be careless and treated the captives in front of them. By the way, they also treated the wounds of several other thieves. It's just that the bandaging technique is not commendable. During the period, the thieves' faces were distorted by pain. But Xiaoming was happy to see such a scene. As the player said, these guys are not good people. Compared with the evil they have done, what is the pain in front of them? Anyway, as long as the bleeding stops and they don't die, it's fine. Besides, keeping their lives temporarily is just to follow the clues to find the tiger's den and catch a bigger tiger. Thinking about it, Xiaoming looked at the trembling thieves in front of him. Lead the way. If you dare to play tricks, I will make you regret being born into this world. Chapter 87 Stealing Operation. Having seen the methods of these slimes, Inhu naturally did not dare to act rashly. Not only because of his physical injury, he was powerless, but also because he was afraid that if he continued to escape, he would completely anger these slimes and lose his life. Enduring the dull pain on his body, Inhu gritted his teeth and stood up to lead the way. The lair of this group of thieves was farther than Xiaoming expected. After leaving the cave, the group walked towards the mountains in the north for a long time before they could vaguely see the sentry at the entrance of the cave in the distance. Stop! At Xiaoming's hand signal, the whole team stopped at a relatively safe distance. On the side, I want Han to ask quietly, "Chief, what's wrong?" "Of course. There is something to ask clearly." As he said, Xiaoming looked at Inhu, who was escorted by the players beside him, and looked trembling, and asked in the language of the Wild Star, "How many people are there in total?" Being asked unexpectedly, Inhu was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment and answered, "About 80 or 90. Xiaoming was a little surprised to hear this. "Only this many?" Inhu lowered his head and said, "Actually, there were more than 100 people, because a lot of people died a few days ago, and some people betrayed the leader and escaped. So there are only so few people left." "A lot of people died a few days ago? Do you mean the gang of thieves who attacked the slime village before?" "But there were only a dozen people that came that time. Even if all of them are counted, the number doesn't add up. Could it be that this kid is just talking nonsense and deliberately fooling him?" Although he had doubts in his heart, Xiaoming didn't question it immediately, but turned the topic to another thing he wanted to know calmly. Where did those imprisoned orcs come from? "Be a trading company." Inhu pursed his slightly dry and flaky lips. "They specialize in smuggling slaves, in addition to normal people. Of course, there are also people with strange looks. That is, what you call orcs. However, we don't know where those weirdos came from. But it's not from the deserted planet. The business has its own origins." Xiaoming looked at him and raised his eyes slightly. "So, did you buy those orcs?" "Oh, how can we have that kind of spare money?" Inhu denied it immediately after hearing it. "After all, if we had that kind of money, we wouldn't be hiding in such a place as a thief. Right? This is indeed true. After all, most thieves become bandits because they are too poor to make ends meet. After all, robbing is much better than working hard to make a few bucks from those landlords." Thinking about it, Xiaoming continued to ask, "If it's not, then why are the orcs from the Bia business here with you?" Under the gaze of the slime in front of him, Inhu couldn't help feeling guilty. After a long time, he answered, "In fact, we have some business dealings with the Bia Chamber of Commerce." "Dealings?" Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me that you are helping them take care of these slaves." "Almost." Inhu paused and said, "After all, human smuggling is not allowed on most planets. And the Future Alliance is also strictly investigating this matter. Besides, it is impossible for the caravan to take so many people to the planet where the buyer is, which is too dangerous. In order to avoid being detected, the Bia Chamber of Commerce built a warehouse on the barren planet, which is specially used to store goods. Anyway, no one will come to check a broken place like the wasteland. If there is a warehouse, it is natural that someone needs to look after it, and we are the caretakers of these warehouses. The Bia caravan will come here with new goods every once in a while, and send us supplies and money. Sometimes they will bring some guests to pick up the goods in person. Of course, this situation is relatively rare. After all, those rich nobles are generally not willing to come to such a remote and broken place. So basically, the people of the Bia Trading Company take photos and videos of the newly arrived slaves and send them to the buyers. If there are buyers who like them, the trading company will come here to pick up the goods. As for those goods that have not been sold, the trading company will hand them over to us to deal with, so as not to waste food," Inhu said with a wandering look. Hearing this, Xiaoming finally understood why he had been in the slime village for so long, but did not notice the existence of such a group of thieves nearby. It turned out that from the beginning, they did not need to rob everywhere like other thieves. These guys are almost non-staff members of the Bia Chamber of Commerce. They help the Chamber of Commerce to look after these slaves, and the Chamber of Commerce will also support them. But, since the Chamber of Commerce gave them money and food, why did they come to provoke the slime village? Could it be that they wanted to take advantage of them, because they saw that they were a group of slimes that were easy to bully? After thinking about it, this possibility is the greatest. After all, in the impression of these natives of the barren planet, slimes are a kind of ordinary and fragile low-level creatures. They have no wisdom, can't think, and anyone can step on them casually. When they found that there was a paradise built by slimes in this valley, How could they not have evil thoughts? It's a pity that those guys made a mistake. These slimes in the slime village are not ordinary slimes. They are a group of real humans in slime skin. They have thoughts, wisdom, and action, and are not afraid of any threats. They are the real fourth disaster. If they lost their lives because they underestimated them. Xiaoming could only say that these thieves did not die unjustly. On the side, Inhu glanced at the khaki slime in front of him nervously. In order to survive, he had already explained everything he could and could not say. The other party would not abandon him. Right? Seeing that Xiaoming did not speak for a long time, Inhu could not hold it back and spoke nervously. That's all I know. Now, can you let me go? However, the slime leader in front of him did not speak, but just stared at his eyes. Being stared at by such an inhuman creature, Inhu suddenly felt a chill in his spine. Obviously, the other party was not a ferocious beast like the wild star wolf, but a round, seemingly harmless slime. But for some reason, he felt like he was being stared at by a monster. Under such gaze, Inhu finally couldn't bear the pressure, and spoke with a trembling voice. You are not going to go back on your words. Are you? Perhaps because of nervousness. He kept swallowing his saliva. I am just an ordinary thief in the Tiger Thieves group. Even if you kill me, it will not do you any good. Besides, I have already brought you here at the risk of betraying the leader. You can't do this to me. Just when Inhu was sweating profusely, suddenly, the slime in front of him smiled. The other party's sudden smile made Inhu's breathing stagnate instantly. Then, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The reason was that their leader would also smile like this before executing prisoners and useless subordinates. Could it be that he couldn't escape today? Just when Inhu was desperate, the words of the slime in front of him instantly pulled him back from L to the world. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity. Hearing this, Inhu was relieved immediately, and even ignored the fact that the slime in front of him called himself a human. But soon, the other party's next sentence instantly raised his heart again. Although I won't kill you, it doesn't mean that I will let you go so easily, Xiaoming said calmly. Since this base is so important to you, it is impossible that there is only one entrance. After all, even rabbits know that they can't dig only one hole. Let alone people like you who are engaged in human trafficking. You think so? Facing the black eyes of the golden slime, Inhu swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the slime in front of him was so alert that he even guessed such a thing. If he had a glimmer of luck before that, he could pretend that nothing happened and return to the Tiger Thieves group and the leader to inform them. Then the other party's words at this time completely cut off this possibility. If he took this group of slimes into the base camp through other channels, then his identity as a traitor would be confirmed in the Tiger Thieves group, and there would be no turning back. But even if he knew this, what could he do? Now his life was in the hands of these slugs, and he had no right to bargain at all. So, in order to survive, he could only go all the way. Thinking of this, Inhu gritted his teeth and said, You are right. There is indeed another passage here. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there. Xiaoming was very satisfied with the thief's sensible reaction. He smiled and said, Very good. You are a smart person. I like to deal with smart people. I can guarantee it with my personality. As long as you don't play tricks and lead us well, I can guarantee that you will leave here in one piece. Inhu gritted his teeth and made a deal. Watching the patriarch and the thief in front of him talking a lot, the players in the distance couldn't help but murmur. What are they talking about? I don't know. I can't hear it clearly if I'm too far away. Even if I stand close, I may not understand it. I want to shake my head and sigh. What the patriarch said just now is obviously the language of the deserted planet, which is simply the language of the game company. How can we understand this language that doesn't exist? To put it bluntly, there is still a problem with the game's planning. Why didn't they arrange a translator for us when the NPC was going through the plot? It's really annoying. Although, I'm really curious. What on earth are the tribe leader and the others talking about? Just as the players were discussing, the golden slime in the distance suddenly stopped talking to the thief and turned to look at the players on the opposite side. Oh my god! Is the plot finally over? Seeing this, the players who were chatting quietly before shut up and looked at the clan leader in front of them with wide eyes and expectation. Xiaoming said in a deep voice, Fellow clan members, no one is allowed to speak in the next action. Everyone must remain extremely quiet. If we make a noise and attract the attention of those thieves, our action will be in vain. Hearing the clan leader's serious instructions, the players' eyes suddenly lit up. Damn! Here it comes! The exciting home-stealing action is finally here. The clan leader is finally going to take them to steal the boss's home. Chapter 88 let them feel the art of explosion. Looking at the players' shining eyes, Xiaoming knew that they were probably all excited. In order to prevent these players from losing control like a husky, Xiaoming repeated his previous words again, and then asked seriously, "Did you hear what I just said?" "I heard it." Xiaoming couldn't help but twitched his mouth when he heard the voice that sounded like chicken blood in his ear. "Xiaoming, keep your voice down." Hearing this, all the players present quickly covered their mouths. Continue walking north along the path in the woods, bypassing several hills, and soon everyone saw a cave entrance covered by trees and vines. Yet there was no one leading. No one would have thought that behind this pile of dirty-looking herbs should be such an inconspicuous entrance. Seeing this, the players became more and more excited. However, because they could not make any sound, a group of people could only communicate by typing on the game panel. By Wuchang, is this what they call? Enter the village quietly. Don't shoot. Brick-carrying boy, it's really exciting. Pork stewed with vermicelli, +1. There's a war atmosphere. Stir-fried kidney. I've finally waited for this day. Next time I'll beat 10 people alone. I want to be red, don't even think about it. The MVP is definitely mine, squinting smile. Gotham Iron Man. Stay away from me later. I want to test the power of the newly developed Super Bomb 3.0. I want to be red. By Wuchang. Stir-fried kidney. After a moment of silence, the chat channel was suddenly flooded with messages. Damn. You don't want to blow it up directly in the cave. I knew that this guy from Gotham was crazy, but I didn't expect him to be so crazy. Wav. If we blow it up directly in a place like this and the cave collapses, we'll all be finished. Do you want to make everyone go offline? If it weren't for the fact that they still remembered the instructions of the clan leader, I'm afraid that all the players present would have grabbed Brother Gotham and beat him up. Facing the angry eyes of the players, Brother Gotham seemed to have finally lost, and replied below, "Don't be nervous. It's just a joke. It won't explode in the cave. I'm not stupid. Everyone, you'd better be." Xiaoming didn't care about the little tricks between the players. At this time, he was staring at the dark corridor in front of him. Unlike the entertainment psychology of the players, Xiaoming's nerves were in a highly tense state. Although they seemed to have occupied sufficient advantages at present, no one knew what would happen next. Because on the battlefield, many things change rapidly. It is very likely that you are sure to win the previous second, and lose miserably the next second. If the players die and hang up for 2 days, they can still be resurrected. But he is different. He is already dead in the real world. If he loses his life here, he is likely to disappear completely. Therefore, he dared not be careless at all. He had to find a way to keep himself in an absolutely safe situation. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly slowed down his pace. "Chief, what's wrong?" On the side, as the top NPC bootlicker, I couldn't help but ask quietly. Xiaoming turned his head with a serious face. "Now, I have an important task for you." Hearing this, I am happy. I didn't expect that a casual question could trigger the clan leader's hidden task. Sure enough, the favorability of these days has not been in vain. His luck is really good. Resisting the joy in my heart, I whispered, "Just give me your orders." As soon as the voice fell, I saw the clan leader in front of me stretched out his little hand and pushed the red slime beside him. And he stepped back quietly. Seeing this, I was stunned. "You are? You go ahead." "I am? Is this really a task?" Why does he feel like he has been tricked by the NPC? Just when he was suspicious, he heard a sentence in his ear. "What are you still standing there for?" I saw the clan leader looking forward calmly. "Let's go." Looking in the direction of the other party's eyes, I saw the silver tiger leading them at the front of the team. Seeing this, I want to be red suddenly seemed to understand something. Is there something wrong with that kid? That's why the clan leader asked him to go ahead and stare at the thief? In just a moment, I want to be red, like a martial arts master who has opened up his run and do meridians, and suddenly realized it. He is so stupid that he can't see such an obvious thing. And he even suspects that he has been cheated. This is a game. How could NPC cheat people? The clan leader obviously has other intentions when he said this. Consciously discovering the clan leader's deep meaning, I want to be red immediately saluted to Xiaoming, and then hurriedly moved to the front of the team. While leading the players, Inhu looked around tremblingly, praying in his heart that he would not meet other people from the Tiger Thieves group. Just when he was highly nervous, there was a rustling sound behind him. Through the corner of his eye, He was surprised to find that there was another red slime behind him. What's going on? Why is there another one? Could it be that they were here to monitor him? Just as he was in doubt, the silence in the corridor was suddenly broken by a burst of laughter. Hearing the sound, Xiaoming immediately raised his hand to signal the team to stop. Darkness magnified people's senses. Some players with high perception points clearly felt that not far in front of them, a group of men were approaching them with laughter and talking. Being in the territory of the Tiger Bandits, they knew who they were without thinking. Prepare to meet the enemy. Xiaoming calmly gave the order, and then silently stepped back a small step. After rushing for so long, the players were waiting for this moment. After hearing the order, a group of people picked up their weapons and prepared to fight with concentration and breath. It was precisely because of this that no one noticed the small movements of the tribe leader. In the distance, the dim light gradually approached. A group of thieves wearing animal skin coats and carrying guns, looking like gangsters, came into the eyes of the players. At the same time, the players on the opposite side also came into the sight of the thieves. Slime? Seeing such a large group of weird slimes holding weapons in your home would be surprising to any native of the desert planet. It is even more puzzling when your companions are mixed with this group of slimes. Across from him, the man with a bunch of wolf teeth on his chest spoke first. Silver Tiger, what are you doing? Before he could finish the word, he heard a whoosh. A crossbow arrow came from the front. Unexpectedly, this group of slimes actually launched an attack directly, and the wolf-toothed man hurriedly avoided it. Fire! Seeing this, the other thieves quickly raised their guns and fired at the group of slimes in front of them. However, this group of slimes were very flexible, running around, not giving them a chance to shoot. Occasionally, a few of them who reacted slowly were still alive after being shot. Damn it! I'll beat you to pieces. The unbelieving thief fired several more shots at these slimes. However, he soon regretted his reckless actions. The slimes that were shot did not dodge their shooting at all, but took the initiative to get close to the bullets. This move immediately shocked the thieves. Are these slimes sick? Although they knew that slimes had no brains, such actions were beyond ordinary stupidity. Right? Just when they thought the other party was seeking death, something unexpected happened. The slime suddenly twitched twice, and then the bullets that entered their bodies gathered together. And then, swoosh, swoosh, countless bullets flew out of their bodies like a storm. At this moment, the slimes turned their bodies into guns and launched a terrifying counterattack against the thieves. In just a moment, screams were heard everywhere. The thieves who had no time to dodge fell to the ground. At the same time, the rest of the players had already crossed the defense line and headed straight for the enemy's base camp. The players carried their weapons and shouted excitedly, "For the chief! For the slime clan! Go! Long live the shit king! Hack him!" Shouts accompanied by gunshots and footsteps came from the passage in the distance, alarming the other members of the Tiger Bandits. When these bandits raised their guns vigilantly and prepared to meet the enemy, they were surprised to find that they were not facing humans, but a group of extremely strange slimes. However, they had no time to be shocked at this time, because soon, their surroundings turned into a hail of bullets. Sparks flew in the corridor, but Black Tiger, who was sleeping soundly in the depths of the cave, was completely unaware. Snoring loudly, the bandit leader was still dreaming. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in from outside to report. "It's bad, leader." "Yes, there is an enemy attack." The shouting of his subordinates instantly woke Black Tiger from his sweet dream. He was about to get angry, but before he could curse, he saw several people running in with panic, gasping for breath. "Report? Report to the leader. I don't know where a group of slimes came from and broke in here, and killed more than half of our people. You go and have a look." Hearing this, He-Hu was stunned. At this time, he was still confused and obviously couldn't understand what his men said. He could understand every word, but when they were combined into a sentence, he inexplicably felt that he couldn't understand it. Slimes broke into their place and killed his people? Are these guys talking nonsense because of a brain injury? Thinking of this, He-Hu cursed without hesitation. "What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Do you think I'm stupid?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, a loud noise. With this bang, the whole cave shook violently. In this sudden tremor, He-Hu's sleepiness was shaken away. He grabbed the bearskin coat beside him and put it on. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes properly. He picked up the gun beside the bed and rushed out in a hurry. After that, He saw the most shocking and unforgettable scene in his life. In the dim light, a series of flaming SHLs passed through the air and fell directly on his throne. Bang! Boom! The sky-high heat waves swept in instantly. In the strong tremor and the burning pain, the thief leader and his men were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. Before his head hit the stone wall, Hey Who vaguely saw a few slimes jumping and reveling not far away. And they laughed arrogantly. Explode? Super Bomb 3.0. Let them feel what the art of explosion is. Chapter 89 Corpse Collection Mission. Oh my god! Gotham's grandson actually blew up. WOC. Didn't he say he wouldn't light explosives in the cave? This guy actually went back on his word. MD. It's a good thing I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by his gun. Most players were very dissatisfied with Gotham Iron Man's sudden operation. Although it's impossible to be killed in the game. If you are killed, you have to wait for 2 days before you can go online. Nowadays, players of Desolate Star World are used to logging into the game every day. If you suddenly can't go online for 2 days, it will be torture to death. MP. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Some of the irritable brothers immediately raised their fists and went forward to fight with the troublemaker. Of course, this brother was finally stopped by other players. It's not because they are worried that he can't beat the opponent, but because the opponent's artillery fire is too strong, and they are afraid that he will be blown away by Super Bomb 3.0 before he can get close. Even the players are afraid of the power of Super Bomb 3.0. Not to mention those thieves, who have not seen much of the world. Although Gotham is not very reliable, it must be said that it is precisely because of his Super Bomb 3.0 that the enemy's psychological defense line was broken so quickly. These SHLs are like the last straw that broke the camel's back, directly pulling the victory situation to the player's camp in a one-sided situation. The collapsed cave, the billowing smoke, the scattered flying stones, and the scorching sparks. These things have caused the Tiger Thieves group to lose nearly 2/3 of its combat power. In addition, their leaders and superiors were all knocked unconscious and completely lost their ability to move, without anyone to lead the command. The thieves have lost their usual ferocity and have completely turned into headless flies running towards the exit. These frightened street rats fired wildly at the surroundings, regardless of whether they aimed or not, whether they shot or not, and whether they accidentally injured friendly forces. They have no time to care about these things now. They just want to escape from this terrible HL as soon as possible. This group of slimes of unknown origin is so terrifying. Unlike the thieves, the players are getting braver and braver, especially when they see these bad guys running away with their heads in their hands. They are like sharks that smell blood, and they are getting more and more excited. Come on! Don't let them escape. Kill! Long live the slime family! Ah! Ah! Each slime raised their weapons and shouted loudly, killing this group of desperate bandits who were trapped in a dead end. Hearing the shouts behind them, the thieves were even more frightened. This is the first time they have seen opponents who are more brutal than themselves. They are not even human beings, but a group of slimes. What's more terrifying is that this group of slimes can actually use guns. They can also fire cannons. The Wild Star Wolf and the Red Flame Anaconda are not as scary as them. Get out of the way. I'll go first. I'll go out first. Get out. Don't block the way. They were desperate to get out of the only passage in front of them. However, because everyone rushed in, the exit, which was not very spacious to begin with, was instantly blocked. In this way, after a lot of scrambling, none of the people in the group escaped and were directly surrounded by the players. The defeat was overwhelming. These thieves finally chose to give up resistance under the players' coercion and drop their weapons. In this way, the war of raiding the boss's lair ended with the Slime Clan's great victory. Although the war was won, there were also casualties among the players. This was also the only time in these battles that there were casualties among the players. Although, the number of casualties was insignificant compared to their opponents. Among the 74 participating players, only 8 died. On the other hand, the thieves, 67 of the 89 died, and 12 were seriously injured. Of course, the death of these 8 players had nothing to do with the thieves. These unlucky guys were simply because Gotham Brother didn't have time to hide when he was setting off the cannon, and was accidentally injured by the explosives. It is conceivable that Gotham Iron Man will be criticized by many players after he goes offline. Of course, Xiaoming can't control this kind of thing. After all, they are all adults. and they have to pay attention to the consequences of their actions. Whoever caused the trouble should deal with it. The only trouble is the follow-up handling. Just now, Xiaoming learned from the information of the summoner that there is an important condition to revive the dead players. That is, the dead players' bodies must be picked up and thrown into the morphogenesis pool, so that the summoner can create a new body for them. If they are unwilling to take the bodies back, or if they are lost, Xiaoming, as the manager of the slime nest, needs to pay extra points to revive his people. Each player resurrected needs to pay 100 points. A total of 800 points are required for the death of 8 people. 800 points. That's 800 points. You can draw a lot of things in the reward pool. Xiaoming felt painful immediately. He didn't want to waste his hard-earned points on such a place, so he decisively chose the former. Of course, choosing the first option does not mean that everything will be fine, because these players were killed by the explosion. Their bodies had long been broken into countless pieces, and now they are mixed with the dirt and gravel in the cave. What can we do? After thinking about it, Xiaoming finally decided to leave this problem to the players. Then he coughed and said in a serious voice, "Fellow tribe members, we successfully defeated this group of thieves who attempted to occupy our territory. Of course, we also paid a corresponding price for this. In this war, 8 warriors of our tribe died heroically. I express my great regret and sadness for this." Hearing the words of the tribe leader, the players below couldn't help but talk about it, although they were blown offline by Brother Gotham's Super Bomb 3.0. Right? The NPCs in this game don't seem to be very smart. They can't even tell how the players died. Who cares? Maybe it's the plot setting. Besides, isn't it normal for games to have some bugs? Having said that, there is always an inexplicable sense of humor when listening to the NPC holding a memorial service for us here. Obviously, we are all heroes again in 2 days. On the stage, Xiaoming, who heard the players gossiping, continued to speak his prepared lines without changing his expression. These dead tribesmen made great sacrifices for our tribe, and we must not forget their dedication. So, Xiaoming paused and looked at the slimes in the audience. We have to bring them back to their homeland. Chief's mission: bring the bodies of the 8 dead tribesmen back to the slime nest. Task requirements: ensure the integrity of each body, and no parts are missing. Task reward: for every body found, the player who participates in collecting the bodies can get 15 slime coins. The players present were all stunned when they received the task prompt unexpectedly. Wow! There is actually a task to collect the bodies of companions. What's the brain of this game planner? Although they complained in their hearts, the players' fingers still honestly pressed the confirmation button to accept the task. After all, helping to find a body can get 15 slime coins. Isn't that money picked up for free? If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. As a result, the captives who still survived saw a strange scene. They saw a group of slimes turning over stones and digging soil in the almost collapsed cave in front of them, concentrating on looking for the slime fragments that were blown into foam. What are these slimes doing? Are they collecting the bodies of their companions? The thieves were shocked and surprised. It was blown up like that. Can they still find it? The players naturally had no time to consider the thoughts of these native captives. Not long after accepting the task, many people began to regret it. The body of the slime was not big to begin with, and now it was blown into tiny pieces, and it was mixed with these sand and stones. Not to mention how difficult it was to find. Some brightly colored fragments were better. If the color was slightly darker, it would really disappear in the pile of soil. Although the task was not easy, the players still maintained an optimistic spirit and dug the soil there. Some people joked while digging. Fortunately, it was not the chief who was blown up. Otherwise, with that color, we can't find it even if we dig here for 3 days and 3 nights. Ha! I suspect you are implying the clan leader, and I have evidence. Hush. Keep your voice down. Be careful not to be heard by the clan leader. Don't worry. The clan leader is far away from us and can't hear us. It's better to be careful. If the favorability is reduced, it will be more trouble than gain. Okay. Let's change the topic. Have you noticed that so far, except for the clan leader, no one seems to choose this color in the game? Isn't that natural? This color is so earthy. How desperate are those who choose this color? That's not necessarily true. Haven't you heard of what is called a eye imitation account? When the player and the NPC are of the same race, someone must have tried to pinch their character to look like an NPC. Speaking of this, I seem to have seen a post on the forum before. A new player tried to choose the same color as the clan leader when creating a character, but failed to create it inexplicably. Even if you choose a color similar to the clan leader, you still can't create it. Finally, I chose another color, and it was created successfully. What the hell? Is it true? Of course it is true. I think this is probably a mechanism specially set up by the official to prevent players from pretending to be NPCs. Your analysis makes sense. It is. Otherwise, you can see that lemon yellow and orange yellow have appeared in the game. But there is no color like khaki. This is obviously something the official did. No matter what they did, we can't change our colors now. So there's no point in discussing this. On the side, I'm your father suddenly interrupted the chat of several people, and only put the fragments found into the container. Compared to this, I have found a whole body. After speaking, she ran to the chief to exchange the task reward triumphantly. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but shout, "Hack! You're so damn fast!" With the experience of the previous few times, the cleaning work of the battlefield this time was much faster than before, although it took a lot of effort for the chief to collect the corpses. With the efforts of a group of players, 8 players' bodies were finally collected. As for the captives, Xiao Ming had already imprisoned them in the cell and arranged several players to guard them. The follow-up treatment of these people is probably digging potatoes in Siberia, which is nothing special. Compared with them, there are more troublesome things to be solved at the moment. What should be done with the rescued orcs? Chapter 90. The game is about to be updated again. Although the slime village can indeed take in these poor orcs, no one can say for sure that they will stay. After all, everyone wants to return to their hometown more than to a strange place. Xiao Ming doesn't like to force people, even orcs, if they are determined to return to their hometown. He will not force them to stay. But the problem is, how can he send them home? You know, these orcs are from other planets outside the wasteland. If you want to send them back, you must have a means of transportation such as a spaceship. But the problem is, he doesn't have it. Slime Village has not even achieved the progress of industrialization. Where can he send them a whole spaceship to go home? Seeing the frightened and timid eyes of the orcs opposite, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a headache. The language barrier is really a troublesome thing. How can I tell them that I have no ill intentions? Even if I speak the wasteland language, they can't understand it. Just when Xiao Ming was distressed about this, a young male orc came out first. He made a strange salute to Xiao Ming in an elegant manner, and then uttered a string of slightly stuttering wild language from his mouth. How? I am Mickey Graham, from the planet Zukum. Thank you for saving us. Xiao Ming was stunned when he suddenly heard the familiar wild language. It turns out that someone can speak the language of the wild planet. That's convenient. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming immediately replied in the wild language, "Hello. You're welcome. It's just a little help. I am the Golden Slime, the patriarch of the Slime clan." Hearing this, Mickey Graham nodded slightly. Even though the other party did not explain what slime was, he was so smart that he guessed that slime was the name of the other race through semantics, and the patriarch should be similar to the meaning of leader or lord. After introducing each other, they can move on to the subsequent topic. I wonder how the patriarch plans to deal with this place next. Mickey Graham paused and said, "There are about 2 days left before the monthly pickup day. Those traffickers will come again." Xiao Ming looked at him in surprise. "You still remember this kind of thing?" The orc boy smiled helplessly. There was nothing else to do in such a place, so he naturally remembered it clearly. Xiao Ming nodded, did not continue to delve into this topic, and only focused on another thing he was very concerned about. Did those traffickers come by spaceship? Mickey Graham was stunned when he heard such an abrupt question suddenly. Although he didn't know why the other party's topic changed so quickly, he still answered obediently, "Probably. Even if it's not a spaceship, it's a means of transportation such as an airship or an interstellar spaceship." But he was not sure what it was. After all, when he was kidnapped here, he was drugged, and his eyes were blindfolded and his hands and feet were tied. So he didn't know where he was. The slime leader on the opposite side obviously didn't care about his uncertain answer. Not only did he not care, but he was extremely excited. This made the young orc boy even more puzzled. Is it something to be happy about that human traffickers come on a spaceship? How could the simple orc boy know that what Xiao Ming was happy about was not this, but the means of transportation itself? No matter whether it is a spaceship or an airship, as long as it can leave the deserted planet, it is a good means of transportation. After confirming that the people of Bia Trading Company have a means of transportation that looks like a spaceship, Xiao Ming began to plan a crazy and exciting plan in his mind. Once this plan is successfully implemented, it will not only send these poor people home, but also add a lot of new labor to the slime base. In addition, he can also take this opportunity to establish contact with other planets. It is simply 100 benefits without any harm. Thinking of this, the smile on Xiao Ming's face became deeper. Don't worry. You will be able to go home soon. Mickey Graham? Didn't we just discuss the topic of the traffickers' means of transportation? How come they can go home suddenly? This topic changed too quickly, and he hasn't said anything yet. After being shocked for a moment, he immediately asked, what does the tribe leader mean by this? The other party just smiled. Since those people from the Bia trading company kidnapped you here, then let them send you back. Mickey Graham. Let those traffickers send him home. How is this possible? This idea is too outrageous. However, the other party did not intend to continue explaining. He only left his two tribesmen to take good care of them and turned away. Mickey did not give up and wanted to ask the two slimes what their chief was planning. However, to his disappointment, the two slimes in front of him seemed to not understand what he said at all. The players were also a little confused by the sudden conversation of the orcs in front of them. What is this NPC talking about? I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, the task panel didn't show it, so it's probably not important. Makes sense. Under the big tree outside the Tiger Thieves base, the 5 thieves who were caught by the players before were looking at the distance with grief. Although the matter was already a foregone conclusion, they still couldn't help but feel palpitations. After all, they watched helplessly as this group of slimes blew up their territory, watched the unconscious leader being thrown into the dungeon like garbage, and watched the other side carry their dead brothers out of the cave and burn and bury them collectively. No matter who it was, they could not accept these things calmly, even if they were thieves. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel scared. If they had not received the task of delivering food to those slaves at that time and were left here, then the bodies thrown into the fire and burned at this moment would be them. But fear is only temporary after all. After fear, there is more confusion and worry about the future. Unlike the leader and others, they were not imprisoned in the dungeon, but were confined here. Which also means that the slimes may have other arrangements for them. But even if they racked their brains, they couldn't think of what other arrangements the other side could have. Just when the thieves were feeling uneasy, there was a rustling sound in front of them. When he looked up, he saw that it was the yellowish slime that could speak human language. Seeing the leader coming, the other slime guards around saluted the slime. According to your instructions, we have taken good care of these captives, and none of them escaped. You did a good job, Xiao Ming said as he drew a line on the task panel. The players who received the task rewards instantly lit up. Thank you, Patriarch. Xiao Ming nodded, walked straight to Yin, who had asked in the Wild Star language, have you seen the people from Bia Trading Company? Suddenly hearing the question from the slime leader, Yin, who was stunned, and then nodded, I have seen him. Are you familiar with him? Not familiar with him. That's all. Yin who? Without intending to explain to the person in front of him, Xiao Ming continued, next, I have a very important task for you to do. Task? Yin, who didn't understand what important task the other party could have for him to do. Although he didn't understand, he didn't have the power to refuse at the moment, so he had to nod his head. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with the thief's attitude of knowing the times, so he whispered a few words into his ear. After a whisper, a look of fear instantly appeared in the thief's eyes. This? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just do what I say. Xiao Ming looked at him steadily. If you want to live. Silver Tiger, yes. On the side, the players who watched all this couldn't help but be curious. What did the clan leader say to him? Why did this kid's expression suddenly become weird? I don't know. It's really annoying. Why is there no translation? I really want to know. If you want a translation, go to the official website and give suggestions to the official. Although the official may not listen. Aren't you talking nonsense? Hearing the whispers of the players behind him, Xiao Ming complained in his heart without changing his face. Curious, right? Want to know what he said? It's a pity that I can't tell you now. If I know it too early, it won't be a surprise. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming ignored the players' starry eyes and issued tasks in turn, including guarding the prisoners in the original place, counting and packing the spoils and bringing them back to the base. Of course, there was also the task of transporting the bodies back to the village. When all the players received their respective tasks and got busy, Xiao Ming quietly logged into the background of the official website and began to edit the announcement copy for the new round of game activities. while Xiaoming was busy with the update of the new version. The real-world game forum was very lively. Because of the outrageous behavior of Brother Gotham, 8 unlucky little players were killed and offline early. So these resentful players went to the forum to criticize Brother Gotham and yelled for him to compensate them as soon as they went offline. Of course, while criticizing, they also did not forget to bring the first-hand information of this battle to other players who were not online and the netizens who were watching. After all, who would have thought that there would be such a large number of thieves in such a mountain valley? What was even more unexpected was that they actually rescued a group of imprisoned orcs in this operation. That's an orc. After entering the game, the only creatures they saw were slimes and humans. Of course, there were also the local animals on the deserted planet that became their food. This was the first time they saw a magical creature like an orc that only existed in movies, TV shows and anime in a game. Many people were immediately interested. Are they girls with animal ears? Both male and female. Not only do they have animal ears, but some even have tails. Oh my god. Animal ears. Tail. I'm going to log in now. Are they good looking? I didn't notice what the male looked like. But the orc girls are pretty. They're as pretty as Minamiya and the others. Is it true? If you don't believe it, go online and see for yourself, picking nose. Since you said so, I'd be at a loss if I don't go online and see, squinting smile. Hee, squinting smile. Just when the topic of the post was about to be turned to the Pacific Ocean by a group of old gentlemen, someone suddenly shouted below. Go to the official website announcement. The game is going to be updated again.